I don't know how I got here. One moment, I was living my normal life with my family, and the next I woke up in a completely different world, a dating sim game called World of Divine Sin. I wasn't even an important character. I was passerby, a nobody who shows up once and disappears. The first thing I saw was a girl named Mu Qianqian being bullied by 3 guys. Their leader, Long Yishan, was a minor noble who knew some magic. He and his friends had her pinned against a wall, and things were about to get really bad for her. I knew the game's story. If nobody stopped these events, Mu Qianqian would eventually turn dark, grow incredibly powerful, and destroy the whole world. But before that, she'd get a special book, the Book of Omniscience and Omnipotence, that could answer one question. I figured that book might be my only ticket home. So my plan was simple: protect her, keep her from suffering, and make sure she stayed a good person. If she turned evil, I'd lose my chance. There were over 100 bad events I needed to prevent, and even one failure could ruin everything. At first, it felt impossible. But then I discovered I had a power. I could rewind time. Like a save file in a game, I could go back and try again. I used it a lot. 73 times, actually, just for this one fight. Each time, I studied how Long Yishan and his guys moved and attacked. I learned his patterns, when he'd throw a fireball, where he'd aim. Finally, I was ready. I jumped out, faced them head-on, and dodged every spell Long Yishan threw at me. He was shocked. While he hesitated, I got close, faked a punch to distract him, and struck his wrist with a branch I'd hidden in my other hand. He couldn't cast another spell after that. This was just the beginning. I had a long road ahead of me. Long Yishan's fire went out after I hit his wrist with the branch. He was in pain and angry, shouting about who he was. I didn't care. I pulled a stone from my pocket and hit him on the side of the head. He dropped to the ground. His 2 followers let go of Mu Qianqian and came at me. They had no magic, and I'd fought them dozens of times already through my rewinds. I knew every move they'd make. I knocked the first one down with an elbow. The second one went down just as fast. When the first guy tried to sneak up behind me, I didn't even turn around. He tripped on a stone and fell on his own. I told them to grab their boss and leave. They were hurt and scared, so they did. One of them threw a threat at me on the way out, but it meant nothing. Long Yishan was a small-time noble with no real power. Then I turned to Mu Qianqian. She was still in the corner, shaking. Honestly, by my 30th rewind I could already beat those 3, but I kept going back over 70 times just to make the whole fight look smooth and cool. A little habit of mine. Seeing her up close for the first time, white hair, red eyes, pale skin, she really was beautiful. I'd started playing this game because of her looks. But knowing what happens to her in the story made me feel uneasy. She thanked me quietly. She looked nothing like the cold, ruthless person she becomes later in the game. Right now she was just a scared girl. I felt sorry for her. In the story, people used her when she was weak, and even after she got strong, she was still used, just in a different way. But I had to stay focused. She was a game character. My real goal was getting home. I asked her why she was so afraid of Long Yishan. She said it was because he was a noble. I already knew the whole situation. Long Yishan had been trying to please a higher-ranking noble by making sure that noble got first place in the exam. He told Mu Qianqian to lower her score. She did, but only by exactly 2 points, because as an orphan she needed good grades to get support from the academy. When the plan failed, Long Yishan came to take it out on her. I told her the truth. Long Yishan wasn't that powerful. I beat him, and nothing terrible would come of it. But if nobody had stepped in today, she would have been seriously hurt. Obeying him didn't keep her safe. She listened, but didn't say much. I wasn't surprised. You can't change someone's whole way of thinking in one conversation. So I suggested something simple. Just watch me. See what happens after I stood up to him. If something bad happens to me, fine, I'll shut up. But if nothing does, then maybe she could try standing up for herself too. She looked surprised. She asked me why I was helping her. The real answer? Because she was my only way home. But I couldn't tell her that. So I said, because the top student of the academy should be stronger than people like him. I stood up and held out my hand. She stared at me for a moment, then took it. She asked my name. I thought about it and said, just a passerby. Mu Qianqian didn't recognize my name. Passerby 1. That made sense. This character barely existed in the original game. But that was fine. What mattered was that she knew me now. I had a plan. I'd use this identity to become someone important to her, someone she trusted. I'd guide her toward kindness, and when the time came, I'd take the book. In my mind, Passerby 1 would be the hero she sees, while the real me, Fanjinjua, would be the villain pulling the strings behind it all. I was kind of impressed by my own thinking. I told her to go home before Long Yishan woke up, and then I headed to the academy. Using the ID card in my pocket, I found my classroom. Nobody noticed me. Nobody talked to me the whole afternoon. Passerby 1 had 0 friends. He really was just a throwaway character. But honestly, that worked in my favor. No relationships meant no one to notice I was different inside. There was one girl I recognized in class, a pink-haired girl sitting in the corner. She was a supporting character from the game with a sad love story. I decided to stay away from her. I didn't need side quests. After walking around the academy for a while, I left and headed into town. The place was small and poor, more like a village than a town. Then it hit me. I had no memories of this character's life. I didn't know anyone, and I didn't even know where he lived. Maybe the game never gave him a home at all. So I went to Mu Qianqian's rented house outside the academy. I didn't knock. We weren't close enough for that. I just sat outside against her wall to keep watch and make sure nothing happened to her. I also wanted to test something about my rewind ability. So I stayed up all night, drawing a line on the ground every hour. When morning came, I was exhausted. I used my rewind, and time jumped back to midnight of the same day. Not to yesterday's save point by the grass, but to midnight. It seemed like the reset point refreshed each day at midnight. That meant my power wasn't as flexible as I'd hoped. I couldn't go back to any moment I wanted. I had to make sure the heroine was safe by midnight every single day, because that's where I'd return if something went wrong. I looked up at her window. The light was still on. She was studying hard, just like the game's backstory said. It reminded me of students cramming for exams back in my world. In the original story, all her hard work led to nothing. That felt sad. I was tired. 73 rewinds didn't just wear out my body, they wore out my mind. The rewind fixed my body each time, but not my mental exhaustion. I needed to find a way to get mentally stronger if I was going to survive this. But for now, I was just a weak, tired guy. So I closed my eyes and slept. I dreamed of home, my old world, my old house. Then a soft voice woke me up. Half asleep, I mumbled, "Mom, let me sleep a little longer." It wasn't my mom. It was Mu Qianqian, standing right in front of me, face slightly red, looking embarrassed by what I'd said. I panicked and told her it was just sleep talking. She nodded, but I could tell she was trying not to laugh. I stood there, looked at her, then looked at the sky. The sun was just rising. My face went blank. In my head, I screamed, "Reset." I rewound time back to midnight, and before falling asleep again, I told myself not to talk in my sleep this time. It didn't work. Morning came. Mu Qianqian woke me up, and I mumbled, "Mom, let me sleep longer," all over again. She was blushing and trying not to laugh, just like before. I wanted to cry. Resetting time couldn't fix my sleep-talking habit. The only way to avoid it would be to sleep somewhere else or not sleep at all. I didn't bother resetting again. It would waste too many hours. I just told her it was sleep-talking and moved on. She asked why I was sleeping outside her house. I said I had nowhere to go. That was the truth, both as this background character and as the real me. She didn't push the question. We walked to the academy together. Along the way, I noticed how people looked at her. The boys stared because she was beautiful. The girls stared because they wondered why she got so much attention. Almost nobody looked at her with kindness. She was like a beautiful flower growing in bad soil. Everyone either wanted to pick it or step on it. I thought to myself, I need to help this flower grow thorns. She had to learn to protect herself. And the sooner she got strong, the sooner I could go home. I asked if she'd ever seen a rose. She hadn't. Roses didn't exist in this world. I told her it was a beautiful flower from my hometown that had thorns. She didn't understand what I meant. I didn't explain. Then we heard a cat in a nearby alley. Mu Qianqian's face lit up. She walked over, found an orange cat, picked it up, and even meowed at it. The game mentioned she liked cats, but never showed moments like this. Watching her play with the cat so gently, it was hard to believe this was the same person who would later become ruthless and destroy the world. This soft, kind side of her deserved to be in the game. She offered to let me pet the cat. I refused and looked away. Some memories from the game's illustrations made it hard to look at her directly. We kept walking. I mentioned Garfield to her. She had no idea what I was talking about. I knew she wouldn't understand. I wasn't really explaining it for her sake. I just wanted to talk about things from my old world. Thinking about how long I'd be stuck here, doing resets over and over, I felt lonely. Talking about home helped me stay sane. When we reached the academy gate, Mu Qianqian froze. She remembered yesterday and got scared. She grabbed her own arm nervously, like she was hugging herself for comfort. I wanted to reassure her, but we'd just met. It wasn't the right time. I waited for her to take that step on her own. While I waited, I thought about what lay ahead. This place was called Violet Flower Academy. It was a poor school with no magic classes because the local nobles were too greedy to fund them. That's why Mu Qianqian, despite having amazing talent, had never learned magic even though she was almost 18. Without magic, she was an easy target. The good news was that the main troublemakers here were only two people, Long Yishan and the powerful noble behind him. With my rewind ability, I could handle both of them even without magic. The real challenge was what came in 2 months. A group would arrive to test everyone for magical talent. That's when Mu Qianqian would discover her gift and be sent to a more advanced academy, a place full of much stronger and more dangerous people. To keep her safe there, she needed to learn magic before that day came. After a moment, Mu Qianqian took a breath, clenched her fists, and walked through the gate. When we entered the academy, I asked Mu Qianqian if she was still afraid. She said yes, but she came in anyway because she had nowhere else to go. That bothered me. She was wrong. Someone with her hidden talent had endless potential. But she couldn't see it. Growing up as an orphan in this poor, backward place had crushed her confidence. She feared the nobles, felt worthless, and couldn't imagine a better life. In the original story, by the time she finally saw her own strength, it was too late. I wouldn't tell her the truth directly, though. She needed to figure it out herself. My job was to protect her until then, and if I failed, I'd just rewind and try again. So I told her she was underestimating herself. I said she was stronger than me, and that she should just watch. I'd show her how to beat the people she feared. She didn't respond. She lowered her head. My words hadn't reached her yet. I wasn't worried. Not yet. There was still time. I spent the morning expecting Long Yishan to come for revenge, but he never showed up. That surprised me. With his temper, he should have been furious. I went looking for him and found out he hadn't come to the academy at all. For a moment I panicked. Did I accidentally kill him? I hit him pretty hard yesterday. I found his 2 followers and asked them directly. They said he was just injured and resting at home. I was relieved. Hurting someone and killing someone are very different problems. But it still didn't make sense. Why would he stay home? Then someone walked up to the followers and asked about Long Yishan too. The followers immediately became respectful. I looked at the newcomer and everything clicked. It was Jinzi, the most powerful noble in the academy, the son of a local viscount. He was the one Long Yishan had been trying to impress by rigging the exam rankings. In the original story, Long Yishan came to school the next day because he had a plan to calm Jinzi's anger. He was going to offer Mu Qianqian to him. But I stopped that from happening. I beat Long Yishan before he could touch her, and now he had nothing to offer. He was probably hiding at home, using his injuries as an excuse to avoid facing Jinzi's disappointment. As for Jinzi himself, he looked different from how I imagined. In the game, he seemed impressive with golden hair, almost like royalty. In real life, his hair looked more like dull yellow, and his noble aura was gone. He looked ordinary, but I knew better. He was far from harmless. What he did to the heroine in the original story was truly disgusting. I'd deal with him eventually. 2 months was plenty of time to make both him and Long Yishan fall apart. Then someone called out to me. The dean wanted to see me. The 2 followers laughed and mocked me, calling me lowborn and saying I was in trouble for hitting their boss. I wasn't scared. I expected the dean would call me in. But their attitude annoyed me. I looked at them and said, "What are you laughing at? You talk like you're not lowborn yourselves. Or are you just proud to be someone's lackeys?" They had nothing to say to that. I knocked on the dean's door and went in. Behind the desk sat an old man, the dean, and beside him stood a man with glasses named Teacher Xuanji. I recognized them both from the game. The dean looked like a street thug, and he acted like one too. He slammed his desk and yelled at me for beating up Long Yishan. He called Long Yishan, the baron's son, like that was supposed to impress me. In this remote place, a baron was barely worth more than an average merchant in the capital. He told me to go apologize. I said no. He threw a book at me. I dodged it. He threatened to expel me. I wasn't scared. I knew from the original story that after a former student almost attacked him, the dean had become too afraid to actually expel anyone. So I raised my middle finger and called him a hypocrite. He was furious, but I didn't care. I wanted the nobles to come after me directly. That was part of my plan. But before leaving, I had one more thing to check. I brought up what Long Yishan actually did, threatening Mu Qianqian to lower her exam score and trying to hurt her. Then I turned to Teacher Xuanji and asked him if he knew the truth. The dean called it slander, but Teacher Xuanji stayed calm. He told the dean they should investigate first before punishing anyone. That confirmed what I suspected about him. I remembered his backstory from the game. He wasn't a noble, but he was well-educated and his status was higher than a baron's. He had known Mu Qianqian's father. After her father died, he secretly looked after her. The rule about the top student getting special support, that was his idea. He was probably the only person in this place who truly cared about her. But in the original story, after he found out what happened to her, he tried to help her escape. When that failed, he took his own life. We left the dean's office and talked privately. I told him what Long Yishan had done. He bowed to me and said thank you. He offered to handle the situation with the dean and Long Yishan's family, but I turned him down. I wanted to deal with it myself. If he got involved, it might make things more complicated. He also suggested moving Mu Qianqian to his place for safety. I disagreed with that too. I had already changed the original story, and new dangers could appear that I wouldn't expect. It was better to keep things close to the original plot so my knowledge of the game would still be useful. Besides, Mu Qianqian needed to face challenges and grow. Hiding her away wouldn't make her stronger. I told him, you can see that Mu Qianqian has great talent. But is keeping her by your side really the best way to protect her? I told Teacher Xuanji the truth. Keeping Mu Qianqian close wouldn't protect her forever. Yesterday she was almost hurt, and he didn't even know about it. She was afraid of nobles, couldn't see her own worth, and had no way to defend herself. She was like a beautiful flower, but the world wasn't a greenhouse. The only real answer was for her to get stronger. I suggested letting her leave this place and go somewhere bigger to study magic and grow. Teacher Xuanji agreed with my reasoning, but worried about letting her go unprotected. He looked at me and asked what I really wanted. I couldn't tell him my real reason, that she was my ticket home. So I said, I just like her. Do I need to explain why? He accepted that. A beautiful girl attracting attention wasn't hard to believe. I reminded him that in 2 months, people would come to test everyone's magical talent. If Mu Qianqian showed potential, she could be taken to a better academy. He was surprised I knew about the test, but he didn't push me on it. Before I left, he called me back. He said he'd trust me for now and handed me a map. There was a red circle marking a spot in the wasteland outside town, a tomb with a box inside containing a magic book. This was exactly what I needed. I'd been worrying about how to get Mu Qianqian started on magic early. I spent the rest of that day watching over her. Nothing bad happened, so I didn't need to rewind. At midnight, I tested my ability again and confirmed how it worked. The next morning, I set out for the tomb. That's when things got painful. First try, a lion spotted me. Reset. Second try, I went at night. An eagle found me. Reset. Third try, night again. I dodged the eagle but got swarmed by vampire bats. Reset. Fourth try, different route. Avoided the lion. Fell into a hidden pit, and something bit me. Reset. Fifth try, avoided everything. Reached the spot. Realized I forgot to bring a shovel. Reset. Sixth try, brought the shovel. Reached the grave. Started digging, and an eagle attacked me. I fought it but lost. Reset. It took me 34 attempts to finally get there safely with my shovel, past the lion, the pits, the eagle, and everything else. I dug for 10 minutes and found a coffin. I was relieved. Teacher Xuanji hadn't lied. I opened the lid and saw a skeleton with a small box beside its skull. That had to be the book. But the moment I opened the coffin, a swarm of dark bugs crawled out. They were fast, and one got on me. I reset immediately. Those things ate flesh. I was furious. Teacher Xuanji must have known about the bugs. They were sealed inside the coffin on purpose. If someone without my rewind power had come here, they'd be dead. Then I heard Mu Qianqian's voice above me. Who's down there? I'd been so angry I forgot where I was. I reset again before she could see me. After calming down, I sighed. Teacher Xuanji might be sneaky, But in the original story, she truly cared about Mu Qianqian. I decided to let it go for now. I still needed to figure out how to get that box out of the coffin without being eaten alive. I calmed down and thought about the problem. After all my previous attempts, I knew how to handle the lions, eagles, and hidden pits. The real challenge was the flesh-eating insects inside the coffin. So I kept trying. On attempt 40, I tried running in circles to avoid them. They were too fast, and even took shortcuts. On attempt 43, I lured a lion to fight them. It helped a little, but the lion lost. On attempt 44, I tried getting information from teacher Xuanji, but she gave nothing away. On attempt 47, I lured more lions. It worked better, the insects were distracted, and I managed to touch the box. But a few bugs still got me. Their bites were agonizing and impossible to shake off. I had to reset. But I did learn something. The black floor of the coffin wasn't wood, it was dead insect bodies. These things survived by eating each other. By attempt 56, I started understanding their movement patterns. By attempt 69, I noticed they preferred bigger targets with more flesh. By attempt 80, I found their weakness, they hated water. On attempt 83, I combined everything. I opened the coffin, lured lions to scatter the bugs, and used my water bottle to keep the rest away. I grabbed the box. But then an eagle caught me. Reset. At least the eagle taught me something new. The insects feared eagle cries. I kept experimenting. Imitating the eagle's cry myself didn't work. Luring real eagles helped, but wasn't enough. Finally, on attempt 141, I pulled it all together. I dug up the grave, drew out the insects, lured lions to distract them, timed the eagles perfectly so their cries scared off the remaining bugs, grabbed the box, used water on the last few insects hiding among the dead ones, escaped the grave, dodged the eagles, avoided the traps, and even knocked one eagle out with my shovel. I stood in a safe spot holding the box, watching the sunset. For a moment, I felt like I'd conquered the world. I hurried back to town before the bats came out, and sat by the wall near Mu Qianqian's house. I smashed the lock off the box with my shovel. Inside was a real magic book, thick and full of content. I almost cried with relief. As I opened it, a few white hairs fell from the pages, the same color as Mu Qianqian's hair. The notes on the first page suggested the book belonged to her father. That meant the skeleton in the coffin was her father's body. The game never mentioned this. Then I looked up at her window. The lights were off. My stomach dropped. It wasn't that late. If she were home, the lights would be on. So where was she? I knocked hard on her door. No answer. A woman downstairs said Mu Qianqian had left that morning and hadn't come back. My mind raced. In the original story, she should be visiting Jinzi around now, but the events leading to that hadn't happened yet. Was Long Yishan getting revenge on her because he couldn't find me? Or did teacher Xuanji keep her at the academy? I couldn't just guess. I had to find her before midnight. If I couldn't confirm she was safe, I'd have to reset. I ran to the academy and found teacher Xuanji. Mu Qianqian was there, but the news was terrible. Teacher Xuanji told me that on her way to the academy that morning, a drunk man had attacked her. By the time teacher Xuanji found her, it was already too late. She had been hurt. I looked at Mu Qianqian sitting in the corner, wrapped in a blanket, eyes empty, body shaking. Rage filled my chest. I looked at the clock, said nothing, and screamed in my mind. Rewind. I sat there in the dark, staring up at Mu Qianqian's window, burning with anger. All 141 attempts, the lions, the eagles, the bats, the insects, all of that effort, and a drunk man had destroyed everything while I was gone. It was my fault. I'd been so focused on getting the magic book that I forgot the heroine was still in danger every single day. I couldn't sleep that night. I spent every hour thinking about how to make that man pay. By the time morning came, something cold had settled inside me. I laughed quietly to myself. I needed to see him punished before I could feel any peace. When I heard Mu Qianqian's door open, I hid and followed her silently through the streets. She had no idea what was about to happen. But I did. Sure enough, as she passed a quiet alley, a man rushed out and dragged her inside. I didn't feel fear for her this time, just a cold excitement. I picked up a brick from the roadside and walked into the alley. Inside, the drunk was laughing and pulling at her clothes. She was crying, begging for help, just like before. Through her tears, she saw me coming and reached out her hand. I didn't take it. Not yet. I stood behind the man and asked, Having fun? He grinned stupidly and said yes. Then he started to turn around. I grabbed his hair, forced his face up, raised the brick, and smiled. What a coincidence. I'm excited too. I smashed the brick into his face. He dropped instantly. Mu Qianqian threw herself at me, shaking. I gently pushed her aside and tossed her my coat. Put it on, I said. The brick had been cheap and broke on impact. Not enough damage. One hit wasn't nearly enough to satisfy my anger. I tied the man to the wall with a rope, splashed water on his face, and slapped him awake. When he opened his eyes and saw my smile, the color drained from his face. He looked at the ropes, tried to struggle, and started panicking. Wait, what are you going to do? He shouted. I pulled out a feather and stepped closer. Before you ask me that, think about what you've done. He denied everything, screaming that he hadn't done anything. I found his words disgusting. I tore off a piece of his pants, stuffed it in his mouth to shut him up, and got ready to make him understand exactly how much pain he had caused. Since I could rewind time afterward, I didn't care what happened in this version. Right now, the only thing that mattered was making this man pay. I took off the man's shoes and started tickling his feet with a feather. He squirmed and cried, but he couldn't escape. After a few minutes, I flipped the feather around and pressed the sharp end into his foot until it drew blood. Mu Qianqian covered her mouth, looking sick, but I felt nothing. I'd experienced far worse, being torn apart by lions, clawed by eagles, eaten by insects. Even though rewinding healed my body, the pain and the memories stayed. Every single time, I grabbed the man's hair and slammed his head against the wall. I asked him if he knew what he'd done. He cried and apologized, said he was sorry to, that woman, promised he'd never do it again. That made me angrier. He had no idea what he'd really cost me. 141 attempts to get that magic book, all wasted because of him. I slapped him hard enough to knock out his front teeth. He blamed the alcohol. He begged me not to kill him. I didn't stop. Even after he fainted, I kept hitting him. I couldn't control myself. I hit his face over and over until the skin was torn and my hand was covered in blood. By the time I stopped, he was probably already dead. But I didn't feel better. I felt empty. Even killing him changed nothing, because after I rewound, he'd be alive again. A quiet voice in my head whispered, should I kill him again next time? Then I noticed something from the corner of my eye. Mu Qianqian was still there. She'd been watching the whole time. I turned and saw her face. Shock, confusion, fear. I recognized that expression. In the game, she only looked that way when facing someone truly cruel and dangerous. Now she was looking at me like that. It hit me like cold water. I remembered why I was here. My goal wasn't revenge. It was to protect her, to keep her kind, to stop her from turning dark. And here I was, becoming the kind of monster she feared. Hundreds of rewinds had worn down my mind. The anger and frustration had taken over without me realizing it. I closed my eyes and forced myself to think clearly. Revenge wouldn't get me home. Losing control wouldn't fix anything. Surprises would keep happening. I had to stay calm. Each rewind needed to bring me closer to success, not further from who I was. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I looked at the blood on my hands, then at Mu Qianqian's frightened face. I managed to smile. That was close. I almost lost myself. Don't worry, I'll fix everything. Then I rewound. I came back to midnight again. 143 rewinds now. I looked up at Mu Qianqian's lit window, patted my face, and told myself to rest. No more overthinking. In the morning, I didn't hide this time. When Mu Qianqian came out and saw me, she was a little surprised I'd slept outside her house again. I looked at her face, white hair, red eyes, pale skin. She really was beautiful. In the original story, she hated her own appearance and thought it was why people bullied her. But I thought she looked lovely. Just seeing her made me feel a little better after everything I'd been through. She asked if something was on her face. I smiled and said no. Let's go. I'll walk with you. We took the same road as before. When we passed the quiet alley, the drunk man rushed out just like I knew he would. Before he could touch Mu Qianqian, I smashed a brick on his head. He dropped to the ground. She was startled but unhurt. I tied the man up, gagged him, and dragged him into the alley. Then I walked Mu Qianqian to the academy and told teacher Xuanji what happened. She thanked me and asked where I was going next. The wasteland, I said. She understood, the magic book. Now I had to deal with the drunk man. I couldn't just let him go. He'd try again. But killing someone openly as a nobody like me would cause problems, especially with Long Yishan already looking for excuses to come after me. Then I had an idea. I grabbed my shovel, carried the unconscious man, and headed to the wasteland. At the town gate, someone asked what I was doing. I said the drunk claimed he could outrun a lion. The person looked confused but let us pass. I brought him all the way to the grave, dodging every danger along the route I'd memorized. When he woke up once on the way, I knocked him out again with the shovel. My plan was simple: use him to draw out the flesh-eating insects from the coffin. I placed him on the coffin lid, left a fake treasure map in his hand, and hid nearby. Before he woke up, an eagle came for him. I couldn't let it kill him before he served his purpose, so I jumped out and beat the eagle to death with my shovel. The noise woke him. He found himself on a coffin in the middle of nowhere with no memory of how he got there. Then he noticed the map I'd planted. He thought it pointed to buried treasure. He opened the coffin. He saw bones, no treasure. Then the insects came pouring out. He screamed and ran. The bugs chased him. He ran far, drawing most of the swarm away from the grave. His screaming was much more pleasant to hear than the sounds from last time when I lost control. He wasn't going to survive. I hadn't planned for him to. A man like him didn't deserve to. While he led the insects away, I used the dead eagle and my water bottle to handle the few bugs left inside the coffin. I reached in and grabbed the box. This time, I got it without a single bite. I made it back to town before dark with the box. No bats this time, lucky me. At the gate, the same person from the morning asked about the drunk man. I handed him an eagle feather and said the man was eaten by a lion. He looked confused but didn't care much. The drunk had no family here. Nobody would miss him. I went to Mu Qianqian's house. The attic light was on. She was home and safe. I finally felt relieved. Today could actually end without a reset. I broke open the box, took out the magic book, and went upstairs to knock on her door. She asked who it was before opening, smart enough not to just swing the door open. When she heard it was me, she opened it and peeked out. I pushed past her and went inside. She tried to stop me, but was too slow. I used that as a lesson. If you don't want someone coming in, don't open the door in the first place. If it had been Long Yishan instead of me, she'd be in real trouble. She needed to understand that now. She stood by the door, arms crossed, not daring to look at me. She looked like someone waiting for orders. That bothered me. I patted the bed and told her to sit down. It was her room, after all. She hesitated, but sat. I handed her the magic book and told her it was her father's. She froze. I saw fear in her eyes, which confused me. The game never mentioned she was afraid of her father. She didn't say anything, just opened the book and started reading. While she read, I noticed she was still in her school uniform. She was poor and didn't own pajamas. Her uniform was loose and she was hunched over. I glanced at her chest out of curiosity. In the game's artwork, she was well developed, but pictures and reality are different. I couldn't really see anything. She caught me looking. Her face turned red. I quickly looked away and apologized. She shook her head and said it was fine, then thanked me for saving her that morning. I told her to start learning magic as soon as possible so she could protect herself. She was surprised I was giving her a magic book. They're valuable in this poor place. Then there was a funny misunderstanding. When I said, "Your father's book," she thought I was angry at her. The way I said it apparently sounded like I was scolding her. She got scared and asked if she'd done something wrong. I had to explain more clearly that the book literally belonged to her father. Her face turned even redder when she realized her mistake. She looked away for a while before turning back. When she opened the book and saw white hairs inside, the same color as hers, she knew for certain it was her father's. She said teacher Xuanji had never told her about it. She didn't seem very sad, though. According to her backstory, she'd never met her parents, so there wasn't much emotional connection. I didn't dwell on that. What mattered was whether the book was useful. I'd looked at it myself, but couldn't understand anything. I recognized the words, but together they made no sense. She said she could understand it. That was a huge relief. My effort wasn't wasted. Then she asked me where her father's grave was. Mu Qianqian asked about her father's grave. I told her it was in the wasteland outside town. Dangerous, full of man-eating bugs, and not worth visiting. The only useful thing in that coffin was this book. I mentioned I'd be having a talk with teacher Xuanji about those bugs. She went quiet. Then she asked why I'd take such a huge risk. I told her the truth. This morning, if I hadn't been there, she would have been hurt. A few days ago with Long Yishan, same thing. I happened to be around both times, but I wouldn't always be. Tomorrow, the next day, and every day after, there would be more people with bad intentions. Drunks, nobles, powerful people. Her face alone was enough to attract danger. She needed to learn to protect herself. I could see my words hurt her. She started biting her tongue, blaming her own appearance for everything. I stopped her. Being beautiful isn't your fault. And honestly, your looks are the reason I came to help you in the first place. I haven't done anything bad to you, have I? So stand tall. Learn magic. Get stronger. If anyone looks at you the wrong way, fight back. She thought about it, then nodded. She put the book in front of me and asked if I wanted to learn together. I told her I couldn't understand it. The words made no sense to me. She looked surprised and a little sad about that. I told her to study it secretly and not tell anyone. She sat at her desk and started reading. I stayed in the room quietly, watching over her until it was almost midnight. I didn't make any noise. I just sat and thought. My mind went back to what happened during the last reset, how I lost control and beat that man to death. Even though I corrected myself quickly, it proved something dangerous. My mind could break. After enough rewinds, hundreds, thousands, I might snap completely. And if that happened, everything would be over. I already had an idea for what that could be. Before leaving, I asked Mu Qianqian to smile for me. She was confused but tried. It was stiff and awkward, a forced smile. I laughed. That's a bit forced. But it shows a little bit of your real self. Your face is pretty, but I like the way you smile even more. She blushed. She asked if I was leaving. I said yes. She glanced at the bed, then quickly shook her head when I teased her about wanting me to stay. Even if you wanted me to, I wouldn't. You wouldn't sleep well with me here. Good night. She stopped me one more time. She said she didn't know how to thank me for saving her and giving her the book. I joked, then dedicate yourself to me. Her face turned completely red. She stammered, trying to respond. Relax, I'm joking, I said. I pointed at the book. If you really want to thank me, learn everything in that book. Master magic. Overcome your fear of those spoiled nobles and stand tall. Seeing you step on those people like ants someday, that would make me happy. That's all I want. Then I went downstairs and slept. The next morning, Mu Qianqian asked me directly why I kept showing up outside her house. She wanted the real reason I was helping her. I gave her an honest answer. Not the full truth, but close enough. I told her I couldn't stand people like Long Yishan and Jinzi, and I wanted someone talented like her to get strong enough to deal with them. I explained that the magic book proved it. I couldn't understand it, but she could. In the future, when I couldn't handle something, I'd need her help. She went quiet for a moment, then smiled softly and said, I will try my best. At the academy gate, she bowed and thanked me. I wasn't sure what exactly changed in her, but it felt like things were moving in the right direction. Then I went to see teacher Xuanji about the bugs in the coffin. She admitted she put them there on purpose. Her logic was simple. If I were an ordinary person, I wouldn't have dared go to the wasteland in the first place. And if I went, it meant I had some secret ability, so the bugs wouldn't be a real problem. It was a test. Her reasoning actually made sense, but it still annoyed me. I punched her in the head, rewound time, and replayed the conversation, this time skipping the argument entirely. I just confirmed I got the book, agreed to protect Mu Qianqian, and moved on. She asked about the drunk man who had disappeared from town. I didn't answer that. Now it was time to deal with Long Yishan. He'd come to the academy today. In the morning, Jinzi confronted him about failing to deliver on his promise. Jinzi's cold, creepy tone terrified Long Yishan. After that meeting, Long Yishan was furious and looking for someone to take it out on. At lunchtime, he spotted me walking alone. Perfect, exactly what I wanted. I led him and his two followers into a dead-end alley inside the academy. Long Yishan strutted in, shouting about revenge and telling me to kneel. But I'd already climbed above the entrance and hidden. Before he could even look around, I threw a stone that hit him square in the forehead. He dropped. His two followers charged at me. I already knew their fighting style from dozens of rewinds. I knocked them down quickly and tied up all three of them. The followers panicked. They said I was insulting a noble, that tying up a baron's son was a serious crime. I just pulled the ropes tighter. While I waited for Long Yishan to wake up, I thought about how to use him. I knew his whole backstory from the game. His father, Baron Long Yishan, had two wives. Long Yishan was from the first wife, but his two half-brothers, both from the second wife, were teaming up against him for the family inheritance. He was losing that fight. That's why he was so desperate to please Jinzi. He needed a powerful noble support. In the original story, that desperation led him to do terrible things to Mu Qianqian, offering her to Jinzi just to save his own position. I looked at his swollen forehead as he lay unconscious. I already had a plan for how to use him. Long Yishan woke up angry, shouting about being a baron's son. I shut him down fast. He wasn't a baron, just a baron's son. That title meant nothing without the inheritance, and I knew he was losing that fight to his two half-brothers. When I mentioned his brothers, he was shocked that I knew about his family problems. Then his brain did something strange. He convinced himself that I'd tied him up just to get his attention, like I wanted to be his follower. I was speechless. This guy really wasn't very smart. I got straight to the point. I told him I could help him beat his brothers and get the inheritance. I knew he was trying to use Jinzi for support, but that path was uncertain. I offered him a better deal. His whole attitude changed. He couldn't figure out how a commoner would dare talk like this, casually using Jinzi's name, showing no fear. He eventually decided I couldn't be an ordinary commoner. Someone with that much confidence had to be hiding a higher status. He was wrong, of course, but I let him believe whatever he wanted. He agreed to hear my plan. Before untying them, I took some money from all three of them. I hadn't eaten a proper meal since arriving in this world. After they left, I turned around and ran straight into Jinzi. He'd been watching. He invited me to become his personal guard, saying he wouldn't treat me badly. He'd clearly decided I was more useful than Long Yishan. I knew from the game that he actually treated his people well. Anyone else would have accepted. But I also knew what he did to Mu Qianqian in the original story, the horrible things that left her scarred for life, the assault in the carriage later, the memories that haunted her until death. I refused. He took it calmly and said the offer was always open. After that, I found Mu Qianqian and confirmed she was safe. I spent the afternoon reviewing the original story in my head. The drunk man attacking her had been an unexpected event. It probably only happened in the original story after teacher Xuanji died. Since things had already changed, I needed to be more careful. Until Mu Qianqian learned enough magic to defend herself against ordinary people, I had to walk her to and from the academy every day. At the school gate, she asked if I was walking her home. I nodded. She didn't protest. I could tell she was thinking about me, trying to figure out who I was and what I wanted. She'd even asked teacher Xuanji about me. He didn't know much either, but he told her that since I hadn't done anything bad, it was fine to let me protect her for now. On the walk home, she seemed lost in thought. I asked what was on her mind. She said it was nothing. She was clearly hiding something, but I didn't push it. She still didn't fully trust me, and that was fair. We'd only known each other a few days. No rush. I needed her to see what I was going to do to Long Yishan. Once she watched the person who bullied her fall apart, maybe she'd start believing things could change. I took her home safely and stayed up late keeping watch, same as every night. When I woke up that morning, there was a thin blanket covering me. I recognized it from Mu Qianqian's room. She must have come down during the night and covered me while I slept. A small kindness, but it told me something. The current version of her was still a good person. Very different from the terrifying villain she becomes later in the story. She came downstairs and confirmed it. She said she knew I was sleeping outside to protect her, and it was cold. I told her she was kind and beautiful. Her face turned red again. I'd noticed she blushed a lot around me, something the original story never showed. Maybe because she hadn't been hurt yet, she was still innocent. But I also warned her. I told her not to trust people too easily just because they show a little kindness. In the original story, one of the people who hurt her the most was someone who pretended to be good. She trusted him, and he betrayed her and sold her to criminals. She didn't seem to take my warning seriously. I decided that someday I'd have to give her a small, harmless betrayal, just enough to teach her the lesson without actually hurting her. Something to make her more careful. But that was a plan for later. Today, I had to deliver on my promise to Long Yishan. I walked Mu Qianqian to the academy, then gave Long Yishan the plan. But I didn't start it right away. First, I spent the day watching the heroine to make sure no one bothered her while I was busy. The plan was simple. I told Long Yishan to go home early, lock himself in his room, and act excited about a piece of paper, a fake treasure map I'd made. I knew from the original story that his two half-brothers, Long Air and Long San, didn't trust each other but would team up against him. They'd spy on him immediately. That night, just as I expected, The brothers snuck into Long Yishan's room. Long Air found the fake map, memorized the location, and they both left thinking they'd outsmarted their brother. Long Yishan played his part well. After they left, he checked the map and saw it had been moved. He smiled. Everything was going according to plan. The location on the fake map pointed to the wasteland, the same dangerous place where I'd gone to get the magic book. While Mu Qianqian studied her magic at home, I'd spent the day setting traps out there. I knew the brothers' full story from the game. In the original, they learned dark magic and eventually tried to kill Long Yishan by poisoning him. During their scheme, they kidnapped Mu Qianqian, used her to lure Long Yishan away, and assaulted her in the process. Eventually, the viscount found out and had the brothers killed, and Baron Long Yishan lost everything. Their whole family destroyed itself through its own greed and cruelty. None of that would happen in my version of events. Mu Qianqian would never be touched by any of them, but the brothers still needed to be removed. They were a threat. I looked up at Mu Qianqian's window light and smiled. The brothers' fate would be the same as the original story. Only the method would change. That morning, Long Yishan played his part perfectly. He noticed the maid acting nervous. He'd always known she was a spy for his brothers. He packed up and left the house, letting the plan unfold naturally. Meanwhile, I woke up with the blanket Mu Qianqian had given me again. Our relationship was developing well, maybe too well. I liked her face, but I was planning to go home. Falling in love wasn't part of the plan. I needed to keep some distance. If she got too attached, it could cause problems later when I needed to take the book. I also felt a strange guilt sometimes. Knowing her entire story from the game, every secret, every terrible thing that happened to her, felt like I'd been spying on someone's life without permission. Before heading to the wasteland, I spent a full day watching Mu Qianqian to confirm nothing bad happened to her. Then I rewound time, walked her safely to the academy, and left town early to find a hiding spot outside. Around 9 in the morning, 2 men came out of the town gate, Long Air and Long San, the half-brothers. Long Air looked annoyed. Apparently he'd tried to go alone to grab the treasure, but Long San had seen through him and forced his way along. It didn't matter to me. As long as both of them went to that spot, the plan worked. The fake treasure map pointed them straight to the coffin, the one full of flesh-eating insects. I'd gone there yesterday and managed to close the coffin lid without getting bitten. I didn't bury it again, though. I didn't want to risk running into eagles or lions a second time. Watching from my hiding spot, I saw the brothers handle the wasteland dangers easily. They both knew magic, much stronger than Long Yishan's. His fireballs were palm-sized. Theirs were as big as their bodies. Lions and eagles were no problem for them. That worried me a little. If their magic was this strong, they might handle the insects too easily. But I wasn't going to give up. Even if my traps failed, even if I had to fight them myself and rewind 100 more times, these two were not going to survive today. They were part of the chain of people who would hurt Mu Qianqian in the original story, and I wasn't going to let that happen. I watched them approach the coffin's location. Long Air suddenly shivered and looked around nervously, like he sensed something watching him. Long Sen laughed it off and told him to hurry before Long Yishan showed up. Long Air couldn't see me, but his instincts were right. I was watching them closely, and I had no intention of letting either of them leave this place alive. I watched from a distance as Long Air and Long San found the coffin. They noticed the ground had already been dug up, which confused them. They wondered if Long Yishan had already taken whatever was inside. Long San opened the lid. The rotting smell hit them immediately. Inside they saw the human skeleton, the eagle corpse I'd left behind, and some black insects crawling out. They stepped back. Long San gathered fire magic and burned the visible bugs to ash in minutes. That part one expected. Their magic was strong enough to handle the insects on the surface. Long San wanted to give up and burn the whole coffin, but Long Air stopped him. He noticed the pile of dead insect bodies at the bottom and guessed that the real treasure might be hidden underneath. He figured Long Yishan had only taken what was on top. That was exactly what I wanted them to think. Long San reached his arm into the pile of dead bugs to feel around. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the live ones hiding underneath bit into his flesh. He screamed and yanked his arm out, dragging live bugs with it. They were clamped onto his skin, biting deep. When he tried to pull them off, it was like tearing his own flesh. Blood burst from his arm. A few bugs had already burrowed inside. Long Air panicked. He couldn't burn the bugs without burning his brother. So he grabbed a dagger and cut off Long San's arm. Long San kicked him away in shock, but then he looked at the severed arm on the ground. Bugs were still moving inside it, crawling out of the wound, fingers twitching. He screamed and ran. Long Air started burning the remaining bugs with magic, while Long San bled badly from his missing arm. That's when I stepped out. I put on an innocent, confused face and walked toward them. "Who are you? What happened?" I asked, looking like a clueless boy who stumbled onto a strange scene. Long Air was desperate. He shouted that they were sons of Baron Long Yishan and begged me to help his brother's arm. He promised a reward. "The son of the local baron?" I said, acting surprised. He smiled with relief and turned back to fighting the bugs. Then I dropped the act. My expression changed into the kind of smile that makes people uncomfortable. "All right," I said, walking closer. "I'll come right away." Who? Who? The flames burned, and most of the bugs crawling out of the coffin were probably dead. It was pretty easy to deal with, as long as they weren't bitten. Long Yishan felt a bit relieved, but quickly turned his attention to Long Yishan. His arm was broken, and he had to stop the bleeding fast, or he would die. But he wasn't going to stop the bleeding. How is it? Can it be stopped? Long Yishan could only hope that the young boy he just called for could help. He casually looked at Long Sanshan's arm and lied. "It can be stopped, but first, you need to cut away the rotten part." "Cut it?" Long Sanshan said sadly. He looked at his arm, which was almost completely gone. Fan Jinzi nodded, but in fact, he didn't know how to stop bleeding. Everything he said was just nonsense. To save someone, you have to sacrifice some parts. "That's professional," Long Yishan commented. He thought this young man looked like he knew how to stop bleeding and was very experienced in this area. So, he handed the dagger to the young man, telling him to cut. The young man took the dagger, looked at Long Sanshan's bloody, severed arm, and said, "Just to be clear, I can only stop the bleeding. The arm can't be reattached afterward. Hurry up," Long Sanshan shouted. He was in terrible pain and just wanted to get rid of it quickly. "This fool, if I really cut you again, wouldn't you faint from the pain?" Fan Jinzi thought to himself, secretly glancing at Long Yishan. Long Yishan was staring at the distant arm that had been cut off, thinking about what the young man just said. He held back his nausea, realizing that since it was already so rotten, it couldn't be reattached. The smell of blood was overwhelming. He didn't expect that today a bug had caused such a mess. For now, he didn't think about Long Yishan. Just watching the bug eat the arm made him feel as if he was bitten himself, like a dagger stabbing him from behind. His chest hurt. It was easy to kill the bug, but the psychological effect was strong. It felt very real, and the pain was intense. It was as if he was about to die from the pain. Suddenly, Long Yishan realized something. He looked at his chest, where he could see a small, sharp thorn. It was topped with some red, like water slowly flowing down his body. It wasn't much, but from a distance, it looked like a thin red string. Then, a wave of nausea rose in his throat, and the red string slipped out of his tightly closed mouth. "You!" Long Yishan's eyes showed confusion. He struggled to turn his head to look behind him, wanting to say something. Fan Jinzi pulled out the dagger that had pierced his heart and gently pushed. Thud! Long Yishan fell to the ground, dead. Seeing Long Yishan's lifeless face, Fan Jinzi finished him off with 2 more stabs. "I have no interest in hearing your last words." Next to him, Long Sanshan saw this scene as if he were dreaming. He was so frightened that he hurriedly shouted, "Yishan, what did you do? Don't you know who we are? Really? If we're not family, we can't be in the same house." Fan Jinzi picked up his dagger and stood up from the corpse of Long Yishan, smiling happily as he looked at Long Sanshan. "I only came because I knew who you were." Yikes! Long Sanshan was so scared he lost his voice. Seeing Fan Jinzi's smiling face, it was like he was a ghost demanding his life. He didn't care about his dead brother anymore, and immediately started crawling away as far as he could from Fan Jinzi. "Get lost, stay away from me." Watching Long Sanshan crawling on the ground like a maggot, Fan Jinzi felt nothing. He just thought he was pretty stupid. In the original story, he did so many terrible things, and when he was about to die, he cried. Silently, Fan Jinzi walked behind Long Sanshan and poked his remaining 3 limbs a few times. Then he grabbed Long Sanshan's hair and pulled him next to his broken arm, forcing him to watch as worms crawled in and out of it. "Please don't kill me," I beg you. Long Shan cried and begged, feeling sick and terrified inside. Fan Jinjue looked at the broken arm. It was pretty disgusting, but he was somewhat used to it. Compared to this, he could understand why Long Shan was so scared. After all, that arm wasn't someone else's, it was his own. But fear was justified. Xiaobei, I actually remember you quite well. You like biting marks on people, right? Well, look forward to it. Soon, these worms will start biting your marks, Fan Jinjue said softly. Heh. No. Long Shan had little strength left. His limbs were bleeding, and he could barely keep his eyes open. Luckily, his fear kept him awake. However, he was starting to lose the ability to hear Fan Jinjue's words. Gradually, he saw a worm crawling out of his broken arm, moving toward him. It reached his face, right under his eyelids, and then Fan Jinjue watched Long Shan die. He didn't have any particular feelings about their deaths, but seeing these worms eat people, he had an idea. He thought about catching some of these worms to raise them. In the future, if he needed to kill someone, he could use them to deal with the bodies. It sounded like a good plan, but for now, he couldn't do that. He didn't have the ability to catch them yet. And then, Fan Jinjue looked at the dagger from Long Air Mountain. It was quite useful, but just in case, he decided to get rid of it. So, he dug a hole in the large wasteland and buried the dagger there. After finishing his task, Fan Jinjue returned to the town. He didn't go through the main gate, but sneaked back so no one would see him. When he arrived in the town, he happened to see Mu Qianqian coming home. You're quite late today, Fan Jinjue said, looking at the sky. The sun had already set. Of course, he actually knew why Mu Qianqian was so late, since he had already been through this once. But luck was on his side lately. His recent actions had all gone smoothly, and he was in a good mood, so he decided to tease the heroine a little. Mu Qianqian saw a passerby and looked a bit confused. I didn't see you this afternoon. Did you wait for me at the school gate? Fan Jinjue asked with a smile. Mu Qianqian tightly held her bag. After a moment, she lowered her face slightly, her eyes showing a hint of color. It was a small gesture, but she nodded gently. The heroine is quite honest. Fan Jinjue felt very happy. He took a few light steps past Mu Qianqian and sat down in the spot he often sat in at her house. Next time, I'll tell you in advance, he said. Mu Qianqian stood under the house for a while, without going upstairs. Fan Jinjue looked at her with some confusion. What's wrong? Mu Qianqian hesitated for a moment, then asked shyly, So, are you going to rest now? I sleep late at night. Right now, I want to think about some things, Fan Jinjue replied. She nodded, then stood there for a little longer. After that, she seemed to gather some courage. Then, do you want to sit inside? It's cold outside. The town beside the desolate wilderness had become lively again recently. The reason was that the local baron, Long Yishan, had two sons, Long Yishan and Long Shan, who had not returned home overnight and were missing. This made Long Yishan very worried. He sent people to look for them. However, after searching all day in the town, they couldn't find the two. Some servants said they hadn't seen the two leave through the main gate. Long Yishan then learned that the two had sneaked out. He asked the townspeople if they had seen any suspicious people leaving the town. I don't know which old man at the town gate heard about Long Yishan's men and pointed out that two such people had left the town, but he had never seen them return. Why did they go to the wilderness? Long Yishan angrily asked. The household servants shook their heads, unsure. Yishan, do you know anything? Long Yishan quickly asked Yishan. No, I don't. They didn't tell me what they were up to, Yishan replied. Long Yishan understood that his sons were fighting over the family inheritance. If the second and third sons got into trouble, the eldest would benefit the most. He asked the eldest, but no matter the reason, he would say he didn't know. So, Long Yishan looked at Yishan's maid. As the head of the family, he knew some of who favored whom at home. Although he didn't want to interfere in his sons' disputes over the inheritance, now that people were missing, he had to find out if they were alive or dead. Long Yishan looked stern and questioned the maid. Do you know anything? Don't lie. I know you were bought by the second and third sons. What? Yishan pretended to be surprised, then angrily shouted, You bought me? What did I do to deserve that? Get out, Long Yishan yelled at Yishan, making her shut up immediately. Under great pressure, the maid had no choice but to tell everything she knew. That day, she accidentally saw the eldest son happily holding a piece of paper, talking about a treasure. She then told the second and third sons, and after that, she didn't know anything else. She looked frightened and begged Long Yishan for forgiveness. After hearing this, Long Yishan quickly understood what was happening. He was no longer interested in the maid and dismissed her casually, then turned to Yishan. Treasure? Are you setting them up? Long Yishan demanded angrily. Yishan hurriedly explained, I don't know anything about her contacting those two. Long Yishan didn't believe this nonsense, but he couldn't question Yishan further right now. Instead, he quickly asked another question. What is this treasure about? Yishan explained, I found it on the roadside. It had drawings on it, so I thought it was a treasure. I plan to go look for it myself someday, but I didn't expect the two of them to find out. Long Yishan didn't ask many questions. He took the map and told someone to go to the supposed treasure location on it. Soon after, the person he sent returned. 5 people went out, and 4 came back. 1 was dead. The visitor said there was no treasure at the site, only a bunch of bugs that bit fiercely. The 4 people pushed a small cart, which carried 2 sets of bones. There was hardly any flesh left on them, looking creepy. The returners said the bugs probably ate most of the meat. Long Yishan looked at the damaged bones and felt sick, but he recognized the clothes on the skeletons and confirmed they were indeed Long Yishan and Long Sanshan. Seeing his sons dead in such a terrible way, Long Yishan was furious. He shouted immediately, Long Yishan. After shouting, he looked at Long Yishan. Long Yishan was also staring at the 2 bodies with a shocked and frightened look, trembling with fear. Suddenly, Long Yishan was unsure. Could it be that Long Yishan was responsible? Did he know something? But if it wasn't Long Yishan, who else in this place would want to harm them? Long Yishan couldn't figure it out. However, whether Long Yishan did it or not didn't matter anymore. There wasn't much he could do now, especially since only Long Yishan was left as his son. But Long Yishan didn't want this matter to end like that. The map was so strange. Long Yishan hadn't gone out for many years, so he definitely didn't draw it himself. Where did the map come from? Most likely, the person who caused trouble drew it. He didn't believe that just a few bugs could have killed Long Yishan and Long Sanshan. He wanted to find the real culprit behind this. So he started investigating, mainly looking into Long Yishan's recent activities to see if he had contact with any suspicious people. During the investigation, he found someone. A passerby, the same one who had hurt Long Yishan not long ago. His actions were very suspicious. Long Yishan suspected him. When they called Long Yishan to test him, passerby won. That bastard. I will get revenge someday. Long Yishan said he had a grudge against him. Long Yishan thought that made sense and didn't think they were working together. So, was passerby 1 deliberately giving the map to Long Yishan to harm Long Yishan and Long Sanshan? Long Yishan was very suspicious, so he investigated further. He found out that on the day Long Yishan and Long Sanshan left, no passers-by were in the class. This made him even more certain, so he went directly to find passerby 1. But when he arrived at the college and tried to question passerby 1, teacher Xuanji stepped forward and said that passerby 1 was studying in his room that day. Are you joking? Long Yishan didn't believe it. Teacher Xuanji ignored whether Long Yishan believed him or not. It's not a joke. The Baron can ask his own son. Passerby 1 is very talented. Since he found out something, he should be taken care of specially. Long Yishan was speechless. He actually thought there might be some truth to it. Later, because Long Yishan had no proof that passerby 1 was the culprit, he had to give up. In the end, Long Yishan had no choice but to stop pursuing the matter. As for the coffin in that place, no one knew whose it was. This incident caused a big fuss in the poor town. Everyone on the streets and alleys knew about it, but although they knew someone had died, no one knew who the killer was. There were many guesses, and opinions varied. The matter also caught the attention of the highest local official, Lord Qianqian. He thought there was something suspicious about this case, so he asked Qianqian to investigate the details and find out what really happened. Qianqian was very interested. He first suspected Long Yishan. Although Long Yishan claimed at the Baron's house that he had nothing to do with it, Qianqian knew him well. Long Yishan was a useless person who couldn't even beat a commoner, but he wouldn't be foolish enough to believe that a piece of paper on the street was a treasure. So, Qianqian believed that Long Yishan was probably not the mastermind, but he definitely knew the truth. Therefore, he called Long Yishan over, planning to use the matter of his rank to pressure him a little and force him to tell the truth. But what he didn't expect was that Long Yishan, upon reaching him, didn't say much before suddenly kneeling on the ground and speaking to him. All of this was done by the passerby, sir. Passerby, I am going to borrow a book from teacher Xuanji, Mu Qianqian said. All right, go ahead. I'll wait for you at the door, Fan Jinjue replied. Step, step, step. The girl quickly ran off. Watching Mu Qianqian leave, Fan Jinjue continued walking toward the school gate and waited there. Since the deaths of Long Ershan and Long Sanshan, many things have happened in the past few days. It's clear that Mu Qianqian has gained more trust. Even when sharing a room at night, the heroine no longer feels afraid. This is understandable, as they have been taking her to and from school for a long time. Besides this, the most noticeable thing is that Long Dashan is trying to find the culprit. Fan Jinjue isn't surprised that Long Dashan suspects him, but he is quite surprised that Long Yishan didn't betray him. He thought Long Yishan would try to clear himself by blaming him. He only warned him not to talk nonsense, so he was surprised that Long Yishan really kept quiet. Because of this, he needs to come up with another plan to trap Long Yishan. Apart from Long Yishan, he also needs to focus on Jinzi. Fan Jinjue plans to deal with Jinzi as soon as possible, then use the remaining time before the talent test to eliminate those in the town who have been bothering the heroine in the original story. The plan is quite perfect, but unexpected things might happen. Still, setbacks are okay. He can always reload and try again. As for the plan to deal with Jinzi, Fan Jinjue looked at the sky. He had been waiting at the school gate for over half an hour. Is it really taking this long to borrow the book? He frowned slightly, feeling a strange premonition. Meanwhile, inside the viscount's mansion, a man dressed very tightly wrapped in clothes carried a sack into Jinzi's house. Master, I'm back, the man said, setting down the sack. He opened it, revealing a striking head of white hair first, then a girl with a panicked look and her mouth gagged. Jinzi, upon seeing the girl, smirked slightly. Yesterday, when he asked Long Yishan about the truth behind Long Ershan and Long Sanshan's deaths, he heard from Long Yishan that the mastermind was a passerby named Yi. Long Yishan lowered his head nervously. Initially, he didn't want to mention Yi because the other person's attitude seemed to indicate they were someone important. If he spoke carelessly, the consequences could be serious. But his thoughts changed when he saw the bodies of Long Ershan and Long Sanshan. He still remembers very clearly. Wow. After seeing those things, he was so scared that he couldn't sleep that night. What kind of abuse could cause a body to look like that? Honestly, he didn't even recognize that those bodies were his brothers. At that moment, his impression of Yi was not just evil, but like a terrible monster, completely inhumane. Did he really want to work under such a person? Long Yishan felt terrified. Just looking at those bodies made him afraid to look at Yi in real life. He was afraid he might end up like that someday. So, he decided then and there that he must leave Yi. Since he had already worked with Yi, how could he escape? Of course, one of them had to die. Right now, it couldn't be him, so he had to find a way to make Yi die. But he was just a small noble's son. If Yi really had a powerful background, how could he manage? Then, suddenly, he had an idea. Hey, could he just find a treasure hunter? He wasn't sure if the treasure hunter could really handle Yi, but he had already planned to rely on the treasure hunter. Helping Yi get the noble title was uncertain, but helping the treasure hunter was clear. Now, revealing everything would also serve as a token of loyalty to the treasure hunter. If, by chance, the treasure hunter couldn't handle Yi, he could just make up an excuse that he was forced. After all, as Yi said, having extra plans never hurts. Yi, the treasure hunter confirmed. Long Yishan quickly nodded. Yes, sir. Yi is not an ordinary person. That treasure map was given to me by him, and the plan was all his. Soon, the treasure hunter saw through Long Yishan's scheme. A clever move, using others to do the dirty work, then killing the helper. First, cooperate with someone, then betray them. This is truly dangerous. However, Jinzi's lips curl into a slight smile, finding Long Yishan somewhat interesting. He chooses not to ask whether it's true or not. After all, Long Yishan has no reason to lie now. Revealing his involvement in the plan openly is clearly a sign of loyalty. Since that's the case, he accepts it willingly. As for the passerby, he needs to investigate further. Next, after understanding the situation, he naturally wouldn't let Long Yishan go so easily just because he found him interesting. He plans to tease him a little. So he walks over to Long Yishan, who is kneeling, and leans down softly, saying, "Not bad. You're quite capable. But your previous promise can't be ignored. Long Yishan, about my ranking, do you have a clear answer now?" Long Yishan's whole body trembles because of E. He had forgotten about that matter. Now that Jinzi is asking, he remembers. From his tone, it seems that if he doesn't give a definite answer today, he won't be able to leave. The pressure hits him hard. Long Yishan's eyes flicker with nervousness, and his mind races quickly. Seeing Long Yishan like this, Jinzi is satisfied. He just wanted to tease him and see how nervous he could get. But he will stop here. He's not a fool. He has other things to do. So, Jinzi stands up, ready to scare him once more before letting him go. At that moment, Long Yishan suddenly has a bright idea. "Sir, in front of you is only Mu Qianqian, a commoner. Although her status is low, she is quite pretty. I think you seem busy lately and need to relax. Why not use her? That way, she won't have time to study, and next time, she definitely won't pass your test." Jinzi is stunned. How can he say such malicious thoughts to him? "Long Yishan, do you think I want to rely on such tricks to get to the top?" Long Yishan, hearing this, is so frightened he dares not speak, lowering his head and sweating profusely. After a moment, Jinzi waves his hand and says, "I don't do such boring tricks. But Mu Qianqian, that idea is somewhat interesting. Think about it. Making a diligent person fall into ruin is quite amusing. Forget it. I'll listen to you this time, Shadow." After saying this, a person dressed very warmly flies in through the window and kneels by the window. "Find an opportunity to bring Mu Qianqian here, but don't let anyone notice. Then, secretly investigate that passerby." "Yes," the person called Shadow answered, and then jumped out of the window. The next day, the man caught Mu Qianqian. "When catching people, my subordinate made sure no one was around and no one saw him. The person called passerby, I was waiting at the gate, but he didn't notice my subordinate." The man reported this. Jinzi nodded happily. "Good. Follow passerby and see what he's really up to." "Yes," the man said, and then jumped out of the window. Only Jinzi and Mu Qianqian were left inside. Jinzi closed the window, drew the curtains, and then, with a wicked smile, moved closer to Mu Qianqian and took away what she had in her mouth. "What are you trying to do?" Mu Qianqian asked tremblingly. She recognized Jinzi. She didn't know him well, but from the look in his eyes, she could feel some malice, and she also felt a bit familiar. Without thinking, she remembered what Jinzi wanted to do to her. And she was right. Jinzi indeed wanted to do something inappropriate to her. He didn't say much. First, he took off his own clothes to make things easier, then reached out and grabbed Mu Qianqian's right shoulder, pulling her clothes down to reveal her shoulder. "Nice figure," Jinzi commented, pressing her body through her clothes and resting his head on her neck. Mu Qianqian's hands were tied, and she couldn't move. She was scared and closed her eyes, trembling all over. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she nervously whispered, "Passerby." Hearing her whisper, Jinzi stopped and, after a moment, got off her. He looked expressionless and pinched her face. "When you're doing this kind of thing with me, you're still thinking about someone else. You seem to get along well with that person. Tell me, who is he?" Mu Qianqian shook her head. Not saying anything, Jinzi coldly snorted. "Forget it. You're pretty rare, and seeing you like this makes me think of some things. It really makes my heart race. Let's see if you can still be so stubborn later." After saying that, Jinzi didn't ask any more questions and simply carried Mu Qianqian onto the bed. Despite Mu Qianqian's resistance and worried expressions, Jinzi became more excited. Just one time, and I'll let you go." Mu Qianqian struggled desperately on the bed, but couldn't break free. Her helplessness made her whisper a prayer, hoping someone might come to save her. "Passerby." "It's already midnight," Mu Qianqian said, glancing at the time. Fanjinjua sat on the bed without getting up. He silently watched Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian looked a bit confused. Seeing that passerby kept staring at her as if thinking, she asked, "What's wrong?" Fanjinjua closed his eyes and shook his head. "Nothing. It's time. I'm going down." With that, he left the room in the tower, leaving Mu Qianqian with a puzzled look. He went back in time. He waited at the school gate for half an hour, but didn't see anyone. That uneasy feeling was the same as last time when he didn't see the lights on in Mu Qianqian's room. He didn't want to check anymore. If his feeling was right, Mu Qianqian must be in trouble. It happened when Mu Qianqian went to borrow a book. Did someone at the school intercept Mu Qianqian? Fan Jinzi suspected this. He didn't want to see anything inappropriate happen to the heroine, so he rewound time. This time, he wanted to see what had happened during that period. Passerby, I'm going to teacher Xuanji's to borrow a book, Mu Qianqian said. Passerby was silent for a while. I'll go with you. Mu Qianqian was a little confused but didn't refuse. She nodded. The two went to teacher Xuanji's house, borrowed the book, and left quickly. On the way to the school gate, nothing unusual happened, and they didn't see any strange people. This time, nothing happened. They stopped at the school gate, and Fan Jinzi didn't leave. What's wrong? Mu Qianqian saw passerby stop and also felt confused. Fan Jinzi looked back at the school, let out a light laugh, and rewound time. Passerby, I'm going to teacher Xuanji's to borrow a book, Mu Qianqian said again. Fan Jinzi nodded. Yes, I'll wait for you at the school gate. After speaking, Fan Jinzi took the lead and left. Halfway there, he turned back and ran toward Mu Qianqian's location. On the corridor just before reaching teacher Xuanji's house, Fan Jinzi saw a dark figure holding a cloth bag over Mu Qianqian and quickly jumping away. Thief, Fan Jinzi said, looking in the direction the shadow jumped. He knew it was heading toward the viscount's mansion, so he smiled slightly. Just wait. The 14th time rewinding. Passerby 1, I want to borrow a book from teacher Xuanji, Mu Qianqian said. Okay, I'll go with you, Fan Jinzi replied. The two went to teacher Xuanji's house together. Teacher, can I borrow a mirror? Fan Jinzi asked casually. What do you want the mirror for? Teacher Xuanji asked. Just give it to me, Fan Jinzi said, not wanting to explain, and held out his hand. Teacher Xuanji looked a bit speechless, but finally handed him the mirror after a moment of silence. Why do you want a mirror, teacher? Mu Qianqian asked curiously after leaving the house. Fan Jinzi had a mischievous smile on his face. As they left the academy and walked back home, he took a different route than usual, turning several unfamiliar corners with Mu Qianqian. Then he took out the mirror and explained, a mirror can show your face. Mu Qianqian nodded, understanding that it could do that. But she also had a new question. Is that all? And why did we take such a long detour today? Fan Jinzi didn't explain much. He simply held up the mirror and looked at the reflection, saying, besides the face, you can see what's behind you. Behind, Mu Qianqian looked back in confusion. At that moment, she happened to see a tall, collapsed roof of a house nearby. Mu Qianqian was stunned. Fan Jinzi chuckled and immediately turned toward the collapsed roof. Mu Qianqian followed closely behind. Just then, the shadow of the trembling gold subordinate saw that the passerby, Mu Qianqian, was walking nearby with no opportunity to attack. He continued to follow at a distance, looking for a chance. To avoid being noticed, he kept a certain distance and ran across rooftops to stay hidden. However, when he just climbed onto the roof of a higher attic, before his foot was steady, the roof suddenly collapsed beneath him, and he fell down. What? Shadow was startled and immediately thought to himself about the poor quality of this house. But he didn't panic much. This level of damage wouldn't seriously hurt him from this height. He might get minor injuries, but that was normal for a beginner. For someone like him, a master, it was different. Shadow was very confident in his skills, so he snorted and quickly adjusted his position in midair, preparing for a perfect, injury-free landing. However, Shadow looked at the attic floor and made a confused sound. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fan Jinzi and Mu Qianqian were walking toward the collapsed house. Mu Qianqian was full of doubts, feeling that the pedestrians today were very strange. Their actions were all so weird. What was the point of the mirror? Why take a detour? And what were they doing at the house with the collapsed roof? These pedestrians didn't answer her, and she didn't plan to ask more. Soon, the two reached the attic of the collapsed house. There was a hole in the roof, letting in some faint light. In the amazement of Mu Qianqian, her eyes wide, a person floated in midair, moving in twisted motions as if controlled by invisible threads, like a puppet. Sharp, dense wooden spikes protruded from the attic floor, supporting Shadow's body. They prevented him from falling to the ground, but at the same time, many parts of his hands, arms, and body were pierced. From his unmoving body and the bloodstains on the wooden spikes, it was clear he was dead. "Be careful where you step, kid," Fan Jinzhua said as he looked at Shadow. He recognized this person. He was someone quite skilled under Jinzi. In the original story, he helped Jinzi with tasks. At first, he seemed quite powerful, and indeed he was, but he was still just a person. Fan Jinzhua couldn't beat him easily, so he resorted to some sneaky tricks to kill him. Then, Fan Jinzhua began to clean up the body, removing the clothes from Shadow. Although many parts were torn and bloodstained, he kept some for use. Especially the hat Shadow used to cover his face. Fan Jinzhua took it without mercy. "So, this is what you look like." Fan Jianzuo looked at the true face of the Shadow and said, "It's just an ordinary uncle, nothing special." However, in the original story, there are no photos revealing this person's true face. He quickly cleaned up the body, then picked up his clothes and prepared to leave. Next to him, Mu Qianqian was stunned and dared not speak. This was the first time she saw someone in such a deathly state. Limbs, face, all bloodied and full of holes. Just looking at it made her feel the death was tragic, and she felt scared and a bit repulsed. But more than these feelings, she was now curious about Lu Rini. Seeing such a deathly appearance, Lu Rini showed no reaction at all, as if this was normal. It really made her feel strange. What's going on? Mu Qianqian asked softly. Fan Jianzuo heard her and thought he should explain. So he said, "All your doubts are because I was preparing to kill him. Now, the goal has been achieved, killing him." Mu Qianqian could understand this part, but she was unclear. "Why did you have to kill him?" Fan Jianzuo started cleaning the murder weapon while explaining, "Because he had feelings for you and wanted to catch you. This person is from the Qianqian family. I don't know exactly what they want, but I guess it's probably not good. Someone has feelings for me." Mu Qianqian was stunned. She knew Lu Rini was protecting him, but she didn't expect that Lu Rini would even kill for her. And it seemed this wasn't the first time Lu Rini had killed someone. He looked very skilled at it. "Are you afraid?" Fan Jianzuo asked when he saw Mu Qianqian looking stunned. Mu Qianqian hesitated for a moment. Of course she was a little scared. Seeing such a terrible corpse, with someone dying right in front of her, was frightening. But Lu Rini also said that this person had feelings for her. She knew who the Qianqian family was. Someone from the viscount's family had sent people to catch her. She didn't know why, but she didn't want to think about it too much. There were only two reasons. Either they wanted her to do worse on her next exam, like what happened with Long Yishan before, or they had bad intentions toward her, like Long Yishan did before. No matter the reason, she didn't want to be caught. "He wants to catch me. If I die, so be it," Mu Qianqian said softly. She said this, but her eyes still showed some fear of death. The passerby looked at Mu Qianqian and didn't say much or seem scared. It seemed that her recent advice to the heroine had some effect. "You don't doubt what I said, do you? Are you curious why I know he will fall here?" Mu Qianqian shook her head. She knew that the passerby kept secrets, so she didn't ask more. If he wanted to tell her, he would. If he didn't want her to know, he wouldn't tell the truth. "I'm curious, but I trust you. Compared to that, are you okay? The person you mentioned is the trembling gold person, right? If you kill him, won't the viscount come after you?" Mu Qianqian asked. Fan Jinzhua smiled slightly and said confidently, "The little viscount is easy to handle. Just focus on your studies." After saying that, Fan Jinzhua packed up his dangerous tools, threw the shadow corpse into a trash heap in a remote corner, and then took Mu Qianqian home. Until after midnight, Fan Jinzhua saved his game and prepared to cause trouble. "Let's go," Fan Jinzhua said simply. Mu Qianqian replied. She watched the passerby leave from inside the house. She knew he was very powerful, but she didn't know exactly how strong. Today, what she saw exceeded her expectations. Without realizing it, she had already taken care of someone who wanted to harm her. It was impressive and made her feel safe. At the same time, Mu Qianqian frowned slightly. The more powerful the passerby was, the more confused she became. Why did such a person come to her side? What did he want from her? Although he had mentioned before, it sounded like casual talk, not the real reason. The only thing that sounded somewhat believable was, "Then, dedicate yourself to me." Ha! Mu Qianqian blushed and remembered the joking remark the passerby made earlier. She felt it didn't seem like a joke anymore. Suddenly, she realized what she was thinking, quickly turned off the light in the room, and lay down on her bed. Better to sleep. Meanwhile, Fan Jinjue put on his shadow clothes and arrived outside the viscount's mansion. It was probably late enough that the trembling gold person was already asleep. Now, he planned to carry out a nighttime attack. Of course, this night attack is not the same as the previous one. Fan Jinjue chuckled softly. Just thinking about what he would do later made him want to laugh. Stay serious, cough, cough. Fan Jinjue cleared his throat twice to stop himself from laughing. Then he straightened his clothes and began to sneak in. First, he needed to find the room where Jinzi was sleeping. He had to do it quietly, without being noticed by others. Once he reached Jinzi's room, he would quietly open the window, squat by the window, and greet Jinzi, who was still asleep, to wake him up. The plan was perfect, but the action was not easy. As a nobleman, the viscount was the biggest official in the area. He was extremely greedy and enjoyed wealth and luxury. He also understood that having life was the key to having money, so there were patrols in the yard at night. Of course, how many people patrolled didn't matter much. With the power of time rewind, reaching Jinzi's room was just a matter of time. So, 35, tonight's night is very exciting. It's a good time to talk heart to heart. Don't you think? Fan Jinjue, wrapped up tightly, whispered from the window of Jinzi's house. Jinzi, who was not fully asleep, suddenly woke up. He immediately jumped out of bed and looked toward the window. Fan Jinjue let out a faint, slightly mocking laugh, staring at Jinzi from the deep darkness beneath his cloak. Good evening, you. Hearing an unfamiliar voice in the house, Jinzi turned cautiously toward the source of the sound. The window was open, and a person dressed very tightly was standing there. Shadow. Jinzi frowned tightly. He quickly sensed something was wrong. Although the person outside was dressed like a shadow, it was definitely not the shadow. What's wrong with the shadow? A faint smell of rusted metal entered his nose, making Jinzi tense up. Who are you? Where's the shadow? Jinzi asked with his hands behind his back. Fan Jinjue appeared very casual and answered casually. It's rare to meet you. How about sitting quietly and being honest before we talk heart to heart? TSK. Trembling Jinzi didn't say anything more. Although he didn't know who the person was that suddenly opened his window to greet him, it was clear that someone who came in this way had bad intentions. Realizing that the person in front of him had seen through his magic gathering behind his back, Jinzi stopped hiding. He aimed his magic at the person and released it. A thin golden thread shot quickly toward Fan Jinjue. This was a magic attack. Though it looked like a thread, it could easily pierce through a human body. The attack was very fast and hard to dodge at close range. In the original story, this was Jinzi's strongest magic. He used his most powerful move right away, which caused Fan Jinjue a lot of trouble. But that was in the past. Now, it was the 35th time he had reset the scene. Fan Jinjue had learned Jinzi's attack habits very well. He knew what Jinzi would do next, and even the move after that. He understood everything. So he didn't say much. He used quick footwork to dodge the golden thread attack. As planned, he made the threads entangle together, which stopped Jinzi's magic from continuing its attack. What? Jinzi exclaimed in surprise. The person in front of him had dodged his strongest magic just by moving his body. Jinzi hadn't even touched him. It felt like the person knew his next move very well. This made Jinzi feel very uneasy. So, he made a quick decision. He decided to call for help. This isn't a good idea, especially if you don't want the viscount to find out about his adopted daughter. Fan Jinjue had expected this. Last time, Jinzi called for help to reset the scene, so this time he interrupted early. Ugh, Jinzi's eyes shrank suddenly. He hadn't spoken, but the person in front of him seemed to know what he was about to do. Mind reading? Jinzi felt he was in big trouble now. Regardless of how the person knew what he was planning, the words just spoken made him afraid to call for help. Jinzi stepped back 2 steps, nervous and a bit confused. He asked, "What are you talking about?" Fan Jinjue snorted coldly and said, "You don't need to pretend. I know everything you've done. I won't have to say more. Beneath that dying old tree in the northernmost part of the city, there's something buried. I think you know what I mean." Jin's eyes were full of shock. He knew what was buried there, but how did the person in front of him know? He had never told anyone about this. It was something only he knew. However, since the person had already spoken, it must also be aware of the truth. Who are you? Really? Jin felt a strong sense of fear, looking at the person by the window. as if some disaster was about to happen to him. Fan Jinju did not answer immediately. He knew these things because he had played the original game, which was based on memories from before Jin's death, when Jin was still young, about 8 years old. At that time, the viscount returned from a trip with a very young girl, probably a year younger than Jin. The girl was cute and charming, and the viscount liked her very much, so he adopted her as his daughter. The viscount's family didn't have any conflicts because of the new girl, and Jin also liked her very much, mainly because she was really adorable. In the original story, she was described as a doll, delicate, strange, yet so charming that no one wanted to let her go. The brother and sister got along very well. The brother loved his sister, and she respected him. But everything changed one day when Jin accidentally overheard a conversation. Someone said that the viscount's adopted daughter was very cute and would be very beautiful when she grew up. They openly said they wanted to marry her. Of course, this was just a daydream. The viscount's adopted daughter couldn't be married off to someone of a lower status. But his words sparked some twisted thoughts in Jin. No matter her background, Jin liked his sister very much. He didn't want her to leave him, nor did he want to see another man with her. So, with this mindset, he did some terrible things to his sister one day and, pretending to be the heir of the viscount, forced her not to tell anyone. Afterward, Jin became addicted to that feeling for a while, ignoring his sister's pleas, and continued his terrible actions until he pushed the adopted daughter of the viscount to her death. His sister committed suicide. One day, when trembling Jinzi was about to do something, she suddenly stopped breathing. Actually, she died from taking medicine, but in the original story, trembling Jinzi thought she died from her own actions. Although she was a bit strange, she was also quite scared. She quickly buried her. After all, the viscount loved to raise her as his daughter. To hide what happened, trembling Jinzi deliberately caused a lot of trouble to make it look like her sister ran away. Van Jinju believed that the viscount knew what trembling Jinzi was hiding, but in the original story, the viscount never got truly angry with her until he died because of this. However, this didn't stop trembling Jinzi from being afraid that the viscount might find out. So Van Jinju still used this fear to his advantage. But now, he had thought about it enough. Van Jinju looked at the moonlight. The incident actually happened a few years ago, around this time. After her sister died, trembling Jinzi behaved honestly for a while. But later, she developed strange feelings and looked for many women. However, she didn't find the same excitement she had before. For a time, she thought she was no longer interested in such things. Until she did that thing with the heroine, Van Jinju silently thought. He then took out a hand tied to his waist and threw it at trembling Jinzi. She dodged, but when she saw that what was flying toward her wasn't a hidden weapon but a hand, she shivered all over and turned pale. Van Jinju quietly sighed inside, and then looked at trembling Jinzi. Under the dark, deep cloak. This is your cute subordinate's hand. He's already dead. And you, trembling Jinzi, don't worry too much. I'm not here to kill you. How about we sit down and talk? The greeting time is over. Oh, and by the way, I have a name. It doesn't matter if I tell you or not, but you can call me Van Jinju, Van Jinju. Trembling Jinzi felt fear in her heart as she searched her mind for any information about this name, but she found she had never heard of it. Still, she didn't ask more questions because when Van Jinju threw that hand to her, she could feel a low pressure around him. If she angered him a little more, he might kill her. He could easily dodge her magic and even kill shadows, so clearly she was no match for him. But if she called for help now, he might reveal her secrets that she dared not speak of. Trembling Gold had no regret about the shadow dying, only feeling conflicted and uncertain. After a moment, "What do you want to talk about?" Trembling Gold asked. "That's right," Fan Jinjue replied, then sat by the window. "I want to practice some magic here, which requires killing some people who look annoying. So I came to find someone local with some power to hide me. After all, I don't want to be hunted and forced to kill. Of course, helping me will also benefit you." Hearing this, Trembling Gold was surprised. Does practicing magic really require killing people? Black magic, he thought. He broke out in cold sweat. If Fan Jinjue was a black magician, that explained a lot. No wonder he could kill the shadow. "What do I get in return?" Trembling Gold asked nervously. Colluding with a black magician is a serious crime, and he knew that well. But he also felt he had little choice now. Fan Jinjue pointed to the hand on the ground and said, I don't like you much either, but if you listen to me, I can let you stay alive for now. Trembling Gold was stunned. He seemed to have not heard clearly what Fan Jinjue said. Was that all the benefit he would get? Don't think about tricks. If I want to, I could make you unable to have a tomorrow, even if you called a viscount or an earl. Fan Jinjue's tone was heavy, each word threatening. Understand? Trembling Gold swallowed saliva weakly. He usually judged people's sincerity by their tone, but now he couldn't tell if Fan Jinjue was lying or not. If he didn't agree, he wouldn't have a tomorrow. Could Fan Jinjue really do that? His heart pounded. If the person in front of him was a black magician, but he hadn't shown any magic yet. Trembling Gold didn't dare to gamble. The other person's skills and cards were clearly much more terrifying than his. So, even though he thought Fan Jinjue was overbearing, he nodded in temporary agreement. Who do you want to kill? Trembling Gold asked. Fan Jinjue, under his cloak, slightly smiled and listed 2 names from the original story. Just these few people for now, he said. Trembling Gold looked at the names. There were 3 in total. 2 were commoners, which was easy to accept, but one made him frown slightly. Son of a baron. Trembling Gold looked at this brief description with difficulty. Now there is only one son of the baron, which makes things a bit complicated. Moreover, the shadow is already dead. Of course, Fan Jinjue knew this. His main goal was to deal with Long Yishan. I can do it myself. As for what happens afterward, that's your concern, Fan Jinjue said simply. Trembling Gold felt pressured. After thinking for a while, he said to Fan Jinjue, "When do you plan to act?" "When I feel in a good mood," Fan Jinjue replied. Trembling Gold was silent. Recently, he had just started to find Long Yishan interesting. But considering the threats from Fan Jinjue, not to mention his life, and especially his sister, he knew he had to keep things secret no matter what. So, Trembling Gold gave his answer. "All right, I understand. But don't kill Long Yishan yet. Let me handle some things first." Fan Jinjue didn't reply. He just silently looked at Trembling Gold. When everything was done, he jumped out of the window and disappeared from Trembling Gold's sight. Trembling Gold let out a breath of relief after Fan Jinjue left. He looked at the hand on the ground inside the house, as if reminding himself that everything just now was not a dream. With a look of fear, he picked up the hand carefully. Fan Jinjue, who is this person? In the early morning, Trembling Gold got up as if nothing had happened the night before. What happened last night was too sudden, but without a doubt, it had indeed occurred. To prevent secrets from being leaked, he reluctantly agreed to what the person claiming to be Fan Jinjue asked. But after thinking about it, he realized that the shadow was sent to catch Mu Qianqian. Yet when that person arrived, he killed the shadow. This made him suspect that Fan Jinjue might have some connection to Mu Qianqian. Just at this moment, Trembling Gold headed toward the academy. There was also a suspicious person beside Mu Qianqian. He needed to see if there was any link between these people. Meanwhile, because he was busy last night, Fan Jinjue woke up looking groggy. "Are you okay? You look like you haven't slept," Mu Qianqian asked. "Huh?" Fan Jinjue yawned and said, "I'm fine. Let's go." "Last night, I had to restart many times, so I only slept a little. I probably didn't rest well. But it's not a big problem. More than that, I really want to see what Jinzi's expression will be today." Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the academy. Jinzi's expression was the same as usual, but this morning, he took the initiative to talk to Mu Qianqian. "Mu Qianqian, do you know the Fanjin technique?" Jinzi asked. Fan Jinjue, who was nearby, paused for a moment. Because of what happened yesterday, Mu Qianqian was now very cautious around Jinzi. "I don't know," Mu Qianqian replied cautiously. Jinzi saw her guarded look and his eyes flickered. He turned to look at passerby one. "Forget to tell her." Fan Jinjue sighed. Jinzi asking about this probably meant he suspected they were connected to the Fanjin technique from last night. Although, Fan Jinjue himself was the one involved. But he didn't want Jinzi to find out that Fan Jinjue was passerby one. Right now, Mu Qianqian didn't know who Fan Jinjue was, but her obvious caution made Jinzi suspicious. Without much hesitation, Fan Jinjue rewound time. He retraced the night attack process. In the morning, Fan Jinjue told Mu Qianqian not to worry too much about what happened yesterday, especially not to let Jinzi suspect she knew anything. Mu Qianqian, being quite clever as the heroine, quickly understood Fan Jinjue's meaning and nodded obediently. Also, There's one more thing I need you to help me with. Passerby 1. Do you know the Fanjin technique? In the morning, Jinzi approached Fanjinju and asked. No, I don't, Fanjinju replied. Jinzi was silent. He carefully observed Passerby 1's facial expressions and movements, which looked no different from before. This was suspicious, but Jinzi had also interacted with Passerby 1 before. Passerby 1 had little respect for him, the son of a viscount. Now, his attitude seemed normal. However, earlier Long Yishan had said that Passerby 1 was the mastermind behind the murders of Long Erzhan and Long Sanshan. If that was true, then Passerby 1 wouldn't be as simple as he appeared. The information I found about the passerby is very limited, but there are records indicating that they have been here for quite a while. This is strange. Why would someone who has been here for a long time suddenly appear just now? Possession? That does fit the style of dark magic, Tenshin Gold thought suspiciously. Did you change your mind about what happened before? Tenshin Gold tentatively asked. No, unless there's something else. I'll be leaving now, Fan Jinjue replied simply. After speaking, he walked past Tenshin Gold. Tenshin Gold didn't stop him. He was indeed suspicious that Passerby 1 was Fan Jinjue. The two gave him a similar feeling in some ways, but he could also sense clear differences between them. When Fan Jinjue spoke, he was very threatening and arrogant, clearly not considering him a person. Passerby 1, though not kneeling and licking him like others, still spoke politely enough to show he saw him as a person. Of course, this could also be a fake act. Tenshin Gold pondered, watching Passerby 1 walk past him. As his gaze moved slowly, he accidentally caught sight of a tall tower outside the academy, where a person dressed in shadowy clothes was standing at the window. Suddenly, Tenshin Gold froze. He quickly turned to look at Passerby 1. The person was still in front of him, but when he looked back at the tower, there was no one there anymore. Tenshin Gold stood still for a moment. He was sure he had just seen someone. He's watching. Tenshin Gold felt uneasy, but from this, he learned one thing. Whether Passerby 1 and Fan Jinjue are related or not, they are definitely not the same person. If that's the case, Tenshin Gold didn't feel like bothering with Passerby 1 right now. He quickly started searching the academy for Mu Qianqian's figure. Although Fan Jinjue's voice sounded like a man's, he didn't rule out the possibility that the voice had been changed with magic. Soon, Tenshin Gold found Mu Qianqian inside the academy. Mu Qianqian, do you know Fan Jinjue? He asked her the same question. Mu Qianqian bit her lip lightly, her eyes flickering with fear and hesitation. She shook her head. Seeing her like this, Tenshin Gold immediately ruled her out. Without saying a word, he left with a grim expression. After Jinzi left, Mu Qianqian finally felt relieved. This morning, when she first went out, a passerby told her to keep the events of yesterday a secret from Jinzi, and then asked her to do something else. She had been protected many times, so she couldn't refuse. She put on the shadow's clothes, listened to the passerby's instructions, and at the specified time, she sneaked onto the attic to watch Jinzi. When Jinzi saw her, she quickly took off her black clothes and returned to the academy. The passerby didn't tell her why she was doing all this, but it was the first time she saw Jinzi look so upset. Good job, said Fan Jinjue, walking over to Mu Qianqian and giving her a compliment. Mu Qianqian didn't say much. She felt happy to have helped. Fan Jinjue didn't want to go back and redo things, as it would slow down their plans. So, after that, he stayed close to Mu Qianqian to prevent any accidents. Sometimes, when they walked down the corridor, they ran into Long Yishan and his two followers. Seeing these three, Mu Qianqian instinctively felt a little scared. She took smaller steps. If it weren't for the passerby still walking ahead, she might have wanted to take a different path. Follow me, lift your head, said Fan Jinjue. Mu Qianqian didn't say anything. She was nervous for a while, then reluctantly lifted her head and followed Fan Jinjue. Long Yishan saw them, but didn't say anything. He silently moved aside, and his followers looked visibly afraid of the passerby. Fan Jinjue and Mu Qianqian simply walked past. After walking a little further, Mu Qianqian finally came back to herself. They seem really afraid of you, she said. Yes, Fan Jinjue replied simply. When someone knows secrets but can't control them, it's normal to feel scared. They're not as strong as you think. If it were you, you could make them afraid too, he added. Mu Qianqian still lacked that confidence. Can I do that? But I'm not as strong as you. Fan Jinjue smiled faintly. The person he fears most in this world is the heroine, not as strong as him. That's a really unfunny joke. He's just a cheater with the power to rewind time. The Fanjian technique didn't say much, only briefly mentioning 3 words, then adding, "You will be more powerful than me." Mu Qianqian opened her mouth slightly. Her steps quickened a bit, as if she was about to catch up with the passerby nearby. However, the Fanjian technique didn't notice, and Mu Qianqian didn't stand beside him. She just moved a little closer and silently followed behind. That day, after returning home, Jinzi felt extremely upset. If the passerby wasn't the Fanjian technique, he would have no way to deal with him. The other person not only had secrets he didn't want to reveal as leverage, but was also probably a very powerful dark magician. After thinking carefully, Jinzi couldn't find a way to handle that person. There's no other way. Jinzi didn't have much time to think. He wasn't sure how much time the Fanjian technique would give him, but he didn't want the other to reveal his secrets. Right now, to keep the Fanjian technique calm, he should prepare a person to take the blame. The 2 commoners didn't matter much, but Long Yishan was more troublesome. However, it wasn't too difficult. Recently, he needed someone to take the fall for something. Thinking this, Jinzi headed toward the viscount's house. Knock, knock, knock. "It's me, father." After knocking, there was a response from inside. "Come in. Is there something the matter with the Baron's family? I understand now." The viscount paused his work, looked up at Jinzi, and signaled him to continue. The mastermind is Long Yishan. He coveted the family's wealth and set a trap to frame 2 brothers, Jinzi said. Inside, the viscount was silent for a moment. Then a questioning voice appeared in Jinzi's mind. "Are you sure?" Jinzi nodded and said, "Yes, I am sure." He said it himself. "It's probably a token of loyalty to us." The viscount looked at Jinzi with a hint of hesitation on his face. After a moment, he nodded and said, "Got it." Jinzi then left the viscount's room. Meanwhile, in Mu Qianqian's house, Fanjian technique was waiting inside for the midnight save point. He has been doing this for several days. The room is very quiet. Although he is staying with a beautiful girl with white hair and red eyes, he feels bored. Occasionally, Mu Qianqian talks to him, but they don't say much. They have no common topics. Sometimes, Fanjinjue feels bored and chats with Mu Qianqian about some trivial things from his world. Even though the girl looks confused and doesn't understand, Fanjinjue feels happy. Of course, he doesn't talk much about these things. Recently, the girl has been reading a magic book. Fanjinjue isn't sure if magic is easy to learn. He can't learn it himself and doesn't understand it, but in the original story, the girl has high talent. She still has some time before her aptitude test, enough for her to learn magic. Of course, the sooner she learns, the better. Mu Qianqian, how is your studying going? Fanjinjue suddenly breaks the silence. Mu Qianqian doesn't look very happy, like a child who hasn't finished her homework. She shakes her head and says, "I'm still having some trouble understanding certain parts." "Which parts?" Fanjinjue asks. Although he can't do magic, with his memory of the original story, he knows some of the difficulties the girl has faced and how she might solve them. Mu Qianqian puts down her book, raises her hands, palms about a hand's width apart in front of her chest. She presses her hands together, then pulls them apart about 10 centimeters. A colorful, bubble-like thing appears between her hands, then quickly bursts and disappears. The girl explains, "The book says I need to gather magic power and form a spell. I can gather the magic, but I have trouble forming the spell. I keep failing when trying to create it." Fanjinjue looks at her and thinks. He's very interested in magic, but he can't understand books well. Mainly, he doesn't know how to gather magic power. Mu Qianqian says that she closes her eyes and can feel different things around her. She gathers those things and merges them with similar things from her body, and then she can do magic. Fanjinjue understands what she means, but when he closes his eyes, he can't feel anything around him, let alone inside his body. He completely doesn't understand. As expected, talent is important for this. But that doesn't mean Fanjinjue has no way to help. He quickly remembered that in the original story, Mu Qianqian, after moving to the next academy, faced some difficulties when she first started learning magic. With a little help from her mentor, she soon overcame those challenges. Yes, with the help of her mentor, he thought. In the original story, this part was briefly mentioned, simply implying that she needed someone to teach her, and a little guidance was enough. Fan Jianzuo believes that Mu Qianqian is probably facing the same difficulty now. It seems I need to find someone who can teach you magic, he said, beginning to think about who to ask. Mu Qianqian was a bit surprised. Where could she find someone who knew magic here? Only the nobles probably could. Should we ask them? Mu Qianqian asked softly, sounding a bit reluctant. Fan Jianzuo knew who she was referring to. He smiled slightly and said, not those common folks. After thinking about it, there aren't many who can teach magic in this poor place, so there's not much choice. Huh? Mu Qianqian looked confused. If not the nobles, then who else here might know magic? There is someone, Fan Jianzuo said with a smile. In that rundown academy, there's a guy who can do magic. At the academy, Mu Qianqian couldn't guess who it was. Teacher Xuanji was knowledgeable, but she wouldn't know magic. Fan Jianzuo didn't say more and simply saved his progress before leaving. The next evening, in a corner of the Purple Flower Academy, Mu Qianqian felt a bit uncomfortable in this environment. She crossed her arms and asked Fan Jianzuo, Road Person 1, who are we waiting for here? Your teacher, he explained. Before Mu Qianqian could ask more, someone else appeared in the corner. She looked over and saw a girl with bright pink hair. The girl looked confused as she arrived, her eyes full of curiosity. Fan Jianzuo's lips curled into a slight smile. He greeted the newcomer. Thank you for coming, Fan Ai. The pink-haired girl, Fan Ai, silently looked at the person who welcomed her. After a moment of silence, she turned her gaze toward Mu Qianqian in the corner. Mu Qianqian seemed surprised by her arrival. After exchanging a few glances, she awkwardly looked away. After, Fan Ai was silent for a few more seconds. Seeing no one explaining the reason, she took out a letter and asked, Who put this letter in my desk? Fan Jinji raised his hand. I did. Fan Ai looked at the passerby and asked curiously, Passerby 1? Is there something wrong? You know me, Fan Jinji said with a smile. Fan Ai nodded. You caused quite a fuss earlier. Haha. It's okay, Fan Jinji said playfully as he rubbed the back of his head, then stopped smiling and gestured behind him to Mu Qianqian. So, Fan Ai, do you know her? Fan Ai nodded. Mu Qianqian, I have some impression of her. Mu Qianqian couldn't speak. She didn't know this girl with pink hair, but she could tell that passerby one was quite friendly to her. Do they know each other? Mu Qianqian wondered. Fan Jinji continued. That's good. Besides being shy and socially anxious now, she's actually a good person. I think you two could become friends. Huh? Fan Ai looked confused, but the next words from passerby one made her freeze in place. Then, now I have a request. Fan Ai, I hope you can teach her some magic skills. Of course, I know you can do it, because you're a witch. In the world of divine sin, the term, witch, is not a good one. It symbolizes power and mystery. For those obsessed with reaching the peak of magic, it is a mark of excellence and legend. But for most ordinary people, being called a witch means being a villain, someone spreading fear and death. According to an ancient book, before the kingdom of Mu Feiyu was established, this land was ruled by a witch. She didn't treat people as humans and lacked compassion. In the end, the founder of Mu Feiyu paid a great price to defeat her. Of course, that was a long time ago. Mu Qianqian didn't know whether those stories were true. Until now, it has been well known that there are some individuals in the Mu Feiyu kingdom who can be called witches. Although modern witches are not as crazy as before, people still fear that title. However, she feels nothing about it, probably because she has never seen a real witch, or maybe because she thinks such beings are far away from her. But now, she can't help but feel surprised. A passerby actually called this girl with pink hair a witch. Mu Qianqian wasn't sure if the passerby was joking or serious. If it was a joke, it was a bit too much, because being called a witch isn't a good thing for ordinary people. Also, Fan Ai's face darkened clearly. Witch? What do you mean? Fan Ai asked in a serious tone, showing she was unhappy with the nickname. Fan Jinji remembered the story about the girl with pink hair well. She was not an ordinary person. But even if Fan Ai looked angry now, Fan Jinji understood that she was just pretending to be tough. Throughout, this powerful person had never killed anyone. Her personality, her ending. Fan Jinji knew all about it. So, he also knew that Fan Ai didn't like being called a witch, but she couldn't completely forget the identity that came with that title. Sorry, I went too far. You're not qualified to be called a witch yet. Strictly speaking, you are a descendant of a witch. That fits your identity better, Fan Jinjue corrected. Fan Ai was silent. She stared at the passerby, not knowing much about who he was. But it was obvious he knew many things about her. Since he brought her to this corner, it probably meant he wouldn't reveal her identity. Who are you? She asked. I'm not anyone special. Don't worry, I won't tell others. Like I said earlier, I just have a request. I want you to teach her magic, just the basics. Fan Jinjue indicated toward Mu Qianqian behind him. Fan Ai looked at the passerby for a long time, still guessing who he was. Fan Jinjue could guess what she was worried about, but he didn't really want to get involved with her too much. Stop doubting. I am not sent by that person, nor am I their helper. Everyone has secrets, including you and me, said Fan Ai as she looked back at Mu Qianqian. Hearing this, Fan Ai frowned and said, That's true, but it seems my secret is no longer a secret to you. Haha, that's my secret. Anyway, please help us. If there's a chance, I can repay you someday. A promise from a suspicious man can be quite attractive, right? Fan Ai smiled. Mu Qianqian thought for a moment, then looked at Fan Ai and relaxed a little, nodding. If it's just to get in the door, okay. Thank you very much, Fan Ai said gratefully. Fan Ai didn't say more. After agreeing on the time with Mu Qianqian, she left this corner. After Fan Ai turned to leave, Fan Ai watched her go for a while with a calm face, her eyes distant, as if lost in thought. She seemed a little sad. Nearby, Mu Qianqian, who had been listening to their conversation with confusion, broke the silence. Do you know each other? Fan Ai only then snapped out of her thoughts and shook her head. No, I don't. I just know a few things. Is that so? Mu Qianqian said, also looking in the direction Fan Ai left. If this girl really is a descendant of a witch, then the girl with pink hair is indeed extraordinary. Also, anyone talking to such a person is the same. But then, another question arose. Why is a descendant of a witch here? Mu Qianqian wondered. Fan Ai suddenly chuckled. Mu Qianqian, I just said you could be friends, right? Mu Qianqian nodded. Fan Ai shook her head again. Forget what I just said. If you become friends with her, you'll be hurt someday. Mu Qianqian didn't understand. Fan Ai didn't explain. In the original story, Mu Qianqian and Fan Ai only became friends for a few days, and later Mu Qianqian felt very sad about that friendship. If they had become friends earlier, wouldn't it be even harder later? The next day, in a hidden corner of the academy, Fan Ai was giving Mu Qianqian private lessons. They practiced for half an hour each day for 3 days. Mu Qianqian has already begun to form some simple magic symbols. Incredible talent. Your skill in magic won't be low. Maybe someday, you'll reach that level, Fan Ai said, praising Mu Qianqian's talent. From a teacher's point of view, she thought Mu Qianqian staying here was a waste of talent. A passerby told me I should see a bigger place, Mu Qianqian said. Fan Ai nodded and replied, He's right. You should go somewhere else to see more. After a brief 2-day understanding, Fan Ai quickly noticed a problem with Mu Qianqian. She didn't know her own value and often felt insecure. She understood because this place was very poor. If she were somewhere else, her talent would have been discovered long ago. It's a pity that not many people here learn magic. In the past, she would have helped Mu Qianqian leave, but now she chose not to interfere. Someone else had discovered Mu Qianqian earlier than her. Also, she was very curious about that person. What's your relationship with that passerby? Why haven't I seen you two together before? I only recently noticed him, even though he's been in the same class. Relationship. Mu Qianqian wasn't sure how to answer this question. Since the day she was saved by the passerby from Long Yishan, he had been always by her side. He's protecting me, Mu Qianqian said, certain of only this. It's obvious. The people in the academy who used to bully you no longer dare to come near you. But what's his reason for protecting you? Fan Ai asked. Mu Qianqian shook her head. She didn't know either. Fan Ai was silent for a moment. Seeing Mu Qianqian like this, she thought there wasn't much to ask, so she didn't press further. Forget it. It's probably just those reasons. Do you know anything about him? Mu Qianqian asked. Fan Ai doesn't know much either, but she looked at Mu Qianqian's face and, after some thought, said, If he doesn't like you, then maybe he's after your magic talent. I think he's not simple, but I haven't felt much magic energy around him. Maybe he's so strong he hides his magic, or maybe he no longer uses magic. Perhaps he's training you to help him? Mu Qianqian didn't say anything after hearing this. If a passerby thought she could become strong and be useful to him, she was okay with that. She wasn't against doing things for the passerby. If becoming stronger meant repaying his kindness, then she would become stronger. Meanwhile, over the past 3 days, Fan Jinjue had been busy. He was waiting for the actions of the trembling gold, and he also dealt with 2 of the 3 commoners he had given names to. The first commoner he had already killed 2 days ago. The second one just died recently. In a quiet corner of the town, Fan Jinjue, wrapped up tightly, sat inside an abandoned house. A man's body lay at his feet. There was no blood, only clear marks around the man's neck. Fan Jinjue had just killed him, and he still heard the man's begging cry in his ears. "Why did you kill me? What did I do?" Fan Jinjue repeated the man's plea softly. He was thinking about what this man had done. He didn't know his status in the town, but it probably wasn't very high, since the original story didn't mention it. How did other residents see him? Fan Jinjue didn't know. He only knew that in the original story, this man had done something bad to the heroine, and it was without her consent. So, he decided to kill him. But suddenly, Fan Jinjue wondered, could it be that this man only did one bad thing, and before that, he was a good person? And they only did that one thing in the original story. They haven't done anything to the heroine now, and since it hasn't happened, maybe killing them is a bit harsh. That's a good question. Fan Jinjue sat there thinking for 2 minutes. Then he understood. He took out a small knife and cut off the man's 2 ears. Blood flowed onto the ground, and Fan Jinjue silently stared at the body on the floor. It is not at all excessive. He didn't need to know what they did before. He only needed to know if they posed a threat. If they threatened Mu Qianqian or his own return home, they had to be eliminated. They might do such things, and it had already happened in the original story. Knowing this was enough reason to kill them. Now, he is the Fan Jianzuo. He is the one who knows the secrets of the future that others do not. He doesn't need to show mercy to criminals, even if they come from another timeline. As evening falls, Fan Jianzuo leaves the body here and heads toward the viscount's mansion. Like the previous victim, he hangs an ear by the trembling gold window. Soon, trembling gold arrives at the place where the man died. He looks at the body on the ground, biting his lip. Fan Jianzuo's actions are quick or slow, depending on how you see it. Killing one person in 2 days isn't very fast, but now 2 of the 3 people on his list are dead. Next is Long Yishan. Trembling Gold is worried. Long Yishan is still a baron's son and can't be casually accused like a commoner. He originally planned to blame Long Yishan for harming his brother, have the viscount convict him, and then say whatever happened afterward. He thought this plan was simple because it seemed reasonable and could also help calm the villagers' fears and suspicions about recent events, as well as reduce the viscount's doubts about him. But after telling the viscount that Long Yishan was the mastermind, the viscount hasn't responded. Now, with the second person dead, there's no time left to wait. Trembling Gold suddenly feels anxious. If he can't get the viscount to convict Long Yishan in time, and Fan Jianzuo kills Long Yishan, the viscount might investigate later. If Fan Jianzuo reveals his secret, it will be over for him. We can't wait any longer. Trembling Gold glances at the body casually and then returns home, knocking on the viscount's door. "Come in," the viscount replies inside. Trembling Gold quickly pushes the door open. "What's the matter?" the viscount asks. Jinzi had already adjusted his expression when he arrived and quickly said, "Regarding Long Yishan, what does father think?" Now the villagers' suspicions have grown to the point where they worry about their own safety. It's time to give them some news. The viscount didn't stop his work, just nodded and said, "You're right. We should tell them something." Then, Jinzi exclaimed happily, "So?" But the viscount interrupted him. He put down his work, looked at Jinzi calmly, and asked, "Maybe you should tell me what you've been doing lately, or who you've been talking to recently." The next day, Fan Jinjue didn't see Jinzi at the academy. The body of the man he killed yesterday was gone. At first, Fan Jinjue thought Jinzi was dealing with Long Yishan, but Long Yishan was at the academy today, as usual. Not coming to the academy isn't strange, but during this time, what reason could Jinzi have for not coming? First, it's probably not because of him. Jinzi would not do anything obvious to make the viscount suspicious, especially if he wanted to keep secrets. Then, Fan Jinjue looked toward the viscount's mansion, guessing that Jinzi was probably caught by the viscount. If that's the case, it's not surprising. Fan Jinjue looked at the sky. He planned to sneak into the Viscount's mansion again tonight after midnight. The night wind was cold. Jinzi was locked inside, sitting quietly. Yesterday, he talked to the Viscount about Long Yishan. Now, the Viscount wouldn't let him go out. The stars weren't bright tonight. The wind by the window carried a strange, uncomfortable feeling. Jinzi didn't sleep. The crescent moon was just past the halfway point. Suddenly, a shadow blocked the moonlight. Jinzi turned to look at the window. There, a person in black, masked, was standing. Jinzi didn't speak first. He observed the surroundings. Tonight, the patrols around the Viscount's mansion were few, making it easy to sneak in. Jinzi being locked inside was clearly arranged by the Viscount. It seemed his suspicion was correct. At this moment, Jinzi no longer cared what happened. The plan is to move on to the next stage. Things are happening faster than I expected, which is just as well. I don't want to delay for too long, said Jinzi loudly, showing no concern about being overheard. Jinzi looked at Jinzi with a sudden sense of fear. What are you talking about? Jinzi asked. Jinzi ignored him, tightening his focus and watching his surroundings carefully. He said, 3 seconds. If he doesn't come out, I will kill him. Then, Jinzi raised his finger toward Jinzi. Jinzi immediately became tense, ready to dodge. 3, 2, Jinzi counted down. Just as he was about to finish, a cold snort came from a dark corner of the room. Suddenly, a sharp flash of light appeared in the darkness, a sword gleaming as it shot straight at Jinzi. Jinzi quickly turned to the side to dodge, avoiding the sword's attack. It cut through some of his clothes and grazed his skin. Jinzi silently watched the sword flash out the window and land on the ground. Then he saw an older man holding a sword. His eyes were sharp and focused on the small wound under Jinzi's torn clothes. From his yellow hair, it was clear he was the Viscount himself. Although Jinzi wanted to greet him now, he had just dodged that attack with a slight mistake, so he rewound time to try again. Whoosh! The sword flashed again. Jinzi turned aside and avoided being hit this time. Good evening. I believe this is our first meeting? Viscount, Jinzi said with a sly smile. The Viscount landed on the ground and immediately frowned, looking up at Jinzi. Who are you? The Viscount asked. Quite surprising. I thought your son had already told you, Jinzi replied, glancing back at Jinzi inside the room. Jinzi shivered at the look and quickly stepped back. Threatening him with the adopted daughter to get him to do your dirty work? Are dark magicians always so secretive? The Viscount seemed to sneer as he prepared to attack again. But Jinzi chuckled at his words. What are you laughing at? The Viscount asked. Jinzi said, It's nothing special. I just think that the Viscount himself knows very well what his son has done, yet he allows him to do so. It seems you all prefer to stay in the dark. The Viscount remained silent. Yesterday, he questioned Jinzi for a long time without any result. He then thought of using the incident with the adopted daughter to threaten Jinzi and reveal the recent strange behavior. But unexpectedly, the other side also used this matter to threaten Jinzi. I was just keeping him around for fun. Even if he dies, he's just lost as a toy. I pretended not to know because I wanted to give Jinzi a lesson and a warning. I didn't expect you, a clever person, to use this against me, the Viscount said. Hearing this, Jinzi in the room suddenly felt touched. Father, Jinzi remained silent. Although he had long known that this family was not very good, hearing these words still made him feel a bit sick. Forget it. I don't want to waste more words with you, Jinzi said softly. The Viscount immediately tensed up. A black magician is a type of mage who practices magic through inhumane and unusual methods. Their magic is usually powerful, strange, and often evil. The conditions for practicing are not very dependent on talent, but sometimes require human sacrifices. In the kingdom of Mu Qianqian, whenever such magicians appear, they are hunted and wanted by the authorities. Yesterday, when the Viscount learned about Jinzi from Jinzi, he had Jinzi bring the 2 people who were killed by Jinzi to take a look. Their bodies only had their ears missing. Nothing else seemed particularly strange. It looked like some kind of black magic that requires sacrificing ears. However, the Viscount didn't know which type of black magic required ear sacrifices, so he couldn't identify what kind of magic Jinzi practiced. His magical talent was not very good, and now he couldn't sense the flow of magic around Van Jianju. This made dealing with Van Jianju potentially very difficult. He thought it might be a tough fight, but Van Jianju didn't see it that way. He reached into his clothes, took out a piece of paper, and threw it to the viscount, speaking in a serious tone with a threat. If you don't want to be hung on the city wall and exposed to the sun, do as I say. Huh? The viscount suddenly felt confused and quickly received the flying paper, glancing at it briefly. Immediately, the viscount widened his eyes and froze in place. The paper didn't contain many words, but for him, it was enough to hang him on the city wall and let the sun shine on him. It was evidence of his corruption over the years, detailing his theft of the kingdom's assets, including but not limited to selling some national secrets to other countries. He glanced over it quickly and couldn't continue reading, feeling very nervous. He immediately shouted at Fan Jinjue, "Where did you get this? I don't want to explain much. Just do as I say, understand?" Fan Jinjue said coldly. The viscount remained silent. He couldn't figure out where the mistake was that led to his capture. Was someone betraying him? Or did he overlook something that got him caught? He couldn't understand, but one thing was clear now. Fan Jinjue was using this to threaten him. Since the kingdom hadn't sent anyone to arrest him, it meant they didn't know about this. This threat, the viscount could only say, "What do you want?" "I don't want much, just what I agreed with your son earlier. If I do as you say, will you keep this secret? I believe you're not someone who keeps promises easily. I only tell you one thing for sure. If you don't cooperate, you'll be left hanging." The viscount felt troubled. From just a few words, he realized that this person claiming to be Fan Jinjue knew a lot about him, even more than just the things he could threaten him with. Damn, he thought to himself. He had no choice now. After a moment of thought, the viscount lowered his sword and nodded. Humph. Fan Jinjue snorted coldly, then jumped down from the building and walked outside. Although he really wanted to kill them all right now, he didn't have the strength to defeat the viscount at this moment. He would use these things to threaten him and get through this phase. Moreover, in the original story, even if the viscount's family didn't report him, they would end up ruining themselves. The viscount stood there, watching Fan Jinjue walk away confidently. After Fan Jinjue was some distance away, he called out to his hidden subordinates nearby, his face dark. "Follow him and see." The quiet town shows signs of being a bit behind and hostile. 5 people, hiding in the darkness of night, secretly follow Fan Jinjue through the town. They were sent by the viscount. Fan Jinjue also noticed and detected them. He understood this was probably a test from the viscount, trying to see how capable he was by sending others. Fan Jinjue didn't have strong feelings about these people. He just found them troublesome. Since the viscount had sent someone, simply taking a different route to lose them might make the viscount look down on him. So, as he walked, he was thinking about how many of them he should kill. After considering, Fan Jinjue decided to try something. He started moving around the town, testing their skills and methods. As expected, the 5 were quite skilled among ordinary people, but none of them were mages or top experts like Shadow. Probably, they wanted to hide that these people weren't their own subordinates. It seemed the viscount also thought these 5 probably wouldn't return alive. Of course, if they did, bringing back information would be even better. But whether they returned or not, it didn't seem to matter much. Using lies to test my methods, huh? Fan Jinjue guessed the viscount's plan. Since that was the case, he decided to give the viscount a satisfying result. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he rewound time. This night repeated 17 times. It seemed as if a ghost was moving between the towns, and 5 people were chasing that ghost. An hour after the viscount returned to his house, someone suddenly knocked on his door. "Come in." As soon as he spoke, 2 people entered, along with 3 dead bodies. Even prepared, the viscount was momentarily stunned. The people weren't all dead. That should have been good news. But the viscount quickly noticed that the 3 who had died all suffered fatal wounds from a single strike, while the 2 survivors were completely unharmed. The meaning was very clear. Fan Jinjue had done this intentionally. He knew the viscount's thoughts. Killing was to show strength, and leaving people alive was to warn him not to try again. The other person is very clever, and this is not good news. The viscount frowned tightly, but secretly smiled to himself. No matter what, since someone returned alive, he could at least learn some methods of the Vanjin technique. He asked, "How did he kill them?" Knowing what kind of dark magic the opponent used would help him find a way to deal with it. One of the survivors looked scared and hesitated, unsure how to explain. Another calmer person answered the viscount. We didn't see him actually kill anyone, the calmer person said. Although he appeared composed, his tone showed disbelief. The viscount was stunned and asked, You didn't see? Yes. We were following him, and shortly after, he quickened his pace and disappeared around the corner. Looking back, I think he had already noticed us then, and then, as he spoke, the calm person also seemed a little nervous. The viscount hurriedly asked, and then, the calm person took a breath and continued. Then, he was the first to go into that corner. It only took about 3 seconds before the next person following him saw a body. The viscount looked at the body being pointed at. Its eyes were still open, and there was a clear bloodstain on the neck, as if someone had suddenly cut it. After he died, we didn't see where that person went. It was like they just vanished. So we searched quickly, but just moments apart, another person was dead. The viscount silently looked at the 3 bodies on the ground. After that, we felt something was wrong. We decided to go back and report. But on the way back, another person died. Throughout, we never saw the attacker do anything. And since he disappeared from our view, he never appeared again. The viscount listened to his subordinate's report and thought deeply. From what he heard, he had no idea what kind of dark magic the Vanjin technique used. He only knew that the opponent killed these people as if it was a game. Damn it! The viscount clenched his teeth tightly. He had originally planned to use these 5 people to see how the magic of the true Zen technique worked, but now it was clear that, besides knowing that the technique could easily kill them, he learned nothing else. The biggest mistake when dealing with dark magicians is not knowing anything. After hearing the report, the viscount had no time to care about his subordinates. He stayed awake all night, thinking about what to do. Finally, he reached a decision. That afternoon, the viscount announced to the villagers about the incident involving the baron's family from some time ago. He declared that the main culprit was Long Yishan and ordered his execution and exile. A few days later, the true Zen technique sent Mu Qianqian to the academy as usual. I didn't expect Long Yishan to be exiled, Mu Qianqian suddenly mentioned today. The true Zen technique nodded and said he deserved it. Did you do it? Mu Qianqian asked. The true Zen technique casually smiled and said, Not me. Really? Mu Qianqian was a bit suspicious. She thought it was just an ordinary person who did it. After Long Yishan was announced exiled, his 2 followers disappeared without a trace, as if they had never been there. Even the academy didn't talk much about it, as if an invisible hand was controlling everything. But she knew nothing about it. Don't overthink. At least the promise was kept, right? The true Zen technique said with a smile. A promise? Mu Qianqian asked, not knowing what promise had been fulfilled. The true Zen technique simply replied, Of course, it's about saving you that day. Didn't I say? If I hadn't been hurt after hitting Long Yishan, you should stand tall and proud. Mu Qianqian was silent for a moment. What could she say now? Although she still knew very little about the ordinary person, since this person appeared, her life had changed a lot. Some changes were good, and some made her look forward to tomorrow. So, she didn't say anything else. She just stood straight, puffed out her chest, and showed herself to the ordinary person. Is that so? Mu Qianqian asked. Ha, ha, ha. So funny. The true Zen technique saw Mu Qianqian's silly expression, standing proudly to show her figure as if she was showing off, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing the passerby's laughter, Mu Qianqian immediately blushed and lowered her head. It was you who made me stand up. Fan Jinjua chuckled twice, then stopped smiling. He clasped his hands together and apologized. Sorry. I shouldn't have laughed at you. Mu Qianqian remained silent. After the passerby turned away and didn't look at her, she whispered softly, I don't blame you. Fan Jinjua felt relaxed as he walked along the road. His tasks in the beginner village were mostly done, though there were a few small flaws. Regarding Long Yishan, it was confirmed he was banished. However, the next day, Fan Jinjua learned that Long Yishan had escaped. After reloading the game, he went to look for him, but found he had already fled. He found out Long Yishan ran into the wilderness, escaping overnight. Just to be safe, Fan Jinjua reloaded twice and searched the wilderness. He didn't find anyone before bats bit him, but he was sure Long Yishan was no longer in the town. Fan Jinjua didn't think the wilderness at night was very dangerous. Long Yishan could have survived and left, but it's better to be prepared. If Long Yishan was still alive, he would deal with him when he returned. After all, Long Yishan was just a minor character who might surprise him, but with his rewind power, he could handle it carefully without much trouble. Moreover, Long Yishan had just run away, so he wouldn't come back soon. Once he left the beginner village, Fan Jinjue had enough strength and means to deal with him. Compared to that, the most important thing now was the upcoming magic aptitude test. After threatening Viscount, Fan Jinjue decided not to meet with him again for safety. However, he used all his resources. In the original story, he had done things in the beginner village to get close to the heroine, except for Long Yishan, who was missing after fleeing, and Trembling Gold, who was waiting to cause trouble himself. He didn't leave any of them unchecked. Besides these actions, the rest of the time was just normal daily life. Mu Qianqian learned magic with Fan AI's help and kept practicing. The Viscount's family was tense every day, always busy with many activities. Although Trembling Gold was sure that Fan Jinjue and the passerby weren't the same person, they kept watching the passerby closely. But since they hadn't found anything suspicious, their suspicion gradually lessened. As for whether Chili Gold has any feelings for Mu Qianqian, the Fan Jinju believes that, at least before the test, Chili Gold probably doesn't have the time to care about Mu Qianqian. The most important thing is that he himself is very free before the test. Besides protecting the heroine on her way to and from school, he often daydreams about the upcoming plot and plans his actions. When he's bored, he also spends time building a good relationship with the heroine. Of course, this relationship building isn't about love. It's about helping the heroine enjoy the beauty of the world and avoid turning to darkness. This includes, but isn't limited to, several activities. In the morning, Fan Jinju sometimes takes Mu Qianqian to watch the sunrise if she wakes up early. Why do we watch this? Mu Qianqian asks curiously. Isn't it pretty? Is it pretty? Mu Qianqian replies. Fan Jinju pauses, then says, maybe. When you look back later, you might think it's beautiful. Okay. Mu Qianqian doesn't understand fully, but nods politely. In the morning, in a hidden corner of the academy, Fan Jinju sometimes asks Mu Qianqian to use her magic so he can see. Wow, so impressive, he praises, clapping his hands. That's a bit exaggerated. Yu, standing nearby, feels a little speechless about the over-the-top acting. Mu Qianqian also thinks it's a bit exaggerated. She asks, is it really that impressive? Fan Jinju smiles and nods. Of course. At noon, while Mu Qianqian is reading, Fan Jinju often offers her some water. It's warm. Just drink it, he says. Mu Qianqian takes the cup without extra movement and drinks it all in one go. Teacher Xuanji, watching this, reminds her, drinking it all at once isn't good for your health. That's true, Fan Jinju agrees with a nod. Mu Qianqian suddenly freezes, sitting like a confused little girl, then shows a slightly disappointed expression. Originally, she drank it all in one go hoping that others would see her as obedient and clever, and thus give her recognition and approval. In the afternoon, walking home under the sunset. Sometimes, Fan Jinju points at the sunset and asks, isn't it beautiful? It is, Mu Qianqian replies. That's fine. If there are no dangers on the road, we can walk slowly and enjoy the sunset. Huh? Mu Qianqian asked in confusion. She didn't quite understand what the passerby was saying, though this wasn't the first time they had spoken strange words. I just want to tell you that, even though this world has many dangers and bad people, at least the sunset is still beautiful, explained Fan Jinjue. Mu Qianqian was suddenly surprised. What's wrong? Fan Jinjue asked. Mu Qianqian looked at the passerby with disbelief. You actually explained. Fan Jinjue said. At night, before saving the game, Fan Jinjue sometimes talked to Mu Qianqian, who was studying a magic book about things and stories from other worlds. The prince turned into a frog and needs a true love's kiss to turn back. Mu Qianqian asked curiously, what kind of magic is that? Dark magic? Maybe kind of, Fan Jinjue replied. In the early morning, Fan Jinjue would leave the heroine's room and rest alone downstairs. But sometimes, he would pretend to be asleep, and when Mu Qianqian secretly came down to cover him with a blanket, she would catch him. I've told you many times, it's dangerous to go out late at night, Fan Jinjue said. Mu Qianqian was a bit worried. Lately, The wind has been strong, and it's very cold. Maybe next time, you should bring your own blanket. Fan Jinjue remained silent and didn't take a blanket the next time. Over 2 months, although Mu Qianqian didn't know much about the passerby, their relationship had become very close. They spent time together without feeling awkward, and she no longer kept her guard up around him. This daily routine continued for quite a while, and Fan Jinjue almost didn't go back to save the game. It wasn't until the night before the magic test that he finally focused and took things seriously. According to the original story, the viscount's family would hold a banquet that evening, inviting some outstanding students from the academy to come over and chat. The purpose was simple. The viscount wanted to talk with them, and if they showed talent in the test the next day, he could try to win them over. Now, the situation was pretty much the same as in the original story. Although a lot had happened in these 2 months, it didn't affect the banquet. Both the passerby and Mu Qianqian received invitations. This is normal. After all, in the eyes of the trembling gold, he is someone who wanted to cause trouble but failed, and he hasn't really provoked them yet. These two are quite noticeable at the academy. Do you want to go? Mu Qianqian wants to see what Lu Rini thinks. She herself isn't very eager to go, because even if the trembling gold thinks he hasn't offended them, she knows better. Moreover, she's a bit worried that going might be dangerous. In the original story, the heroine also attended this banquet. She wore a pretty outfit, given by the trembling gold, and was touched by him at the party. Later, they secretly did some things. Fan Jinjue recalls the original plot and says, "Let's go." Since the heroine often appears in big events later, Fan Jinjue thinks she should get used to these scenes early. Although in the original story, the heroine didn't learn much at the banquet. She was just involved in some scenes. It's just a CG clip. But now, with him here, going won't be a problem. Even if something happens, they can restart and try again. Also, right now, the viscount's family, whether the viscount or the trembling gold, probably doesn't have time for these messy things. He cares more about the magic test tomorrow. Mu Qianqian doesn't say much. Since Lu Rini agreed, she follows him. On the eve of the magic test, outside the viscount's mansion, some well-dressed people are gradually entering. They all seem to be dressed up, Mu Qianqian says, watching these people. Most of them are students from the Purple Flower Academy. Their status is just like the commoners in Long Yishan's words. No one is particularly special. The one who is most noticeable, she definitely won't approach. On this poor and backward land, these people's knowledge isn't much better than the heroines before. To them, the viscount is a noble with a much higher status. When such people invite them, they naturally want to dress well to leave a good impression. Mu Qianqian's comment that they are all dressed up doesn't mean much. She just feels that she and Lu Rini, dressed in their usual clothes, seem a bit conspicuous in this context. Who cares what they do? They're just extras. Let's go in and see what's happening, then hide in a corner, Fan Jinjue says, then walks into the viscount's mansion. Mu Qianqian follows closely behind. After they entered, the two of them stayed hidden in the corner. Fan Jinjue looked around and didn't see anything unusual, so he didn't pay much attention and started eating some desserts prepared by the viscount. Mu Qianqian stood beside the passerby, staring at the decorations inside the house for a long time. Although it was obvious from outside that the viscount's house was very luxurious, once inside, it was even more extravagant. The size of the room was impressive. The furniture for entertaining guests, the shiny cups, and the fruit plates on the tables all looked very expensive just to look at, though she didn't know exactly how costly they were. "Do you like it?" Fan Jinjue asked, holding a piece of cake and bringing it to her mouth. Mu Qianqian swallowed a bite and said while chewing, "Not really, I just feel like. It's like I've entered another world. Is it tasty?" Fan Jinjue asked with a smile. "Yes," Mu Qianqian replied, swallowing the cake. "It's pretty much the same everywhere. The viscount has stolen so much money that this town is as poor as a primitive tribe. The residents are like primitive people. In other places, like the royal city, people wouldn't feel this way." After speaking, Fan Jinjue looked toward the other side where some bright-eyed people were. These people were locals who had never been outside. They thought all towns were like this and believed only nobles could afford to build such big houses. They all wanted to be close to the nobles. But in the royal city, many merchants also had big houses. In fact, normally, in such poor lands, a viscount wouldn't be able to afford to build such big houses. However, The viscount used the money meant for building the territory to build his own house first, so it happened. Most of these people don't understand these things, and those who do can't do anything about it. Fan Jinjue thought casually. The people here were quite pitiful, but he didn't need to pity them because, later, the fate of the viscount and others would be like a stray dog on the roadside. Someone else would come to bring justice for them. So, for now, he just needed to follow his own plan carefully. After we go to the main city of Count Ansi Lu, you'll probably understand everything, Fan Jinjue said, then picked up another piece of cake and fed it to Mu Qianqian. Count Ansi Li's main city? Mu Qianqian ate the cake with a puzzled look and asked, Count Ansi Lu, she knows. She's probably a top boss for this viscount, but it seems like they don't really care about this side. The main city ruled by Count Ansi Lu is a town where he is based. Mu Qianqian knows this, but she has never been there. Seeing how confident the passers-by are, does that mean they are about to leave this place? Mu Qianqian didn't ask about her doubts, so Fan Jinjue didn't explain. Instead, he picked up the cake again and fed it to her. This time, Mu Qianqian didn't eat but asked, Why aren't you eating? Fan Jinjue slightly smiled and said softly, I just like watching you eat. Mu Qianqian's eyes lowered slightly, her cheeks a little red. After a moment of silence, seeing that Fan Jinjue was still holding the cake, she opened her mouth and ate the cake again. Later, when most people arrived, the viscount and the trembling gold person came out to say a few polite words. After a moment of silence, seeing that Fan Jinjue was still holding the cake, she opened her mouth. After a moment of silence, seeing that Fan Jinjue was still holding the cake, she opened her mouth. After a moment of silence, seeing that Fan Jinjue was still holding the cake, she opened her mouth and ate the cake again. Later, when most people arrived, the viscount and the trembling gold person stood on a higher place, sweeping their eyes over the crowd. They weren't exactly sure who clapped, but they could tell at a glance who didn't. In the corner, the passerby eating food, the viscount and the trembling gold person were truly speechless about this person, but they had no other way. They couldn't find any fault with him, and at such a crucial moment, they didn't have the leisure to go after him just because he didn't clap. But honestly, aside from his attitude, their opinion of the passerby was quite consistent. He was talented. If he could be recruited, that would be great. So after exchanging polite words, the trembling gold person approached the passerby and Mu Qianqian to chat casually. How do you two feel? Is everything okay? He asked with a friendly face. Mu Qianqian didn't really want to talk to this person, so Fan Jinjue answered, It's okay. The desserts are quite good. The trembling gold person's expression remained unchanged, but he felt a twinge inside. Both of you are also some outstanding students from the academy. Do you have any plans for the future? Afterward, Fan Jinjue casually said a few words to send away the trembling gold, then looked at the time. It was already late, but he had no intention of calling Mu Qianqian back. Tomorrow was the magic test, and it wouldn't be good to cause any trouble now. In this poor place, if the viscount didn't threaten, then the viscount's mansion was the safest place. Although nothing special happened on this day in the original story, the heroine stayed here all night in the original. To avoid accidents, at least stay here until midnight to save the game. Fan Jinjue planned this, knowing the viscount also intended to have a long talk during the banquet. Feel free to play around here and have some food, Fan Jinjue said to Mu Qianqian, then went to the balcony to look at the stars. Many things in this world are different from his original world, but the sky and stars are the same. When it's quiet, looking at the stars makes Fan Jinjue think of his home, his parents and friends. He doesn't know why he traveled here, nor does he know what happened to his original world after he arrived. But at least he wants to find a way to go back and see. If possible, understanding why he traveled here would be even better. Hopefully, I didn't get into a car accident and have a concussion, and everything I see now is just a dream. That's unlikely, though, since being bitten and losing part of my body really hurts. In the night breeze, Fan Jinjue's mind wandered randomly. From time to time, Mu Qianqian wandered below and then came to his side. Stranger one, what are you doing here alone? Mu Qianqian asked softly, walking a few steps with her hands behind her back. Fan Jinjue recognized her voice and didn't turn around. Thinking of home. Thinking of home? Mu Qianqian asked in confusion. By the way, you've been sleeping downstairs in the house, right? Where is your home? Fan Jinjue looked at the stars and said, in a very faraway place. so far that I don't know how to get back. Mu Qianqian was silent for a moment. As expected, she didn't understand. But she still asked with concern, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Van Jianzhu nodded and said, "Be smart, protect yourself, work hard to become stronger, and you can help me." Mu Qianqian silently nodded, "Yes." Then, Mu Qianqian stayed there with him, watching the stars for a while. She didn't know how much time passed. Mu Qianqian finally spoke again, "It's getting late. Should we go back? Do you want to go back?" Van Jianzhu looked at the time. It was already midnight, and he asked. Mu Qianqian nodded. "Yes, I don't really like it here." "Then let's go back," Van Jianzhu said. "After this time, no matter what happens, it will be easier to handle." Seeing that Van Jianzhu agreed, Mu Qianqian walked down with him, a slight smile on her face. Passerby, tonight, if you don't mind, would you like to sleep inside?" Mu Qianqian's cheeks were slightly red. Van Jianzhu paused for a moment after hearing this, then teased, "So, you're that kind of person? Wanting a man to sleep in a room with only one bed?" Mu Qianqian's face turned as red as a tomato. She quickly waved her hand to explain, "No, I feel that outside is really cold. If it's you, I understand if you don't want to." What is she doing? Acting like she's going to cling to me, Van Jianzhu thought. Then, Van Jianzhu said, "All right, since today is special, I'll indulge you." Mu Qianqian was momentarily stunned. Then, after reacting, her blush faded a little. In a place Van Jianzhu couldn't see, she flashed a subtle, happy smile. The two walked to the door of the viscount's mansion. Just as they were about to leave, they were noticed by Jinzi, who came over to ask questions. Van Jianzhu felt a bit annoyed and was about to dismiss him quickly. Suddenly, a black flame shot out from outside the door, passing in front of Van Jianzhu's eyes, and instantly burned onto Jinzi. Ignoring Jinzi's screams, Van Jianzhu looked in the direction where the black flame came from, puzzled. In the dark night, a few specks of starlight illuminated a figure dressed in tattered clothes, wrapped in a black cloth. The other person's body was so thin it looked like a bag of skin and bones, missing one eye and one arm. After the golden tremor, he seemed very happy, tilting his head back and laughing loudly at the sky. Ha ha! At first, Fan Jinzhua didn't recognize who it was, but then he looked back and saw the trembling golden figure on the ground, rolling around as black flames burned him. Really something else. Just now, near midnight, outside the viscount's mansion, in a nearby house. Next to two scorched people, a thin man with one eye and one arm was crouching. His eyes were fixed on the lively viscount's mansion. From his angry face, it was clear he was very upset. Almost there, almost there. When the midnight comes, I will gain the strongest power and then take revenge. Golden tremor, passerby one. You all better watch out. After midnight, inside the viscount's mansion, someone screamed in fear. The thin man, hearing the screams and the golden tremor's cry, laughed happily. "Ha ha, I've come to get my revenge." Oh, when Fan Jinzhua heard this, he finally realized who this person was. Yishan Long. The thin man suddenly stopped laughing after hearing that. He seemed to struggle to turn his head and looked at passerby one with a furious glare. Passerby one, hearing the angry shout, Fan Jinzhua confirmed that this was Yishan Long. That dog is really a dog. I haven't even left the beginner village, and he's already causing trouble. Since I was lucky to survive, I should settle down first, Fan Jinzhua thought. Then he looked at the black flames. The viscount was trying to use magic to dispel them, but it didn't work. What kind of fire is this? The viscount hurriedly tried various methods, but the flames on the trembling golden figure didn't go out. Seeing those flames, Fan Jinzhua felt a bit familiar. In the original story, Yishan Long and Yishan Sin seem to have learned this kind of dark magic. Why is Yishan Long now learning it? Fan Jinzhua was a bit speechless. The original story didn't mention where they learned it. Could it be a bloodline talent? But Fan Jinzhua remained calm. Although this dark magic was tricky, fighting one person was easier than fighting two. "It is dark magic," said Fan Jinzhua. "Dark magic. Could it be?" The viscount suddenly glared at the thin man and angrily asked, "Are you Fan Jinzhua?" Long Yishan was momentarily stunned. Fan Jinzhua awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said, "It seems like that is Long Yishan." Suddenly, the surroundings quieted a bit. "Long Yishan, The viscount shouted suddenly. You're still alive. Seeing this, Long Yishan let out a painful laugh. Ha ha ha, I am alive? Of course I am. Not only am I alive, but I also want to come back and take back everything that belongs to me. Bastard. Quickly dispel this cursed black flame. Are you trying to burn Jinzi to death? The viscount shouted. Yes. I not only want to burn him. Long Yishan immediately pointed at a passerby. And him. I want to burn him too. No, that's not enough. You all. I want to burn you all. Long Yishan shouted wildly, pointing at everyone in the viscount's house. Come, someone. The viscount called out, gathering the guards around. Fan Jinjua watched from the side, unsure how to describe this scene. It seemed serious, but it also looked a bit like a comedy. At this moment, Mu Qianqian tugged at his collar. What should we do? Fan Jinjua looked at Mu Qianqian, then back at Jinzi, who had already died from the burns. Although this person deserved to die, dying now was quite troublesome. Looks like I need to rewind time. It's fine. He's just a minor character. He won't live to see the morning sun, Fan Jinjua said calmly to Mu Qianqian, not immediately rewinding. Long Yishan, hearing this, was so angry he almost choked on his next breath. Passerby, everything I am now is thanks to you. How dare you say such things? I want you dead, Long Yishan shouted, and a black flame shot toward Fan Jinjua. Fan Jinjua pushed Mu Qianqian aside, avoiding the flames, but was slightly burned. The hot sensation immediately spread from his skin through his body, and the black flame began crawling over him. Passerby, Mu Qianqian called out worriedly. Don't come over. I'm fine. Fan Jinjua waved his hand dismissively. Stop pretending. This fire is the result of my eyes and hands paying the price for revenge. There's no way to stop it. Just burn and wait for death, huh? Long Yishan is proudly celebrating. Fan Jinjua didn't speak. He didn't think Long Yishan was right. After all, the magic in this beginner village, even the dark magic, is just low-level magic. It can't be unstoppable. But the original story didn't explain how to counter it. So at the moment, he truly doesn't know how. Like Long Yishan said, just burn him and wait for death. However, before dying, Fan Jinjua needed to confirm one thing. He looked back at the trembling gold's body. He saw the fingers twitch, and soon the body crawled up from the ground, then suddenly attacked and pierced through the viscount's body from behind. Fan Jinjua was sure now. Long Yishan's dark magic is the same as that used by Long Ershan and Long Sanshan in the original story. It involves devouring souls and corrupting the flesh with black fire. In the original story, that part is called by this name. Its features and threats are very clear. Assuming it can't be dispelled, burning someone to death risks turning them into a zombie. Its weakness seems to be that if you can't hit it precisely, it's ineffective. Knowing this, as Fan Jinjua's half-body was burned by the black flames, he looked at Long Yishan. Despite the pain, he forced a slight smile and said, just wait for death. On a quiet night, behind the somewhat noisy viscount's mansion, Fan Jinjua shifted his gaze from the stars, and then saw Mu Qianqian beside him. Fan Jinjua was silent for a moment, then coldly said, What's wrong? Mu Qianqian asked. Fan Jinjua shook his head and said, Wait here for a moment. I need to do something. Mu Qianqian looked at him with some confusion as he left. At the door, Trembling Gold saw him again, just like last time, and approached to talk. Don't mind me, Fan Jinjua said simply, leaving Trembling Gold stunned. Then, Fan Jinjua left the Viscount's mansion and began to patrol the area. Whether it's Long Ershan and Long Sanshan in the original story or Long Yishan now, they all share one thing. They attack at night. Why not during the day? Fan Jinjua wasn't sure, but he guessed that daytime might limit this magic. So, if he waited until daytime, it might be easier to deal with. But right now, it's midnight, and waiting until day seems difficult. The only solution now is to find Long Yishan and, risking the black fire, kill him. As I previously understood, as long as I am not hit, there is no problem. And this point, experiencing a few more times of rollback to get the rhythm right, is not a difficult task for the Vanjin technique. Avoid all the black flames and kill Long Yishan. In future rollbacks, this will be an inevitable event. If it's just hard to dodge, then I can avoid it. Long Yishan no longer sees the daytime sun. This was confirmed from the first rollback of the Vanjin technique. Now, to go back to the previous point, If daytime limits the black magic, then during the night until midnight. What is Long Yishan doing when he doesn't appear? He is probably deliberately waiting for midnight, which seems to be an advantage of that black magic. But regardless of where the advantage lies, let's think about something else. If Long Yishan is waiting for midnight, where is he waiting? He wouldn't just come from outside the town at night. The answer is obvious. Passing by a few paths, near the viscount's mansion, Vanjin Technique pushes open a door and smiles. Inside, there are two scorched people and one thin person. The scorched ones look like zombies, and the thin person, upon seeing Vanjin Technique, immediately lets out a nearly insane roar. Passerby 1. Vanjin Technique ignores Long Yishan's angry shout. He smiles softly, with cold eyes, looking at Long Yishan. I found you. A few stars in the sky are shining. This is the third time Vanjin Technique has seen them. Last time, after finding Long Yishan's hiding place, Vanjin Technique immediately rolled back. Now that he knows the location, he plans to launch a surprise attack on Long Yishan. But before the attack, he needs support from two people. After all, he is still at the Viscount's mansion. The trembling gold is not worth mentioning, but at least this Viscount has some strength, so it's better to use him if possible. As for others, since those who burn to death turn into zombies, Vanjin Technique thinks it's better for unrelated people to stay back. People who don't know magic are considered unnecessary. So, Fanjinjue took Mu Qianqian to the place where the nobles were chatting. After leaving Mu Qianqian downstairs, he went to a high spot and coughed twice. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to him. Please take a moment to listen to me, Fanjinjue said. The crowd looked confused but didn't speak. Then, Fanjinjue continued. Everyone, no matter what you're doing or what you haven't finished, please all gather in this corner. He pointed to a small corner in the large living room, farthest from the door. The Viscount and Jinzi frowned at this. Why? Someone asked. Why? Fanjinjue smiled. Because if you don't go, you might get into trouble. A hush fell over the room. Lu Renyi, what are you talking about? Jinzi asked, confused about what Lu Renyi was up to now. Fanjinjue didn't want to waste words. He just pointed to a place, knowing that if a fight broke out, everyone would run there. So, he didn't say more to the crowd, but looked directly at the Viscount. Decide quickly, are you coming or not? We need to discuss something useful. Now, use magic to attack the house I point to, Fanjinjue said, raising his hand and pointing at the house where Long Yishan was hiding. The Viscount wouldn't be ordered just because of this. He immediately questioned, what do you want to do? Long Yishan is there. That guy learned dark magic and is back for revenge. How about we strike first? Fanjinjue explained. His words made everyone nervous and restless. The Viscount and Jinzi were also shocked, but the Viscount looked at the house Fanjinjue pointed to and thought for a while, but still didn't cast any magic. Why should I believe you? The Viscount asked. Fanjinjue was silent. He had thought about this situation. Of course, revealing his true identity to force the Viscount to act would make him keep casting magic. But he didn't want to reveal himself just yet. If only he could just cast a spell first and see what happens. The hopes of the Vanjinjue were not realized. It seems that a surprise attack is unlikely now. If magic can't be used, then physical combat is not ideal. Instead, setting some traps for a counterattack might be better. So he rewound time. After rewinding, Vanjinjue looked at the courtyard of the Viscount's residence. If he was too close to Longyi Mountain, he might be discovered. If he was too far, it wouldn't be very effective. He felt it was better not to set any traps. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly decided to give up on that plan altogether. He then walked back into the living room, picked up a fork from a table, and approached the trembling gold. The trembling gold quickly noticed the approaching person and asked friendly, "Is something the matter?" Vanjinjue simply said, "Nothing much. I just want to talk to you about something." The trembling gold nodded with a smile, thinking that the visitor wanted to discuss the olive branch he had previously offered. But unexpectedly, Vanjinjue had no intention of talking about that. Instead, he quickly circled behind him with the fork and pressed it against his neck. Huh. The trembling gold was a bit confused. "What's going on? Don't move around." "It's nothing to do with you," Vanjinjue said casually, then turned toward the Viscount and shouted, "Viscount, listen to me now. Everyone here must crouch in that corner, or I will kill him." The Viscount looked confused, not understanding what was happening. The trembling gold was also very confused. Visitor 1, I don't think we have any grudge against you, right? The trembling gold asked nervously. I told you, it's nothing to do with you. Don't call out, Van Jinju replied, then shouted again at the viscount. Hurry up! The viscount was stunned for a moment, then told everyone, listen to him. Everyone present, still confused, gathered in that corner. Then, Van Jinju released the trembling gold. Huh, the trembling gold was a bit surprised. You let me go just like that? What are you doing? With some confusion, the trembling gold asked the visitor. Seeing that the visitor had just released him, the viscount, who was about to shout, swallowed his words and shared the same puzzled look. Van Jinju didn't explain much. He just told the trembling gold, stay there and don't cause trouble. The trembling gold was silent for a moment and then asked, what just happened? The passerby now feels as if he has missed something. Not just the trembling gold, but most of the people present also share this feeling. The viscount remained silent on the spot. His sharp mind had already sensed that something was wrong. So, the viscount also said to trembling gold, listen to him. Go over there. Trembling gold heard this and had no choice but to go and stand in the corner. You two, Fan Jinjua said to Mu Qianqian nearby. Although Mu Qianqian didn't know what was happening, she nodded and quickly moved over. Then, the viscount asked the passerby, what happened? Fan Jinjua looked at the viscount and then at the people standing behind him. He changed his opinion of the viscount a little. Not that he thought the viscount was a good person, but because, no matter what, he was a viscount, and he had decent situational awareness. We're about to face a boss fight. To avoid increasing the difficulty, only the two of us will participate, Fan Jinjua said, then looked toward the gate of the viscount's mansion. Boss fight? The viscount was surprised. He wanted to ask more, but suddenly his eyes widened as if he sensed something. He looked in the direction of the passerby's gaze. Then, he saw a very thin person, as gaunt as a skeleton, walking toward them from directly in front of the mansion gate. That thin person gave the viscount a very bad feeling. Who is he? The viscount asked the passerby, feeling strangely like the passerby might know something. Fan Jinjua didn't disappoint him. Long Yishan. He learned a set of dark magic somewhere, and has come back for revenge. Long Yishan? The viscount exclaimed. What surprised him wasn't Long Yishan himself, but that Long Yishan had learned dark magic. Long Yishan slowly approached the gate, where he could see the passerby and the viscount clearly. A wave of anger rose in his heart. Passerby 1, Long Yishan shouted, and a black flame quickly shot toward him. Fan Jinjua hurriedly dodged and said, no more talking. His magic can't be dispelled. Those burned by fire will turn into zombies to help him. Right now, we only know he has 2 zombies. Don't let the useless ones send people to him. The viscount saw the black flames and, ignoring his surprise, quickly rushed toward one of his subordinates. Where did you hear this news? He demanded. There's no time to ask. First, kill him, Fan Jinjua shouted. The viscount snatched the sword from his subordinate and looked at Long Yishan. Although the shout sounded like Long Yishan's voice, and using black magic was risky, since it was black magic and he didn't know its full effects or weaknesses, he hesitated to fight. Although the passerby just said some things, he couldn't fully trust what was said. Passerby, how do you know all this? Long Yishan yelled wildly, throwing black flames at the passerby. Hearing this, the viscount, sword in hand, didn't say anything and charged at Long Yishan. Criminal, take this sword, the viscount shouted, preparing to leap and strike. Huh? Long Yishan clenched his teeth, glaring with his only eye, turning to face the flying viscount. Viscount, you deserve to die too, Long Yishan shouted. Although he had just thrown the black flames and was still in the recovery phase, he remained calm. The viscount saw Long Yishan's expression and felt a bad premonition. Suddenly, he remembered what the passerby had said about Long Yishan having 2 zombies. Immediately, he looked around. Sure enough, 2 burning figures were flying from the right. TCH. The viscount clicked his tongue, changing his sword's trajectory to block these 2 burning figures, then pulled away from Long Yishan. Seeing this reaction, Fan Jinjua felt a bit relieved. Although the viscount wasn't a good person, he was at least strong. What's the weakness of his magic? The viscount asked the passerby. Unknown. Can you just cut down Long Yishan? Fan Jinjua replied. It's hard to get close. If I get burned by fire, it's over. That's almost impossible. There are also 2 corpses here, the viscount said, summoning several golden threads that shot toward Long Yishan. Long Yishan raised his hand and released a black flame, burning the threads away. Looks like magic won't work either, Fan Jinzhua muttered, then quickly made a decision. You deal with those two corpses. I'll go kill him. You want me to kill him? The viscount was surprised. He thought Long Yishan was very difficult to deal with, but the passerby said he wanted to fight alone. Although it was hard to believe, the viscount didn't say much. If he could fight well, he would fight well. There were only 2 dead bodies, and the viscount was confident he could quickly handle them. He rushed toward the dead, raised his sword, and cut through one of the bodies. Just as the viscount was feeling proud, the severed body of the dead burst into black flames. Under the black fire, the body quickly restored itself to its original form. Huh! The viscount was startled and quickly stepped back. The zombie roared at the viscount and attacked. Seeing this, Long Yishan smiled and said, "Look at this. This is my power. As long as I don't die, they won't die either. Soon, I will turn you into one of them." Haha. To be honest, it's pretty sneaky, but it's not without cost. Let me see. 1 eye and an arm, right? Looks like you sacrificed your brain too. If it were me, I'd just make more zombies to come back, Fan Jinzhua simply said to Long Yishan. He was holding a fork in his hand. Honestly, he regretted not taking a small knife. As for a sword, he didn't know how to use it. Long Yishan was furious when he heard the passerby's voice. Passerby? Just wait. I'll take out your other eye and eat it. Long Yishan shouted, throwing several black flames at the passerby. Really good at talking, huh? Not afraid I'll stab out your other eye? Fan Jinzhua said with a smile. Huh. Long Yishan glared angrily at the passerby, but when a black flame brushed past him and reached the passerby, he started laughing loudly. After being burned, Fan Jinzhua no longer dodged. He didn't think that just a few reboots would be enough to defeat the corrupted Long Yishan. However, one thing he realized now was important. In this magical world, magic was truly the main weapon. Without magic, it was very hard to deal with these situations. If you could dodge magic, you could use reboots repeatedly to try to avoid everything and reach victory. But if the magic couldn't be dodged, it was really over. Moreover, even if you could dodge, constantly reloading took too much time. It seems I need to get that card before going to the academy, Fan Jinzhua thought to himself. Then, he looked at the black flames before him and silently prepared to reboot. Night fell, stars shifted. Next to the black flames, the small knife is held tightly. After the 111th restart, Fan Jinzhua finally has enough confidence to dodge the black fire. After several cuts on Long Yishan, he stabs the small knife into Long Yishan's chest to deliver the final blow. In the last restart, he had already stabbed the knife into Long Yishan's chest, but was burned, so he reset. This time, having learned from all previous mistakes, he smiles at Long Yishan. Seeing the sinister smile on the passerby's face, Long Yishan feels a chill and a sense of danger. "Why are you smiling?" Long Yishan shouts. "Of course, I'm smiling because you're about to die," Fan Jinzhua replies, then rushes toward Long Yishan with the small knife. Long Yishan's only thought is anger at the passerby, and he frantically throws black flames at him. These black flames cover a large area, and the closer they get, the more dangerous they are. To avoid being burned, the passerby must either stab the opponent's chest very quickly, reaching him in an instant, or have very strong magic that can resist the flames and break through the black fire's protection to reach Long Yishan. If neither of these is possible, then it's very hard, almost impossible, to avoid being burned and to stab Long Yishan's body to kill him, as the viscount said. Fan Jinzhua agrees that this is nearly impossible, but that's only true for someone with one life who is seeing Long Yishan for the first time. But with the power to restart time, after 100 resets, Fan Jinzhua now has his life in a tight grip. Even if he isn't the fastest or uses the strongest magic, he has been dodging every attack from Long Yishan with near-perfect moves, avoiding every sudden spread of black flames, and gradually getting closer to Long Yishan. His speed isn't fast, sometimes even visible to the naked eye, but he keeps escaping from the flames and inching closer. Everyone watching this scene is amazed. The viscount, witnessing this, is even more shocked. He can't believe that the passerby's skills are so excellent, as if he already knew Long Yishan's next move. moving with strange steps and actions that aren't ghostly but eerie. Ryanayama, who was gradually being surrounded, went from being confident to showing signs of panic as the situation worsened. How is this possible? Ryanayama shouted in disbelief. He couldn't believe that he couldn't even touch this person. Unknowingly, Ryanayama felt a cold pressure from the strange movements of the passerby. Soon, the passerby lunged at him with a small knife. Ryanayama had to stop attacking and run away, but he still got cut by the passerby. Hurt and confused, Ryanayama was even more panicked. "You idiot! Are you joking?" he yelled. Next, he raised his hand and shifted his body to the side. Hot flames brushed past his clothes, almost touching him each time. It seemed like an invisible shield was deliberately keeping the flames away. "What's going on? Why can you always dodge?" Ryanayama shouted nervously. The passerby kept getting closer, leaving many wounds on him. No matter how he attacked or ran, he couldn't avoid being approached, almost pushed into a corner with no way out. Ryanayama didn't understand why this was happening and couldn't believe it was real. After many attacks, feeling like he was close enough to hit, but still missing, he remembered the first time he saw the passerby. Could this be magic? Magic that guarantees avoiding attacks? Gradually, Ryanayama stopped running and turned to face the passerby. At this moment, the Fanjinju technique had already accumulated enough injuries on Ryanayama. The next strike would be the final blow. This is the last attack. Holding the small knife, the passerby didn't give Ryanayama a chance to speak. He rushed straight at him. He didn't have magic that could completely avoid attacks. The invisible shield was just experience from repeated encounters. Similarly, Ryanayama stopped attacking. He understood what the passerby was trying to do. The thin man's remaining hand was hidden behind his back, his last desperate move. Fan Jinjue tightly held his small knife and moved closer to Long Yishan. Just like last time, suddenly, at the very moment he was very close to Long Yishan, everything happened the same as before. Long Yishan suddenly smiled. This was the second time Fan Jinjue saw that smile. Last time, he didn't understand what it meant, but this time, he did. So he slightly raised the corner of his mouth, didn't swing his knife, but glanced at the hand behind Long Yishan that was burning with black fire. Smiling, he stopped in place and then leapt away from Long Yishan's front. Seeing this, Long Yishan's eyes widened instantly. The black fire burning behind him also spread wider, quickly swallowing his body. "How do you know?" Long Yishan asked, confused. He looked at the smile on the face of the passerby retreating. Anger and fiery rage rose in his heart. Ignoring the hot flames burning his body, he used all his strength to lift his hand, trying to force the black fire onto the passerby's head. "How do you know?" he shouted painfully amid the flames. Long Yishan didn't wait for the passerby's reply. His raised hand had just gathered half of the black fire that was burning his body. Before he could strike, several golden silk threads flew from afar, piercing straight through Long Yishan's body, which had just extinguished the flames. Multiple wounds burst open instantly. The threads connected, and Long Yishan's body separated from his head. Thud! A heavy object fell to the ground. The flames instantly vanished, leaving only a roar of frustration echoing in the air. Fan Jinjue watched Long Yishan fall to the ground, then turned his gaze to the viscount still fighting the zombie. Before the fight started, he had already told the viscount in advance. "Later, when I say this is the last strike, you use magic to attack him directly." It seemed the viscount did a good job. Fan Jinjue looked down at himself. He didn't know how to dispel the black flames, so he couldn't touch them. When Long Yishan self-ignited in a suicidal way, he had already fallen for the trap once before. Knowing he couldn't win, he chose to perish together. If it had been someone else, Long Yishan might have succeeded. But facing him, winning was doomed from the start. This time, without the black flames, Long Yishan was also separated from his head. "The boss fight is over." Fan Jinjue spoke softly, saying it like that, but he always felt something was not quite right. He looked again at Long Yishan's body, lying still on the ground, clearly dead. His head and body were separated. If he could still live like this, then healing him now wouldn't help. He thought, he must be dead, and then looked away. But he had a strange feeling in his heart, like this was not the end. Suddenly, Fan Jinjue realized something. The viscount was still fighting those two fiery creatures. Could zombies still move? His gut feeling grew stronger, So without hesitation, Fan Jinjue rushed toward the viscount. At that moment, the viscount cut through one of the fiery creatures with his sword again. But the creature's body immediately restored itself with black flames. "What's going on?" the viscount exclaimed in surprise. He quickly looked toward Long Yishan, whose body was still there. Is he really dead? Fan Jinjue was also surprised by what he saw. Does this dark magic have a backup plan? He wondered. As he rushed toward the viscount, he thought quickly about the situation. He soon concluded that the reason these zombies could keep restoring themselves was because Long Yishan was not dead. If Long Yishan's body was lying there, but he was still alive, then where was Long Yishan? Fan Jinjue didn't think too long. He saw the zombie that had just been revived by flames stop attacking the viscount and run toward the viscount's mansion. Immediately, Fan Jinjue changed direction and also ran toward the mansion. Long Yishan is possessed by that zombie, he guessed aloud to the viscount, hoping the viscount would pay attention to the zombie running into the mansion. The viscount quickly noticed this. Just as he was about to stop him, another fiery creature held him tightly. Seeing this, Fan Jinjue no longer cared about the viscount and ran straight into the mansion. Now, the chaos inside the mansion was intense. People were panicking and running everywhere. Some fell down, others shouted, and the scene was chaotic. The fiery creature did not attack anyone directly. Instead, it looked around, as if searching for something. Soon, it spotted Mu Qianqian hiding in a corner, and then it moved toward her. When Fan Jinjue saw her, he immediately shouted to Mu Qianqian, "Mu Qianqian, run over here. Don't let him touch you." Everyone inside the house heard the shout. Before Mu Qianqian could respond, they all rushed toward the first passerby. "Who told you to come here?" Fan Jinjue yelled in frustration. Seeing this situation, he really wanted to cut those foolish people one by one, but he didn't have time to waste on them now. Holding his sword, Fan Jinjue stabbed the first person who ran past him. This action scared the others, who froze in place and dared not come closer. Ignoring the person on the ground crying out in pain from his wound, Fan Jinjue ran straight toward Mu Qianqian. The others in the house quickly moved aside to avoid his blood-stained sword. After pushing through the crowd, Fan Jinjue finally saw Mu Qianqian again. She had already gone around the angry man and was running toward him, looking scared. The angry man was still chasing her wildly, muttering hoarsely, "I remember now. I remember everything. It's you, it's all because of you." His hoarse voice echoed through the house, sounding very frightening. Mu Qianqian also recognized that this was Long Yishan from his hoarse voice. Ugh, memories of past bullying and torment flooded her mind again. Plus, seeing the angry man's ghostly face now, she was very scared. When she ran toward the passerby, tears welled up in her eyes. "Passerby one," Mu Qianqian desperately ran toward the person coming to her. Fan Jinjue was already rushing as fast as he could, but there was still some distance between them. The angry man and Mu Qianqian were already very close. In a moment, the angry man grabbed Mu Qianqian's clothes, pulling her back. He raised his hand, which was already gathering black fire, ready to touch her. When Mu Qianqian felt the pull behind her, she was extremely scared. She looked one last time toward passerby one, who was very close. If she could run a few more steps, she might fall into his arms. If only I could run 2 more steps. But if this weren't real, she would have already been caught. Even though she was only 2 steps away, it felt like enough to make her despair. In that moment, her mind went completely blank. She felt so frustrated, so sad, so angry. She didn't want to be just 2 steps away. Suddenly, Mu Qianqian clenched her teeth tightly, her eyes filled with hatred. In this moment of despair, a thought flashed through her mind. It was a sentence someone had once said to her. "Mu Qianqian, before the magic test, don't reveal that you know magic." Teacher Xuanji also shouldn't say anything. Unless someone wants to hurt you, then don't hesitate. Use your most powerful magic. At this moment, Mu Qianqian let go of all her thoughts. In an instant, she conjured a small, red flame in her hand. Both Fan Jinjue and Zhao Ren were stunned. "What is this?" Zhao Ren exclaimed, but there was no time to think. Such a small flame couldn't stop him. He reached out his hand again, but the red flame suddenly climbed onto his hand, which was covered in black fire. The 2 types of flames collided, and immediately, a burst of scorching fire erupted. The fierce flames engulfed Jiao Ren completely. His skin burned, and the pain from the fire made him scream. Ah! Jiao Ren immediately cried out in pain, and the hand that was grabbing Mu Qianqian's clothes was forced to loosen. Mu Qianqian fell to the ground with a thud. He was just a little closer. He almost touched Mu Qianqian, but the blazing flames stopped him. The red flames burned in front of him, scorching his mind and reminding him of that day. That day, he only wanted to bully a commoner. What was wrong with that? For so many years, wasn't every commoner bullied? So many generations of nobles. Weren't they all the same, bullying commoners? He was just like them. What did he do wrong? Why was he the one suffering this fate? Unwillingness, dissatisfaction, confusion, hatred. The person was shouting loudly, glaring fiercely at Mu Qianqian. At this moment, hatred replaced pain, and the flames burned away his tears, making them feel hot in his eyes. In the fiery red, he saw that his own black flames were still on his hand. Mu Qianqian, if you're going to die, then let's die together, he shouted. The black fire in his hand, swallowed by the red flames, suddenly shot out toward Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian wanted to stand up and dodge, but just as she was about to get up, she felt a sharp pain in her ankle and couldn't stand. The black flame's hand drew closer, and Mu Qianqian instinctively closed her eyes in fear. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, but nothing touched her. Mu Qianqian quickly opened her eyes. She saw a passerby with a serious look, grabbing the black flame hand, stopping it from reaching her. Mu Qianqian exclaimed, "Bastard, stay away from her," the passerby shouted. With his other hand, he quickly stabbed a small knife into the red flames surrounding the person, then kicked him away. A burst of fire lifted the person into the air, and he rolled on the ground a few times. His skin was completely burned and rotten. In the flames, he couldn't move and could only scream loudly. No, this shouldn't be happening. Why? Passerby 1. Mu Qianqian, it's all because of you. Ah, I don't want to die? I don't want to die. Passerby 1. I curse you. I hope you meet a bad end. Ah, save me. Save me. The sound of rushing wind filled the air. The passerby didn't answer the screams, but silently watched the figure in the flames twist and burn until it turned to ashes. There was no more sound from the flames. The passerby turned to look at the viscount's side. The other zombie had already been cut in half by the viscount and hadn't come back to life. His uneasy feeling was gone. It's over. This was truly the end. Mu Qianqian was unharmed, which was good, but the passerby didn't want to say much. Just now, in a rush to stop the zombie from reaching out to Mu Qianqian, he had instinctively used his hand to block. So naturally, his hand was now stained with black flames. Even without looking, he could feel the burning pain as his skin was being scorched. Passerby 1. Nearby, Mu Qianqian looked at his hand with a very worried expression. Fan Jinju heard this, looked at Mu Qianqian sitting on the ground, and then at his own hand. It's okay, he explained first, then looked a bit confused. He had been exposed to this fire for quite a while, but the black fire on his hand burned very slowly, damaging the skin gradually, but causing pain. If he looked carefully, he could see the black fire still spreading. Is it because Long Yishan died? Since the caster died, the spell's power weakened. That might be the reason, but Fan Jinju thought it was roughly the same. After all, he blew on the fire, but it didn't go out. Still need to reset. Thinking this, he prepared to reset. But at this moment, Mu Qianqian asked him, "Can you dispel it?" Fan Jinju casually explained, "No, I can't." Actually, talking more with the heroine now would be a waste of time, but Fan Jinju was enjoying this rare moment of victory and peace. Although his hand hurt, staying a little longer was fine. Mu Qianqian's eyes lowered slightly after hearing this, and then, as if making a decision, she raised both hands and grabbed Fan Jinju's hand. The black flames climbed onto Mu Qianqian's hands. "It hurts," Mu Qianqian exclaimed, but she didn't let go. Fan Jinju looked at her with some confusion. "Why are you grabbing it?" Mu Qianqian showed a hint of pain on her face, but still forced a smile. "It's so painful, but you don't show any expression," she said with a weak smile, then closed her bright red eyes and brought her forehead close to the black flames. Fan Jinju was puzzled, but before he could understand, Mu Qianqian's body emitted a faint white light, like moonlight shining on her. Fan Jinju was slightly surprised, his mouth opening a little. Not only him, but also the viscount and the trembling gold child who came here looked at this scene with shock. Everyone saw that the hand Fanjinju was holding, along with Mu Qianqian's hands, burst out with a white light, bright as the moon, color like Mu Qianqian's white hair. Amidst the silence, the black flames were dispersed by the white light, disappearing from Fanjinju's hand. The burns caused by the flames also healed within the white light. Purification magic, the viscount muttered softly, referring to the magic used by Mu Qianqian. Fanjinjue could tell from his expression that he was only slightly surprised, not because the black fire was dispelled by purification magic, but because he saw Mu Qianqian sitting on the ground, smiling at him after successfully dispersing the flames. He remembered reading in a book that this magic could remove things that ordinary methods couldn't, so he was glad he learned it and that it was useful. "You're fine now. That's great." Fanjinjue opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. This scene before him was something he'd never seen in any computer-generated image. The smile on the face of the person in front of him was the first he had ever seen. It was a happy, hopeful smile filled with relief, without any fear, sadness, despair, or awkwardness. She was the person he knew best. But now, she looked unfamiliar, making him momentarily stunned. Although everyone was very curious about what they had just seen, no one dared to approach because the passerby had previously stabbed someone without hesitation. This suited Fanjinjue's plan. He didn't want to say much to these people. For now, he picked up Mu Qianqian, who had twisted her ankle, and placed her on the steps to make her more comfortable. He also asked some casual questions. That was too reckless. "If the magic can't purify the black flames, won't you be in trouble too?" Fanjinjue said. Mu Qianqian, looking like a sad little cat, dared not answer loudly. She whispered, "But if I don't try, what will you do?" Fanjinjue was silent for a moment. He didn't mean to criticize Mu Qianqian's actions. Actually, when the person grabbed Mu Qianqian's clothes, he had already planned to rewind time. It was Mu Qianqian who created the chance with her magic. The timing of casting the magic was perfect, and the current situation was quite ideal. But he was still a bit stunned. He hadn't fully recovered from the afterglow of Mu Qianqian's smile just now. "Thanks," Fanjinjue said as he sat beside Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian paused, then buried her head between her knees and secretly smiled in a place where the passerby couldn't see. Meanwhile, outside the town, on the wasteland, a group of people was traveling through the night. A man in armor, who seemed to be the leader, kept looking back toward the viscount's mansion in the town. "Isn't it wonderful to hear that cry? Don't you think so?" the man said with a faint smile. A servant nearby looked somewhat helpless and reminded him, "It's surprising that there are dark magicians in such a place. But since they have their own way to handle it, we should just pass by. It's better not to get involved. Even if you're interested in someone, let's wait until we return from the border. We also need to visit Count Anselbert later, and we'll pass by then, Your Grace." The man nodded with a habitual smile at the servant and then stopped looking toward the viscount's mansion. The morning sun rose as usual. The viscount quickly announced what happened last night to the villagers and called for Long Yishan's father to hold him accountable. Everyone in the alleys started talking about the incident. Passers-by and Mu Qianqian also drew attention because of it. This wasn't good news, but at this time, it didn't matter much anymore. After the magic test, the two of them would leave this place for good. Ignoring the strange looks they received, Passerby 1 and Mu Qianqian soon waited for the magic test to begin that day. The test was scheduled a bit later than planned because the leader of the testers had heard about the black magician and had a chat with the viscount. But even though it was late, the magic test still took place. It was held at the Purple Flower Academy, with many students and teachers watching. Everyone was already excited, and after last night's event, their excitement grew even more. People were guessing about Mu Qianqian's skill level and Passerby 1's talent. Although the Fanjin technique was only one after 100 retries, others saw him as a perfect hero who cleared the challenge effortlessly, so strong it was almost unbelievable. Since you can fight the black magician alone, you must be a once-in-a-century genius, right? Everyone believed Passerby 1 was extremely talented. Even teacher Xuanji, after hearing about last night, was surprised by Passerby 1's strength. "Although I knew you had talent, defeating the black magician without using magic is still," teacher Xuanji said, clearly questioning whether passerby 1 was truly human. The Fanjin technique didn't want to talk much about this because passerby 1 didn't know magic and didn't find the fight easy. He quickly dismissed teacher Xuanji with a few words. Then, the test began. As in the original story, most students here had average talent, with few outstanding ones. Only the leader of the testers thought Mu Qianqian was okay. But now, the leader didn't feel bored like in the original story. He had heard about last night's events from the viscount and had been waiting for these too. Soon, it was his turn to test. First up was Mu Qianqian. The magic talent test was simple. She just needed to touch the magic orb brought by the leader. The brighter the orb, the higher her talent was believed to be. Is this the girl who used purification magic? The leader looked at the passerby helping Mu Qianqian onto the stage. The viscount nodded and said, "Yes, she is the one beside her, the passerby." The leader smiled slightly. He had checked Long Yishan's body and understood the nature of the black magic involved. In his opinion, Long Yishan's black magic was easy to handle if targeted properly. However, the viscount told him that the passerby defeated Long Yishan mainly through agility. This made him very curious. Who was this passerby with such incredible physical reaction ability? He guessed that they probably used some kind of magic to strengthen their body, but the viscount hadn't noticed. He didn't rush to ask questions, since testing magic talent usually gave a clear answer. "Go ahead and test," Fanjinjua said, supporting Mu Qianqian to the magic orb and stepping aside. Mu Qianqian swallowed nervously. Although Fan AI and the passerby said she had good talent, she believed the magic orb was the most authoritative. But she also trusted those too, so she didn't hesitate. She quickly followed the leader's instructions, touched the orb, and closed her eyes to sense her magic. Immediately, the magic orb shone brightly. Even in broad daylight, its glow was very noticeable. The leader was surprised. Although he had expected Mu Qianqian and the passerby to have good talent, he had never seen a magic orb glow so intensely. If he had to describe how outstanding this talent was, he would say, "It has the potential to reach the peak of magic." The leader was a bit excited. He quickly told the viscount beside him, "I'm taking this person with me. The count needs to see her." The viscount was also surprised by Mu Qianqian's talent, but had no objection to the leader's decision. The scene was in chaos for a while because of Mu Qianqian's talent. Mu Qianqian herself was very happy and looked at the passerby. Fanjinjua only gave Mu Qianqian a faint smile, then was led away by teacher Xuanji. Soon, the whole place quieted down. The viscount and the leader looked serious. Since Mu Qianqian's talent was so extraordinary, what about the passerby who defeated the black magician in a one-on-one fight? Fan Jinzi maintained his smile as everyone watched, then quickly reached out his hand toward the magic orb. Honestly, he was also curious about his own talent, but since he was called Ordinary Person 1, a silly nickname, he didn't have high hopes. In front of everyone's eager eyes, the magic ball touched by the true Zen technique emitted a brief glow. There was no light. At the magic talent test site in the poor town's Purple Flower Academy, after several minutes of waiting, the highly anticipated Ordinary Person 1 touched the magic ball, but the ball didn't glow at all. How is this possible? The leader, the viscount, and many others at the scene were all shocked. What does it mean if the magic ball doesn't glow? They knew very well that this meant the person had no magic talent at all. It was impossible for him to learn magic. But how could that be? Not to mention that Ordinary Person 1 was someone capable of fighting a dark mage alone. Even just talking about magic talent, even a stray dog on the street would make the ball glow a little. And now, it was completely dark, no glow at all. How could that be? Unless the leader, who had seen many strange geniuses, suddenly understood what Ordinary Person 1 meant. He quickly cleared his throat twice and said, This student, I know you might want to hide your true ability, but we need to record this. Please don't make it so exaggerated." He had heard that when a person's magic level reaches a very high stage, they can completely suppress their magic power, preventing any leakage and making the magic ball unresponsive. Let's leave it at that. The true Zen technique looked at the magic ball for a moment, then spoke, releasing his hand and walking down the stage. "Wait, this student, if you do this, it will be difficult for me. If you haven't met the requirements, I can't give you the acceptance letter directly," the leader said. He had seen many geniuses but he had never seen someone like Ordinary Person 1. Other geniuses at least had some bottom line in hiding their abilities. But how is Ordinary Person 1 completely without limits? They hadn't been told how to handle this situation, and he was feeling quite troubled. Fan Jinjua looked back at him and casually said, "It's fine. If you don't want to, that's okay. I have my own way." The leader heard this and was a bit surprised. He quickly looked at the viscount and asked, "Has he always been like this?" The viscount looked at the trembling gold object, and it nodded. Seeing this, the leader sighed. He could only follow the rules and gave the passerby a 0 score, sending him away. When the passerby arrived, Mu Qianqian quickly went to his side. She was curious about his talent, but since he wanted to hide it so deeply, she didn't ask further. Teacher Xuanji was less worried. She straightforwardly asked the passerby, "What do you think you're doing? Wouldn't that make you seem even more impressive?" Fan Jinjua looked at the two silently and then said, "I don't want to say more." After saying that, Fan Jinjua carried Mu Qianqian and left. Actually, he wasn't hiding anything. He simply had no magic talent at all. Although he was prepared, being passerby 1 with no magic talent was a bit too much. Fan Jinjua felt tired inside. He needed to rest. After Fan Jinjua left, no one was very surprised that the magic orb didn't glow. Most people just felt disappointed because the passerby had hidden his talent so well that no one knew how extraordinary it really was. Having gone through many resets, Fan Jinjua hadn't rested properly. Now that his talent was tested, he planned to sleep, then pack his things and follow the leader. So, in Mu Qianqian's house, before going to sleep on her bed, Fan Jinjua told her, "If you go out, wake me up. If someone comes, wake me up. If you feel something's wrong, wake me up. Do you understand?" Mu Qianqian sat on the bed and nodded obediently at the passerby. Seeing this, Fan Jinjua still felt a bit uneasy. He tied a rope to her hand and then to his own, before closing his eyes. Soon after, Mu Qianqian looked at the sleeping face of the passerby. She thought about what happened last night and smiled faintly with a hint of helplessness. "Actually, I have something I want to tell you. I wanted to tell you to sleep well and rest properly." She had wanted to say this to a passerby last night. However, because of the interruption with Long Yishan, she couldn't say it. Instead, she spent the night sitting at the viscount's mansion. During this time, the passerby always protected her and kept sleeping in a place that was sheltered from the wind. Can she really rest well there? Looking at him sometimes appearing tired, just like last night, she noticed that although he looked fine before going to the viscount's mansion, his face looked very pale when he threatened the viscount from the balcony. It seemed like he hadn't rested in a long time. Unexpectedly, she didn't say anything at all. In the end, she simply made him sleep in the bed without saying a word. She held him as he returned home and lay on the bed. She, who had sprained her ankle, sat at the head of the bed. It was quite bold, almost as if she had already expressed her wish for him to sleep in the bed. "Yes, sometimes even when I say nothing, it feels like you already know everything," Mu Qianqian thought as she looked at the face of the passerby. Unconsciously, she reached out to touch his face. But halfway through, she suddenly realized what she was doing. Surprised, her face quickly turned red as she withdrew her hand. Seeing the passerby's face, Mu Qianqian felt shy and turned to look out the window. From time to time, Fan Jinjua suddenly opened his eyes and sat up in bed. "Oh, I almost forgot something I still need to do." "Huh?" Mu Qianqian immediately turned her head at the sound, looking at the passerby. She then saw him extend a hand toward her. His palm was facing up, and on it, there was a small object, a tiny ring. It was silver, with a small cat's head engraved on it, looking very cute. Mu Qianqian froze in surprise. Before she could ask, Fan Jinjua handed her the ring and said, "Happy birthday, Mu Qianqian. You probably don't know this yourself, but I do. So, this is a birthday gift. This wasn't just talk, it was written in the original story." She remembered when she saw her magical talent in the story. Although she had been tested many times, the heroine still showed a happy expression when she discovered her strong magical potential, even if it was a bit forced. The most memorable thing for him was a sentence written at the bottom of that PowerPoint slide. "Today is her birthday. It's a day she doesn't even know about, but today, heaven still gave her a birthday gift." "Huh?" Fan Jinjua chuckled softly. The gift he gave wasn't as generous as heaven, but he believed Mu Qianqian deserved a real birthday present. Whether it was to make up for past pity or to prevent her from turning dark, it was a meaningful gesture. As a relatively poor passerby, Fan Jinjue thought that giving her a cute ring with a Hello Kitty image was the best choice. It took him a long time to find a craftsman in this town to make it. It was easy to carry and good for keeping. In this world, it was the only one of its kind. Tired and sleepy, Fan Jinjue didn't think much more. He didn't notice Mu Qianqian's blank expression at that moment. After giving the gift, he quickly lay back on the bed. Good night, Mu Qianqian. Sweet dreams, thank you, huh? A lazy yawn escaped as a ray of morning light spilled in by the window. Fan Jinjue felt fully refreshed. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, initially feeling a bit confused, but soon he realized he had slept the whole day. The bed beneath him was hard, but much softer than the ground outside. He slept very comfortably. It's been a long time since he last felt this way. However, one thing made him uncomfortable. It seemed like something was pressing on his left arm, making it hard to move. Fan Jinjue quickly sat up and turned to look. That's when he saw Mu Qianqian sleeping beside him, hugging his arm while lying on her side. He paused for a moment, then quickly calmed down. Fan Jinjue remained silent. He looked at the bed, small, just a single bed. There was only this one in the room. If Mu Qianqian wanted to rest, she could only lie beside him. He didn't know when she had fallen asleep, but even if the bed was too small for two people, and someone had to lie on their side, why did she have to hold his arm? In the original story, there was no mention of Mu Qianqian having such a habit. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. After waking up, Mu Qianqian unconsciously loosened her arm from Fan Jinjue, who immediately pulled back and jumped onto the side of the bed. Then, he began to tidy his wrinkled clothes while listening to Mu Qianqian's soft, sleepy murmurs. He said, Good morning, Mu Qianqian. Good morning. Passerby 1, Mu Qianqian responded, seeming a bit confused. But soon, she remembered what happened yesterday and quickly got out of bed to get dressed. Throughout this, she didn't react to him holding her arm while she slept, as if she didn't notice. Fan Jinjue didn't mention it again. Now that the magic test was over, according to the original story, the leader would leave tomorrow. Today, he wanted Mu Qianqian to pack her things and say goodbye to some people. Packing was easy, but saying goodbye was a bit special. In the original story, Mu Qianqian didn't say goodbye to anyone in the town when she left. That made sense because, by then, the heroine had no one left to say goodbye to. At school, she only had a good relationship with teacher Xuanji, but in the story, the teacher was no longer there at this time. Also, in the original story, the heroine was under the control of a powerful figure during this period, so she had no time to say goodbye to anyone. But now, things are different. Although the heroine still had no friends at school, teacher Xuanji was still alive, so saying goodbye was necessary. After all, the teacher had secretly cared for her for many years. He also had some things he wanted to say to certain people. So, after Mu Qianqian quickly tidied up her room, Fan Jinjue took her to the academy. He initially planned to find teacher Xuanji directly, but on the way, they met Fan Ai with pink hair. Seeing an opportunity, Fan Jinjue told Mu Qianqian to go say a few words to teacher Xuanji, while he stayed behind to chat with Fan Ai. Mu Qianqian nodded and left. Fan Ai watched Mu Qianqian walk past and disappear from sight, then turned to the passerby and asked, What do you want to talk about? Fan Jinjue looked at the pink-haired girl and smiled. You didn't take the test yesterday, did you? Fan Ai crossed her arms and watched the passerby one. She immediately saw that the passerby was pretending to be friendly, so she said without mercy, Why wouldn't I go? You probably already know. Don't waste time. You're so noticeable now, don't let others see me. Haha. Fan Jinjue smiled lightly twice. When the story was happening, he thought this pink-haired girl was interesting. But back then, her eyes had little brightness, unlike now, when she still joked around. His reason for stopping the pink-haired girl was simple. In the game, God's Crime World, among many main and side stories, Fan Ai's story didn't take up much time, but it was one of his most memorable. Fan Jinjue's face suddenly became calm. Knowing the unknown future, he understood that the next time they met, neither of them would be the same as now. Although most of his words were about helping the heroine become stronger, this pink-haired girl, when they met again, would probably be a real witch. A powerful witch, a special witch, and a pitiful witch. So, what's the matter? Fan AI looked at passerby one with a confused expression. She waited a long time, but didn't hear him speak. Fan Jinzi showed a slight smile. At first, he didn't want to involve the pink-haired girl storyline because it was just a side story, and helping the heroine was optional. But the opponent involved was very strong, almost like a cheat. However, I was just thinking about how to thank you for helping Mu Qianqian learn magic before, Fan Jinzi said. He didn't want to owe favors. Fan AI heard this and thought passerby one was a bit strange. But she didn't deny that capable people often had some quirks. So she casually said, "Just don't spread what I do here." Really? Fan Jinzi smiled, then walked past Fan AI, waving goodbye. "See you again if there's a chance. Good luck, and be careful." Pink-haired Fan AI listened to passerby one's farewell, but didn't speak. She just watched him leave her sight, then looked a little confused. They had only known each other for a short time. Although they knew they would part ways soon, why did it seem like that person had known her for a long time? "I don't remember ever seeing him," Fan AI muttered to herself and walked away alone. "Are you done talking?" After saying goodbye to the pink-haired girl, Fan Jinzi waited outside Teacher Xuanji's house. He didn't go inside because he wasn't very familiar with Teacher Xuanji. The only person truly connected to that teacher was the heroine. So he was sensible and kept his distance, letting them talk privately. As for what they discussed, Fan Jinzi didn't care much. They probably just exchanged a few words. "Seeing that you have such great talent, the teacher is very happy. From now on, when you go out, you can rely a little on that passerby, but be careful of him." Based on what Fan Jinzi knew about Teacher Xuanji, he was sure the teacher said something like that. After Mu Qianqian came out of the teacher's house, Teacher Xuanji also smiled at her. Seeing that smile, Fan Jinzi knew the teacher was definitely talking about him with Mu Qianqian. Sure enough, Fan Jinzi didn't bother to find out exactly what was said. "Yes, we're done talking." Mu Qianqian returned to his side and responded to his question. "Let's go back and pack our things." Fan Jinzi nodded quietly and then looked at Teacher Xuanji. The teacher also looked at him. After a moment, it seemed both of them had something to say, but neither spoke first. Teacher Xuanji couldn't hold back anymore. After a laugh, he said, "Qianqian, I leave her in your hands." Fan Jinzi stared at Teacher Xuanji. Protecting Mu Qianqian was his main task now, and he would do it without needing to be told. He was just thinking about something. In the original story, the teacher was supposed to be dead by now. But because of his interference, the person who was supposed to die didn't, and the one who was supposed to live died. Although he had changed the story, the dead still made him uneasy. After a long silence, Fan Jinzi said, "Teacher, don't die." Teacher Xuanji was taken aback for a moment, then awkwardly smiled. "What are you talking about? Are you cursing me to die?" Fan Jinzi shook his head. "I just think that sometimes, just being alive is already helping." Teacher Xuanji fell silent upon hearing these words, her face losing its smile and showing a hint of confusion. After that, the two of them didn't exchange much. Teacher Xuanji was silent for a short while, then simply responded to a passerby with a brief, on the way back. Mu Qianqian was very curious about what the passerby's last words meant, so she asked, "What did you mean when you said that to the teacher?" Fan Jinzi looked expressionless and said, "It's nothing special, just small talk." "But have you properly thanked him?" Mu Qianqian paused suddenly, then smiled softly and nodded. "Yes, that's good." That night, at the viscount's residence, the items were packed, and the trembling gold child was called into the room by the viscount. "Father, is there something you want?" the trembling gold child asked. "Have you packed everything?" "Yes, everything is packed." The viscount looked at the trembling gold child in silence for a moment, then asked again, "Are you sure that the passerby isn't Fan Jinzi?" The trembling gold child nodded and said, "Yes, I saw them both appear at the same time." The viscount remained silent, feeling a bit suspicious. Honestly, he was starting to doubt the trembling gold child. It felt like he might have been tricked or used again. Recently, the problem with Long Yishan was resolved, but there was no progress on the matter of Mu Qianqian and the passerby. He couldn't find any useful information about where Mu Qianqian learned her magic or who the passerby really was. The most he knew was that Mu Qianqian and the passerby had a very good relationship. Not knowing anything else made him very anxious. Naturally, he suspected that the passerby might be Fan Jinzi, but the trembling gold child firmly insisted they were not the same person. Mu Qianqian and the passerby were leaving tomorrow, and he didn't plan to dwell on these unresolvable questions anymore. However, before they left, he had something important to tell the trembling gold child. No matter what the relationship between the passerby and Fan Jinjua was, at least he could be sure of one thing. Don't go provoking them, whether it's the passerby, Mu Qianqian, or Fan Jinjua. No matter what you know, don't pursue it. Don't get involved in anything related to them, the viscount said seriously. Father, I am not a fool, Jinzi said with some helplessness. After witnessing a passerby kill Long Yishan without injury, who would bother to find trouble with passerby one for no reason? That's good to know, the viscount nodded. He thought about the threat of the Van Jinju and how passerby one handled Long Yishan. These two gave him a feeling similar to a witch he saw many years ago. Although he didn't know what cards they were hiding or what abilities they had, he had a strange feeling. Be more careful. I feel that some people who can control the fate of this world are starting to act. Meanwhile, the Van Jinju, waiting for the midnight save in the game, Godsin World, suddenly sneezed. Do you have a cold? Mu Qianqian asked. The Van Jinju shook his head. No, I guess someone is talking bad about me. Then he looked out the window. 2 months felt like a year, but no matter what, as the clock's hands passed midnight, the beginner village part of the game, Godsin World, was over. But everything was just beginning. The next day, Van Jinju left the small town with Mu Qianqian in the same car. Looking at the barren scenery flashing past the window, he had no time to rest. He kept thinking about what to do next. Besides solving problems in the new map and the heroine's chance to grow stronger, the most important thing right now was his magic talent. Although he looked expressionless when testing his talent, he was just very tired at that moment. Honestly, Van Jinju was prepared for the possibility that his talent might not be very good. He was even ready for others to doubt and mock him. But he was surprised. He had no magic talent. Is this a joke? He wondered. Van Jinju was quite nervous. As a master who had completed all the CGs in the game, he knew that in this world, even a stray dog on the street might have some magic talent. The fact that he had no magic talent was something that had never happened in the original story. Without magic talent, he couldn't learn magic, and he knew this very well. So now he feels a bit upset inside. After all, he has the power to rewind time, even if he only has a little bit of magic talent. As long as he has some talent, he can practice repeatedly by rewinding to learn magic and become stronger. But if he has no talent at all, then no matter how many times he rewinds, it won't help. Right now, it's like he has an invincible cheat, but he can only fight barehanded against a bunch of people with tanks and planes, or even worse. Still, he can understand a little. After all, he is not really from this world. Having the power to rewind time is definitely more powerful than most magic. It makes sense that his magic restrictions are also very strong. He thought to himself, it's kind of like a dark mage trading magic for the ability to rewind time. In short, if you don't have talent, you don't have talent. It's troublesome, but not impossible to solve. He remembers in the original story, there was a magic card system that could store and release magic. As long as he prepared the magic in advance, even if he couldn't use magic himself, he could still release magic by using the cards. He originally wanted to learn this magic, but the problem is, making these magic cards also requires having magic power. Since he doesn't have magic talent, it probably means he doesn't have magic power either. In this case, he can't make the cards himself. He can only have others make them for him. This is such a pain. That's what makes him feel frustrated. But not having magic power isn't completely unsolvable. It just means he needs to do more complicated things to fix it. With his current skills, the chance of success is almost zero. And he would also need to be away from the heroine for quite a while. Right now, he can't let her leave his sight for more than a day. It's like super hell difficulty, so exhausting, he sighed inwardly. After thinking for a while, he decided to think of something else to change his mood. For example, who is the creator of the game Godsin World? After a moment, he suddenly smiled. He couldn't remember. Despite remembering most of the story and details in the game very clearly, he had such a good memory that he actually forgot who made it. This kind of thing is impossible. He is very sure that he definitely paid attention to that producer. But now he has somehow forgotten. There is only one possible reason for this situation. Someone has tampered with his memory, and the person capable of doing this clearly has a connection to his arrival in this world. I have some clues now. It seems that the producer is the most important main side quest. Inside the car, Mu Qianqian watches the stranger's suddenly smiling face and feels confused. But she doesn't ask, because she has a feeling that even if she asks, the stranger wouldn't tell her. Still, she really wants to talk to the stranger. They have already left that town and are heading towards Countess Ansi Libo's city, which is about 2 days away. It's quite fast. If it were before, she wouldn't have imagined that she could leave that place and see bigger places. Looking back now, she realizes she used to have no dreams and didn't know why she was alive, just living to live. Although she doesn't have many dreams now, seeing the stranger's distracted face, at least now she has something she wants to do, something she truly aims to achieve. Stranger, Mu Qianqian speaks to start a conversation. What is it? Fan Jinzi quickly comes back to himself. Have you been to other towns? Mu Qianqian asks. You mentioned before what the residents there are like, but teacher Xuanji said your records at the academy show you've always stayed there. Fan Jinzi replies, I haven't been there, I've only seen it. Mu Qianqian suddenly looks stunned. Seen it, but not been there. She can't quite understand. If she's seen it, shouldn't she have been there too? If she hasn't been there, how could she have seen it? Seeing Mu Qianqian's confused face, Fan Jinzi wants to laugh. He also laughs openly. He understands why Mu Qianqian is stunned, but he didn't lie. He had seen other places in the game before, but he hadn't been there himself. It's normal for the main character to find this hard to understand. He didn't plan to explain. Instead, he became interested in the girl's dazed and blank expression. So, he stood up and leaned toward Mu Qianqian, reaching out to touch her cheek. He said, Mu Qianqian, has no one ever told you? Sometimes you're very smart, but other times you can be a bit silly. Silly? Mu Qianqian didn't dodge. She looked directly at the passerby. Yes, silly, adorable, very pretty, and cute. Just looking at you makes people want to pinch your cheeks, Fan Jinzi said with a smile, as if his next move was already planned. Mu Qianqian opened her mouth slightly. She saw out of the corner of her eye that the passerby's hand was close to her face, but she didn't move or speak. Just as the hand was about to touch her cheek, Fan Jinzi stopped. He looked at Mu Qianqian and saw she wasn't trying to avoid him. His smile faded, and he sighed as he sat back in his seat. Why don't you try to dodge? Fan Jinzi asked. Mu Qianqian didn't reply. She simply closed her lips and stared at the passerby. That's not good. If someone gets close like that, they're probably a pervert. You should avoid them. And be careful. What if I don't want to pinch your cheek, but want to grab your face and kiss you instead? Do you understand? Fan Jinzi warned. Mu Qianqian sat quietly like a well-behaved kitten and nodded. Fan Jinzi saw this and had nothing more to say. He turned his head and looked out the window. Suddenly, a flash of light caught his eye. He turned to look and saw that it was a ring on the girl's hand. The ring was a gift from him, so there was nothing strange about it. But yesterday morning, when he first woke up, he hadn't noticed it. Now, seeing it again and paying closer attention, he realized there might be something worth noting. After a moment, he pointed at the ring and asked, Do you know what it means to wear a ring on this finger? Mu Qianqian looked confused. She looked down at her hand, where she was wearing the ring. Since the passerby gave her the ring and then went to sleep, she was the one wearing it, on her right ring finger. Why on this finger? The reason was simple. It was comfortable, convenient, and looked good. But when the passerby suddenly asked her this, she didn't know the answer. Mu Qianqian shook her head and said, I don't know. Fan Jinzi looked like he already knew and said, It's nothing special. My mother also wears one on her ring finger. Mu Qianqian was stunned for a moment before saying, I'm not your mother. Fan Jinzi asked, What are you talking about? In my hometown, wearing a ring on the ring finger means you have someone special. Usually, the person who gives the ring is the one you belong to. Hearing this, Mu Qianqian's face suddenly turned red, and she reached for her ring. Is there really such a meaning? I didn't know. Sorry, Mu Qianqian said nervously, quickly trying to move the ring. But Fan Jinzi's next words interrupted her. It's okay. Since this isn't my hometown, you can wear it wherever you like. I was just asking. If you mind, it's fine. Mu Qianqian stopped and gently touched the ring on her finger, lowering her eyes in thought. She didn't move the ring all night. As night fell, the caravan decided to rest and stopped by the roadside. Fan Jinzi got out of the car to look around and think about what to do next. In the original story, the heroine took 2 days to reach Countess Ansi Libo's city, resting tonight. then traveling for a day, and arriving by late night. There was only one special event. Jinzi wanted to do something exciting, and that night, while the heroine was sleeping in the car, he did something inappropriate to her. Thinking of this, Fan Jianzhu looked over at Jinzi, who hadn't spoken much during the trip. From his current behavior, he didn't seem like he would harm Mu Qianqian. But just to be safe, he decided to stay with the heroine tonight and wait until after midnight before resting. Once this matter was settled, the journey was unlikely to face any more dangers, at least according to the original story. However, Fan Jianzhu didn't plan to follow the original plot exactly. He had something to do, so this short 2-day segment would be extended to 3 days. That night, Fan Jianzhu stayed with Mu Qianqian until midnight. Jinzi didn't attack, and he also rested. When he woke up in the morning, nothing unusual had happened. The caravan continued on as usual. Everything was normal until late afternoon, when the caravan passed through a small village near a mountain. The leader didn't plan to stop and wanted to keep going, but Fan Jianzhu called for a halt and suggested they rest there for the night. Rest for one night? If we go straight back, we could arrive by midnight, the leader said, not wanting to stop. He really wanted to return to the main city soon. But Fan Jianzhu had urgent matters to finish now, or he wouldn't have time to come back later. It's like this, but there's no rule saying you have to go back today. Rest here tonight, then leave in the morning. It's better, and you can take her to see the count, Fan Jianzhu explained. The leader thought about it and realized it made sense. Besides, he needed the count to meet Mu Qianqian first. As Lu Rini said, it's better not to disturb the count late at night. Going in the daytime would be more appropriate. So, the leader agreed to stay. The caravan stopped, and everyone quickly went into the village. Staying in a house overnight was better than sleeping in the carriage. But someone had to watch the belongings on the carriage. Fan Jianzhu had urgent work and didn't want others to know about it, so he volunteered to stay behind. Mu Qianqian saw this and decided to stay with him. The leader had no objections. Since they could defeat the dark magician, he trusted Lu Rini's strength. The others didn't think much, and soon the caravan was empty except for Fan Jianzhu and Mu Qianqian. Now it's just the two of us. What do you want to do? Mu Qianqian asked. Do you know what I want to do? Fan Jianzhu asked with a gentle smile. Mu Qianqian nodded. It was strange to stay by the carriage without a reason, so she suspected something was going on. Fan Jianzhu did not deny it. I do have something to do, but I need to wait a little longer. Mu Qianqian waited with him. Until the crescent moon was halfway across the sky and the village was dark, Fan Jianzhu finally headed toward the mountain beside the small village, with Mu Qianqian following closely. Along the way, Fan Jianzhu said nothing, and Mu Qianqian didn't ask questions. One walked alone, the other followed. About an hour later, they stopped at a remote corner on the mountain. It was very dark here. The moonlight barely shone through the gaps in the trees. Fan Jianzhu felt around, and then stood in front of a small, slightly raised dirt mound. He stepped on it, and felt that it was hollow underneath. When he jumped, he couldn't step down into it. Found it, Fan Jianzhu said simply. Without hesitation, he picked up Mu Qianqian and made a big leap onto the dirt mound. Before Mu Qianqian could react, she heard a loud crash, as if something had collapsed. When she regained her senses, she found herself being set down by a passerby inside a dark, pitch-black cave where she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. Passerby 1, Mu Qianqian asked worriedly. I am here. Can I cast a light magic? Fan Jianzhu replied. Mu Qianqian quickly formed a small white ball in her hand, which emitted light like a flashlight, barely enough to see the person in front of her. Fan Jianzhu looked around and then told Mu Qianqian, This is the place I was looking for. It's someone's grave. I need to open their coffin, so you stay here and wait for me. Huh? Mu Qianqian was surprised by what Fan Jianzhu said. But compared to what he was about to do, she was more concerned about being left behind. Can I go with you? No. It's too dangerous inside, even though it's a grave. I'll be fine, but you can't go, Fan Jianzhu said. Mu Qianqian looked a little upset. Seeing this, Fan Jianzhu said, Stay here alone. Are you afraid? Mu Qianqian nodded softly. Even if you're afraid, you can't go. Stay here, understand? Mu Qianqian listened and knew that passerby 1 had important things to do. She didn't want to hold him back, so she simply nodded. However, she was still afraid because the place was very dark, and knowing it was someone's grave made it even scarier. Fan Jinjue turned and walked into the cave, disappearing from Mu Qianqian's sight. Half a minute later, he came out again and stood in front of Mu Qianqian. After some quick adjustments, he curled Mu Qianqian into a small ball and then gently placed her on the ground. He took off his clothes and covered her head with them. There's no danger staying here. Don't be too scared. I will be out soon, Fan Jinjue said softly, crouching beside her and speaking to the glowing orb near her face. Mu Qianqian's hands were tied under her legs, making her take up very little space. The clothes covering her head kept her warm and blocked many lines of sight. With her own glowing orb, it seemed like there was less darkness around. She was a little surprised, but then smiled faintly. She looked at the passerby and said, "I'll wait for you." Seeing this, Fan Jinjue didn't stay long and quickly moved deeper into the cave. The further inside he went, the less light there was. But as his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he could roughly see the shapes of things around him. The uneven ground was navigable. The cave wasn't very deep. Soon, he bumped into the back wall and then started feeling along the sides. At the same time, he began thinking about the grave. It was originally a special place for the heroine, but in the original story, she arrived here during her escape later on. Back then, the heroine knew some good magic. She stumbled into this cave by accident during her escape. She learned the magic of the grave's owner, but in the original story, this magic didn't help her much because it wasn't very strong, and she didn't like to use it. Still, the convenience of this magic shouldn't be ignored. From time to time, Fan Jinjue felt around the wall and found what looked like human bones. He smiled slightly, stepped back, then kicked the skeleton apart. As mentioned before, what should be done if one doesn't know magic? In the world of divine sin, even knights use magic to strengthen their bodies. So, if you don't know magic, you have to find a way to learn it. If not, at least you should be able to use magic. Right now, Fan Jinjue, who has no magical talent, can only rely on magic that doesn't require talent. Card magic spell. This is one of the few reliable magic types he can depend on in this world. The next dungeon isn't the beginner village. Its opponents are stronger than Long Yishan and the Trembling Gold, and his current cards can't just rely on divine power to win. To defeat those enemies, he must master a magic he can use. Fortunately, the owner of this tomb can meet that need. A few seconds after he kicked away the human bones, a purple light appeared in a part of the cave. Looking closely, the light was coming from an old, decayed wooden coffin. Under the purple glow, the coffin gradually opened, revealing what was inside. There were only two things: a skull, and above it, floating, was the source of the purple light, a playing card with a full skeleton image. The glow from the card illuminated the surroundings, revealing scattered human bones in the cave. The light reflected on the bones, making them look unusual. Then, the purple glowing card caught fire. The skeleton image on the card seemed to come alive, moving as if it were alive. Its hollow eye sockets stared directly at Fan Jinjue, and the normally expressionless skull suddenly showed a smile. At the moment the card burned out, the purple fire flowed into the skull below, lifting it into the air and igniting the two empty eye sockets. The scattered bones around also started to move, one after another, assembling and crawling toward the skull. An invisible pressure filled the cave. Fan Jinjue watched quietly as everything happened. He saw the bones gradually come together beneath the skull, as if restoring a body. "Sorry, heroine. This old man will borrow the gold coins that are about to explode first." Soon, all the broken bones in the cave had assembled. On the wooden coffin, a skeleton with purple flames flickering around it moved, as if it were alive. At the same time, the skeleton looked at Fan Jinjue. The skull didn't open its mouth, but with a flash of purple fire in its eyes, a voice echoed in the cave. "Young one, what brings you here?" "The commotion is more magical than the pictures," Fan Jinjue said as the skeleton's animation finally finished. He quickly added, "Let's not talk about that." The genius magician who died many years ago, the creator of card magic spells, disc magic card, Fan Jinjue mentioned the skeleton's name, but with a hint of uncertainty. He was sure that this skeleton was probably called that in life, but honestly, many characters' names in the game are hard to remember. If it was a main character, he wouldn't worry. But for a character who only appeared briefly like this, he wasn't sure if he remembered the name correctly. He mainly didn't pay much attention to this character at the time. The skeleton, called out by name, suddenly paused as purple flames flickered before it. Its expressionless skull seemed to show a worried look. After a moment, the skeleton spoke again. "It's Disc, young one." "Oh, Senior Disc, magic card," Fan Jinjue corrected himself. Disc looked a bit embarrassed, lifting his skeleton hand to scratch his skull, and asked with a puzzled look, "You actually know who I am?" Fan Jinjue nodded and said, "Yes." Disc was surprised to hear that. In the original story, Disc's background is described as leaving alone after being badly injured and dying in a self-dug grave. No one would know where he died. Purple flames flickered in Disc's eyes as he asked, "Could it be that in this world, there is a seer who can detect a powerful mage like me with a big fate?" "No," Fan Jinjue replied simply. In the original story, the heroine also accidentally fell into this world, and there was no mention of such magic. Then Disc asked, "So how do you know this is my grave?" Fan Jinjue quickly found an excuse and said, "The card magic that can revive the dead temporarily. Only Disc among all card magicians can do that." Disc suddenly smiled happily. Low profile, but he didn't believe Fan Jinjue's words. He looked at this person and could tell he had strong motives, so he wouldn't just now find out who he was. So he smiled twice, then quickly changed his tone and asked seriously, "You seem to know a lot about my magic. You even understand that I am only briefly back from the dead. Young one, who are you?" Fan Jinjue suddenly paused. He didn't expect to reveal a flaw by being careless, but since he had already shown it, he decided not to pretend anymore. "Just say what you know. If it doesn't work, then reset. I don't need to explain my background. I'll be direct. You're waiting for a successor, right? Pass me the true secret of card magic. That's why I came." Disc was silent. He stared tightly at the person in front of him. There was a feeling that this person was peering into his fate at his vulnerable chest, which surprised him. The last time he felt this way was when he was just a young magician, and at that time, he faced a top-tier witch. Now, although he was already dead, he was undoubtedly a very powerful magician. His fate was far beyond what it was back then. But the person in front of him said things he had never told anyone, and from his appearance, he seemed still a young boy. A strange sense of fear arose, even making his already dead skeleton feel strange. What was it that made this person know so much? Disc couldn't figure it out. Fan Jinjue knew these things because they were introduced in the game. In the original story, Disc was still very young before he died. He was very talented but felt uneasy without a true heir. Before dying, he practiced black magic and integrated it into his card techniques, creating a dark magic called, though dead, not gone, lingering soul. This magic allowed his soul to briefly return to his body under certain conditions, but at a cost. His flesh and blood would instantly vanish into nothingness. After sealing his soul into a card using magic, he waited for a destined person to come. He never expected that after waiting for a long time without finding anyone suitable, he would instead meet a kid digging up graves on purpose. Disc suddenly smiled. He thought this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. The more mysterious someone was, the more interesting their skills. Entrusting his magic to such a person wouldn't be a waste. However, although he thought it might not be necessary, he still wanted to go through some steps. "Young one, I can give you my magic, but how about answering a few questions first?" Disc said with a smile. Fan Jinjue's lips curl into a slight smile. He knows what Disc will ask. In the original story, Disc also asked a few questions after meeting the heroine, mostly strange or ordinary ones, like whether she preferred apples or bananas. These questions didn't have much meaning. They were just ways to increase Disc's good impression of her. Even if he didn't answer perfectly, Disc would still pass on the true inheritance at the end. Fan Jinjue nods, and then answers all the questions that could improve Disc's favor. When Disc hears Fan Jinjue's nearly perfect answers, he smiles even more happily. Fan Jinjue's responses didn't surprise him, but they still made him happy. Originally, he asked these questions just to see how much fate connected him to this destined person. Although Fan Jinjue might have used some means to learn this early, his willingness to flatter and answer pleased Disc enough. "Haha, not bad, not bad," Disc says, then raises his hand. A card appears instantly and burns away, and a book drops down. Fan Jinjue picks up the book, looks at its cover, which is the same as the one given to the heroine in the original story. Got it. Thank you, Van Jinjue says simply. Now that he has the item, he can leave. In the original story, Disc's role was just to appear, introduce himself, and give the heroine the inheritance. After that, he didn't stay longer or cause trouble for her. Even when she was eager to escape, he kindly used teleportation magic to send her away. There were no dangerous situations or hardships for the heroine. He initially thought maybe Disc liked her, which is why he acted that way. If it were him, he might have behaved differently now. But, for now, it seems not much has changed. The purple glow that doesn't burn other objects is still burning. Van Jinjue looks at the skeleton on the vine with the book in hand. The task is done, but he doesn't leave immediately. Instead, he remains silent for a little while. Disc has fulfilled his wish. He waits patiently for the magic circle to finish its process, then leaves safely. However, he notices Van Jinjue hasn't left and quickly asks, "Is there anything else?" "Nothing." Van Jinjue suddenly sits down and asks, "How much time do you have left?" Disc thinks for a moment and replies, "About 5 minutes." Van Jinjue nodded quietly, then placed the book aside and said, "I see. Then I will wait for you. In these last moments, do you want to talk to someone?" Disc's purple fire in the skull's eye sockets dimmed a little. It seemed he closed his eyes and was lost in thought for a moment. Soon, he spoke softly, "All right then. Let's talk a bit more." In the original story, the heroine was in such a rush to escape that she didn't witness the final moments of this talented mage. Van Jinjue knew the battle system of the World of Sin and understood that Disc, who earned the title Magic Card in this land, was a powerful person, not inferior to a witch. Back then, when I was following the plot, I didn't think much of it. The character had no build-up, appeared suddenly, and ended just as quickly. It was abrupt and left little impression. But now, standing here, holding that thick book filled with a lifetime of experience and inheritance, watching this magical scene before me. Look, a skeleton glowing with purple light. Suddenly, Van Jinjue had some different thoughts. Even though the game's story and visuals were limited, the skeleton in front of him truly left a legend in this world, even if he didn't fully understand that legend. But the current situation was clearly the last moment of a strong person. Once the magic ended, this skeleton would die completely. Should I stay and wait? Witness it? Or at least, not let the last of this legend be that lonely person leaving this cave alone? Stay a little longer with him. Van Jinjue felt that this was not a meaningless act. His current mood reminded him of the game's ending, where Mu Qianqian was left alone after the apocalypse. Even as just a player, he could feel the emotion called loneliness swirling in his heart. He didn't know if the other person was lonely, but he felt lonely for them. So he sat down. It wouldn't take long anyway. But even if he and Disc talked again, with just the two of them, one person and a skeleton, what else could they talk about? They looked at each other in silence. From time to time, Van Jinjue had ideas. Since Disc had nothing more to say, he thought he could ask him some questions he wanted to know. After all, he was a legend, and surely knew things that others didn't. So he spoke up. "Senior, is there a way to make magic cards without using magic power?" Disc thought for a moment, then shook his head. "No, because cards are meant to store magic. So during creation, you need to use magic power to expand enough space to hold the magic." Hearing this, Van Jinjue didn't get any useful information, so he decided to be more daring. "Actually, I don't have magic talent or magic power. Do you have a way to help me?" Disc paused, then looked carefully at Van Jinjue. He took out a card and handed it to him. "Try to see if you can use this." Van Jinjue took the magic card. The moment he touched it, he instinctively felt something. He couldn't quite explain it, but he followed that feeling. In the next moment, the card in his hand was burned and turned into a small glowing ball. "If you can use it, that means you do have magic power," Disc said. Van Jinjue was a bit surprised, but didn't get too happy too soon. He quickly said, "But when I tested my talent, I was told I had no talent." Disc shook his head. "I don't know the details, but my magic cards, once made, can be used without magic power. However, in principle, you need to sense the magic inside you to know how to release it." Van Jinjue was silent, thinking. Since Disc was the creator of this magic, his words carried authority. Could it be that he has magic power but wasn't detected as talented? Is it possible that it can't be detected? He wondered. Maybe this was another feature besides the reset function? Fan Jinzhua thought it might be possible. But at this moment, Disc offered another explanation. It seems your situation is quite special, but I don't think you lack magic power. From my perspective, the reason your talent wasn't detected might be because your magic isn't being output. If you're not deliberately hiding it, then you might be in a state where you can't control your magic power. It's strange, even I can't see what your magic looks like. It's very restrained and peculiar. It sounds like another barrier, just not unlocked yet. Could it be that the magic inside me is actually a super powerful bomb capable of destroying everything? Van Jinzhua thought to himself. Senior, do you have a way to solve this? Disc shrugged and said, No, I don't know much about this kind of thing. All right, at least I've gained something. Hearing Disc's words, Van Jinzhua felt a little comforted. If I can't output magic, I also can't make magic cards, right? Disc didn't answer directly, but since there was still some time, he took out a card and began teaching Van Jinzhua how to make it. After a minute, Van Jinzhua roughly understood the process, but because he couldn't use magic, he couldn't actually make the magic card. However, after double-checking, he was sure he could use it. Let's solve this later. Van Jinzhua waved his hand, giving up. Not being able to make the cards was already considered. As long as he could use them now, that was enough. But Disc was getting a bit impatient. Although it was just a short time, he admired Van Jinzhua. If Van Jinzhua couldn't make the cards, he wouldn't be his successor. What's the point of having the ability but not being able to create? Hey, you're about to die, and you're messing with this? I really don't want to die yet. I'm a grand mage, after all. Not solving problems would be a shame. At least let me understand why. Disc scratched his head and complained. His purple flames flickered quietly, spreading all over his body, and his bones seemed to be slowly burning away. Haha, maybe it's just my personal constitution. There's no time now. Thank you for telling me all this. This book, your magical inheritance. I will pass it on. Van Jinzhua stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and smiled as he spoke. Disc listened, sighed regretfully, then looked at the young man in front of him. Suddenly, he became interested. After a laugh, he immediately waved his hand and pulled out 3 cards. Next, the purple flames on his body flickered wildly, and the stones on the ground seemed to tremble with some force. A gust of wind burst out fiercely from the center of the skeleton. What is this? Van Jinzhua wasn't quite sure what Disc was trying to do, but it was clear he was using magic to activate his power. Disc quickly explained, Young one, let me show you my skills. After saying that, a magic circle gradually appeared on each of the 3 cards. They were different, but completed quickly at the same time. Whoosh! Each card glowed with color and flew in front of Van Jinzhua. Take them. As a farewell gift, these 3 magic spells are my lifelong skills. Use them sparingly. They might save your life when it really matters, Disc said proudly. After creating these 3 cards, his skeleton body started to break down visibly. These are 3 spells from a great wizard. Fan Jinzhua was happy to find this unexpected treasure. But for now, he first said to Disc, who was about to leave, Thanks. Only a burning skull remained, and Disc smiled a little. That's nothing. I should thank you for staying with me until the end. By the way, I don't know your name. Fan Jinzhua hesitated, then said, My name is Fan Jinzhua. Fan Jinzhua? That's a cool name. Haha. The girl outside. So talented and beautiful. She's your girlfriend? Huh. Fan Jinzhua paused. The skull in the flames was burned to just half. Haha. Just a little curiosity. Is it too late to ask now? Haha. I should have asked earlier. I didn't have much to say just now, but now I suddenly have so many things I want to say. I wonder what time it is outside now. Are my friends still there? Did my magic complete my original wish? Did it help those with less talent? Fan Jinzhua looked at the skull that was about to disappear. He could answer all these questions, but he couldn't speak, because Disc hadn't finished talking. Suddenly I have so many wishes. I didn't say them before, but now I keep thinking of so many things. Isn't that strange? I also find it very strange. But, as expected, there is one thing I must say, young one. You resemble me quite a bit when I was your age, haha. Back then, I also shared a journey with a very beautiful woman. I wonder what happened to her. That witch, if she knew I secretly died in a place like this. Forget it, those are past times, young one. The purple fire burned out from the top of his head, and the flames immediately vanished. The returning calm ruthlessly drove away the lingering soul, leaving only an echo of his words in Fan Jinjue's ears. After being your teacher for a few minutes, I didn't leave feeling lonely. Thanks. I will be below, sending my blessings to you. Fan Jinjue silently closed his mouth. In that brief moment, he wanted to go back and redo things. If he could start over, he would answer Disc's questions differently. But, especially, the last thing Disc said. He didn't know which Disc was traveling with. He couldn't answer all the questions, and he didn't want to hear such regretful words again. Fan Jinjue quietly watched the cave gradually turn dark again. He didn't go back in time. Instead, he silently knelt down, holding a card and scooping some ashes, just beneath the magic fireball Disc had released to teach him. Passerby 1. What just happened? Mu Qianqian looked worried. Suddenly, deep inside the cave, a huge burst of magic erupted. Even she, waiting at the entrance, could feel the powerful magic. It was huge and fierce, and its aura was like a windstorm. She was a bit worried about what was happening inside, but the magic quickly disappeared. Then, Passerby 1 came out holding a book. Fan Jinjue didn't say much. After coming out, he first took Mu Qianqian away from the cave. As they walked back, he said, "That senior who just died came back to life. I talked with him for a bit. It's not dangerous, so don't worry. We got everything we needed." He summarized what had happened in those 10 or so minutes very simply. Mu Qianqian was very surprised. The senior who died came back to life? Yes, a kind of dark magic that lets your soul return for a little while. But now he's truly dead. The senior was a good person. It's a pity he died so early. Van Jianzuo looked down at the thick book he carried. Before understanding how his magic worked, studying it wouldn't help, but he had another purpose for this book. Mu Qianqian didn't know what to say. She found what the passerby said a bit strange. Honestly, she didn't quite believe it, but she also knew that the world the passerby knew was much broader and more real than her own. She felt her knowledge was too shallow. Just understanding many of the passerby's words took her a lot of time. So, she didn't ask more about the senior. Instead, she looked at the book the passerby had brought out. "Is this what you want to take?" Van Jianzu smiled slightly at Mu Qianqian. This was originally the heroine's thing, but now it was in his hands. One day, he would return it to her, but not now. Yes, it's a magic book too. It records the lifelong knowledge of a great magician. "Are you interested?" "Yes," Mu Qianqian whispered as she closely followed the passerby. Van Jianzu chuckled. "If you are, then work hard. Learn all the magic you should now. When the time comes, I will give it to you." "Okay," Mu Qianqian nodded. They quickly returned to the convoy. Nothing unusual happened. Van Jianzu put the book away and let Mu Qianqian rest. This trip was very rewarding. Besides getting the original book of the card magic spell, they also received 3 life-saving charms from kind Senior Disc. Although these charms have the power to rewind time, they are rarely used for life-saving situations. But since they are ultimate magic from a great magician, even if they are one-time use, just showing them can scare others. So, their plans for the next dungeon changed suddenly. With such a strong backup, they could act more boldly. If the beginner village dungeon is 0-star difficulty, then the Count's dungeon is 3 stars. With these charms, they could reduce the difficulty by 1 star, making the tough dungeon seem easier. The next day, approaching noon, a group of people arrived at the main city of Count Ancillor. This city was much richer and more beautiful than the poor village they came from. The streets were mostly paved with smooth white bricks, not just dirt and stones from nature. The city was large and built on a flat plain. A river ran through it, and the city was neatly planned. From a high place, it looked quite beautiful. After entering the city, Jinzi left the group. The other students quickly headed toward the academy. As commoners, their only hope in this strange place was the academy. Fan Zhenju and Mu Qianqian first went with the leader to the Count's mansion to meet Count Ancillor. However, because the leader didn't know much about the stranger, he only allowed Mu Qianqian to go inside. He wanted to report the stranger's situation first, and then the Count would decide whether to meet him. Fan Zhenju had no objections. He also didn't want to meet the Count without saving his progress first. In the original story, Count Ancillor was a good person, but meeting him might cause trouble. He didn't want to go through all those steps again. So, it was better not to meet him now. As for Mu Qianqian, there was no need to worry. Count Ancillor was a lady. In the original story, The Count admired Mu Qianqian but only had a little interest. After telling her to study hard, she was sent away. The difficulty of this mission wasn't mainly about the Count. Sometimes, the Count could even be a friendly teammate. Soon, Mu Qianqian came out of the Count's mansion, along with the leader. Stranger one, the Count said she can see you, the leader said, signaling him to go inside. Fan Zhenju looked at the mansion and shook his head. Let's wait for now. We'll have a chance later. Please ask Lady Ancillor for my regards. The leader hesitated. It was the first time he saw someone refuse to meet the Count. The Count's words were, if you don't want to meet, that's fine. I don't really want to meet either. So, he decided to leave it at that. He had delivered the message, and his duties were done. Then I will report your situation to the academy. The results should be out tomorrow. Remember to go in the morning, both of you together. The academy is called Fanming Academy. If you don't know where it is, ask a passerby. Goodbye. The leader gave a few instructions and then left their sight. Next, Fan Jinjue and Mu Qianqian strolled through this new town together. How is the Countess? Fan Jinjue asked with interest. Well, she seems very powerful, but she also looks quite lazy. When I saw her, she was wearing pink pajamas. Mu Qianqian honestly told him everything. Mu Qianqian's description matched the original story, which reassured Fan Jinjue. He then recalled how Countess Ansi Lu was portrayed in the original story and continued. She does look lazy, but she's actually very strong. In fact, she's always working hard and never seems to rest. She's a very diligent countess. Mu Qianqian was silent. The Countess Ansi Lu she saw after meeting her only told her to study hard, and they didn't talk much after that. It seemed like she was just dismissing her, which didn't seem very diligent, especially since she looked like she had just woken up. However, looking at the streets they were walking through now, Mu Qianqian had to admit that this town was well managed. There was no dust blowing around, and no malicious looks from before. The streets were busy with vehicles, making it feel like a brand new world. She thought, this isn't something an unmotivated countess could run. How do you feel about this town? Fan Jinjue asked again. Mu Qianqian looked around, and then smiled as she answered, very nice. Compared to where I used to stay, it's like an ancient tribe. On the first day at the Countess's dungeon, Fan Jinjue didn't rush to cause trouble. Instead, he took Mu Qianqian around to build their relationship and then found a place to rest. That night, after putting Mu Qianqian to sleep, he immediately opened the secret book of magic card techniques to study and learn. Honestly, his studies are not very good. He can memorize things okay, but when it comes to understanding, he gets overwhelmed. At school, he often couldn't understand lessons right away and usually had to ask top students after class to understand better. So, if he had to learn on his own, he would be even more worried. But right now, he has no choice. According to the plan, he needs to understand the contents of this book as soon as possible. Even if he can't make things himself, he should at least be able to teach others how to do it. Fortunately, he can go back and learn repeatedly. Before Disc left, he taught him the most important parts in just a few minutes. So, although the book's content is still a bit hard to understand, it's not like reading a mysterious ancient text. That night, from after midnight until dawn, he rewound dozens of times. After understanding the basic principles and the special secrets, he finally stopped his intense studying and took a break. As long as he has enough knowledge to handle what he needs in the Count's dungeon, studying a little each day is enough. The book is very thick. Even with unlimited rewinding, his mind would overload. The Vanjin technique is well planned for this. The next morning, Mu Qianqian woke up the passerby resting on a chair. The two of them then headed to Fanming Academy together. In the original story, this is where Jinzi brought the heroine. They wait in a large room at the school, where a mentor will come to select students. If no mentor chooses her, she can only learn by herself, picking up knowledge from classes. Of course, with the heroine's talent, this wouldn't happen. While thinking about the original plot, Vanjin technique and Mu Qianqian waited in a two-story hall. The students are on the first floor, and the mentors will come to the second. Right now, the mentors haven't arrived yet, but all the students are present. In the original story, this part mentions that Jinzi is well connected. He already knew which mentor would choose him when he arrived, so his visit was just a formality. But these details are not the main point. The key is that in the original story, the heroine's talent amazed all the mentors. Under Jinzi's pressure, She ended up becoming his student. And Jinzi's mentor was not a good person either. Looking at this world, that mentor was just a lecherous, scheming man. No real skills, but full of bad intentions. After taking in the female protagonist, he didn't teach her anything useful. She wanted to learn magic, but he made her agree to his condition, to warm his bed. Although she wanted to learn magic, she didn't want to accept his demand. She thought about telling other teachers or the dean, but after refusing, she was assaulted once and then threatened, which made her afraid and obedient. Later, she became a toy for the trembling boy and the teacher. Besides warming their beds, she was also used to benefit them. Over the next few months at the school, the trembling boy and the teacher would force her to sleep with certain people to please them. They were very cunning. Knowing that Mu Qianqian was talented, they often suppressed her learning time. By the end of the Count's trial, Mu Qianqian still hadn't learned proper magic. That's just too much, thought Fan Jinzi as he looked at the trembling boy. If this person still had some use after this trial, he would have acted already. But in the end, there was no decent person in the school. Mu Qianqian, who had great talent, showed no particular performance, yet no one seemed to care. He didn't care about the other teachers now, only about the teacher of the trembling boy. Kill him this week, Fan Jinzi thought silently. This teacher didn't have much connection to the real danger of the Count's trial, so killing him early wouldn't be a problem. Right now, he was thinking about how to do it. He needed to kill the teacher of the trembling boy, but it had to be done secretly, so no one would notice it was him. Otherwise, the Count might catch on, and it would be hard to proceed. Both Fan Jinzi and the outsider are in positions that can't easily attract attention from the Count. He needed someone to cover for him after he acted. At this moment, Fan Jinzi turned to look at Mu Qianqian. He had already chosen this person before. Soon, the teachers arrived one after another. The story followed the original plot closely. The dean casually made some opening remarks. Then the teachers began selecting students. However, there was a small interruption. It was about the outsider, the person called the outsider. The dean explained that, after their decision, the outsider must clearly test their talent before being allowed to enroll. If they didn't pass, they wouldn't be allowed to join. The Van Jinju understands this decision. After all, in their view, being able to single out a black magician shows hidden strength. If someone can hide their magical talent so well that it cannot be tested, they probably are not just an ordinary student. Allowing someone with unknown background into the academy as a student makes no one feel at ease. But understanding this, Van Jinju cannot solve the issue of his magical talent right now. So he can only tell the dean and the mentors, "It's fine if I don't enroll. I don't insist on joining." The dean and the mentors were all a bit surprised by this statement. Beside them, Mu Qianqian also frowned slightly. "It's okay. Not enrolling doesn't mean I will leave. I will stay here with you," Van Jinju said with a smile to Mu Qianqian. Hearing this, Mu Qianqian relaxed her brow and nodded gently. The dean and the mentors looked at each other and decided not to change their minds about Van Jinju's decision. So, Van Jinju stood aside, waiting for Mu Qianqian to finish her matter. The small interruption didn't last long. Now was the time for the mentor selection process, and the mentors quickly turned their attention back to the students. Soon, all the mentors' eyes focused on Mu Qianqian. They already knew her talent and started offering her opportunities, including the mentor of the trembling gold student. The mentors asked Mu Qianqian to choose her mentor. Van Jinju watched this scene without much feeling. In the original story, the heroine had no choice. Now, she could choose herself, but it didn't really matter who she picked. Mu Qianqian had already received guidance from Fan AI. Although she was only a descendant of a witch and hadn't reached the witch's level, her knowledge and understanding of magic surpassed what these mentors could teach. Once Mu Qianqian chose her mentor, she would probably find that the mentor's teachings were mostly what Fan AI had mentioned. Right now, she just lacked time. Mu Qianqian remained silent for a long time under everyone's gaze. She looked up at all the mentors above her, but she didn't say who she would choose. Instead, she turned her head and looked at the silent bystander, Lu Rinyi. The mentor with a mischievous look, trembling gold, saw this and asked, "What are you looking at? Do you want him to be your mentor?" Hearing this, Van Jinju gave that person a middle finger in his mind. Mu Qianqian listened and then responded. Mu Qianqian's response caused a moment of silence among the mentors. It was obvious to everyone that Mu Qianqian had a good relationship with the passerby, but when it came to choosing a mentor, she still looked to the passerby for advice. This was a bit surprising. Hearing this, Fan Jinzue didn't hesitate and confirmed. Listen to me? Mu Qianqian nodded. She didn't know the mentors here and didn't see anyone she particularly wanted to choose. Moreover, her ability to learn magic was entirely thanks to the passerby, whether it was giving her a magic book or having Fan AI teach her. So, when she didn't know how to choose, she wanted to rely on the passerby. Seeing this, the mentors all looked at the passerby. Fan Jinzue was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect Mu Qianqian to trust him so much, but it wasn't a bad thing. Since the heroine wanted him to help choose, he would naturally pick the most beneficial one. He then raised his hand and pointed toward the door. I choose this one. Mu Qianqian looked in the direction the passerby pointed and saw that the door was empty. She immediately became confused. Is there someone there? No, Fan Jinzue replied. What does that mean? Mu Qianqian asked. Everyone else was also puzzled, not understanding what the passerby meant. Fan Jinzue didn't explain immediately. He looked at Mu Qianqian's confused expression and suddenly remembered a piece of information from the original story. In the original story, it was written that Mu Qianqian never felt happy in her school life because she had no friends. So, he suddenly had an idea. After a moment, Fan Jinzue spoke. It means, Mu Qianqian, how about taking a break and enjoying the school life sometimes? Mu Qianqian was stunned. She understood what the passerby meant, that he was telling her not to choose a mentor right now. But, didn't you want me to finish learning those magic skills quickly? Mu Qianqian was a bit confused, as the passerby had said before that he hoped she would become stronger soon. Fan Jinzue clearly said those words, but he believed that each thing has its place. Having played the original story, he felt that the group of inexperienced teachers at the academy couldn't really help much. Plus, since Mu Qianqian had already received help from Pink Hair, the teacher's assistance was even less useful now. So, now he wanted Mu Qianqian to spend less time being bothered by teachers and more time chatting with girls her age at the academy, making friends. After all, becoming stronger is important, but experiencing love and justice is also essential. This academy was the last period the heroine attended in the original story. If there were happy memories to be made, they should be pure and simple. Mainly, he didn't have a good impression of the teachers here. It seems they can't teach you much, Fan Jinzue said bluntly. Magic isn't something to rush. There's plenty of time later, and you probably aren't stuck on anything you can't understand now. Mu Qianqian was momentarily stunned after hearing this, then nodded to a passerby. All right, I'll listen to you. Okay. Since that was the case, Fan Jinzue saw no reason to stay, so he took Mu Qianqian and left. However, the teachers were somewhat embarrassed by his words. Kid, do you look down on us? One teacher called out, seeming eager to show him something. But Fan Jinzue didn't want to argue with them. In the original story, these teachers didn't perform well, and there were no truly powerful ones in their background, though fighting them might be troublesome. He casually replied, maybe a little, since you can't even see through me. Hearing this, all the teachers fell silent. Then, Fan Jinzue left with Mu Qianqian. Suddenly, he had a new idea. He thought it wasn't a bad plan. Since the Earl's dungeon had plenty of time, he could also consider making friends with the heroine as part of his plans. Of course, making friends should happen in a good environment. He planned to deal with some perverts in the academy who had bad intentions toward the heroine before proceeding with this plan. First, he needed to prevent any incidents of harassment. The next day, Fan Jinzue first spent a day confirming that Mu Qianqian would not have any accidents at the academy. After that, he reset the day and started over. First, he put on a thick black outfit. The main quest in the Count's territory probably won't start for about a month. For now, he plans to eliminate the person who was involved with the heroine in the original story. The first person he wants to kill is the mentor of the Trembling Gold Boy. Today, that mentor didn't take any action against Mu Qianqian. Fan Jinzue guesses that the Trembling Gold Boy told the mentor something, so he probably won't attack for a while. But people are hard to change. He's not acting now only because he hasn't found a good chance. Once he does, we'll see if he acts. Actually, Fan Jinzue isn't sure if he will act, but in the game, he did take action. So, he believes in taking the initiative. Look at this person. From time to time, he hears whispers near his ear. When he looks back, he sees that the people on the street are watching him. Fan Jinjue understands. After all, walking on the street dressed so fully covered, anyone would look at him. If possible, he would prefer to act at night, as it would look more stylish. But the places he needs to go are empty at night, so he has to go during the day. He also planned this carefully. He wants people to know that a person named Fan Jinjue has already arrived in this town, which will help his future plans. Fortunately, the town has always been quite peaceful. Even though he looks suspicious, no one has come to arrest him. Suddenly, a stall on the street caught his attention. It was a booth selling masks. Seeing the masks, Fan Jinjue reached out and touched his face. Although he was fully covered and couldn't see his face, he thought, wearing a mask might look better. Thinking this, Fan Jinjue picked up a simple, white mask painted plainly on the stall. "Boss, how much for this one?" After putting on the mask and passing through the crowd, Fan Jinjue soon arrived at his destination, a dark, lightless corner of the Ansi Labor Count city, where a small club was located. The Magic Card Guild. The sign outside the building bore these words. Regarding one of the questions asked before Disc left, his magic has helped those without talent, as the true Vow can confirm. Yes, it has. Then he pushed open the door of the room and walked inside. The daytime sunlight couldn't enter this room. The door and windows were tightly closed, and only a faint light from a small bulb inside provided illumination. In the world of divine crime, the level of magical talent is very clear. Those with high talent learn magic quickly and can use powerful magic. Those with low talent struggle to learn magic and can't use it effectively. This is a world of magic. Its power is so great that no one or creature can ignore its presence. Because of this, an unavoidable situation occurs. People with high talent can become top experts through effort, gaining admiration and sometimes envy. People with low talent, despite trying hard, often accept reality and choose farming or low-level dark magic to try to change their fate. The difference in talent can cause jealousy, and a small mistake can lead to obsession or madness. Now, somewhere unknown, someone might be choosing to practice dark magic because of their talent limitations. In different regions and among various races, the leaders know this has been happening for a long time, but they haven't found a way to stop it. Sometimes, people are killed by dark magicians who want to go down the wrong path. But some still try to change this situation. For example, the genius magician Disc, who was born many years ago on this continent. A black-haired girl lay face down on the indistinct floor, holding a card and flipping through a wrinkled storybook. The story in the book restarted, and the girl casually threw the card into the air. The card was gradually swallowed by darkness, replaced by a starry sea flowing out of a painting, with stars shining in the dimly lit room. Gradually, the story in the book was illuminated. That great magician, known as the Magic Card Master, was very young when his village was attacked by dark magicians. Just as they were about to behead him, a passing witch saved him. At that time, having lost his hometown, he asked the witch why the dark mage came to his land and why so many people were killed. The witch didn't care about those fragile lives, but still answered his question, saying, "It's just bad luck on your part." Back then, the great mage Mocha didn't understand what the witch meant. Later, he realized that the witch was also sighing, as the difference in talent among people led to evil, and this gave birth to cursed magic. Today, cursed magic is called black magic. After becoming a great mage, Mocha, influenced by his childhood experiences and seeing many who couldn't use magic due to poor talent and turned to black magic, decided to create a kind of magic that anyone could use, regardless of talent. His goal was to stop people from practicing cursed magic and to help those with less talent to also use magic. Thus, the card magic system was born. Although cursed magic still exists, people's lives have improved greatly thanks to his magic system. He is a legend, but unfortunately, his magic system didn't spread fully among the people. Its core was not learned by anyone. So now card magic is just a small trick, and few people study it. He has been missing for many years now. Some say he is dead, others say he is alive. Regardless, his magic still remains. Though incomplete, it still helps some people in small ways. The dark-haired girl summarized the story from the book, then with a snap, she closed the book. Starlight burst out from it, shattering and fading away. Then, A mysterious smile appeared on her face as she lazily stood up and looked at the masked person who had just entered the room. Welcome to the Magic Card Guild of Count Ancillor. How can I help you? We offer services like finding lost items, pets, and cleaning houses. We also sell basic magic cards at friendly prices. Just a heads up, we prefer peace and do not tolerate fighting, theft, or invading others' privacy. May I ask what brings you here today? Fan Jinjua listened silently to the young girl's monologue. Then he looked around the room, which was simply decorated, with only 2 members present. They were still playing cards and hadn't noticed that he, dressed in black, had already entered. The scene looked like a place with poor business. The Ancillor Magic Card Guild was a small club. In the original story, the heroine had a scene where she talked with the guild leader. This guild gathered people who were not very talented at learning card magic. They usually used simple card magic to help other residents survive. Later, the guild was disbanded after their territory was attacked. Just from the background, this guild didn't seem special. But in the original story, the guild leader, Nishurin, was very strong. Even without learning from Dusk, she managed to become a grand mage of card magic. She was not someone with poor talent. She was a genius. At this time, the Ancillor Baron was safe. Fan Jinjua wanted to find the guild leader, bring her over, and develop their relationship. He also wanted to get some magic cards. From what he saw now, the guild leader was indeed here. But, does Dusk have such a story? It sounds made up. And that witch, does she really mean what she says? Fan Jinjua thought to himself while watching the black-haired, flat-chested girl at the counter. Her face looked a bit like the character from the original story, so she should be Nishurin. Nishurin? Fan Jinjua asked. The girl quickly responded, Yes, I am the guild leader. Is there something you need? Guest? Fan Jinjua was silent for a moment. He mainly came to ask Nishurin to help him cover up after killing someone. But seeing her current state, he suddenly felt it might not be a good idea to ask. However, since he was already here, he decided to let Nishurin help him. After all, everything he did earlier was to bring her over now. It wouldn't be hard for her to do what he asked. If gentle persuasion didn't work, he would be more direct. So, Fan Jinjua asked, What level is your card magic now? Nishurin seemed not to hear him and continued talking about what she had said before. If you need any service, please tell me what you need. Fan Jinjua saw the situation and asked again, What level is your card magic now? Sorry, guest, we do not share information about our members. Fan Jinjua was silent for a moment. Nishurin's appearance in the original story was limited, so he didn't know much about this person or the club. However, Nishurin's current personality surprised him. I want you to do something for me. Nishurin finally put on a smile and asked, Okay, what does the guest want us to do? Fan Jinjua took out a portrait of the gold-tier minter from the academy and placed it on the counter, then said, I want to kill him, but I need you to say you did it. Hearing this, Nishurin's expression froze. Then she asked stiffly, What did you say, guest? Fan Jinjua repeated himself. Realizing he hadn't misheard, Nishurin immediately raised her hands in front of her and said firmly, Our club is legally open and does not provide such dark services. If you want to hire someone for an assassination, please turn right at the front and go to the mansion there. Is that the Count's residence? Fan Jinjua thought for a moment, then added, I will pay the appropriate fee. It's not about money, guest. All members of our club, including the president, are law-abiding citizens and won't do such things. Nishurin indicated to 2 club members inside and waved her hand, signaling Fan Jinjua to leave. Seeing this, Fan Jinjua continued, What if I offer the true secret of card magic as a reward? Hearing this, Nishurin hesitated for a moment, but still refused. Fan Jinjua was silent. Honestly, he didn't really want to use force, but Nishurin was clearly not giving in easily. What if I insist you go? Fan Jinjua's tone grew cold, and a chilling low pressure quickly filled the room. The other 2 club members sensed trouble and slipped away. Hearing such threatening words, Nishurin immediately became serious. She already drew about 10 cards in her hand and retorted, Our club president doesn't cause trouble, but also isn't afraid of trouble. If the guest insists on being unreasonable, don't blame us for being ruthless. Fan Jinju didn't take Nishurin's words seriously. In the original story, Nishurin is portrayed as a very cautious person. Fan Jinju didn't believe that Nishurin would really use a card to threaten him directly. However, Since the other person also held a card, he decided to show some respect. So, he waved his sleeve, and 3 colorful cards suddenly flew out, swirling around him. Suddenly, a powerful magical aura filled the room. The 3 strong cards appeared, and Nie Shuren's eyes instantly became clearer. Before Van Jinju could say more, she suddenly knelt down at his feet with a thud. Wow, you're a great wizard. I didn't recognize you just now. I'm sorry. I'm just an ordinary worker here, just passing time and earning a living. I don't have big dreams or ambitions. My hobbies are sleeping, playing cards, and reading stories in the community, pretending I'm really impressive. But I'm actually very timid. I was just pretending earlier. I didn't mean to fight you. Please don't hurt me. I don't want to die. I'll agree to anything you ask. Van Jinju was silent for a moment after hearing her words, then put away the cards. I didn't want to fight. I just wanted you to speak properly. Nie Shuren lay on the ground and shouted, "Thank you, senior, for sparing my life." So dramatic. She quickly jumped up, smiling happily and acting very flattering as she said to Van Jinju, "Senior, I understand. But I've always been a law-abiding citizen. I really can't kill anyone. Could you please ask me to do something else?" "No," Van Jinju replied. "I just want you to take the blame. A person has to do the killing themselves. That's pretty much the same." Nie Shuren muttered softly, then picked up the picture on the counter. After a quick look, she immediately recognized it as a teacher from the academy. "Why do you want to kill him, senior?" she asked. "Because I don't like him," Van Jinju said. "I'll take the blame for the killing. Can you protect me from getting into trouble?" "Of course. I won't let anything happen to you." Nie Shuren had nothing more to say, mainly because she didn't have any other options. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the academy, Mu Qianqian listened to the bystanders' words and only focused on studying in class. She didn't show off her magic abilities. Somewhere in the academy, Zhang Jinko was discussing with his mentor. "Zhang Jinko, that Mu Qianqian you mentioned is from your place, right?" Hearing the mentor's question, Zhang Jinko immediately guessed that the mentor had feelings for Mu Qianqian. He quickly warned, "Teacher, you'd better not have any thoughts about Mu Qianqian. You saw the bystander too. He's not simple. My father told me not to get involved with those 2 people, or I might end up dead without knowing how." The mentor, who was sent here through connections, felt a bit annoyed at the warning. Is the viscount really afraid of those 2? "It's not that he's afraid of them," Zhang Jinko said helplessly. Mu Qianqian and the bystander didn't like to talk to him much. He wasn't really scared of them. He was more afraid of that person, Fan Jinjua. He worried they might be connected to Fan Jinjua. He really didn't want to experience the feeling of sneaking in through a window late at night again. In short, there are some reasons. Just don't go looking for them, teacher. If something happens, don't say I didn't warn you. Zhang Jinko finally left, still a bit afraid of being found by that person, even though he was no longer in the territory. Seeing Zhang Jinko's fear of Mu Qianqian and the bystander, the mentor was somewhat interested. He liked Mu Qianqian's beauty, but also had to be cautious. He decided to observe first and find out what Mu Qianqian and the bystander were really like. Several hours later, inside the Magic Card Guild house, Fan Jinjua learned about Nie Shuren's progress with card magic, using his own learned skills to guide and correct her, though only a little. But Nie Shuren, after the guidance, deeply understood that this sudden powerful magician was truly capable. She changed her previous reluctance and started calling him boss, leader. Boss really knows his stuff. Boss. Why do you call him that? Fan Jinjua felt a bit awkward about the nickname. Nie Shuren confidently said, "Boss, I've never known about these card magic skills before. They are very important and powerful. Our organization mainly focuses on learning card magic, so our senior members are naturally strong in this area." Fan Jinjua hesitated for a moment, then said, "In short, I haven't taught you much yet. Once everything is settled, I will teach you more." "Got it, boss," Nie Shuren responded eagerly, changing from her previous serious refusal to a very enthusiastic attitude. Fan Jinjua didn't worry too much about this. Nie Shuren is usually a good person in the original story, and since she agreed to do something, it's unlikely there will be any surprises. He looked at the time and saw it was getting late. He decided to go back and save his progress. Before leaving, he reminded Nie Shuren, "We'll meet at the agreed place tomorrow. I'm leaving now. Oh, and bring me a few cards. Rookie one. Do you have something to do today too?" Early in the morning, Mu Qianqian was about to go to the academy and asked Rook 1 this question. Yesterday morning, Rook 1 said he had something to do and asked her to go to school alone. Although nothing dangerous happened on the way, she still hoped Rook 1 could see her off. Yes, I have things to do these days. Today was the day Fan Jinjue and Nishuran planned to meet and discuss details about the assassination. Seeing this, Mu Qianqian held back her request and nodded, then pushed the door open and left. All right, I'm leaving. Fan Jinjue watched Mu Qianqian leave the room, then turned to look in the direction of the meeting place with Nishuran. Normally, he should go now, but today, he didn't plan to go. At least, he didn't plan to go today, because he needed to confirm whether Mu Qianqian would have any accidents on this day without him. So he didn't wear black clothes, but secretly followed Mu Qianqian, walking all the way to the academy gate. After seeing that nothing unusual happened on Mu Qianqian's way to the academy, Fan Jinjue didn't go back. He decided to wait until Mu Qianqian came out in the afternoon. During this waiting time, he didn't stay idle. First, he checked if Nishuran had arrived at the meeting place. When he saw that Nishuran was already waiting there, he looked at the dark-haired girl with satisfaction. There are no character images in the game, but based on the background description, Nishuran is about the same age as Mu Qianqian. She is very small and petite, not tall, with a flat chest. From afar, she looks like a black cat, especially when lying on the ground, giving her a clever and cute appearance. This description matches Mu Qianqian's taste well. I guess Mu Qianqian would think she's very pretty, he thought. Then, Fan Jinjue walked up to Nishuran, who was crouching on the steps. Are you waiting for someone? Nishuran looked up when spoken to. Seeing a stranger, she asked, Who are you? Just a passerby, Fan Jinjue introduced himself. Just a passerby? Nishuran felt the name sounded familiar. She thought she had heard it somewhere recently, but couldn't remember. I don't know you. Is there something you want? Fan Jinjue looked at the big black cat crouching on the ground and smiled softly. Nothing much. You can wait here. It was like teasing a cat. Meaningless but somewhat fun. After saying that, Fan Jinjue left. Nishuran was left with a big question mark on her face after hearing his words. The rest of the time, Fan Jinjue spent learning the true secrets of card magic. Occasionally, he waited until evening when Mu Qianqian came out of the academy. Just a passerby, Mu Qianqian saw him as soon as she left the academy gates and quickly approached with a smile. It seemed nothing unusual had happened today. The plans with Nishuran had been completed by this afternoon, so he had time to come pick up Mu Qianqian. They walked back together. The sunset scene was still beautiful, just in a different town, and the red silk banners felt somewhat different. Mu Qianqian was very quiet the whole way, but under her natural blush, Fan Jinjue could clearly see her lips slightly curved upward. She seemed very happy. Did anything fun happen at the academy today? Fan Jinjue asked. Mu Qianqian, lost in thought, quickly snapped back to reality. She shook her head at the passerby's question. Nothing special, really? You look pretty happy, Fan Jinjue continued. Mu Qianqian's steps became lighter and slower, and the distance between them decreased slightly. Because you're nearby, I feel more at ease, Mu Qianqian said shyly. Because I'm here, does that make you happy? Fan Jinjue didn't reply right away. After Mu Qianqian said this, he remembered that earlier in the morning, when he secretly followed Mu Qianqian, he saw that she didn't look very happy the whole time. Although he knew she wasn't really upset. But, that girl is so cute. Suddenly, Fan Jinjue's thoughts were interrupted by Mu Qianqian. He quickly looked in the direction she was pointing. Then he saw a girl with black hair who looked very sad, not far ahead. Nishuran. Fan Jinjue quietly called out her name in his mind. Sniff, sniff, the boss totally stood me up all day. That's so unfair. Nishuran walked past them, looking upset. Mu Qianqian kept watching her leave the view before continuing. She looks as cute as a cat, but she seems really sad. Fan Jinjue had nothing to say. The girl who looked as cute as a cat was upset because of him. Soon, Fan Jinjue and Mu Qianqian safely returned to their sleeping house. Then, passerby one, do you have something to do today? Mu Qianqian asked Fan Jinjue, sounding familiar. Fan Jinjue was silent for a moment. He looked at the place where he had arranged to meet Nishuran. After a while, he answered Mu Qianqian, some things, but I can send you, really? Mu Qianqian's face suddenly brightened with happiness. Fan Jinjue helped Mu Qianqian carry her things and casually said, Yeah, let's go. Mu Qianqian followed him to the school gate. Fan Jinjue handed her the things and said, I'll come to pick you up this afternoon. Okay. Mu Qianqian smiled and then went into the school. On the way, Mu Qianqian looked quite happy. Just being able to see her off made her surprisingly easy to satisfy. Is it because her affection level is too high? Fan Jinjue was a little surprised, but he quickly changed his attitude and arrived at the place where he had arranged to meet Nishuren. The black cat sitting on the steps looked puffy and seemed a bit unhappy. Fan Jinjue expected this because he had just gone to see Mu Qianqian. Now he was a little late. Boss, you're so late. Nishuren complained slightly, her eyes drifting to the side, looking like a girl waiting for her boyfriend to arrive late, hoping for comfort and an explanation. Usually, in this situation, the person who is late would smile awkwardly, hug the other, and explain why they were delayed. But Fan Jinjue didn't want to talk much. Since he was already late, he thought it was better to get things done quickly. So he simply said, I was a little late, but it's better than not coming at all. Let's go. Once we finish, I can give you some guidance on your card magic. Not coming for a day? Nishuren looked a bit confused. What does boss mean? If boss is late again, I'll go back. I won't wait here foolishly for a whole day. Fan Jinjue just looked at her silently. Last time, someone said they were stood up all day after a game restart. Enough talking. Let's find a place to discuss the plan. I have other things to do, he said. Soon, Fan Jinjue took Nishuren into a small alley. Nearby was a street known for its lively, sometimes shady shops. In the original story, a minter who loved gambling often visited this place. Fan Jinjue chose this spot to carry out his plan to kill that minter. When the minter goes into that shop, I will call him out. You wait in this alley. When you meet him, say something to distract him. I will try to kill him quietly. If the Earl asks later, just say that the guy tried something inappropriate with you, and when you refused, he became aggressive. To protect yourself, you had no choice but to eliminate him. Do you understand? Fan Jinjue explained the plan simply. Nishuren listened but didn't say much. She just looked a little unhappy. After all, the earlier parts were easy to explain, but the explanation with the count was a bit. Boss, if you keep doing this, how am I supposed to get married in the future? If I act like this, my reputation will be ruined. I'm still a young girl, pure and innocent. Honestly, Fan Jinjue hadn't thought about this point. In the original story, it wasn't written whether Nishuren was married or not, but it was clear she didn't have any close relationships with men. So, how should I explain this? Fan Jinjue asked. Nishuren shook her head and said, I have no relationship with the Count, and I don't know his preferences. I don't know how to explain. Then, it's up to him to explain. As for your marriage, once you become a great mage, it won't be a problem, Fan Jinjue said, not wanting to think of other excuses. Nishuren was silent for a moment. Then she smiled mischievously and said, Boss, do you mean you'll teach me until I become a great mage? Actually, you don't need to be taught. That was how it was in the original story, but now Fan Jinjue nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Nishuren quickly lifted her head, patted her chest, and said, If that's the case, don't worry, boss. Nishuren will definitely live up to your expectations. My pure reputation is nothing compared to the path of magic. Nishuren's words made Fan Jinjue feel a bit uneasy. Forget it. After the dungeon is over, no matter how much I teach her, I should copy that book and leave the original for her. Fan Jinjue made this plan, then briefly taught Nishuren some card magic, and they parted ways. According to the original story, the minter of the trembling gold would come here regularly, and now, based on the current time, he would arrive the day after tomorrow. That day was the planned end for that minter. Mu Qianqian. At the entrance of the Dreaming Academy, Fan Jinjue waited for Mu Qianqian to come out. She looked no different from the last time, still smiling and appearing fine. Are you done with your work? Mu Qianqian approached a passerby among the many students at the academy. Fan Jinjue ignored the students staring at him, took the item from Mu Qianqian's hand, and then led her away. Did anything happy happen at the college today? Fan Jinjue asked on the way. Nothing special. Mu Qianqian replied the same as before the reset. After that, Fan Jinjue fell silent. The evening light on the road was still the same. He had seen it before, and it looked similar to a path in his mind. Sometimes, even beautiful scenery can become boring after seeing it many times. This is the downside of resetting. With the possibility of changing many things, the feelings and interests we have for certain things gradually fade away. It's unavoidable, sooner or later. However, even in what seems like endless boredom, new interests can sometimes appear. Even if it's the same day, the same road, and the same person. Wow, such a cute girl, Mu Qianqian suddenly said, breaking Van Jinjue's thoughts. He looked in the direction she pointed. He saw a girl with black hair happily skipping past them. Does she also take this road today? Van Jinjue wondered. Humph, 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 great magician, great magician. Mu Qianqian hummed a tune from Nishuren, watching her walk out of sight, and then said, she's as cute as a cat, and she looks very happy. Van Jinjue had nothing to say. But this time, he chuckled softly. You're so silly, huh? Mu Qianqian suddenly looked confused. Me? Van Jinjue shook his head. It's all the same. Then he said no more. It's the same day, and some things won't change. But it's also a different day because he will change some things. Boring scenery can become dull, but people can have different experiences because of what happens. Resetting can destroy interests, but also create new ones. Sometimes noticing and picking them up is an important way for Van Jinjue to keep his will. One day later, in front of a quirky shop on a street full of customs, Van Jinjue saw his mentor, who was trembling with excitement. After watching him enter the shop, Van Jinjue signaled to Nishuren and then also went inside. As soon as he entered the shop, a strange smell hit his nose. Van Jinjue looked around and immediately thought that this shop was definitely not a proper place. No one inside was dressed appropriately. Soon, he found the location of Minter-chan Jinzi. Just as he was about to go over, a woman dressed revealingly approached him. Hey, customer, why are you dressed so tightly? Aren't you hot? Come here, cool off a bit. Van Jinjue wasn't in the mood for this. He simply sidestepped the woman, who was trying to hold his arm, and headed straight toward Minter-chan Jinzi. The woman stayed in place, and others in the shop also noticed the masked man in black who had just entered. For a moment, some inappropriate sounds in the shop stopped. Van Jinjue didn't care whether these people saw him or not. Even if he was seen, it wouldn't affect his plan. Soon, he reached Minter-chan Jinzi. Seeing how the mentor was surrounded on both sides, Van Jinjue didn't make any fuss. He just placed a note in front of the mentor. Here's for you. With that simple remark, Van Jinjue left the shop while the mentor looked at him in confusion. In short, he simply left the shop and walked into the alley, glancing back to see if anyone was following him. Seeing no one, he felt relieved. He often did things like this in his daily life. As a college mentor, many people asked him for favors. Requests to meet alone usually meant they wanted to get special treatment at the college or wanted him to look after someone there, sometimes in a more personal way. He was very used to dealing with such matters. However, this time was a bit different from before. The man in black came to deliver a message, and it was likely that the person who sent the message was someone important. But it didn't really matter. Since they were meeting alone, any trouble would probably involve some shady dealings. Anyway, it was all secretive stuff. Small problems meant less profit, big problems meant more. As long as there was money to be made, he was willing to take any job. Soon, he reached the alley. There was no one else there, only a young girl with black hair standing inside. Did you call me here? Minter-chan Jinzi asked Nishuren. Yes, it's me, Nishuren replied. Minter-chan Jinzi looked at her carefully. He remembered her vaguely, but not clearly. I think I've seen you before. I'm the president of the Magic Card Club, she said. Magic Card Club? The mentor remembered now. It wasn't a famous group, but it was somewhat known among the local residents. I see. What do you want from me? The mentor suddenly looked confused. Why would the Magic Card Club want to see him, a college mentor? Could it be that their club was in trouble and wanted to join the college? There was no need to discuss such private matters secretly, and they even sent a suspicious man in black to deliver the message. Why are they acting so sneaky? And the club probably doesn't have much money either. The mentor thought to himself, glancing behind to see if anyone else was coming. Nishuren remained silent the whole time. When Minter-chan Jinzi turned around, she found it hard to speak, even though she had practiced many times in her mind. Right now, if she doesn't say anything, the person will leave. So she clears her throat, closes her eyes, and with a blush on her face, she says, there is something I want to say, about, my mentor. Actually, Nishuren has admired you for a long time. Would you like to sleep together? After saying this, Nishurin suddenly feels like something on her face is gone. Instantly, she no longer feels embarrassed and starts to smile as if she forgets everything, facing her respected mentor. Haha, that's what I wanted to say. Nishurin laughs awkwardly, having decided to be brave. The mentor, hearing her words, turns around with a confused look and looks at her. Honestly, he doesn't quite understand what Nishurin is talking about now. It feels very strange, but his eyes still scan her whole body. Her face is okay, but, finally, his gaze lands on her chest, and he shows a disappointed look. Without saying a word, he turns to leave. Nishurin notices his look and feels slightly offended. Wait, she shouts, her face already flushed. She grabs her collar with one hand. I'm going to take off my clothes. The mentor immediately stops and turns back. Although he's not interested in small breasts, everyone's body is different. Some people have small chests but good skin, which can still look attractive. Moreover, although he has seen women's bodies before, he hasn't seen Nishurin's yet. Not looking would be a waste. Seeing him turn back, Nishurin feels unexpectedly comforted. Maybe I am still attractive after all. She pulls at her collar, only slightly, then her movements slow down. Boss, come quickly. I don't really want to take my clothes off, she thinks, carefully watching his expression. The respected mentor has had many lovers, both inside and outside the shop, so he quickly realizes that Nishurin doesn't really want to take her clothes off for him. But he keeps staring, not because he must look, but because he finds it strange. Why would Nishurin suddenly come to him? He kept saying reckless things, but not sincerely. Strange. This really is strange. Usually, he would think Nishurin is just nervous, but lately, he's been paying attention to the new student Mu Qianqian and the passerby E, who is close to Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian behaves quietly at school and doesn't boast about anything, so he can't tell much. As for E, he isn't even at school most of the time, so there's no way to know what he's doing. However, the son of the viscount, Jinzi, is especially wary of those two. It's strange, this mentor seems to sense something similar about Nishurin. It's like he's caught up in some secret plot. When the mentor noticed this, he no longer cared whether Nishurin was taking off his clothes. A bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart, and he started to feel nervous. At that moment, a hand suddenly covered his mouth from behind. Just as he was surprised, he didn't have time to react before feeling something cut across his neck. It was quick, not very painful, but after that, he suddenly felt weak and everything went black. Thud! Fan Sinju let go of the hand covering Mentor Jinzi's mouth, and the mentor fell to the ground like a broken kite. Silence filled the alley. Nishurin looked at the fallen mentor and was momentarily stunned. She has never killed anyone, nor has she seen anyone do so. But now, looking at the person on the ground, she realized he might be dead. Just a moment ago, a white knife had sliced across his neck, leaving a light red stain. Then, the man didn't say a word and collapsed with a loud thump. It seemed he didn't even have time to close his eyes. Is he dead? Nishurin asked blankly. Someone just died right in front of her. Honestly, she didn't feel much. She was just surprised at how fast it happened. In stories, killing usually takes a long time and is very bloody. But now, she felt surprised but not upset. Before long, the mentor's neck seemed to react and started to show a clear cut, bleeding out. The scene suddenly became a bit creepy. Nishurin finally regained her senses and felt a slight sense of life fading away. Fan Jinjue looked coldly at the corpse on the ground. After kneeling and touching the nose and wrist for a while, he stood up. Yes, he's dead, Fan Jinjue replied to Nishurin. Nishurin was silent for a moment. She remembered how smoothly Fan Jinjue had just cut the person's neck. Does the boss often kill people? Fan Jinjue didn't bother to answer her question. He was also a bit surprised. In the original story, this mentor was a weakling, but still a mentor. Now, with few preparations, facing him directly was a tough opponent. He thought that a sneak attack from behind would be noticed, and he would have to restart a few times to improve the assassination route. But now, unexpectedly, he just cut the neck in one go. This wasn't a bad thing. Overestimated him, Fan Jinjue thought, then carefully recalled the original story. After confirming that the mentor didn't have any resurrection tricks left, he dragged the body next to Nishurin. Nishurin didn't get an answer from Fan Jinjue, but she guessed that if he didn't kill often, he wouldn't be so skilled. The way he killed just now, and checked the body afterward, looked like someone who kills regularly. Suddenly, she didn't dare to smile playfully anymore. Boss? Nieshuran asked cautiously. Fan Jinjue, who was dealing with the body and bloodstains, looked up and asked, What? Then, what should I do? Nieshuran avoided the knife in Fan Jinjue's hand. Stand here, pretend you were attacked, and had to fight back, accidentally killing him. Look sad and helpless. When someone comes, you should cry a little and tell others what we agreed on earlier. Then, Fan Jinjue took out a basic magic card with fire magic from Nieshuran. After using it, he set fire to the corpse and the nearby walls, creating the illusion of powerful magic. The hot flames burned the skin and blood. Nieshuran secretly looked at Fan Jinjue's face, smelling the unpleasant, pungent blood scent. Although wearing a mask that hides her expression, Nieshuran still feels that Fan Jinjue should now have a blank face. She guessed correctly. Fan Jinjue indeed has a blank expression now. Since the incident in the beginner's village, he has become quite skilled at handling situations involving the abuse from Mu Qianqian's original story. Except for a few very powerful people, he can handle most others easily. Looking at the burning corpse, he was just thinking about something else. Soon after, the fire in the alley was discovered. When people learned that the mentor from Fanming Academy had been burned to death there, Earl and Siluo found Nieshuran, who was in the alley at that time. Are you saying that the mentor wanted something from you? And when you refused, he tried to force you? So you used card magic to resist, but because the strength of the card magic was preset and uncontrollable, he was burned to death? Is that right? The Earl asked, observing the charred body. Nieshuran nodded seriously. Yes, your lordship. The Earl fell silent for a moment. The skin on the body was badly burned. Honestly, it was more like ashes. Luckily, the body was found in time. With just this corpse, there's nothing else that can be seen. Moreover, the Earl also knew that there seemed to be a certain mentor in the academy who was quite lecherous. After thinking for a moment, she turned her head and looked at Nieshuran with slightly sleepy eyes. After glancing her over a few times, she yawned and said, Haha, all right. But I heard that this mentor had some contact with a person in black clothes before. Do you know that person? Nieshuran shook her head seriously. Seeing this, the Earl didn't press the cute black cat any further and started chatting casually. Since I last saw you, you haven't changed much. You haven't grown taller, have you? Are you sleeping well? Huh? Nieshuran didn't expect the Earl to ask that. Her serious face suddenly fell, and she replied, Yes, I sleep well. Really? I find that hard to believe. Earl and Siluo stood up and patted Nieshuran's head. You're about the same height as my daughter. She's 2 years younger than you. Nieshuran looked at the woman in pink pajamas, who was lazily lying there. She had met her once when she inherited the family estate. Although she seemed kind, her status was clear, so she felt a bit reserved. The Count no longer teased Nieshuran much. Seeing that Nieshuran still seemed hesitant to speak to her, he withdrew his hand and said, It seems your card magic has improved. You actually managed to burn this mentor to death, though I could tell last time I saw you that you have good talent. Yes, Nieshuran nodded. The Count casually gave a lazy smile to Nieshuran and then left. After walking away, the Count looked back at Nieshuran's direction and said to his assistant, That mentor doesn't seem to have done anything good. If he's dead, he's dead. Maybe the card girl was startled. Remember to send her some comforting things. The assistant nodded and replied, Understood, Lord Count. But what about that man in black? The Count was silent for a moment. It's not certain, but he might be the mentor's partner. I checked some things on the way here. He often does things he shouldn't. Go and find out more about that mentor. Yes, but what if the black-clad man isn't related to the mentor? The assistant asked. Hearing this, the Count closed his eyes. Then don't investigate further. Don't get involved in things you shouldn't. It's better not to waste your life. When the time comes, leave it to me. From a distance, a disguised passerby secretly observed the Count's situation. As he suspected, the Count didn't cause trouble for the lawful citizen Nieshuran. Once he confirmed this, he left. The incident was successfully over. This was something to be happy about, but he didn't have time to stop. Godson World is a game with adult content, but the adult scenes are not the whole story. In the original story, the scenes of abuse appear alongside main and side plots, but they are not the most important part of the story if you ignore the adult content. The most crucial and least mistake-prone element in the story is the magic the heroine gains through various coincidences and opportunities along her journey. The godsend magic. Undoubtedly, its stats are like cheat-level magic. It's something the heroine must obtain. With it, her strength can dominate in this world, and it ensures the appearance of the all-knowing, all-powerful book. Getting this magic is a key part of this dungeon. However, obtaining that item was not easy. In the original story, if you don't see her as the main heroine, her fate as the protagonist is almost guaranteed, and her survival depends entirely on luck. This dungeon wasn't difficult because of the abuse events, although Fan Jinzhua wouldn't let them go. The real challenge was the characters involved in the main quest. These characters didn't threaten the heroine's purity or her mind. They were dangerous villains who could take her life directly. After killing this mentor, the abuse incidents involving Count Ansi Lu could be considered resolved. Afterwards, he just needed to make some people disappear periodically. If everything went as planned, he could now start preparing for the upcoming main quest. But next, he planned to focus on Mu Qianqian's side of things, especially her friendship. In the original story, the heroine's main interactions here mainly depended on whether she obtained what she needed at the end. So Mu Qianqian still had plenty of time to enjoy college life. The next day, Mu Qianqian, let's explore the college together today. At Fanming College, Fan Jinzhua spent the whole morning walking around with Mu Qianqian. As expected, Mu Qianqian didn't know anyone at the college and always kept to herself. She didn't seem like someone who would make friends. Do you want to make friends with anyone? Fan Jinzhua suddenly asked. Mu Qianqian quickly replied, Is there anyone who wants to be friends with me? Fan Jinzhua was silent. Mu Qianqian's words weren't unreasonable. After all, Godsend World was still a kind of fantasy story, and as the heroine, she had a demon charm level 10. To exaggerate a bit, even stray dogs that have turned into spirits might have some thoughts about the heroine. It's absurd, but there's nothing that can be done. It's just the game's setting. Mu Qianqian probably sensed how ridiculous this situation was, so she didn't dare to get too close to anyone. It seems that I have many chances to do something with her, but I haven't. In her eyes, I must be a very reliable person, which is why she feels happy just walking with me. Huh? Fan Jinzhua suddenly chuckled. Mu Qianqian heard the sound of laughter and felt a bit confused. It's nothing, just thinking of something funny, Fan Jinzhua quickly explained. Honestly, it's not something to be happy about right now, but he still felt pleased because he had a sense of achievement. Fan Jinzhua quickly adjusted his mood. He understood the helplessness in Mu Qianqian's words. After all, he had experienced it himself. It's not the girl's fault, just a silly setting. Almost 80% of men, when they see the girl, act as if they've taken some drug. They immediately become excited. It's better if they don't notice her, but if they say even a few words, their minds immediately go to romantic thoughts. And nearly 80% of women, when they see the girl, look at her as if she's an enemy. Jealousy and the desire to harm her quickly arise. Even if they don't speak, they might team up to target her, not to mention the sneers behind her back. In such situations, it's hard to find friends. Because who knows if the person they befriend truly considers her a friend. But this isn't impossible to fix. Because others don't know what Fan Jinzhua knows. From time to time, when Mu Qianqian finished eating, Fan Jinzhua would take her toward the music room at the academy. In the original story of the Dreaming Academy, when the girl was being bullied, there was a girl who stood up to speak for her. But the result was clear. Because she was powerless and ordinary, she was eventually kicked aside and disappeared from the story. Somewhat similar to me, Fan Jinzhua thought. But at least that girl had a decent name. Maybe because she was also stubborn. After being beaten repeatedly, the bad guy's leader held her by the hair and forced her to curse the girl in front of the main character. She didn't curse her, even then. The girl at that time seemed quite moved, but later he heard she had died. This is not quite like a random passerby, since it's not clear if the original story had her disappear or just stop appearing. People like that, who still stand firm, Fan Jinzhua thinks they could be friends with Mu Qianqian. At least, knowing the truth and being genuine friends. From time to time, the two arrived outside the music room, and they could already hear some music coming from inside. Van Jianzuo stood at the door, looking inside. He saw only one person sitting in front of equipment, preparing to play. The music playing was the guided music from the device itself. Van Jianzhou remembered the general outline of the girl, which matched the person in the room right now. That's her. He found his target, but didn't go in immediately. It's not polite to disturb someone who is about to perform. He decided to listen first. Mu Qianqian followed behind. When she saw the passerby stop, she also stopped and looked toward the girl inside the room. After a moment, the music stopped. The girl inside cleared her throat, then confidently placed her hand on the equipment. Then, a melody flowed into Van Jianzhou's ears. He listened for about 10 seconds and felt a strange sensation. It made him marvel inwardly. The feeling was like falling into a mud pit, desperately trying to climb out, but sinking deeper. His mouth, nose, ears, and body were sticky, and he felt weak, wanting to call for help, but only experienced a sense of despair, as if overwhelmed by filth. This is no longer just unpleasant to hear. Is it a curse? Van Jianzhou couldn't hold back and spoke. The strange music in the room gradually stopped after his comment. The girl playing turned her head mechanically toward the door, blushing, and asked, "Who is it?" "Passerby one," Van Jianzhou replied simply, feeling relieved. Honestly, that strange music had hurt him mentally. He then nodded to Mu Qianqian, whose face looked equally bad. Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian quickly responded. When the girl inside heard these two names, she froze and looked carefully at their faces. When she saw Mu Qianqian's distinctive white hair and red eyes, she was sure this was Mu Qianqian. Then, her face blushed deeply, but the redness quickly faded. Her eyes lit up with surprise as she hurried over to the two. "Passerby one. I know you. You're the one who made our college's mentors almost have a heart attack. How did you get into our college? Aren't you not allowed in?" "Huh?" Van Jianzhou was stunned. Why did he appear like this in this college? Shouldn't he be the mysterious, cool guy? Before Fan Jinji could speak the next sentence, the girl grabbed Mu Qianqian's hand with admiration and said, "Mu Qianqian, I know you too. Just like the rumors say, you're so beautiful. Seeing you up close, you're even more beautiful. I wish I were as pretty as you." "Thank you." "Thank you," Mu Qianqian shyly replied, a little scared by the girl's enthusiasm. But the girl didn't stop. She was still very close, admiring Mu Qianqian from head to toe. Her intense gaze made Mu Qianqian uncomfortable, especially since it was so open and close. She looked at a passerby for help. Fan Jinji sighed, grabbed the girl by the collar, and pulled her aside. He said, "Your college's teachers are all busy, so they don't have time to watch whether I come in or not. And you, Qianqian Su, you've scared Mu Qianqian." Qianqian Su looked surprised and a little confused when she saw the passerby. "Do you know who I am?" she asked, feeling a bit puzzled. She wasn't a famous person or a noble with high status at the college, but she had heard that the passerby and Mu Qianqian had only recently arrived. She didn't remember talking to Mu Qianqian, let alone the passerby, but the passerby called out her name? The passerby explained casually, the kind of magic sound that hits straight to the heart. "You're not an ordinary person." Hearing this, Qianqian Su blushed and quickly said, "I was just worried someone might hear, so I came here when no one was around." Fan Jinji also felt unlucky. In the original story, it only mentioned that Qianqian Su liked to play the piano in the music room at noon, but it didn't say how well she played. Besides, it sounds pretty good. "I like it." Qianqian Su suddenly lowered her voice and muttered, "Is she doing it on purpose?" Fan Jinji thought to himself, "Anyway, I hope you won't play it in front of me again, or I'll be in trouble. No wonder the teachers look so annoyed with you." Qianqian Su was a bit angry, but she quickly asked, "Are you guys going to use this classroom?" Fan Jinji shook his head and said, "No, I need to talk to you about something." "Something to talk about with me?" Qianqian Su looked surprised. "What is it?" "It's nothing." Fan Jinji Dao finished speaking and took Mu Qianqian away, leaving a confused Qi Su behind. Qi Su said. Not long after leaving Qi Su, Fan Jinji turned back and told Mu Qianqian, "Did you see that person just now?" Mu Qianqian nodded. "Yes, I saw." "Good. From today on, you should go and make friends with her." Fan Jinji pointed toward the music room and said, "Huh?" Mu Qianqian asked in surprise and confusion. "Make friends?" So sudden, she wasn't really prepared. "Make friends?" Mu Qianqian asked again, confirming with a passerby. The passerby nodded. "Why?" Mu Qianqian asked, puzzled. Fan Jinji smiled gently. As part of experiencing the good life at the academy, Mu Qianqian was speechless. She thought things were fine as they were, but since the passerby said so, she didn't argue. So, starting from the next day, Fan Jinjue first looked for Chi Su. What do you like to eat? Fan Jinjue asked. Cream cake, Chi Su replied simply. After that, Fan Jinjue asked her many questions about herself. Once he understood her well enough, he left. Then, on the second day, Fan Jinjue bought a piece of cream cake and handed it to Mu Qianqian. Here, give this to her. Just say you bought it, and she likes it. Mu Qianqian took the cake, feeling confused. Does she really like it? Fan Jinjue nodded. Yes, she definitely likes it. Just go and talk to her with this. Mu Qianqian didn't ask how the passerby knew all this. She was used to it now, so she took the cake and looked for Chi Su. Chi Su saw Mu Qianqian approaching and was also confused. She had been puzzled yesterday, especially about the first passerby, completely inexplicable. But she still liked Mu Qianqian. After all, she was very beautiful. Most importantly, she saw the cream cake in Mu Qianqian's hand. Chi Su. Mu Qianqian hesitated and looked a bit nervous as she tried to start a conversation, besides the first passerby. What's wrong? Chi Su looked at the cake in Mu Qianqian's hand and asked. She had a feeling that the cake was meant for her. Mo Qianqian handed the cake to Su. Before she could speak, Su took the cake and started eating it, saying, "Thank you." This action surprised Mo Qianqian so much that she froze. She hadn't said anything yet, but Su had already taken the cake and was eating it. Now, she wondered if she should say that the cake was for her. Mo Qianqian didn't know what to do. She had no experience talking with girls her age. She looked back toward the direction of the bystanders. One of them made a hand gesture, but she couldn't understand what it meant. Suddenly, she felt anxious. Not understanding the gesture made her unsure of what to say. She became nervous. Although she didn't make a sound, her face showed she was confused and worried, as if asking, "What should I do?" From a distance, Fan Jinjue watched this scene and thought to himself that Su was a bit careless. But the main girl also had poor social skills. He remembered that in the original story, she never talked to normal people. Meanwhile, Mo Qianqian. Su also noticed that Mo Qianqian seemed a little anxious. Suddenly, she stopped eating the cake and asked, "Is this not for me?" No. Mo Qianqian quickly waved her hands, wanting to say that the cake was for her. But she hesitated before saying, "It's for you," and didn't finish. When Su heard, "Not," she immediately clasped her hands together and apologized. Sorry. I saw you carrying it over and thought it was for me. It's my favorite style. Sorry." Hearing this, Mo Qianqian also wanted to stop Su from apologizing and didn't say, "It's for you." The scene became quite chaotic. Meanwhile, Fan Jinjue stopped paying attention to them. He rewound time. Soon, Fan Jinjue looked at Mo Qianqian inside the house. He thought that the main obstacle to her making friends was that there were very few normal people in this world. But now he realized that Mo Qianqian's social skills were also extremely low. The original story didn't focus much on this aspect. In the beginning, the female protagonist was forced to do everything, and later she became suspicious of everyone. At that time, I didn't realize that she didn't know how to communicate normally with others. That Mu Qianqian was about to go to sleep, but when she saw a passerby suddenly staring at her, she stopped her movement and looked at the passerby, tilting her head with a slight look of confusion. The two looked at each other in silence. But the passerby didn't feel annoyed because he had completed the God's Crime World game and had some control over the female protagonist. He had passed many ghostly levels, even though he had to reload his save several times. Now, he could reload again, so it was just a different way of controlling the female protagonist to make friends. Simple and easy, thought Fan Jinjue. Making friends is much easier than fighting, as long as he used a little trick. So, after imagining how to teach the female protagonist to behave, Fan Jinjue smiled slightly and said, "Haha, go to sleep early, Mu Qianqian, if you keep doing this. And then this. And then that." After several reloads, a week later, Fan Jinjue managed to make Su and Mu Qianqian become familiar with each other, so much so that they appeared to be friends in the eyes of others. However, Mu Qianqian still wasn't sure if they had truly become friends. "Passerby 1, are we friends now?" Mu Qianqian asked when he stopped giving her tasks. "Not yet," said Fan Jinjue. Not yet, but in others' eyes, we seem to be friends, Mu Qianqian continued. That's true, he nodded, but that's how others see it. Do you consider her a friend? Mu Qianqian hesitated. This question made her pause. Does she really consider Qianqisu a friend? Honestly, she wasn't sure. The past few days, she approached Qianqisu mainly because of passerby one's tasks. Fan Jinjue could tell Mu Qianqian was unsure, so he continued, do you know what it means to truly consider someone a friend? Mu Qianqian shook her head. When you have a moment when you want to tell the truth to someone, Fan Jinjue patiently explained, also adding, Mu Qianqian, I didn't mean to make you hide this matter, did I? Mu Qianqian remained silent. She didn't understand a single word of these two sentences. Fan Jinjue didn't explain further. He had done what he needed to do. The only thing left was for Qianqisu and Mu Qianqian to become friends, and that last step, he could only remind them, but not interfere anymore. The next day, Mu Qianqian met Qianqisu again at the academy, feeling confused. Good morning, Qianqian. Qianqisu greeted her cheerfully. Morning, Mu Qianqian responded simply, then said nothing more. Today, the passerby didn't give her any tasks, so she didn't know what to do with Qianqisu. Qianqisu quickly noticed that Mu Qianqian was different from before and asked worriedly, Are you feeling unwell today? Huh? Mu Qianqian quickly shook her head. No, Qianqisu looked confused. If she wasn't unwell, why did she seem unhappy? Did something happen? You don't seem happy, Qianqisu asked. Mu Qianqian didn't know how to answer. But then she remembered what the passerby said to her yesterday. To be honest, I don't know what to do anymore, Mu Qianqian said simply. Hearing this, Qianqisu immediately had an idea. She took Mu Qianqian's hand and smiled. That's easy. If you don't know what to do, come with me and let's go for a walk outside. Mu Qianqian couldn't refuse, so Qianqisu pulled her away from the academy. Fan Jinjue, who had just brought Mu Qianqian here and hadn't gone far, quickly saw this scene. So he followed them. From time to time, the three of them arrived in front of the Magic Card Club. Where is this? Mu Qianqian asked Qianqisu. Qianqisu smiled at Mu Qianqian, who looked confused, and at the indifferent passerby, then led Mu Qianqian inside, explaining as they walked, I know the club's president. She's very interesting. I'll ask her to come out and play. Wow, they really have such connections, Fan Jinjue thought outside the door. Not long after they went in, he also entered. Inside, the dark-haired girl was lying face down on the unclear-colored floor, holding a card and flipping through a wrinkled storybook. That person who was called, the big black cat, who was about to tell a story, couldn't speak a few words before the storybook in his hand was taken away by Qianqisu. All right, President, no more of this story, Qianqisu said as if it was normal, then signaled to Mu Qianqian and the somewhat confused passerby behind her. Today, we have a guest. Neshu ran, lying on the ground, quickly puffed up her cheeks and looked at the three people with some annoyance, saying, It's because I saw unfamiliar people coming that I wanted to tell a story. It's you. Mu Qianqian saw Neshu Ran's face and suddenly remembered seeing her on the street before. Hearing this, Neshu Ran looked a bit puzzled. We've met before? Mu Qianqian shook her head. I saw you on the street before. You looked so cute, like a cat, so I remembered you. Neshu Ran jumped up from the ground, feeling a little satisfied with what Mu Qianqian said. Humph, you have good eyes. Neshu Ran is indeed very cute, meow. Fan Jinjue didn't want to interfere in their conversation, so he sat in a corner of the room and started flipping the cards on the table. But Neshu Ran noticed him very keenly. What is this? Qianqisu explained. Passerby 1. Passerby 1. Seems familiar. Where have I heard that before? Neshu Ran stared at Passerby 1 carefully, feeling that this person somehow seemed familiar to her. Of course I've heard of him. He's so powerful that even our college's mentors can't see through him. Very mysterious, Qianqisu said proudly. Fan Jinjue didn't know what she was proud of, but he felt a little pleased. Hearing Qianqisu say that, Neshu Ran wasn't surprised. She even looked a bit disdainful, waving her hand. Sounds pretty strong, but it's probably just that. Can anyone be more powerful than a great mage? Huh? Qianqisu listened to this and quickly asked Passerby 1. Passerby 1, are you a great mage? Fan Jinjue remained silent and didn't respond. Qianqisu saw that the passerby didn't want to talk and quickly told Nishuran. Even if you're not a great magician, you're still impressive. Very few people can become a great magician. You're aiming too high, President. Nishuren's lips curled slightly, and she looked pleased, almost like a great magician herself. What is she so happy about? Fan Jinjue thought to himself. Although she will be one in the future, she isn't yet. Nishuren quickly got back to the main topic and asked the three people inside. Anyway, what are you here for? Just so you know, our office is closed this afternoon because it's a special time. Is it because I plan to come this afternoon? Fan Jinjue wondered. Special time? Jinzi Su asked suspiciously. President, you're not open this afternoon. Can we still get something to eat? Hearing this, Nishuren looked very satisfied, as if she had heard the best news. She suddenly puffed out her chest, which wasn't very impressive, and smiled happily. If it were before, we really couldn't afford to eat. But recently, I made a little money, and Lord Earl sent me a small gift, so. He. Jinzi Su was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood. Is it because of that mentor at our school? I was surprised when I heard he made a move on you. By the way, President, don't you usually stay indoors? Why did you suddenly go to that kind of street? Nishuren's smile faded, and she looked a bit helpless. Don't mention it. I have no face left. It's nothing. That mentor didn't succeed, right? Anyway, today Qianqian and I are going to play here until tonight, Jinzi Su said. Nishuren looked a little troubled. No, the boss will come this afternoon. Boss? Who's that? Jinzi Su asked. Boss is Nishuren's boss. Nishuren explained briefly, not saying anything more. After that, the two argued intensely. Fan Jinjue wasn't really listening, but from their words, he could tell that Nishuren and Jinzi Su got along very well. These things didn't happen in the original story. Fan Jinjue fiddled with the cards in his hand, thinking. In the end, it seemed that the mischievous girl Jinzi Su had won the argument. She wanted to stay and play with Mu Qianqian until night. Fan Jinjue felt it didn't matter much, since he was here and Nishuren's boss wouldn't come over in the afternoon. Time passed quickly. Three girls of similar ages played cards all day in a dimly lit room. In the morning, Jinzi Su and Mu Qianqian were not very willing to stay here with Nishuren. Now, she had completely forgotten about her boss and was having a lot of fun. As for Mu Qianqian, Nishuren was curious about her luck because she always drew good cards. Because of this, Nishuren called her the card's favorite, meaning she had a strong connection with the cards. Mu Qianqian didn't care much about this nickname because she didn't know much about cards or card magic. However, Fan Jinjue could see that Mu Qianqian was really happy playing. So, when evening came and Jinzi Su was about to say goodbye to Mu Qianqian and leave with Nishuren, he finally spoke after pretending to be silent all day. Jinzi Su, how about you help me send Mu Qianqian back today? Fan Jinjue asked. The three girls in the room looked confused at the same time. Why? Do you have something to do? Jinzi Su asked. Fan Jinjue nodded and then sat in front of Nishuren. I want to play a few rounds with this club president. Well, Mu Qianqian was about to say she could wait here, but a passerby suddenly gave her a, don't speak, look, and she fell silent. Is that okay? Fan Jinjue asked Jinzi Su again. Jinzi Su was surprised for a moment, then looked at Mu Qianqian. She then put her arm around Mu Qianqian's shoulder and pretended to be reliable and cool, saying, no problem. Then, the two left the room. Watching them leave, Nishuren looked at the only guest left in the room and felt a little confused. What is your relationship with that girl? Fan Jinjue didn't care much about Nishuren's question. He just silently played his cards and said, guess, are you lovers? No. Family? No. Then, are you about to become lovers? Let's play cards. Fan Jinjue changed the subject. Nishuren picked up the dealt cards while paying attention to the person who had been silent all day and only stayed until the end to leave. The cards in his hand told him that he didn't stay just to play cards with her. He guessed right. Fan Jinjue didn't stay just to play cards either. He was giving Mu Qianqian and Qianqian Su a chance to be alone together, even while he was still feeling happy at that moment. Meanwhile, Qianqian Su was indeed carefully seeing Mu Qianqian home. But at the same time, she kept chatting. Did Qianqian have fun today? Mu Qianqian nodded. Yes, I did. That's good. I'm happy too. I introduced my friends to Qianqian, and it's really nice when everyone can enjoy playing cards together, Qianqian Su said openly. For her, that was the greatest happiness. Her words of happiness were deeply felt by Mu Qianqian at that moment. This made Mu Qianqian slow down her steps and quietly follow behind Qianqian Su. That last passerby was a bit strange. When we were playing, he didn't come over, only showed up when we were leaving. So odd. But he seemed quite strange from the start. When we first met, don't you think he was odd, Qianqian? Yeah, probably. Qianqian probably doesn't find him strange, since she's quite unusual herself. Even though we didn't know each other or talk much, Qianqian still knew what I liked. That's strange, but also impressive. Qianqian Su kept talking, like she was sharing her feelings openly. Mu Qianqian listened silently. She felt nothing special, just that her feelings were becoming more and more strange. Gradually, she stopped walking, lowered her head, and looked down. What Qianqian Su was saying now seemed to treat her as a true friend, honest and open, without hiding anything. But she hadn't told Qianqian Su anything. Did she consider Qianqian Su a friend? She wasn't sure, but she was hiding many things from her. A strange feeling was swirling inside her, making her suddenly feel that this relationship wasn't fair. Yet, her genuine happiness today was still clear. For a moment, she also wanted to speak freely and honestly with Qianqian Su, without worries or secrets. When you have a moment when you want to tell the truth to someone else. Mu Qianqian, I didn't mean for you to hide this matter, did I? At this moment, she suddenly understood what passerby one meant. So she spoke. Jinzi Su. Huh. Jinzi Su turned around upon hearing, only then realizing Mu Qianqian was some distance away from her. Before she could ask anything, Mu Qianqian openly shared her honesty. Actually, I only knew what you liked because passerby one told me. How to communicate with you, what to do with you, all planned out. Jinzi Su was momentarily stunned, scratched her head, quickly thought about the situation, and asked, did passerby one make Qianqian do those things before? Mu Qianqian nodded. Jinzi Su was silent for a moment. And now? Mu Qianqian replied. Yes, is he the one telling you to say these things now? Mu Qianqian shook her head. She knew it might be passerby one who wanted her to say it, but it was also her own choice to speak. Seeing this, Jinzi Su didn't look surprised. Why does passerby one want Qianqian to do these things? He wants me to be friends with you, Mu Qianqian honestly said. Why does he want me to be your friend? Mu Qianqian shook her head. Passerby one said it was to experience the good life at the school, but she didn't understand why it had to be Jinzi Su. Then, why is Qianqian telling me this now? I think it's unfair. Unfair? Yes, you've told me many things, but I haven't told you anything about myself. Jinzi Su suddenly paused and realized something. After a moment, she continued to ask, so, Mu Qianqian, are we not friends yet? Mu Qianqian didn't speak. She didn't know or understand. I thought that when Mu Qianqian gave me the cream cake, we were already friends, Jinzi Su recalled. Mu Qianqian lowered her head and said nothing. Jinzi Su looked at Mu Qianqian, who seemed to be apologizing for doing something wrong, but she didn't think Mu Qianqian was at fault. Qianqian, do you want to be my friend? Jinzi Su asked. Hearing this question, Mu Qianqian slightly lifted her head and opened her mouth. Can I? You don't blame me, do you? Qianqian didn't hurt me, so I don't blame you, Jinzi Su said. By the way, I don't know how Qianqian found out what I like, but she does know. I thought we were friends, but I never thought about what Qianqian likes. It's okay, Mu Qianqian quickly said. But Jinzi Su felt it was not okay, so she asked again, Qianqian, do you still want to be my friend? Mu Qianqian wasn't sure, but she had a really happy day today. If possible, she wanted to keep living like this. So, she gently nodded. Then, it's not too late to ask now. Qianqian, what do you like? Jinzi Su didn't blame her and even wanted to understand her better. This made Mu Qianqian feel a strange, hard-to-explain feeling. She just smiled slightly, touched the ring on her finger, and said to Jinzi Su, I like cats, not far away. After losing 3 rounds of cards and not winning any, Neishu Ran, who was planning to sneak attack her late at night, saw this scene. He nodded with satisfaction. That's right. Mutual honesty, understanding, and knowing each other. That's what friends are. At this point, the friendship storyline was considered complete. In the dark night, in a secret alley beneath the Ansi Lebo County Lord's city, an inhumane trade was taking place. Look at these, all top-quality slaves, beautiful and strong. We've chosen them. Now let's talk about the price. A merchant, wearing a small hat and with a flattering look, rubbed his hands as he recommended his goods to a masked customer. The goods he mentioned were kept in iron cages in this dark alley. The people inside wore thin clothes, and their bodies bore the same marks, signs of a contract. The customer wandered past these goods. The people in the cages didn't look dirty, and he nodded with some satisfaction. Soon, he stopped in front of a woman he was pleased with. She will do. Without caring about what the person in the cage might think, he simply bought her with money. Slave trade. This was not a lawful or proper practice in the kingdom of Mu Qianqian. However, secretly, such transactions still happened everywhere, making it hard to completely stop. "Let's go," said the customer, leaving with the slave he had bought after completing the deal. The merchant watched them leave for a while before returning to his stall. He tidied up his things, thinking there were no more customers today. At that moment, someone approached the dark alley door nearby. The merchant looked carefully. The visitor was dressed very tightly and wore a plain white mask. In the dark night, this person looked especially unusual. As a merchant, his sharp instincts told him this person was not an ordinary individual. He quickly rubbed his hands together and smiled as he stepped forward to greet the visitor. "Haha, what brings you here, guest?" The masked, black-clad person did not answer. Instead, he quietly stepped into the alley, ignoring the slaves hidden behind curtains, and walked all the way to the end of the alley. From there, he looked out to a mountain path leading outside the Earl of Anslebert's territory. Only then did he turn back to the slave merchant who had been following him. The slave merchant felt a bit confused by the visitor's actions. He sensed something strange and had a bad feeling. Before he could ask more, the masked man passed right by him and started to walk back. "Hey," the merchant paused, about to follow, but suddenly found he couldn't move his body. In the next moment, his vision tilted, and with a dull thud, he realized his head was no longer on his neck. 2 months after arriving at the city of the Earl of Anslebert, a magic competition was held inside the Bien Meng Academy. The heroine from the original story also participated in this competition, but because her magic skills were weak, she was badly beaten. It was at this point that the heroine, who was originally just being toyed with by Changjin and her mentor, also started to attract the attention of some other creepy men in the academy. Of course, now there was no need to worry about that. Neither Changjin's mentor nor the creepy men in the academy remained there after these 2 months. In theory, Mu Qianqian didn't have to participate in this competition. But Fan Jinzi wanted Mu Qianqian to see more and get used to fighting with magic. Plus, Mu Qianqian was now much stronger than in the original story. Shishisu also wanted to see Mu Qianqian's magic, so Mu Qianqian participated in the competition just like in the original story. When the competition started, as predicted by Fan Jinzi, most students in the school, when the heroine was practicing her magic normally, were no match for her. However, there were still some things he needed to explain to the heroine during the match. For example, the daughter of Count Ansi, who was also competing. In the original story, the heroine lost her first match, so there wasn't much mention of this competition, but there were still points to note. The daughter of Count Ansi did not win this time, meaning there are at least 2 opponents who can match the heroine now. The Count's daughter is one, and the other is someone Fan Jinzi hasn't identified yet. He had seen all the students participating, but besides the Count's daughter, most were just background characters. This made him curious. Could there be hidden experts in this school? Anyway, let's first show her the magic of the Count's daughter, Fan Jinzi thought, and he took Mu Qianqian to sit in the audience to watch the upcoming magic duel on stage. One of the contestants was dressed in pink pajamas, looking very lazy, obviously the Count's daughter. The other was just a background character who didn't seem important. Mu Qianqian, magic has many levels. Different levels have different power. Low-level magic usually causes less damage and consumes less magic, while high-level magic causes more damage but uses more magic and takes longer, Fan Jinzi explained to Mu Qianqian before the match started. Mu Qianqian listened carefully and nodded. She knew all this. Practicing low-level magic and mastering high-level magic at the same time is the way to become a great mage. But just being skilled in high-level magic doesn't make you a great mage, because almost every great mage has their own unique magic. He then signaled Mu Qianqian to look at the stage, where the referee had already announced the start of the match. Some magic might not be very powerful, or even have no power at all, but it must have a special point that can decide the outcome. As soon as Fan Jinjue finished speaking, both contestants fell to the ground at the same time, looking as if they had fallen asleep. Mu Qianqian was a bit surprised by this scene. She wasn't surprised that the girl dressed in pink pajamas, who looked just like the Count's daughter, had fallen to the ground. I was surprised to see that the other person, who was originally focused and preparing seriously for the fight, suddenly fell asleep on the ground. In just a moment, his serious face became lazy, and he collapsed with a thud. Seeing this scene, Fan Jinjue smiled slightly. This is a special magic of the Ancillor Count family. In their eyes, the world has two sides. One is reality, and the other is a dream. Ordinary people cannot control dreams, but the Ancillor family can. Their magic allows them to freely manipulate dreams and forcibly pull others into their woven dream world. In that dream world, Ancillor is almost invincible. Without mental attack magic, once someone is pulled into the dream, they are basically doomed. Mu Qianqian watched the two people on stage. She had heard that the magic of the Ancillor Count was very powerful, but now she understood how it worked. Being killed in a dream, does that mean you die in real life too? Mu Qianqian asked, looking at the other person who had fallen. Fan Jinjue shook his head. No, usually if we fall from a high place in a dream, we wake up. Death in a dream doesn't mean death in the real body. The Ancillor family knows this, so they add a feature to their magic. They make sure their opponents can't be harmed while in the dream. If that's the case, how does Miss Ancillor win? Mu Qianqian asked. Soon, she reached him. The person on the ground remained unmoving and did not react to her actions. Meanwhile, the daughter of the Count raised her hand, gathering magic in it. They can sleepwalk. At this moment, as Fan Jinjue explained, the referee announced the daughter of the Count's victory. You lost. The daughter of the Count gently patted her opponent's cheek, waking him from his dream. Ugh! The opponent, a supporting character, woke up suddenly, eyes full of surprise and disbelief. Although he had expected to lose, he was completely unresisting, which surprised him even more. The Countess's daughter did not talk much with anyone else. She yawned casually and left the area. Watching from nearby, Mu Qianqian saw this scene and couldn't hide her surprise. Pulling the opponent into a dream and then using sleepwalking to kill the sleeping opponent in real life. Mu Qianqian couldn't think of a way to beat the Countess's daughter at that moment. This magic is really sneaky. Indeed, the dream magic limits the opponent, and using sleepwalking to affect reality is a tricky combination. Ansi Lu has used this magic to its fullest. But in the original story, there are even more sneaky tricks. The Countess's daughter is still very young, so her dream magic isn't very skilled yet. Her mother, the current Countess, has already mastered this magic completely. This magic not only works on one person, but covers a wide area, and is almost impossible to avoid. On the battlefield, Ansi Lu could easily wipe out all the enemy soldiers alone. Fan Jinjue kept recalling the description of Ansi Li's family in the original story. But the advantage of this magic is also its weakness. It's afraid of mental magic and pure, strong magic. Any witch alive today can easily break her dream magic. Mu Qianqian listened carefully to the explanation from the passerby, then asked seriously, I understand. So, how can I beat her? Mu Qianqian doesn't know mental magic, nor is she a witch with pure, strong magic. But since the passerby explained so clearly, she thought maybe he had a solution. Fan Jinjue smiled slightly. Losing to her now isn't shameful. This magic is indeed very sneaky. The current heroine only has some stats, but no real mechanism. Facing this kind of magic, there's really no good way to counter it. That's also one reason why Fan Jinjue doesn't want to meet Ansi Lu, the Countess. After hearing the passerby's words, Mu Qianqian paused for a moment. Do you think I don't need to win? She thought that since the passerby let her participate, he wanted her to succeed and become first. Just get familiar with magic battles with others. Mu Qianqian, there's no need to rush to beat these tricky mechanisms. Mu Qianqian nodded silently. Since the passerby said so, she wouldn't overthink it. But deep down, she had been concerned from the very beginning. It seems that passers-by don't mind speaking openly about any noble, Mu Qianqian thought to herself. He wanted to find the ruthless person who, in the original story, defeated the Countess's daughter. His status and strength were obvious, and he had managed to beat the Countess's daughter. Fan Jinjue was very interested in such a person. Mostly, He needed to confirm whether this would affect his future plans. However, after observing the scene all day, Fan Jinjue couldn't see anyone with hidden strength. Most were minor characters, with no hope of defeating the Countess's daughter. This was strange. Could someone really hide their strength so well that even he couldn't see it? Or perhaps, there was some hidden secret behind this? Fan Jinjue thought for a moment, but after failing to come up with an answer, he quickly gave up. The time was getting closer to the point in the story where the main plot would fully unfold. Mu Qianqian, have you seen the trembling gold recently? Suddenly, Fan Jinjue asked Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian thought for a moment and then told the passerby, "It's been a while since I last saw him." Fan Jinjue nodded. That was right. The trembling gold had already started interacting with important characters in this side story before this time. He also checked according to the original story to see if the trembling gold was still in contact with that person. Fortunately, even without his deliberate influence, the trembling gold had already connected with that person amid the major plot changes, saving him some effort. In fact, when the trembling gold met that person, the main story had already begun. But the focus was on the heroine, so everything he was doing now was to prepare for that day. Mu Qianqian needed to seize a key step in obtaining the divine crime magic on the day the demon took the soul of the trembling gold and successfully escaped from Earl Ansel. This was the main difficulty of this side story. If all went well, Fan Jinjue planned to help Mu Qianqian leave safely. Of course, if everything went smoothly. He didn't have enough confidence to make a bold promise to himself. He hoped nothing unexpected would happen, but he was also prepared for surprises. So, he will try his best to enter that important day in the best possible way. As the evening glow reflected, Fan Jinjue reviewed his plan again, then stopped and looked at the town where he had been resting for 2 months. He had spent 2 months here, and it was much better than the beginner village. There were no man-eating bugs, and the villagers were more decent than the troublemakers in the beginner village. Honestly, he felt quite comfortable here. Handling harassment incidents went smoothly, and he often chatted with beautiful women like Mu Qianqian. Living in the same house, he could hear her say good night and good morning every day. After Mu Qianqian and Cici Su became friends, Cici Su often talked to him and invited him to play. As Fan Jinjue, his secret actions went unnoticed by the Count, and his plan to create a mysterious image was successful. He also enjoyed playing with cats, so life was not boring. At least, he didn't experience the frustration of dying hundreds of times and having to restart. If he had to find something bad, it was that studying card magic and the true techniques every day was a bit tiring. But that was his own choice. Just looking at this town, it was really peaceful. Mu Qianqian stopped beside him, and together they looked at the town streets. They had seen these streets many times and were very familiar with them. She didn't know what the passers-by were thinking when they stopped to look around. She didn't speak, just watched quietly with him. After a while, Fan Jinjue sighed and said, "I wonder how long this scene can last." Mu Qianqian accepted his words as she usually did, even though she didn't fully understand them. Fan Jinjue didn't say more. He knew from the original story that soon, this territory and this country wouldn't have such peaceful times anymore. 3 days later, Fan Jinjue found out that the reason the Count's daughter didn't win the competition wasn't because someone secretly defeated her, but because she overslept and didn't show up. In the end, the winner of the competition was Mu Qianqian. An unexpected development, but it caused no problems or obstacles. When the academy competition ended, there was no loud applause or cheers. Mu Qianqian only knew a few people in the academy, including Cici Su, and didn't have many other connections. But that was enough. Even if only Cici Su was present, Mu Qianqian indeed received blessings from her friends. On the night of the competition's end, Cici Su pulled Mu Qianqian into a celebration at the Magic Card Club. There were only 4 people in the room. This might seem a little lonely for a champion who won first place, but Mu Qianqian didn't feel that way. The small room, dimly lit, was filled with warmth. At least, Mu Qianqian was happily smiling. Fan Jinjue sat quietly in a corner, watching the white-haired girl beside Cici Su. Her eyebrows curved gently near her red eyes, still shy and not bold enough to act openly. But she didn't look like the person he remembered. Suddenly, a black cat silently sat beside him. "Why don't you go talk to her?" Nishirin pointed toward Mu Qianqian and asked. Fan Jinjue snapped out of his thoughts. Isn't someone already talking to her? One more person wouldn't hurt. And compared to Cici Su, Mu Qianqian probably hopes you'll talk to her more, Nishuran said. From her perspective, Mu Qianqian's preferences seem to lean more toward the common people lately. How do you know she's talking to you? Nishuran looked as if it was obvious. I don't know for sure, but isn't it obvious? Which girl doesn't like to hear a few kind words from someone she likes? Besides, it's clear she cares most about you. Fan Jinjue was silent for a moment. Indeed, he was the only man around Mu Qianqian and the one who spent the most time with her. From others' perspectives, they looked quite like a couple. Maybe Nishuran was right. Compared to Cici Su, Mu Qianqian might now want more blessings from him. Fan Jinjue was not someone stingy with good wishes. But long ago, when he first arrived in this territory, he realized that there were very few people Mu Qianqian could trust or rely on. As Nishuran said at the end, the person Mu Qianqian cared about most, depended on most, was him, and only him. He was aware of this himself. He felt this was not good. Nishuran, what I tell you next, just keep it to yourself. Don't tell Mu Qianqian, Fan Jinjue suddenly said. What? I have a request. Fan Jinjue looked calmly at Mu Qianqian and said, Please you and Qianqian Su spend more time with Mu Qianqian. Nishuran suddenly paused, then widened her eyes at the passerby, and looked serious. I'm not. I mean, my preferences are normal. Even though she's a beautiful girl, I'm not talking about that, Fan Jinjue said with some frustration. I just want you and Qianqian Su to keep her company more. Nishuran waved her hand and said, Why don't you spend more time with her? Fan Jinjue's eyes darkened. That's the reason he felt it was not good. Because he knew the ending he would reach was to go home. One day, I will leave her, just like I suddenly appeared in her world. Sooner or later, I will leave unexpectedly, Fan Jinjue told Nishuran his final thought. If Mu Qianqian's world only had him, what would happen when he left? When Mu Qianqian cares for and depends on him so much that she can't let go, will she cry and beg him not to leave? Fan Jinjue didn't know, but if that was possible, he didn't want to reach such an ending. Seeing Mu Qianqian now, different from the original story, made him feel accomplished. He changed her tragic life, and he hoped she could live happily until the end with that smile. He could be Mu Qianqian's regret, but he couldn't be the reason she repeats the loneliness from the original story. Mu Qianqian might feel sad when he leaves, but after that, she can continue living and accept his departure. Her world can have him, but it can't be only him. He thought that was the right way. Of course, when he reaches that final ending, no matter how Mu Qianqian feels then, he can simply wave goodbye and leave, without caring about anything. What he's doing now has nothing to do with going home. He just felt that since he was here, he didn't want to end with a bad ending. It was all just easy to do. So he made Mu Qianqian be friends with Qianqian Su, giving her others to care about. So even if she loses him in the future, she can keep moving forward. That's why he couldn't spend more time with her or let her rely on him completely. To make Mu Qianqian depend less on him, Qianqian Su and Nishuran needed to work harder. Now, he plans to tell Nishuran about this because in the next dungeon, he intends to bring Nishuran along, but not Cici Su. Nishuran was surprised by the words of the passerby. Wait, you won't even take someone as beautiful as you? Your taste is better than Nishuran's. Fan Jinjue smiled softly. Because I want to go home. Going home and this have nothing to do with each other. If you bring her, you can't go home, Nishuran asked with a frown. She felt like she was hearing something very complicated. Fan Jinjue closed his eyes tiredly. I don't know if I can bring her, so I haven't considered taking her away. Nishuran, after I leave someday, please let her continue to live happily, as her friend. Nishuran opened her mouth, wanting to say she hadn't heard, but after hesitating for a while, she looked over at Mu Qianqian and finally asked, So, during this time, you've deliberately spent a lot of time with them, standing on the side, just preparing for this? Fan Jinjue nodded. If you don't want her, then why do you approach her? Fan Jinjue was silent for a moment. I need her to go home. Nishuran really wished she hadn't come to find him just now. She didn't expect to hear this right away. Although what happened to Mu Qianqian and the passerby at the end doesn't matter much to her. But, you're not afraid I'll tell her? Nishuran said. Fan Jinjue smiled slightly. I believe you. Nishuran looked annoyed. I really can't do this. Nishuran will pretend she didn't hear any of this today. Your own matters, handle them yourself. Fan Jinjue nodded. From what he knew about Nishuran recently, she wouldn't ignore this. Just mentioning it was enough. So, both of them fell silent. Suddenly hearing such a secret that shouldn't be told, Nishuran couldn't smile anymore. Now that she knew, she really couldn't ignore it. She felt that the passerby was being too unreasonable to cause her trouble like this. "Don't you feel guilty?" Nishuran complained. Clearly, this was their matter, but they had to involve her. Nishuran thought the passerby was being a bit too much. Without offering some compensation, she felt no remorse at all. Van Jianju heard this, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and looked at the unclear surface of the floor. He was a bit surprised by Nishuran's question. He didn't expect her to ask if he felt guilty, but he could understand. Setting aside everything else, just the fact that he developed feelings and then ran away was indeed quite unfair. Van Jianju couldn't answer this question. Although he had been protecting Mu Qianqian all along, and it seemed he owed her nothing, what did Mu Qianqian owe him? From the very beginning, he had already decided to take what belonged to Mu Qianqian. If it was just mutual use, that would be fine. But he approached Mu Qianqian with a mindset of using her. And how did Mu Qianqian feel about him? "You're not like a boss at all, not responsible at all. Nishuran doesn't like you." Nishuran complained when she saw that the passerby hadn't spoken. Meanwhile, Qiansu noticed that the expressions of the two people here weren't very good, so she asked them, "What are you talking about?" "Nothing," Nishuran replied. Qiansu didn't believe it was nothing, but she didn't ask further. Instead, she asked the passerby why. "Do you want to say a few words to Qianqian? She won today and made it to the end." "I've already said it," Van Jianju said. "You're so cold," Qiansu whispered softly, not letting the passerby hear. Then she turned back to Mu Qianqian. "Someone important to you," and saying it again. "What's the big deal? By the way, Qianqian, I've always been curious about your relationship with passerby." "Me and passerby?" Mu Qianqian asked. Qiansu nodded. Mu Qianqian didn't know how to answer this question. She had been protected by passerby but she didn't know why he protected her. She never asked. After all, she had been saved many times, and if passerby wanted something from her, she didn't mind giving it. She didn't care what their relationship was. Passerby could want to be anything with her. But there was one thing she had always wanted to know. Not long after, late at night, Van Jianju and Mu Qianqian started heading back. "Passerby, Mu Qianqian suddenly called out to him, "Do you like me?" When Fan Jinju had turned around and heard Mu Qianqian's last question, he froze for a moment and was stunned. "Huh?" Mu Qianqian nervously lowered her head and covered her chest with her hand. "Just now, Cici Su asked me what our relationship is." "I don't know." Fan Jinju listened quietly to Mu Qianqian's words. "I have always been helped and protected by you. I want to thank you, but I don't know what you want. Maybe you didn't tell me because you didn't want me to know. I didn't ask. But before we left, Teacher Xuanji told me that he said you once said you liked me." "That teacher, I think I did say that." Fan Jinju was speechless for a moment. He remembered that the teacher had been joking at the time. Mu Qianqian's hand reached for the ring, and she looked at it. "I don't know if it's true. If it's not, then I was just imagining things. But if it is," Mu Qianqian swallowed hard, her cheeks suddenly blushing. She gathered her courage and looked at the passerby, then said, I can. I can be with you." Fan Jinju was surprised. He didn't expect his feelings to have grown this much. "Accidentally, I've won her over." If this were a game, he would choose to agree. But this isn't a game, and he can't stay here forever with her. If he kept doing that, even if he got the book, it would definitely end badly. He needed to avoid this situation. "Maybe I should lie and say I don't like her." Just as Fan Jinju was about to speak, suddenly, the words from Nishuran echoed in his mind. "You don't feel guilty either." Fan Jinju's mouth, which was about to open, stopped. Thinking carefully, he realized he had hidden many things from Mu Qianqian. Although he seemed to be kind to her, it was all for his own benefit. But what about Mu Qianqian? Did this heroine use him? Fan Jinju didn't know her feelings toward him, but one thing he was sure of was that Mu Qianqian wasn't using him. So was he guilty? If he had to give an answer, he could only say that the passerby would not feel guilty, but Fan Jinju would. Therefore, he couldn't lie to Mu Qianqian anymore. "Previously, I saw a very tragic girl whom I liked very much. The first time I saw her, I thought she was truly beautiful." Fan Jinju spoke. "You resemble her, Mu Qianqian." Mu Qianqian was startled by his words. Her eyes dimmed slightly. After a moment, she asked, "So, am I her replacement?" Fan Jinjue was silent. After a pause, he said, "No, you are not her. That person would never show the smile Mu Qianqian showed tonight. Even if they look the same, have the same name, or even share the same soul." But Fan Jinjue still denied it. The person in front of him now is not the woman in his memory. They are different. Just be yourself, Mu Qianqian. Fan Jinjue continued. "What I want, I will get myself." Mu Qianqian looked up in surprise at the passerby. Although she was rejected, she felt happy, as if something had been confirmed. Was she happy because she knew she wasn't anyone's replacement, or for some other reason? She didn't know what feelings were stirring inside her, but at this moment, she simply smiled happily and nodded at the passerby. "Yes, I'll listen to you." The next day, according to the original story, Count Ansi Labor was expected to visit with a nobleman of similar status. Fan Jinjue remembered that this person was called Count Lingmei. This character is also involved in some plot lines with the heroine. He is the youngest count in the Mu Feiyo kingdom, said to be very powerful, though the original story doesn't show much detail. However, the story clearly describes his personality. He loves perfect things. When he arrives, he immediately notices the beautiful heroine. The count likes her very much. To please him, the mentor of the Golden Boy sent Mu Qianqian to warm his bed. But after sleeping with him, the count realized the heroine was not a novice. After hearing about her experiences, he was very angry and stabbed the mentor to death, then left Count Ansi Labor's territory. Fan Jinjue thinks this person is easy to deal with. Since he likes perfect things, he has prepared 2 plans to keep Mu Qianqian from being noticed. In the kingdom of Mu Feiyu, nobility not only symbolizes power and status, but also shows strength. Count, for example, is the strongest magic user in the area. Not many of them become grand magicians, but their family's special magic keeps their position secure in Mu Feiyu. Every count's magic is very tricky. Count Ansi lives in the count's residence. A man has traveled a long way to get here. "Long time no see, Lady Ansi Lo. How have you been lately?" He greets politely. Lady Ansi Lu is still sleepy. She glances at the man and responds, "Count Lingmei, is there something you need?" Count Lingmei smiles warmly. "I just passed by on my way back from the border. I'll stay here for a few days." "Please, feel free," Ansi Lu says casually. Seeing that Ansi Lu still looks relaxed, Count Lingmei knows her family's magic secrets. He doesn't say much more. "Since that's the case, I'll do as I please. I also have someone I want to see." At noon, at the Dreaming College, Cici Su, after seeing Mu Qianqian's face, urgently questions a passerby, "What happened to Qianqian? What did you do to her?" "Huh." Fan Jinjue smiles slightly. He's very pleased with his work. Because he knows Count Lingmei will come soon, he plans to let Mu Qianqian act like a flower for a few days. After Count Lingmei leaves, she'll return to normal. If he likes her beauty, he just needs to pretend to be ugly. However, although Mu Qianqian herself has no problem with it, her friend Cici Su seems to have trouble accepting it. "I'm so beautiful. Qianqian is naturally pretty without makeup, but you, a devil, managed to make her look like this." Cici Su shouts, trying to wash the makeup off Mu Qianqian's face. Fan Jinjue feels secretly pleased. This is a kind of recognition of his skills. Mu Qianqian doesn't speak. She just keeps avoiding the wet wipes in Cici Su's hand. Seeing the situation, Fan Jinjue quickly grabbed Qianqian Su by the back of her collar and explained, "Don't cause trouble. This makeup only lasts a few days. I only put it on for special occasions." "Why does it have to be like this?" Qianqian Su asked. Fan Jinjue suddenly fell silent. He didn't want to explain because it was too troublesome. Seeing this, Qianqian Su understood that the passerby had such a strange and mysterious personality. She didn't ask further and turned to Mu Qianqian. "Qianqian, they painted you like this, and you didn't even resist?" Mu Qianqian nodded, looking very serious. "No." Qianqian Su was silent. Since Mu Qianqian didn't mind, she had nothing more to say. But looking at the 2 red spots on Mu Qianqian's cheeks, she felt a surge of anger. "Passerby, I want to play the piano for you." Fan Jinjue clicked his tongue and was about to tie up Qianqian Su. Mu Qianqian, standing nearby, watched the scene and secretly covered her mouth to smile. Soon after, Fan Jinjue tied Qianqian Su to a pillar in the academy. At the same time, It seemed there was some commotion inside the school. Hearing the noise, Fan Jinjue guessed who was coming. He clapped his hands and said to Qianqian Su, whose mouth was blocked, "Be quiet. A big shot is coming." Hearing this, Mu Qianqian also became a bit more serious. Early in the morning, the passerby told her that a very handsome and elegant count would come today, and she needed to pretend to be ugly to avoid being noticed. For this, the passerby gave her two plans. The first plan was to act ugly. After a moment, the noise grew louder, and the three of them saw a polite, handsome man approaching, looking very gentlemanly and charming. As expected, they will look for the heroine. In the original story, the handsome count didn't pass through this corner of the academy, so Fan Jinjue deliberately chose this place for Mu Qianqian to stay. But seeing the count coming toward this corner, he was sure. The handsome count was purposefully looking for someone, not just wandering around. It seemed that he had seen Mu Qianqian somewhere before. Good thing I didn't hide at home from him. Facing him directly avoids suspicion, Fan Jinjue thought to himself. Then, he signaled Mu Qianqian with his eyes. Mu Qianqian immediately recognized who the passerby was pointing to, so she nodded to show she understood. Cixi Su on the pillar also quieted down. She quietly watched the seemingly important man walking toward them. Count Lingmei looked at the three people with a smile, raised his hand to signal the fans behind him who wanted to talk to him to stop, and then he walked toward the three of them alone. "Sorry to disturb your playtime. My name is Xiao Lingmei. You can call me Xia. If you mind my identity, you can also call me Lingmei." Hearing this, Fan Jinjue and Mu Qianqian showed no change in expression. They were prepared. Meanwhile, Cixi Su on the pillar was surprised and made a sound of surprise. Although she wasn't a famous person, she still knew Count Lingmei. Seeing that Fan Jinjue and Mu Qianqian didn't seem surprised when they introduced themselves, Count Lingmei wasn't surprised either. He simply walked over to the person closest to him, Mu Qianqian. "May I know your names?" Count Lingmei asked with a smile. Passerby 1, Mu Qianqian, Cixi Su, Fan Jinjue introduced everyone in one breath. Count Lingmei nodded, then stopped in front of Mu Qianqian. He reached out his hand and moved close to her face. "Beautiful young lady, your makeup doesn't suit you. It hides your natural beauty. Let me do you a favor and give you a new one." Count Lingmei's words caused a commotion among the crowd behind him. They saw this as a great chance to get close to the count. But Mu Qianqian saw his hand getting closer and quickly stepped back, shaking her head. Unable to touch Mu Qianqian, Count Lingmei's hand stopped in midair. It seemed that even pretending to be ugly couldn't stop Count Lingmei from approaching Mu Qianqian. Fan Jinjue wasn't too surprised. He had expected this possibility and prepared a second plan. However, this plan might hurt his reputation. Cough cough. Fan Jinjue cleared his throat twice to remind Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian heard him and quickly said, "It's not the first time for me." After hearing this, everyone fell silent. Cixi Su widened her eyes and looked at Mu Qianqian, then turned to look at passerby 1, who was now wearing a very confident smile. Countess Lingmei pursues perfection. She cannot accept a partner who is not beautiful or not a virgin. To be fair, she has not been with any other man up to this point. In Countess Lingmei's view, if she herself is not flawless, she has no right to seek a flawless partner. In the original story, Countess Lingmei really liked Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian's beauty was rare and made her want to have her. However, after learning Mu Qianqian was not a virgin, even though they had slept together, she no longer wanted her. Therefore, Countess Lingmei's pursuit of Mu Qianqian was based on the fact that Mu Qianqian was a virgin. In the original story, the mentor deceived Countess Lingmei. The mentor thought that once the countess experienced intimacy, she wouldn't care whether Mu Qianqian was a virgin, since, as a noble, she could have any woman she wanted. But the mentor underestimated the countess's desire for perfection. Later, she killed the mentor. Now, if Mu Qianqian tells the countess she is not a virgin beforehand, the countess will naturally give up her thoughts. In reality, Mu Qianqian is still a virgin under his protection. But that's not a simple matter to confirm with just a word. He cannot tell just by looking without removing her clothes. This sentence is his backup plan for Mu Qianqian. Countess Lingmei heard this and looked at Mu Qianqian for a moment, then smiled. Hearing her smile, Fan Jinjue and Mu Qianqian both paused. Does he not believe? Fan Jinjue wondered. Countess Lingmei did not approach Mu Qianqian again. She withdrew her hand, smiled at the passerby, and said, "Is this young lady a first-timer? What does that have to do with me? Do you think I want to pursue her? Haha. Indeed, her looks quite match my taste. But I am not insensitive. I can see she has someone she cares about. Stealing someone's beloved isn't nice. From this, it seems you two know me somewhat. So I'll be direct," Countess Lingmei said, walking toward the passerby with a keen smile. "Let me say it plainly, Miss Mu, right? I think you are quite perfect. Some time ago, I passed by a place and saw you dealing with a black magician. You didn't use magic, but you handled him perfectly. I really admire you, Count Lo. Was that the time? I wonder, do you have something to say?" Count Lo nodded. "If possible, I would like to invite you to my territory." This development was quite unexpected. I didn't think Count Li's interest in Mu Qianqian would be surpassed by him. However, I don't know much about Count Li's abilities, and I have no interest in going to his territory. So I quickly refused. "No, thank you." Count Li looked a little disappointed but didn't insist. After hearing my answer, he waved goodbye and left. "I'll be in my territory these days. If you change your mind, just find me at the Count's mansion," he said farewell. "Wishing you both happiness, Mu Qianqian and Fan Jinjua. Soon, Count Lu disappeared from sight, and the group with him also left. Before long, only 3 people remained here. Mu Qianqian untied Xian Shishu. Xian Shishu quickly asked the passerby, "What happened?" Fan Jinjua looked in the direction Count Lu had gone. Although a bit surprised, it seemed that the matter with Mu Qianqian was over for now. But it's still better to stay alert. Fan Jinjua nodded. "It's fine now. You can wash the makeup off Mu Qianqian's face." After saying that, Fan Jinjua left. A few days after Count Lu left, the death date of the trembling gold was approaching. That day was very close, and he was preparing for it every day. Xian Shishu didn't understand what the passerby meant, but she quickly washed Mu Qianqian's makeup. "Does Qianqian know what's going on?" Xian Shishu asked. Mu Qianqian explained briefly. She also understood what Count Lu said just now. Most likely, it was because he saw how the passerby killed Long Yishan. Xian Shishu was surprised. She had heard that the passerby had defeated the black magician before, but she didn't know the details. Now, after hearing Mu Qianqian's description, she suddenly understood why Count Lu was interested in him. She avoided all harm without using magic. Just hearing about it is impressive. "That person is strange. Maybe they're hiding their true strength," Jinzi Su said, feeling curious because she had never seen a passerby fight at the academy. But after a short while, she changed the subject. "Let's put him aside for now. Qianqian, is that true?" "Which one?" Jinzi Su grinned mischievously. "You know, that thing." She reached toward Mu Qianqian's stomach. Seeing this, Mu Qianqian's face quickly turned red, and she hurriedly shook her head. "No, I was just joking with the Count. I haven't done anything like that." "Huh?" Jinzi Su was suddenly surprised. She wasn't really shocked that Mu Qianqian had done such things before, but she was surprised that Mu Qianqian dared to say it openly in front of so many people. Now, she was truly surprised that Mu Qianqian hadn't done such things. Although she hadn't either. But how could she compare to Mu Qianqian? Every day, Mu Qianqian and passers-by came to the academy together. Everyone could see they lived together. Living in the same house every day, and nothing happened? She looked Mu Qianqian over again, then was surprised once more. Mu Qianqian was clearly a beautiful woman. How could passers-by resist making a move? If a woman shared a room with Mu Qianqian alone, she would be tempted to touch her all over. "Qianqian, really not?" Jinzi Su asked again, a little hard to believe. Mu Qianqian blushed and nodded. Jinzi Su was shocked. Could it be that passers-by are not interested in that kind of thing? Mu Qianqian's face grew even redder. She understood what Jinzi Su was implying, but she didn't know if passers-by were interested. She just felt shy thinking about it. "I don't know." On the other side, Fan Jinjua, who had changed identities, suddenly felt a cool breeze on his back. "Is someone talking about me?" Boss Nishuren wants to praise. At the Magic Card Gate Society, Nishuren was showing Fan Jinjua her progress in learning. Under his guidance, she had improved rapidly in magic cards. Fan Jianzuo, who was still wondering which guy might be talking behind his back, heard Nayashuruin's cute voice and turned his attention back to the card Nayashuruin had made. Nayashuruin had grown much faster than he expected, and the cards he made were more useful than he thought. "Not bad," Fan Jianzuo said. Hearing this, Nayashiruin happily rolled on the ground, hugging a pillow, humming softly. Recently, he had taught Nayashiruin to make many magic cards, and he had also kept quite a few himself. If everything went smoothly, he probably wouldn't need to fight in this main story, but just in case, he kept these magic cards ready. Fanjianzua looked outside at the territory, which looked the same as always. After thinking for a while, he suddenly spoke seriously. Nayashiruin, did you keep any of the cards you made earlier? Nayashiruin stopped his happy rolling and looked up at his boss, saying, Yes, I kept some. Fanjianzua nodded. Make a few more, and keep them to protect yourself. From now on, I need to take action. Hearing this, Nayashiruin sat up from the ground. Protect myself? Boss, will Nayashiruin be in danger soon? Yes, something will happen here. I might be busy and can't help you. Be careful. Nayashiruin suddenly felt uneasy. It sounds like the boss thinks it's serious. How dangerous could it be? Fanjianzua looked at the slowly reddening sunset in the distance and said in a deep voice, If things go badly, you could die. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In a dark, damp environment, drops of murky liquid oozed from the wall and hit the ground with a sound. One drop seemed to go somewhere else, following the wall and avoiding the path of other drops. But it couldn't escape falling either. It just fell a little farther than the others, then changed position and dropped again. Tick-tock. A sound sounded as this special drop fell. Instead of hitting the damp ground immediately, it first landed on a person's head. Then, following the yellow hair, slowly and inevitably, under the reflection of a crystal mirror, it gently fell to the ground without making any extra noise. The man in front of the crystal mirror looked blank, with wide red eyes watching it. He muttered some unclear words from time to time. Darkness, darkness. Suddenly, a loud noise woke up the girl who was still sleeping inside the house. She felt dizzy, as if she had just woken up from a dream. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, which hadn't fully opened yet, and asked inside the house, What's wrong, Roran-e? There was no familiar answer. After a while, Mu Qianqian sat on the bed, looking around in confusion. The noise just now was caused by a glass falling to the ground. But inside the house, she was alone. Roran-e? Mu Qianqian asked again, still confused. But no one responded to her call. Suddenly, she had a bad feeling. She got up and started walking around the room. From time to time, she stopped by the window. At one point, she was confused by what she saw. In her red eyes, she saw a familiar town, but it was not the same as usual in the morning. The streets were empty. A red beam of light shot straight into the sky, surrounded by red clouds. The whole town looked like it was stained with blood, quiet and strange. What is happening? Mu Qianqian asked herself, stunned and confused. No one answered her. She swallowed hard. The red light beam felt strange, oddly attractive, and she wanted to get closer. She quickly shook her head and looked away. Roran-e had told her to protect herself. She couldn't recklessly approach strange things. Right now, she wanted to ask Roran-e about this. But Roran-e was not in the house. Where did he go? Mu Qianqian didn't know. All her questions seemed to have no answer now. There was no one on the town streets, completely silent, which was unusual. Did others see this scene in the sky? Mu Qianqian was unsure what was really happening. More than the sudden change outside, she cared about where Roran-e was now. She stood by the window, clutching her wrinkled clothes, anxiously staring at the red beam of light. Still, no one answered her worries. Soon, Mu Qianqian finished dressing and arrived in the town. She did not go near the red light pillar, but first looked around at the town's situation. There were no people on the street, but through the windows, she could see that there were people inside the houses. A strange phenomenon occurred. It seemed like everyone was still sleeping. It was supposed to be morning now, and people sleeping was normal, but with the sky changing so strangely, it was odd that the whole town appeared to be asleep. This situation made her think of Ansi Li's dream magic. Did they all get pulled into dreams? Mu Qianqian looked toward the Count's mansion. Then she headed to the Count's house. It was very quiet there. No one stopped her or asked questions as she entered. The guards and servants were all lying on the ground. Inside the mansion, the daughter of Count Ansi Lu was still there, but Count Ansi Lu was gone. She couldn't get any useful information here. She also couldn't wake anyone up. Most importantly, she couldn't find any passers-by. Mu Qianqian anxiously looked at the red light pillar. For some reason, she had a feeling in her heart telling her she should go see it. So, she wandered around the town for a while. When she found nothing, she carefully approached the red light pillar. The pillar was rising from the river in the town. Mu Qianqian quickly reached this place. Nothing particularly unusual happened after she got close. But Mu Qianqian noticed that the pillar was made of a strong magic energy. Is this a dream or reality? Mu Qianqian still couldn't find any useful information. She began to doubt whether the world she was in was just a dream. Then she picked up a small knife, trying to see if she could hurt herself. This is not a dream. Just as she was about to do it, a deep voice came from nearby. Mu Qianqian immediately looked over and gathered a quick attack magic behind her hand. Then she saw, in the direction of the voice, a person standing on the roof, dressed in black and wearing a white mask with no face. Who are you? Mu Qianqian asked quickly. The black-clad person shifted their gaze from the light pillar to Mu Qianqian and said, Fan Jinjue. Mu Qianqian furrowed her brows, thinking about the name. It felt familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Soon, she remembered. When she was at the Purple Flower Academy, Jinzi had asked her a question. Mu Qianqian, do you know about Fanjinju? At the time, she didn't pay much attention to the question, but now it seemed that this person had appeared around her before. Now, she was cautious about the person in front of her. What's happening here? Mu Qianqian asked Fanjinju. Fanjinju didn't answer. He jumped down from the roof and gestured for her to follow him. Everything you want to know is ahead, he said, then headed toward a hidden passage. Mu Qianqian hesitated for a moment, but kept a safe distance and followed him. They walked through the dark passage, heading underground beneath the town. The tunnel grew narrower as they moved under the river. Mu Qianqian didn't know such passages existed in the town. She stayed silent, alert but quiet. Soon, they emerged from the tunnel. Their view suddenly opened up to a large space beneath a big hole. It was damp and dark, but the most eye-catching thing was a crystal mirror growing in the middle of the deepest part of the space. The mirror was red all over, glowing with tiny red magic particles, like some kind of cursed object. Fan Jinju walked to the mirror and turned slightly to introduce it to Mu Qianqian. This mirror can tell you everything. Mu Qianqian frowned, not trusting his words. She didn't know this person, but strangely, her heart felt a strange urge, as if urging her to get closer. Seeing her cautious attitude, Fan Jinju didn't say much. He silently moved toward the corner of the cave. Mu Qianqian circled around and gradually approached the mirror. As Fan Jinju moved to the entrance, Mu Qianqian stood in front of the mirror. From a distance, the mirror looked like it couldn't reflect anything, but when she got close, she could see her own reflection very clearly, especially the pair of red eyes. When the girl in the mirror looked at herself, suddenly, it felt like a force pulled her away from her consciousness. She was briefly dazed and reached out to touch the mirror's surface. Drop. It was like a tiny water droplet falling on a calm lake, making a small, clear sound. In an instant, Mu Qianqian quickly snapped back to herself. As she withdrew her hand, the red glow on the mirror also faded with her movement. A strong force traveled along her hand, climbing up her arm, and gathered around her right shoulder and chest. Seeing this, Fan Jinjue, at the entrance, looked up at the ceiling of the cave, through layers of stone walls and on the street bricks. Shortly after Mu Qianqian touched the mirror, the sky suddenly shattered as a barrier broke open. A person with yellow hair jumped out from it. He looked fierce, with horns on his head, and was holding his broken arm. Following closely was a woman in pink pajamas. She was no longer lazy but serious, with a sharp gaze full of hostility, raising her hand to cast her next spell. In the world of divine crime, which has magic, it's similar to other fantasy stories. There are not only intelligent beings like humans. For example, one of the most hostile races to humans is called demons. They look deformed and terrifying to humans, but they can change their bodies. Powerful demons can transform into human forms, though when fighting, they still show some of their true features. Demons, like humans, have their own territory on this continent. Humans are ruled by their kings, and demons are ruled by their demon kings. Each has its own land. The demon king is called the demon lord. The demon lord has strength worthy of the title. Without exception, they are the most feared by humans. Both sides see each other as threats. This has been the case for a long time. Even without words, They both secretly believe that eliminating the other is the only way to end the conflict. However, conflicts between demons and humans have continued for a long time. Both sides have experienced suppression and retaliation. Many demon kings and human kings have died in the struggle, but to this day, the fighting still goes on. A long time ago, a demon king practiced dark resurrection magic. After many obstacles, he was finally about to be revived after hundreds of years. However, because the revival site was poor, he was immediately discovered and attacked by several witches and a great mage. Isolated and without help, he was forced to use a sealing spell on himself to save his life. Many years later, the demon race learned about this event during the selection of a new demon king. The leaders decided to stop the selection process and instead planned to secretly enter the kingdom of Mu Qianqian to break the demon king's seal, rescue him, and possibly conquer the kingdom. Fan Jinzi stood beside Mu Qianqian, recalling the background of this event from the original story. This crystal is very important for the Demon King's seal. It was made using secret demon magic and can carve a mark of sin onto someone. This mark isn't powerful by itself and doesn't increase strength. But once the Demon King's seal is broken, it helps him recover some of his power. However, this mark is also key to Mu Qianqian gaining divine magic, so it must be taken. In the original story, Mu Qianqian was about to escape after the mentor, Jinzi, died. Jinzi had been missing for a long time, so Mu Qianqian tried to run away. But she was tricked and sold to a slave trader, where she was cursed with slave magic and became a slave. The relevant people have already gone to race with the lion. Because she was pretty, she was quickly sold. But it didn't take long. During a conflict in the demon territory, she avoided detection thanks to her slave magic, which kept her outside the scope of the Count's large dream magic. The person who bought her, however, was not so lucky. When the main character noticed something was wrong, she took the chance to run away. She originally wanted to escape through a secret passage used by the slave trader, but accidentally ended up in a cave where demons were trying to get the mark of sin. Drawn by a mirror, she touched it and got the mark of sin faster than the demons. Of course, she was soon discovered and ordered to be hunted down. But since the demons were busy fighting the Count, they couldn't catch her and only sent some small soldiers to find her, but they never did. Fan Jinzi glanced at Mu Qianqian, who was kneeling and struggling on the ground. According to the original story, after she touched the mirror, she was cursed with the mark of sin. The process was painful, but it didn't last long, about a minute, and then she started to run away. But now, Mu Qianqian looked at her, clearly in pain, but he had been standing here for 5 minutes. The mark of sin has not been fully carved yet. Fan Jinzi felt something was wrong. In the original story, Mu Qianqian's magic level was still very weak at this point, so struggling was understandable. But now, although Mu Qianqian's magic is much stronger than in the original, she shouldn't be struggling for so long. From what he could see now, the mark still looked mostly uncarved. The more Fan Jinzi looked, the more he felt something was off. This mark of sin is a type that involves magic invasion. With the magic he had learned recently, it shouldn't be so easy to resist. If Mu Qianqian were a bit stronger, she might not even be able to carve the mark at all. What's going on? Fan Jinzi thought to himself. After watching for a while, he finally noticed something strange. Mu Qianqian is currently using Magic Shield. This is a type of magic that creates a barrier with her own magic power to block external chaotic magic from disturbing her own magic. It's a clever technique, one of the best among resistance-type magics. In the original story, very few people knew this magic. Specifically, the witch lineage of Fan AI was most skilled at it. Fan Jinzi's mouth twitched suddenly. Isn't it enough to just learn the basics? Why is she teaching herself everything? He internally complained weakly. He had expected some surprises, but he didn't think it would be this one. Fortunately, Mu Qianqian can only resist for a longer time now, but she can't completely reject it. He just needs more time. According to his original plan, once Mu Qianqian's side is done, he will switch back to being an ordinary person, then explain what this mark is to Mu Qianqian, and help her escape the territory. After that, they can head to the royal city. The current problem is whether he can hold out against the small soldiers coming to find him during this time. Luckily, I have the magic cards given by Disc, Fan Jinzi thought as he looked up at the ceiling. The most difficult demon had already killed the trembling gold's soul and taken over its body. Now, the trembling gold was dead, and that demon was probably fighting the count, ignoring him. Even if monsters come later, they will likely be just a group of small soldiers. With Disc's magic, the chances of failure are low. But switching identities later will be a bit tricky, he thought. Damn, how is this person still so strong in the real world? The demon with a trembling golden face complained. He had just prepared for the ritual when Count Ancillor caught him, forcibly pulling him into the dream world for a one-on-one fight. Reality and dreams. This is a powerful magic perfected by the Ancillor family of dream demons. Mastering it means the family member becomes a grand mage. The purpose is simple. Ancillor uses magic to turn her dream world into a separate space, keeping her ability to create freely in her dreams. But because it involves her physical body, it also allows others to kill her. Usually, Ancillor doesn't like to use this magic because it's dangerous. But now, a demon causing trouble on her territory, she has no choice but to use this magic to protect her people. The demon was caught off guard and pulled into the dream world. They had been fighting well, evenly matched, and not in a hurry. But suddenly, they sensed a problem with the mark of sin. They couldn't wait for a better chance and had to break free by forcibly tearing off their arm and rushing out of the dream world. However, even after leaving the dream world, Count Ancillor's magic remained as powerful as that of a grand mage. For a moment, he couldn't suppress it. He couldn't just find a random fool to attack and distract the Count because Ancillor had pulled everyone into the dream world. There was no one on the outside. Attacking the house directly was an option, but casting enough magic to destroy the house would reveal his weakness. The Count looked lazy, but he wouldn't miss any chance to exploit a flaw. Damn, the demon felt a bit overwhelmed. He had prepared to fight Count Ancillor, especially to break through the dream world, but now he was still being suppressed. There was an abnormality with the mark of sin, and he couldn't solve the problem with the Count either. Suddenly, the demon's eyes hardened, and he decided to take a risk. Damn humans. Today, I will die here. I can't delay the king's affairs. Come on, my little ones, go deal with the rat, take the mark of sin, and escape. The demon shouted to the sky, raising a black light ball that shot into the air, creating a whirlpool. From it, a group of winged red demon monsters quickly emerged, each with a disturbing, irritating laugh as they appeared. Countess Ancillor was about to pull the summoned demons into the dream world when the demon saw her intention. Don't even think about it. He glared at Countess Ancillor, his eyes shining. In midair, it seemed something was blocking her. Countess Ancillor raised her hand and then lowered it, watching the red demon spirits flood into the river below. She frowned slightly. Again, my magic disappears. Is that your power? Earlier, during her fight with this person, she noticed that some of her magic would vanish when she got close to him. The demon did not answer her question. After stopping her magic, he quickly launched an attack to delay her soldiers. Countess Ancillor didn't say more. Even if the demon had the ability to make her magic disappear, she had been hurt by him just now. Meanwhile, beneath the river, Fan Jinjue was not surprised to see the group of red demon spirits. He listened to their annoying laughter. He felt they were familiar. In the original story, the heroine mainly faced these demons. She had to avoid their sight and escape. If she was caught, she would die. That part was quite sad because her magic skill was very low. But now it was different. They were just low-level soldiers. Kill them, kill them. It's been a long time since I heard such noisy talk, Fan Jinjue thought silently. Without hesitation, he took out a magic card given by Dusk. A high-level spell, Chaos Flame Spear. Suddenly, dozens of fire spears, each several meters long, gathered around the demon with a trembling gold face. Countess Ancillor planned to use this move to send him to hell. Now, let's see how you dodge, she whispered coldly. Then, the fire spears shot toward the demon. The demon sweat on his forehead, feeling this move was tricky. But he didn't wait to be hit. Instead, he widened his eyes and watched the fire spears spin around him. Whoosh! After a circle, all the fire spears in the sky disappeared as if they had been blown out. The demon felt relieved. Ding! In the next moment, he heard a strange sound in his ear. When he regained awareness, a long sword had already pierced through his body, causing pain. Ugh! The demon looked at the man who suddenly appeared, surprised. What's going on? Where did you come from? Huh? Count Lame chuckled confidently, gripping his sword tightly, the blade shining. It's a pity I didn't want to chat with a demon like you. Though you're dirty, at least die perfectly under my sword. Before the demon could speak again, his body disintegrated like dust. You should have acted sooner. Count Ansel floated down from the sky, speaking as he headed toward the river below. Count Lame followed closely and replied, gather intelligence, strike decisively. No surprises. That's how it's done perfectly. Count Ansel didn't want to discuss these pointless topics with Count Lame. Soon, the two arrived at the place where the Van Jinju was located. Just then, Mu Qianqian's side was also finished. But it wasn't really a good ending. Because the two counts arrived, Van Jinju didn't have time to change his identity. Seeing the two counts standing alert in front of him, Van Jinju only glanced at Count Lame. In the original story, Count Lame had already left by this time. But since he wasn't fooled and wasn't angry, he was still here. Van Jinju thought this was fine. Having an extra count might even prevent casualties in the town. He liked this place quite a lot. So he didn't plan for Count Lame to leave. It seemed that with Count Lame's help, Count Ansel quickly defeated the demon. But right now, the two counts didn't seem to see him as an ally. Not saying a word is pretty cold. Let me think. Should I say hello first? Van Jinju asked. Good morning, everyone. Neither count responded. Count Ansel glanced around the cave, noting that all the red ghost demons had fallen to the ground, with no complete bodies left. Brutal methods. Since the demons summoned minions just 10 minutes ago, that was the time elapsed. They finished them so quickly, which must mean they used very powerful advanced magic. Most importantly, this person looks unharmed, with no magic response felt from their body. Countess Anseler looked at Fan Jinjue with a frown. She was wearing a masked black outfit, which she remembered seeing before. Recently, people in the territory keep disappearing suddenly. When they are found again, they are dead. Many deaths are mysterious. The only clue is a masked black-clad figure who appeared in the territory, Anseler explained. Fan Jinjue did not deny it. It's definitely me. The Countess probably knows what kind of people those were. Some of them had certain status. From your position, it's hard to deal with them. I took the initiative to handle them for you. Countess Anseler didn't speak. Fan Jinjue was right. Some people were difficult for her to deal with directly. Now that she had this mysterious killer, it made explaining things easier. Also, Fan Jinjue didn't kill ordinary villagers recklessly. The people he killed, even among villagers, weren't very missed. Now, she could also feel that Fan Jinjue didn't seem to show hostility toward them. In theory, she should thank Fan Jinjue for helping her deal with these small demons. But, why are you here? Countess Anseler looked at Mu Qianqian beside Fan Jinjue. She knew what that mark was. Getting straight to the point, Fan Jinjue thought this was good. He quickly replied, take her away. Why? Fan Jinjue was silent for a moment, then said, no reason. Then I'm afraid you can't take her, Countess Anseler said directly. Fan Jinjue wasn't surprised. It seemed Countess Anseler also knew what the mark on Mu Qianqian was. Something that could restore the power of the Demon King. She, as a countess, wouldn't ignore it. It feels like it's time to rewind. Something had gone wrong. He couldn't let the countess see Mu Qianqian's mark. But it wasn't a big problem. Fan Jinjue hadn't planned to pass the test in one go. He wasn't confident he could win against these two counts right now. However, Fan Jinjue chuckled softly. Rewinding immediately was a bit of a pity. He planned to observe the methods of these two counts first. So, Fan Jinjue took out another magic card given by Disc. The brightly colored card appeared, and both counts immediately changed their expressions. At the same time, Fan Jinjue said in a deep voice, does Count Ansel want to fight me? Card magic spells are created by the Great Mage Disc. They are a quick way to store magic in cards and release it instantly. Many years ago, Disc made this magic famous, but he suddenly disappeared. The true essence of this magic has remained unknown. Until now, only simple low-level magic is used with cards for everyday life. Since Disc, no one has used magic cards capable of storing high-level magic. Disc? Now, in front of him, there is a magic card radiating strong high-level magic energy. Count Ansel is surprised and guesses the identity of the masked black-clad person. Hearing this, Fan Jinjue thinks it's reasonable that Ansel might suspect he is Disc, since Disc died secretly, and no one knows for sure if he is really gone. It's not like that, Fan Jinjue replies simply. Count Ansel hesitates and thinks for a long time, then decides to keep Mu Qianqian. No matter who you are, since you don't explain your purpose, you can't do as you please. As soon as Ansel finished speaking, the space around Fan Jinjue collapsed. In an instant, Fan Jinjue found himself in a strange space. The main color is pink, and various objects float in the air without gravity. Fan Jinjue looks at the card in his hand and quickly guesses this is probably Ansel's dream world. The card he holds is a space-binding card. It's not offensive. He just showed it to see if he could scare the Count. It seems useless now. He quickly puts away the card, then raises his hand and pokes his own body. The part poked dissolves into clouds, and after he removes his hand, it gathers back together. It can't hurt me. Like in the original story, this trait shows that the Count doesn't intend to fight him seriously. But whether they fight or not, Mu Qianqian cannot be handed over. Given the current situation, it's likely that Ansel is delaying him, while Count Lingmei is taking Mu Qianqian away. He has no way to break through this dream world. Even if he did, he couldn't defeat the two Counts. So, after glancing at this dream world, he rewound time. Is this still a dream, or is it real? Fan Jinjue slowly stood up and went through the process again. He decided to change his plan slightly when he next met Mu Qianqian. Last time, the failure was because Mu Qianqian resisted for too long. This time, he plans to first drain her magic power, then lure her to the mirror. This isn't a dream, so the second attempt began. Mu Qianqian looked at him cautiously, just like last time. He knew she had magic hidden behind her, so he didn't want to waste words. Since he needed to drain her magic, they had to fight to do it quickly. Fortunately, he was prepared. The magic cards he got from Neishuran were meant for unexpected situations like this. He raised his hand and grabbed 5 cards, then threw them at Mu Qianqian. The cards turned into magic in midair. Seeing this, Mu Qianqian immediately reacted and backed away to dodge. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? She asked while dodging. Fan Jinjue didn't speak. Since he didn't need her trust to get her close to the mirror, he saw no need to reveal his name. When Mu Qianqian saw he didn't answer, she quickly started to fight back. She quickly formed a magic spell in her hands. Seeing this, Fan Jinjue didn't give her a chance. He threw another wave of magic cards, interrupting her spell. This is where Daisai's magic advantage lies. Losing the ability to freely cast magic, he instead gained stability and instant casting. A well-prepared magician with many magic cards doesn't need to gather magic power during a fight. The opponent also needs time to gather magic before casting. During this casting delay, fighting against magic cards that don't require extra time is very frustrating. Ugh, Mu Qianqian was in this situation now. She quickly realized that low-level magic couldn't harm him effectively, so she wanted to gather higher-level magic to fight back. But Fan Jinjue didn't give her a chance. As soon as she stopped, she would run into his next magic attack. The magic card spell was something Mu Qianqian had seen before at Neishuran, but she was not very familiar with it. Most of Fan Jinjue's magic cards were low-level spells, but he had many of them. As various attacks came at her, she had no choice but to dodge. However, just hiding wasn't enough. While dodging, she was also thinking of a plan. Fan Jinjue was gaining the upper hand by controlling the situation, but he was not idle. He was chasing Mu Qianqian and trying to lure her into a hidden tunnel. Sometimes, when Fan Jinjue was trying to force Mu Qianqian into the dark passage, he passed through a small alley where she had just escaped. Suddenly, a magic circle triggered under his feet. Fan Jinjue was puzzled but quickly stepped back. As he retreated, the magic circle suddenly exploded into a burst of flames. It was a trap. Fan Jinjue paused to think for a moment. In the end, the heroine was still the heroine. Even with a level 10 succubus physique and negative social attributes, her talent in magic and combat was very high. Although it looked like he had the advantage, she quickly countered in this sudden attack situation. Silently, Fan Jinjue watched Mu Qianqian. He thought about using her magic energy first, and then leading her to the mirror to pass this level. It was difficult, but not impossible. He just needed to try several times, learning her movements each time. It's been a long time. Since leaving the beginner village, He had tried to reload and retry many times. It took a lot of time and effort, but he was prepared and used to this kind of repetition. So, it's only a matter of time. The 38th attempt. Honestly, if we ignore the friendly team of bystanders, based on how Fan Jinzue was executing his plan right now, Mu Qianqian was a very difficult opponent. Even in his nearly perfect state of preparation, she had managed to evade him 38 times, almost injuring him several times. Finally, he used a small mistake, an accident, to make Mu Qianqian drain her magic energy repeatedly, until she was too exhausted and accidentally discovered the dark passage, slipping inside. In terms of magic skill, caution, strategic thinking, and combatability, Mu Qianqian's current level is much higher than he expected. At this moment, he, who practices the Van Jinju, feels quite tricky, but he is still happy for the passerby. After changing his identity, he no longer has to worry about being on edge all day, afraid she might get into trouble. However, those are future matters. For now, as someone practicing the Van Jinju, he still focuses on passing this dungeon. Mu Qianqian, a familiar voice called from behind. Hearing it, she suddenly turned around. The moment she saw the passerby, Mu Qianqian called his name and threw herself into his arms, holding him tightly. Passerby, he, practicing the Van Jinju, did not dodge. After being embraced, he deliberately asked, "Why are you here?" Hearing this, Mu Qianqian held him even tighter. Suddenly, everything outside changed. "I couldn't find you. Just now, someone attacked me, so I hid in a secret passage and came here." "Where did you go?" "Actually, I was the one who attacked you just now," he thought silently. Then, pretending to be surprised, he said, "I was checking the situation in the town. I didn't expect you to wake up." "Never mind that. Are you hurt?" As he spoke, he gently pushed Mu Qianqian away. She shook her head in response, but quickly tugged down her collar, revealing half of her chest. The scene was somewhat provocative. Although nothing overly inappropriate was shown, he could see the slit between her breasts, and with Mu Qianqian's natural beauty, it made one want to push her down. But that was not the focus now. Mu Qianqian looked down at the mark between her chest and right shoulder, frowned, and said, "I'm not hurt, but I just looked in a mirror and saw this." He coughed twice, nodded, and pulled her clothes back up. This mark was indeed the mark of sin. The magic he used up made it fade much faster. The demon outside was still dealing with the count. Now was the perfect time for him to leave with Mu Qianqian. From now on, as long as they quietly avoid them and use the slave trader's secret passage, they could complete the mission. This should be a demon mark. Fanjinjua Dao, demons? Mu Qianqian was surprised. Fanjinjua nodded. Yes, the town has become like this because some demons are causing trouble here. Anyway, when you touched that mirror, they probably came looking for you. For now, let's leave this area to avoid them. Mu Qianqian looked worried but nodded. Seeing that she didn't ask more questions, Fanjinjua was a bit surprised. I thought she would ask why I didn't ask the Count for help, but it was better that she didn't ask. Time was short, so they needed to leave quickly. Fanjinjua turned and started walking along the planned route. However, after just a few steps, he noticed Mu Qianqian walking very close behind him. In the original story, Mu Qianqian felt pain when holding that mark, but she didn't tell him just now. Still, her body was honest about her feelings. She was scared. After thinking for half a minute, Fanjinjua took her hand gently. It's okay. Mu Qianqian's expression relaxed a lot, and she nodded quietly. Then, the two of them left the river area and arrived in the town. Seeing two people flying and fighting in the sky, Mu Qianqian was still very surprised. It was her first time seeing demons, and those demons looked exactly like the trembling golden one. She had many questions, but seeing passers-by carefully avoiding something, she didn't speak or disturb them. She just silently held his hand and walked. From time to time, the demon would summon small demon soldiers. Suddenly, these small demons attacked them without hesitation. Fanjinjua was confused. Did I reveal myself? He had been walking close to the wall, completely out of sight of the two in the sky. Shouldn't these demon soldiers check below the river first? In the original story, Mu Qianqian didn't see them move so uniformly or aim so clearly when she was escaping. Did they see someone? And then flew over? Fanjinjua was puzzled but didn't have much time to hesitate. Since they had been spotted by the demon soldiers, this attempt was probably doomed to fail. It was midnight, and outside the house, everything was quiet. Van Jianju sat silently on the chair in the room. His plan was going well, but in the end, it diverged from the original story. In the original, those demon soldiers didn't have clear targets. They were just a bunch of stray dogs flying around the town looking for people, and they hurt many. But just now, it was obvious that the small soldiers were all flying toward him, clearly with a specific target. He hadn't shown himself, so how did they find him? Is it because of the mark of sin? But in the original story, why couldn't they find Mu Qianqian so clearly? Van Jianju thought carefully and looked at Mu Qianqian. She wasn't asleep yet. She was sitting by the bed, preparing to sleep. After thinking about the original story, Van Jianju believed there was only one possibility. It was related to that slave magic. Slave magic is a type of contract magic. The enslaved person might not be considered a person in a certain sense, which could explain how Mu Qianqian avoided the Earl's large-scale dream magic. Now, Van Jianju suspected that slave magic might also have a way to avoid being sensed by the mark of sin. The exact principle was unclear, but it was probably related to this magic. After all, Mu Qianqian's situation was the only difference from the original story. But if that's true, it would be troublesome. Not to mention whether it's possible to cast slave magic on Mu Qianqian. Even if it is, there's no way now. The slave trader had already told him to kill her. Now, where could he find someone who can cast slave magic on Mu Qianqian? Mu Qianqian, nearby, noticed the gaze of the passerby. She looked at the person and saw a look of contemplation and some confusion on his face. After a moment, Van Jianju made up his mind. He decided to activate Plan B. After preparing for several months, he had already anticipated this situation. So, he had a backup plan ready. Since avoiding the demon soldiers was impossible, he might as well not let them come out. Plan B was roughly this. He would act as a worker, kill the demon race members for the Earl, then have Mu Qianqian absorb the mark of sin and run away. The demon magic could be sensed by demons, but the Earl couldn't sense it, right? As long as the Earl didn't see who absorbed the mark of sin, she could run freely. The difficulty was to kill the demon race members without alerting the Earl, then quickly take Mu Qianqian to the mirror, have her absorb the magic successfully, and escape smoothly. The general plan is like this, though there are many details to improve. That's okay. The main idea is correct and feasible. Next, I will make several adjustments to refine the plan and actions. Once the decision is made, I will immediately execute the Fanjian technique. First, I will wait until Mu Qianqian falls asleep. It is a dark, gloomy night. Fanjian technique watches Mu Qianqian sleeping peacefully and thinks about the next step. He plans to carry out Plan B, which is much more difficult than Plan A. Because time is very tight, to avoid being discovered by the Count, he needs to use another non-offensive space-binding magic to limit the rising red light beam of the Sin Seal. If the Count notices anything before Mu Qianqian touches the mirror, the plan will fail. So, in a short time, he must quickly kill the demon and have Mu Qianqian touch the mirror to absorb the Sin Seal successfully. From a time perspective, he definitely cannot wait for Mu Qianqian to walk slowly from her home. He also needs to hide the red light beam, so the Count won't notice anything unusual, and Mu Qianqian won't act if she sees nothing wrong. Right now, he plans to secretly take Mu Qianqian into that cave. After killing the demon, he will wake Mu Qianqian to have her touch the mirror. After thinking through the details, he pulls out a low-level barrier magic card. This magic can temporarily create a barrier that isolates from the outside. It's quite weak because the barrier isn't very durable, but sometimes it has surprising effects. For example, with this barrier, he can prevent the influence of Count Anselar's dream magic. Although Mu Qianqian might still be affected and want to sleep, she won't be easily awakened by external noises once she falls asleep. In previous attempts, he used this magic to help Mu Qianqian wake up. Since Anselar's dream magic doesn't actually have attack power, it's quite useful. But now that the plan has changed, this magic will be used differently. He places the card on the bed sheet, and it disappears, forming a barrier under Mu Qianqian. Next, he pulls out a low-level wind magic card and places it beneath the barrier. The card disappears, and a gentle wind begins to blow, causing the barrier to float. Mu Qianqian, lying on the barrier, gradually lifts off the bed sheet and hovers in midair. Vanjian carefully watched Mu Qianqian and sighed in relief when he saw she was still asleep. Then he took out a small wind magic card and crouched beside the stronger wind magic he had just cast. Using this wind magic, he could change its direction. After trying it out and finding it useful, Vanjian praised his own cleverness silently. Perfect. Now I can quietly take Mu Qianqian away. Vanjian felt a little proud, and then quietly controlled the wind to carry Mu Qianqian toward their destination. When they left the house, he noticed the outside was much cooler than inside. However, the barrier magic blocked most of the cold wind, and Mu Qianqian was wrapped in a blanket, so she didn't feel uncomfortable or wake up. But the barrier couldn't block sound, so they had to avoid some animals that moved around at night. At this early hour, there weren't many people around. The magic combination worked very well, but some unexpected things on the way made Mu Qianqian wake up. Still, it wasn't a big problem. After several retries, Vanjian quickly found the best route and finally successfully brought Mu Qianqian to their destination. Gently placing Mu Qianqian, wrapped in her blanket, on the ground, Vanjian felt relieved. The first step was done, but he didn't have time to rest. He needed to do the second step immediately. That was to kill the demon. He quickly turned his head toward the dark passage and walked over, locking the entrance to prevent Mu Qianqian from waking up from the noise of the fight. He left her only one way to go. If she woke up, she could only go into the cave. Now, the real focus begins, Vanjian thought to himself and soon arrived at the cave entrance, watching the trembling golden crystal in front of the crystal mirror. Soon, he heard the trembling golden crystal's laughter. Ha ha ha. After all this preparation, it's finally happening. Come, the power of my king, the demon with the trembling golden crystal's face shouted excitedly, then quickly dripped red liquid from a bottle onto the mirror. He spread his arms, looked up at the sky, and let the red glow from the mirror shine on his body. His face showed great joy. Ha ha ha, so good. So good. I'm back. I'm back. Watching this scene, Fan Jinjue felt that the person looked like a cult member and was speechless. Return, you idiot, Fan Jinjue said, and a magic card from his pocket flew toward the person. Huh. The demon race person was confused and wanted to turn around, but suddenly felt a very strong magical pressure behind him. He sensed danger and was about to look back, but a blue-colored magic card had already flown above his head. Seeing the card coming, the demon was about to be surprised, but in the next moment, the card disappeared, replaced by a slow-motion effect. It was as if the world had slowed down. His thoughts in his mind were still normal, but his body couldn't keep up with his thoughts. His mouth wouldn't open, as if something sticky was holding him, and he couldn't turn his body. It was as if he was fixed in place. The demon, with clear thoughts in his mind, immediately realized that he was under a high-level magic restraint cast by a great mage. Judging by its strength, it could even limit the high-level magic imprint in front of him, and his abilities couldn't break it. It was probably a space-type magic. Simple magic power bursts couldn't free him. The demon quickly decided to use a secret technique, self-destruction of one arm, to forcibly tear through space and escape the magic restraint. Ugh! As his body escaped the range of the magic card's influence, the demon fell heavily to the ground. After rolling a few times, he quickly used the momentum to stand up. First, he looked toward the mirror. At this moment, the mirror was glowing with red light, but time there seemed to be paused. The bright pillar of light was forcibly held back and couldn't fly out of the hole. Fortunately, the mirror was fine. The demon was slightly relieved, but didn't relax too much. The strength of this magic alone made him realize that the opponent's power was extremely terrifying. Fighting head-on probably wouldn't work. He turned his head toward the direction where the card had come from and saw a man in black wearing a plain white mask standing at the entrance. "Who are you?" the demon shouted. Fan Jinjue didn't answer immediately. He didn't plan to kill this demon right away. At first, he just wanted to see how long the magic restraint from discs binding magic could hold the mirror. This high-level space-binding magic was called Wei Si Shu Suo. Only follow my thoughts. This magic works within a certain range, applying a negative effect that slows down the actions of objects and magical energy, while thoughts in the mind remain unaffected. As for how much the speed is reduced, it depends on the strength of the caster. Currently, the speed reduction provided by this card can be seen as a kind of time pause. However, since card magic is stored in advance and cannot be controlled based on real-time adjustments. Although this magic is very effective, Fan Jinzhue still plans to observe how this magic controls time before making specific improvements. After considering carefully, Fan Jinzhue sneered and took out a magic card that emitted a faint red glow. There's no need to know so much, right? High-level magic cards store very powerful magic, which causes their magic energy to sometimes glow visibly on the card. According to records in Disc's secret magic catalog, one key aspect of these magic cards is that the magic stored inside actually contains other magic formulas. There are special ways to prevent incomplete magic formulas from disappearing when building the card. This means that even a beginner magician, as long as they understand the structure of high-level magic formulas and take their time carefully constructing the magic inside the card, can eventually create a high-level magic card. It's just a matter of time. This is very helpful for magicians who are not skilled in high-level magic or who get nervous and forget the formulas during battle. They don't need to complete the construction all at once. They can rest while working on it. This allows less powerful magicians to also use their constructed high-level magic during fights. However, this special method has not been widely shared. But now, the card in Fan Jinzhue's hand was not built by him. It was made overnight by Nishuren, who worked all night to create a high-level magic card. In terms of color, it is not as bright as the magic card given by Disc. As for this, Fan Jinzhue can only say that there are differences even among high-level magic. In short, he only has 2 high-level magic cards left. One is a card from Nishuren, and the other is a high-level attack magic card given by Disc. If possible, he would prefer to save Disc's card, but only if the situation allows. Fan Jinzhue holds his cards and looks at the demon with a broken arm in front of him. In the original story, there isn't much description of this demon. He doesn't have much interaction with the heroine. He just calls a soldier to find her. Of course, they didn't find her, and thanks to his actions, the heroine escaped with luck. Based on later plot details, this demon also died here. Even without the intervention of Count Mibber, he was still killed by Count Ansel. Count Ansel is quite powerful. However, even though this demon is definitely dead, it doesn't mean he lacks strength. In the original story, this demon's special ability seems to be that he can cancel magic within his line of sight. It sounds pretty tough to fight, but Fan Jinzhue doesn't find it troublesome. Count Ansel, who can kill this demon, has the ability to rewind time and know the enemy's actions early. He doesn't think he can't defeat the demon. Moreover, if things get really bad, he can also use his last discard. Neither side acts first, they just stand there for a while. Soon, the demon can't wait any longer and strikes first. Fan Jinzhue begins to fight back. After some time, Fan Jinzhue feels he's having a hard time fighting the demon for the first time. He notices that the magic binding spell lasts about half an hour. Once he gathers enough information, he rewinds time. In the next attempt, he casts the binding spell again, and this time, he also plays Nishuren's high-level magic card. The demon, breaking free from the binding spell, hasn't stabilized himself before being hit again by a high-level magic attack. How did you know I would jump here? The demon stumbles and asks. Fan Jinzhue doesn't answer. He uses a self-destruct spell combined with magic to deal heavy damage. He can see the demon's health bar is almost empty, but this attack alone isn't enough to kill him. Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry. And so, the second round begins. Having fought the demon once before, Fan Jinzhue feels much more confident this time. However, even in this situation, with the opponent clearly severely injured, Fan Jinzhue still couldn't finish him off quickly. The magic he saw disappeared, and most of the cards he held were low-level magic spells, which were hard to cause real damage even if used on the opponent. Magic slightly stronger than low-level spells could be easily detected and broken by the opponent. For a while, it was difficult to deal effective damage to this demon. Maybe I should use the discard, Fan Jinzhue thought. So he played a card, and when another attack card appeared, he felt much more confident. Soon after, Fan Jinzhue defeated the demon. But since the fight had already dragged on long enough, he decided to rewind time. Knowing that he needed 2 cards to quickly kill the demon, he didn't hesitate. This was the third encounter with the demon. Like before, Fan Jinzhue quickly seized the chance after a heavy hit, played a second card, and defeated the opponent within 5 minutes. After that, Fan Jinjue hurried to wake Mu Qianqian. However, she needed to touch the mirror, which meant first removing the binding magic. But once the magic was lifted, the Count would notice. To prevent the dream magic from pulling her in too quickly, he prepared nearly 20 barrier magic cards and placed them inside the cave. There was another thing to do. He couldn't let Mu Qianqian, with her full magic power, touch the mirror. That would take too long, and he couldn't wait. So, he had to weaken her magic inside the cave first, then remove the binding magic when her magic was low enough, allowing her to touch the mirror. I also need to change her image and try again, he thought. Time was tight. After waking Mu Qianqian, Fan Jinjue immediately started acting. He had 20 minutes to complete these steps. Although this was more time than needed to deal with the demon, he couldn't kill Mu Qianqian or seriously hurt her. Managing the limits of damage was still very difficult, but the plan was feasible. So he thought, let's try. During the 87th rewind of this game, Fan Jinjue was still inside the cave, struggling with Mu Qianqian. The heroine was very clever, and despite many rewinds, Fan Jinjue couldn't defeat her. Under various restrictions, his movements often showed deliberate intent. Mu Qianqian keenly sensed this many times and noticed that his initial goal was to drain magic power to keep away from the mirror. After realizing this, Mu Qianqian directly approached the mirror, causing him to use less magic and reset the scene. Therefore, Fan Jinjue had to carefully observe Mu Qianqian's actions inside the cave and plan his magic attacks precisely, while trying to mislead Mu Qianqian about his true intentions. After several attempts, finally, on the 151st reset, he successfully drained a lot of Mu Qianqian's magic power before guiding her to touch the mirror. The second plan, the Seal of Sin absorption phase, began. The seal absorption would cause the light beam to disappear, but he canceled the binding magic, and the red light beam still appeared outside for a moment. Fan Jinjue assumed that the Count had already noticed this situation, so he immediately set up nearly 20 barrier spells inside the cave to prevent Mu Qianqian from being pulled into the dream world. Not easy, Fan Jinjue thought nervously, then planned to open the entrance immediately and change his identity to escape with Mu Qianqian. This was the final step. However, after placing the barrier spells, Fan Jinjue hurried toward the entrance but suddenly stopped. He couldn't help but want to complain, though he didn't actually say anything. He paused near the dark passage entrance, silently watching the man blocking the way. Then, the man saw him and spoke. Refusing to show your true face is not a good habit, sir. Don't you think so? Haha, Sir Count. Fan Jinjue looked at the man in front of him, thinking to himself. He had just lifted the binding magic, and not long after, the man had already appeared. It seemed that Count Ansi Lu was not here. Was he nearby? Fan Jinjue quickly thought of ways to avoid the man. Are you not going to take off your mask or explain that uncomfortable light beam just now? Count Ansi Lu asked when he saw Fan Jinjue remain silent. Fan Jinjue felt he could reset again, but he still tried to explain. It's just a disturbance caused by a demon clan. Now he is already dead. Earl Liming listened and thought for a moment, then asked, Then, who are you? Fan Jinjue didn't respond. He didn't think Earl Liming just wanted to know a name. Right now, he needed to continue his plan and had to distract Earl Liming before Mu Qianqian came out. Time was running out, and he also had to consider when Earl and Sila would arrive. The trouble has been resolved. Can you step aside, Earl? Fan Jinjue tried to talk to solve the problem, but it clearly didn't work. Earl Liming had no intention of leaving. Fan Jinjue didn't want to fight him because Earl Liming was more troublesome than a demon, and he no longer had strong magic powers. This time, I can only go back and redo it. Something unexpected happened, and he had to change his plan. However, if avoiding Earl Liming was impossible and he had to fight, Fan Jinjue didn't want to miss this chance to gather information. In the original story, there was little mention of Earl Liming's methods. Fighting him now would mean no chance of winning. I'll have to go back several times again, Fan Jinjue thought, preparing to draw a card. Ding! A strange noise came from his ear. The moment Fan Jinjue heard it and turned around, he saw Earl Liming already in front of him, and at the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Fan Jinjue was surprised. Earl Liming was holding a sword, and just a second ago, they had kept some distance. Now, The sword had pierced through his body. He could clearly see that Earl Liming was smiling slightly. Such a pity. Since you won't tell the truth, I have no choice but to make you lose the ability to move for now. This sword avoided the fatal spots. You won't die. What just happened? Did he pierce me in an instant? Magic. Fan Zhenjue endured the pain and was confused. Although he didn't die immediately, he was undoubtedly unable to move now. He came so quickly. After going back, Fan Zhenjue sat anxiously in a chair, thinking. Plan B had been going well until just now, but the appearance of Earl May was truly unexpected. Considering the time he arrived, it was almost unavoidable. Looking only at Earl May's methods just now, I didn't understand his tactics at all. I only heard a strange sound, and the next moment, I was defeated instantly. In this situation, Fan Zhenjue doesn't think he can easily win against him. Most importantly, even if he wins, there is still Earl Ansi Lebo. Time is very tight. How can he handle two Earls at once? He doesn't even have a high-level magic spell in his hand. Just this point makes the situation very bad. Fan Zhenjue quickly thought about what to do now. Meeting Earl May at that moment directly stopped the progress of Plan B, unless he can force Earl May back and escape in a very short time. Fan Zhenjue feels that this is impossible. Find someone to slow him down. He quickly made this decision. Since he can't win in a fight, he can only use some tricks. So he plans to ask Nishuren to help him hold off Earl May for a while. During the 154th restart, while pulling Nishuren out to help him, Fan Zhenjue successfully retraced the steps of his previous Plan B. First, he quickly killed the demon, then followed the plan to drain Mu Qianqian's magic power and let her contact the mirror. After that, he headed toward the entrance. This time, he didn't see Earl May in the secret passage, but after coming out, he saw him. Nishuren did manage to slow down Earl May, but it wasn't enough. Is there anything that can make her hold him off a little longer? Fan Zhenjue thought for a moment and suddenly realized there was nothing. For a moment, he felt anxious. After preparing for so long, he didn't expect to encounter such a difficult situation now. But he didn't stop thinking. Failing and trying again is fine. There is always a way to succeed. Since Nishuren can't hold him off for long, maybe he can do it himself? After killing the demon and draining Mu Qianqian's magic, he immediately went to find Earl May, while Nishuren secretly took Mu Qianqian away. That seems doable. So, Fan Zhenjue decided to try. At first, dozens of restarts. He was quickly defeated just by a brief encounter. During the 193rd reset, he barely managed to avoid a sword strike from Earl May by knowing the timing in advance. This surprised Earl May, who then hesitated before launching a second attack. Fan Zhenjue believed he could stall until the right moment, but suddenly Earl Ancillor arrived and pulled him into a dream. He was forced to reset again. By the 207th reset, Fan Zhenjue realized that without high-level magic, he couldn't fight two Earls at once or by enough time. So, he started trying to save one of Disc's attack magic spells when killing demons, and instead worked with Nishuren to defeat the demons together. After 30 resets trying different strategies, he still couldn't find a way to quickly kill the demons with Nishuren within a certain time. Nishuren wasn't him. Even though he provided more information each time, her reaction speed wouldn't improve. Their teamwork was hard to perfect, so he could only support her from the side. But, even with just a little effort, he saw the possibility of working together to quickly kill the demons. So, Fan Zhenjue kept trying. By the 306th reset, he finally found a way to cooperate with Nishuren to quickly kill the demons, saving a high-level magic card. But the story wasn't over. After dealing with the demons, there was still the matter of Mu Qianqian. Because the magic battles changed the battlefield, he had to replan and guide Mu Qianqian's movements. By the 318th reset, thanks to previous experience with Mu Qianqian, it was easier to handle her this time. After a few resets, he managed to defeat her. Then, Fan Zhenjue quickly used a secret passage to switch places with Nishuren, so he could hold off the two Earls. Even with Disc's attack magic spell, the two Earls were still tough to deal with. One reset wasn't enough to defeat them. Bang, 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 the 402nd reset. Fan Zhenjue clutched his chest as his heart pounded rapidly. He still couldn't buy enough time or escape under the combined attack of the two Earls. Countess Ancillor's dream magic was so powerful that even if he failed to be pulled in, Many high-level magic spells were waiting for him. At the same time, there was a Countess Ling Mei nearby, who had no idea what was happening and suddenly teleported with a sword. Mu Qianqian needed at least 3 minutes. During this time, he couldn't let the two counts enter the secret passage. There was no room for negotiation between them. Even after nearly 100 retries, with Disc's card in hand, it was still too difficult for the two counts to succeed together. If he kept trying like this, he didn't know how many retries it would take to succeed. After calming his racing heart, Fan Jinzhue decided to change his plan again. The 417th retry. Fan Jinzhue changed his approach. Using his identity as Fan Jinzhue, he went to the Countess's mansion early and informed Countess Ancillor about the demon clan in advance. Later, Countess Ancillor came to find the demon clan. Then, she directly destroyed the mirror. The plan failed. The 430th retry. Fan Jinzhue tried to trick Countess Ling Mei into leaving before the action. The plan failed. The 441st retry. Fan Jinzhue tried to make Nishuran create a distraction far from the secret passage to lure the two counts away, so he could carry out Plan B. However, after the first attempt, Fan Jinzhue realized that after teaming up with Nishuran to quickly eliminate the demon clan, he handed Disc's magic card to Nishuran. Later, Nishuran couldn't arrive on time to help him after using up Mu Qianqian's magic power. The distance was too great. He could only arrange for Nishuran to wait there in advance. But this meant he had to fight alone without using Disc's attack card to quickly eliminate the demon clan. However, Fan Jinzhue thought it was feasible, so he began to try. In the dark night and damp underground, the eyes behind the white mask had not seen sunlight for a long time. His body was gradually recovering with time, but his mind was filled with tense nerves and pain, again and again. He hadn't reached his desired ending, but he didn't think he was tired yet. However, when his body had become numb and used to the routine, he had already forgotten which retry this was. Familiar tables and chairs once again come into view. He makes faint breathing sounds, and his heart beats in sync with his breath. With each breath he takes, his heart beats once. He doesn't think about anything tiring. He stands up out of habit, trying to walk as he did last time. He hasn't succeeded yet and can't stop now. This time, he's closer to success than before. If he adjusts just one step, he can move closer to success. With his ability to rewind time, victory is certain. He doesn't want to wait until tomorrow. One more time, standing up, he thinks about the Fan Jinzhue technique. He has gained countless experience fighting demons, and he remembers well the positions and speeds of the two counts. He believes he can succeed. There must be a way to do it. He hasn't succeeded yet because he hasn't found the right method. But that's okay. No matter how clumsy he is, he can try all possibilities again and again. Sooner or later, he will discover the way to pass this day as he wishes. One more time. In a daze, the thought repeats in his mind. He just had this idea. Suddenly, he seems to realize this himself, and he stands there in surprise. How many times has it been? He asks himself, but he doesn't know anymore. But he quickly shakes his head. It doesn't matter how many times. Just one more time. That's all he decides in his heart. Nothing else matters. He doesn't notice that his heart is pounding wildly as he stands up, but his body knows. As he prepares to turn away from the table and chairs, even though his mind is still clearly recalling and thinking about the last rewind, his vision suddenly blacks out. He falls to the ground with a heavy thud, like a broken puppet. Two confused voices sound at the same time. Fan Jinzhue can't see clearly. Even with his eyes wide open, he can only barely make out some shapes in the dense darkness. Oh, he thinks to himself. His thoughts gradually became blurry, and now he couldn't control his body. In the chaotic darkness of his eyes, he seemed only able to sense his consciousness, which was slowly fading away. In just a moment, he realized that perhaps the reason was that he hadn't rested for a long time, but he didn't think he was tired. However, the blurring sensation, as if about to fall into deep sleep, was resisting his self-assurance, with a strong, almost uncontrollable urge for him to close his eyes. But he couldn't collapse here. In his fuzzy mind, countless images and experiences from earlier flashed before him. He was not unable to get through this day. So, he had to try again. Wake up. The mind-refining technique forced his consciousness to give commands to his body. His feelings of frustration and a strange emotion dispersed the darkness in his eyes, and he regained some control over his body. Immediately, he opened his mouth and bit his own arm. The pain could wake someone up. This action indeed made him more alert. The heavy drowsiness faded a lot, but not because he felt pain. He simply saw his own blood. Looking at the wound he had bitten on his arm, he didn't feel any pain. The mind-refining technique's thoughts paused briefly, as if a voice had been buzzing in his ears from the very beginning. What is that sound? He couldn't hear clearly, but following his gut feeling, he looked in the direction of the sound and suddenly saw Mu Qianqian with her mouth open, speaking anxiously. Passerby 1. What's wrong? Passerby 1. Seeing Mu Qianqian, the buzzing in his ears eased a little, allowing him to hear more clearly. I'm fine, he said, and was about to get up and leave. Mu Qianqian, worried, grabbed his arm. But your face looks very bad, and why are you hurting yourself like this? Hearing this, he suddenly realized that cold sweat was breaking out on his forehead. At the same time, the feeling of dizziness hit him again. Maybe I should take a break, he thought. He really couldn't hold on much longer. Additionally, Fan Jinzhua looked back at Mu Qianqian. Since he had done this, he knew he had to reset. What exactly happened? What's going on? Passerby 1 you. It's okay, Fan Jinzhua replied simply, then closed his eyes. He planned to reset. Suddenly, the room became quiet. Fan Jinzhua could hear his own heartbeat. He was waiting for his heart to calm down, while also thinking about how to rest without lowering his reaction or overresting. He decided to wait until he was ready before resetting. Meanwhile, Mu Qianqian stood in front of him, speechless. She didn't understand why Passerby 1 suddenly acted like that, but looking at his tired face, she felt he was very exhausted. Something must have happened, but she didn't know, and Passerby 1 didn't tell her. If it had been before, she wouldn't have asked too many questions. But now, seeing blood slowly dripping from Passerby 1's arm, she couldn't relax her brow and felt a tightness in her chest, very sad. Passerby 1, Mu Qianqian spoke again. Fan Jinzhua didn't answer. After a moment, Mu Qianqian continued, Be my friend. Huh? Hearing this, Fan Jinzhua was confused. He opened his eyes slightly and asked, What? Mu Qianqian sighed, her face full of worry and sadness, and said, Be my friend, Passerby 1. Just be honest with me a little more, she added. Mu Qianqian withdrew her gaze from outside and shifted her focus to the passerby. Then she looked at the time and said, It's still morning. Is it? After hearing this, Fan Jinzhua turned to look at the sky outside. The light beam was still there, indicating that the Count was still fighting the demon. Since he didn't interfere this time, the demon might hold on longer without distraction. However, how long the demon could last didn't matter to Fan Jinzhua. Right now, he was resting. At least this time, he didn't plan to continue fighting. Besides, compared to the frightening scene outside, he cared more about the girl resting on his lap. Be my friend, Fan Jinzhua murmured. I didn't expect you to say something like that. Mu Qianqian didn't speak. She lowered her eyes and looked at the passerby below. She said those words because the passerby once told her that friends should be honest with each other. Fan Jinzhua probably guessed her thoughts, so he didn't ask why she said that. He just felt. Somewhat surprised, bang. A loud noise came from outside the window. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky over the town. Soon, 2 people jumped out from it. Then, magical blasts filled the sky, clashing chaotically. But this dramatic scene didn't disturb the small cabin. Do you know this is going to happen? Mu Qianqian asked softly, watching the chaos outside. Fan Jinzhua was silent for a moment, then said, Yes, I know. Mu Qianqian opened her mouth to ask something, but quickly closed it again. Fan Jinzhua knew what she wanted to ask. A few hours ago, he hadn't given her an honest answer. At that moment, he turned to look at his arm, which he had bitten earlier. Now, it was fully healed. She used magic, Fan Jinzhua thought. He didn't want this to happen. But now, lying on Mu Qianqian's lap resting, he felt the exhaustion from the effort his body had endured. He wasn't truly tired, but he felt too exhausted to get up. So tired. Fan Jinzhua felt very tired. Countless secrets, plans, strategies, actions. Many memories, countless reloads bringing new experiences. These things pile up together, like straw stacked on the humped back of the mind. Sometimes, Fan Jinzhua wishes he wasn't alone here. Because of unknown reasons, he came to this world alone, guarding many secrets by himself, with a goal he wants to reach and a change he hopes for. He really feels very tired. Repeated failures to restart do not break his will, but only this loneliness becomes harder to bear each time he tries again. I really want to talk to someone. Outside the window, fireworks explode like bursts of light. Fan Jinjue quietly expresses his wish, thinking of what Mu Qianqian said a few hours ago. Friend, she is indeed a good person to talk to. Not long ago, Mu Qianqian asked him about their relationship. At that time, he didn't give a clear answer, because he has a secret he can't tell. He is dishonest with her, but he can't lie. Fan Jinjue looks at the beam of light outside the window. It is the source of power, the mark of magic, but also the beginning of Mu Qianqian's extraordinary journey. Once she accepts it, she can't stop the performance. Accepting it means the peaceful life is over. Mu Qianqian, Fan Jinjue speaks, his dark eyes not very deep, with a faint red glow. Do you know what that light is? Mu Qianqian shakes her head. No, that is something used by the demon race to revive the demon king, allowing him to quickly regain his peak strength, Fan Jinjue explains. The demon race. Mu Qianqian listens, then looks at the man with the golden face outside, who has horns on his head. He looks very much like the demons described in the stories. That thing is called the Mark of Sin. After it forms, it needs a carrier to hold it. The demon race has prepared many such carriers in different places. When the time comes, they will revive their demon king in the royal city, then follow their king to conquer this decayed kingdom. Fan Jinjue narrates the plot from the story. Will they succeed? Mu Qianqian asks. Yes, Fan Jinjue says softly, revealing the fate of this country with just 2 words. Mu Qianqian opens her mouth, but can't say anything. After a long pause, she continues to speak. So, you're so tired because you want to change that ending? Heh. Hearing Mu Qianqian say this, Fan Jinjue couldn't help but laugh. He had already fought 2 counts so hard, and now he was talking about fighting the Demon King. I'm not that free. The Withered Kingdom deserves this kind of ending. Mu Qianqian, Fan Jinjue paused for a moment, hesitated, and then continued. It's just that I keep thinking about you. Mu Qianqian silently looked at the face of the passerby. He saw Fan Jinjue staring at the bright pillar of light. The Mark of Sin isn't only something demons can absorb. It also attracts people with special talents, Fan Jinjue said. When he mentioned this, Mu Qianqian probably understood what the passerby meant. Fan Jinjue quickly confirmed her guess. I need you to get it, Mu Qianqian. You didn't tell me, Mu Qianqian said. Fan Jinjue nodded. Yes, because absorbing that thing will be very painful. How could I tell you? Should I just straightforwardly say, Mu Qianqian, go absorb it? Just like that? Knowing full well it will cause you pain. Mu Qianqian was silent for a moment. I'm fine. Fan Jinjue closed his mouth. He knew Mu Qianqian would say that. If he, as the passerby, told Mu Qianqian this way, asking her to cooperate in getting that thing, it would save a lot of effort. But Fan Jinjue closed his eyes. But the passerby doesn't want to. The passerby is him. Fan Jinjue is also him. However, to Mu Qianqian, the passerby is just the passerby, and Fan Jinjue is Fan Jinjue. He can be the passerby, or he can be Fan Jinjue. But only, the passerby cannot be Fan Jinjue. The passerby has his own tasks. He needs to change Mu Qianqian to become someone who loves Mu Qianqian. Fan Jinjue has his own tasks. He needs to pass the level and go home. The role of the passerby shouldn't treat Mu Qianqian with a utilitarian attitude. That's the condition for Fan Jinjue to go home without guilt. If the passerby also uses Mu Qianqian, Fan Jinjue wouldn't be happy about it. So, Fan Jinjue doesn't want the passerby to do things that will clearly cause Mu Qianqian pain. Passerby 1, I will love you silently. This is a role play from the Van Jinju story, and it is the character setting for Passerby 1. This is his true intention and his honesty. Mu Qianqian listened, slightly parted her lips, and raised her hand to touch Van Jinju. She said again, pain doesn't matter. I'm okay. Van Jinju felt a bitter feeling in his heart. He didn't want to hear Mu Qianqian show her selfishness and private feelings, which made him feel guilty. But at the same time, he also felt relaxed, because he had shared his secret and shown himself to her. A strange feeling appeared in his heart, making Van Jinju feel the warmth of her hand on his face. He asked, Give me a reason why you say you're okay. Mu Qianqian's eyes showed dependence and warmth. She stroked passerby one's face and leaned her face close to his. I don't want to see you look so tired. So, if I can make you feel better, then I'm okay, passerby one. Van Jinju didn't see Mu Qianqian's eyes. He only heard her answer, and he already made a decision in his heart. If this is what Mu Qianqian hopes for, then he can respond. As for Van Jinju, passerby one doesn't care. This is what you said yourself, Van Jinju said. Mu Qianqian's slight smile echoed in Van Jinju's ears. Yes, I said it myself. Ah, Van Jinju sighed softly, and then the world seemed to freeze at this moment. All right. The world rewound, and everything returned to zero. Van Jinju didn't dwell much on the feelings he just expressed. He immediately stood up, turned to look at Mu Qianqian, who was preparing to sleep by the bed. Mu Qianqian also quickly noticed passerby one's gaze. She tilted her head slightly, looking at him with some confusion about his sudden stare. Van Jinju opened his mouth gently, and after a moment, he spoke. Mu Qianqian, let's go. Huh? Go? Where? Mu Qianqian asked with doubt. Van Jinju looked out the window. We are leaving here. Mu Qianqian didn't understand passerby one's meaning, but she nodded. After that, Fan Jinjue and Mu Qianqian quickly packed up the things they needed to take with them. At the same time, Fan Jinjue explained to Mu Qianqian what they would do next. He mainly talked about the demon race and the matter of absorbing the Sin Seal. After learning about the plan, Mu Qianqian didn't ask many questions. She just silently followed the passerby. Won't you ask me why I want you to absorb that thing? Fan Jinjue asked. Can you tell me why? Mu Qianqian asked. Fan Jinjue was silent for a moment, looking at the lonely street, and said, specifically, we will talk about it when Ni Shuren is with us. Soon, Fan Jinjue arrived at the Magic Card Club. Wake up, Ni Shuren, Fan Jinjue said without mercy, shaking the black cat sleeping on the ground. Ugh, is it morning? Ni Shuren asked sleepily, rubbing her eyes. No, you will be homeless for a while, Fan Jinjue said directly. Huh, Ni Shuren made a confused sound, then looked at the person in front of her and asked, Passerby one Mu Qianqian. Before Ni Shuren could ask more, Fan Jinjue handed her a letter. Ni Shuren took the letter and looked at it. Boss's letter? Boss wants me to help you. Why? Ni Shuren said after reading the letter, now fully alert. Do you know Ni Shuren's boss? I don't know him. I just happened to meet a man in black. He said you could help me, Fan Jinjue said casually. Ni Shuren was silent for a moment, looking at the letter and thinking for a while. What are you guys planning to do? Fan Jinjue was not in a hurry. He waited and said, you can pack your things first. After Ni Shuren hesitantly packed her belongings. All right, now you can tell me. Why do you need Ni Shuren to pack her things? It's like she's about to run away from home, Fan Jinjue said. Almost, he continued. Next, you and we will go kill a demon. Huh? Passerby one's first words made Ni Shuren freeze. Then, you have to run away with us and leave this territory, Fan Jinjue added. You won't be able to come back for a while. Ni Shuren touched her head, looked at Mu Qianqian, then turned to the passerby and asked with confusion, Wait, what have you been talking about since just now? Fan Jinjue wasn't surprised that Ni Shuren reacted this way, but having her join him was not difficult. So he started explaining the main goal of this dungeon mission. Listen carefully. There is a demon below this town. He plans to activate their special demon mark. Our task is to defeat that demon and let Mu Qianqian take the mark. He then looked at Mu Qianqian and explained. The reason is that this mark is a condition for Mu Qianqian to gain divine magic. There was silence in the room after he finished. Mu Qianqian was a bit surprised to hear this, but didn't ask anything. Meanwhile, Ni Shuren stood frozen after hearing this. After a while, Ni Shuren suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. It seems Ni Shuren isn't fully awake yet. No, you're very clear now. Fan Jinjue sighed and helped Ni Shuren up from the ground. Ni Shuren looked at the passerby and asked, Do you understand what you're saying? Forget about this demon stuff for now. Isn't divine magic supposed to be a magic of gods in fairy tales? Maybe, but this magic isn't impossible to get. I don't know about others, but Mu Qianqian can. Fan Jinjue avoided the black cat's gaze and looked at Mu Qianqian. That's also why I approached her. Ni Shuren was silent. She looked at the serious expression on the passerby and felt like he wasn't lying. Me? Mu Qianqian asked doubtfully. Fan Jinjue nodded. Mu Qianqian raised her hand to her chest and asked, "So, is this why you approached me?" Fan Jinjue nodded again. "Yes, that's why I approached you." Disappointed, Mu Qianqian was silent for a moment, then shook her head. "No, not at all." Fan Jinjue looked away and lowered his gaze to the floor, which Ni Shuren couldn't see clearly, and said, "Then, what do you think? I want you to get the divine magic. The process will be tough and painful at times. After today, it will be hard to find peace like these past few months. Are you willing?" Mo Qianqian did not respond immediately. She looked at the passerby and felt a strange sensation in her heart. Yesterday's him and today's him seemed like two different people. Mo Qianqian wasn't sure where this feeling came from, but she had an answer to the question the passerby asked her now. "Do you need me to get that magic?" "Yes," Fan Jinjue replied. "Then let's go get it," Mo Qianqian said. Fan Jinjue fell silent upon hearing this. He had nothing more to say. However, the black cat beside him still looked confused. Wait, have you forgotten Ni Shuren? When did Ni Shuren agree to come along?" Fan Jinjue turned to look at Ni Shuren, then handed her a book. Ni Shuren took the book and opened it. To her surprise, it was the complete guide to card magic spells. She was shocked. "How do you have this?" "Your boss gave it to me," Fan Jinjue said. Ni Shuren stared at the passerby and asked, "How could your boss give you this?" "He asked you to help us and told me to pass it on," Fan Jinjue repeated. Ni Shuren looked at the passerby for a while, then at the book in her hands. After thinking for a moment, she said, "All right, since it's a task from the boss, I can help you. Just consider it a trip out." "But why doesn't the boss come and talk to me himself?" "Forgot," Fan Jinjue thought to himself. Actually, he could have first transformed into himself, given Ni Shuren the task, and then told her to wait for them. "Never mind, let's go first," he decided. "Who knows?" Fan Jinjue said. Ni Shuren put away the book. She didn't doubt what the passerby said because it felt very true. Her boss really didn't know what he was thinking. Once Ni Shuren was done, Fan Jinjue looked back at Mo Qianqian. The book he had just copied was without a cover, so Mo Qianqian probably couldn't tell it was the one he brought out of the cave earlier. This time, he was honest with Mo Qianqian about his purpose. He wasn't sure if he missed anything in his words, but since it was their first time, and there were 3 of them, they would see if they could succeed later. "Right now, I will try first." "Are you ready?" Fan Jinjue asked. Mu Qianqian nodded. "I'm ready. Well, let's not worry about the divine crime magic for now. You said we need to kill a demon, but how should we do it? It seems very dangerous. Can Ni Shuren stay nearby and watch?" In the dark tunnel, Ni Shuren whispered softly, feeling a bit unmotivated. Fan Jinjue, walking ahead and speaking quietly, replied, "Just cooperate with me. The method is actually quite simple. I will force him into a trap, and then you can use your high-level magic when the time comes." Fan Jinjue has fought this demon many times before, so he's quite experienced in dealing with demons. Although it's still hard to do alone, having more people makes it easier. However, to avoid surprises, he still plans to tell these 2 about the demon's traits and characteristics. His eyes can counter magic. Any magic he sees might disappear. His magic type is good at dark magic, and low-level magic won't do much damage to him. Magic disappearing when seen? That sounds tricky. By the way, how do you know all this? Ni Shuren asked, a bit surprised. Fan Jinjue didn't answer. It's enough to tell them this much. If the demon uses any magic, he will explain and counter it on the spot. They arrived at the entrance of the cave. Right at the crystal in the deep inside of the cave, there was a person with yellow hair standing. Seeing this person, Ni Shuren and Mu Qianqian both frowned. Someone really is here, Ni Shuren thought, feeling nervous and pulling out her cards. Why does he look so familiar? Mu Qianqian wondered. Fan Jinjue was very familiar with this scene, so he didn't say much. When the demon started talking nonsense after lighting the mirror, he skillfully held out 2 cards and threw them at the demon. Let's go? We only have 20 minutes. Quick, let's finish this, Fan Jinjue shouted behind them, immediately drawing 4 cards and a slightly longer small knife, running toward the demon's landing spot along the central path of the cave. He didn't give the 2 of them any detailed tactics or plans. Since this was their first quick kill with 3 people, he was still observing the situation. So, their cooperation depended entirely on their mutual understanding. A powerful high-level magic card flew out of a passerby's hand. Nishuren looked at it and was surprised. Isn't this the boss's card? The boss gave you one, but not to Nishuren. Nishuran suddenly felt a bit upset. And isn't the other card supposed to be for the boss? How come it's now in your hands? Fan Jinji didn't know how to explain and decided not to say anything. The boss just casually gave my card to someone else. Nishuran feels so sad. Didn't I give you the book? Fan Jinji thought silently, then focused entirely on dealing with the demon who was about to break free from the magic binding. A few seconds later, the demon broke free from the magic spell, fell to the ground, and was hit by another high-level magic attack, suffering serious injuries. What's going on? The demon stumbled several times before finally stopping, looking confused and bewildered at the direction of the attack. Then, he saw 3 people. One was running toward him, another was at the cave entrance holding a card and looking quite upset, and the third was standing at the entrance, gathering magic in his hand. The person looked surprised when he saw the demon. The one hitting me is the card holder? Looks like he's quite distressed. If he's upset, he shouldn't be hitting me with magic, the demon thought to himself. Then he turned to the closest person, Fan Jinji, and asked, "Who are you guys?" Fan Jinji remained silent, holding a small knife, ready to force the demon into the trap he had prepared. Although he had magic cards to cast spells, the demon could make the magic disappear, so magic wasn't very effective. He was more skilled with the small knife. Seeing Fan Jinji rushing toward him without answering, the demon clenched his teeth and raised his one arm, aiming at Fan Jinji. "Since you won't talk, I have no choice but to fight." After saying that, the demon released a ball of dark, resentful energy, rushing straight at Fan Jinji. Seeing this, Fan Jinji's expression remained calm. He was very familiar with this move. First, dodge to the side to avoid it, then prepare for a second attack. Fan Jinji silently recited in his mind, then shifted his body slightly to avoid the black aura. The demon's face curled into a slight smile. The black energy he released immediately spread out around him, but quickly gathered again into a single point and shot toward Fan Jinji's back. Just as he was about to smile, Fan Jinji turned sideways and quickly threw 2 cards behind him. The 2 cards disappeared in an instant. After the first card vanished, a flame appeared. After the second card disappeared, a gust of wind formed, blowing over the flames and creating a fiery tornado that rolled through the black aura he was about to attack with. After the flames, the black energy also vanished. The demon's smile immediately faded. He saw that the person had broken his sneaky attack without even turning around, which shocked him. "How do you know my move?" the demon asked, quickly dodging to the side and shouting. Fan Jinji didn't want to talk much. The demon's magic was very fierce, and a small mistake could cause serious injury. The injured demon saw no one responded. He felt helpless. His current state was really bad for fighting, especially since the Mark of Sin was still restrained nearby. No matter what, he had to send out the Mark of Sin. But now, the situation felt very strange, even a bit weird. 2 people in the distance kept watching the scene, probably waiting for a good chance to strike again. One held a card, not very high in rank, and could only use magic like the binding spell just now once. The other was weaving a magic pattern, seemingly preparing a high-level purification spell. Purification magic. These guys know my identity, the demon thought, feeling cold and very worried. Although their spell-casting speed suggested they weren't very skilled yet, purification magic naturally counters demons. Absolutely must not be hit by that move, the demon thought, planning to first deal with the person weaving the spell, Mu Qianqian. But before that, he found the person approaching him even more strange. Her steps and actions perfectly countered every magic he cast, even seeming to anticipate his thoughts and intentions. All his secret tricks couldn't work on her. This is too strange. Did she see my moves in advance? Why do I always feel like he knows me very well? Without any hesitation, his nearly perfect steps pushed the demon race into a dead end. Each attack is just right, and when he is about to counterattack, he immediately pulls back. What is going on? The demon feels confused. The actions of the person in front of him are so strange that it seems more than just seeing his moves in advance. It's as if they have fought countless times before, and now they are just repeating the same pattern. Is it black magic? The demon thinks nervously. He looks at Fan Jinji's calm face and dull, steady eyes. Even though the other person only holds a small knife and doesn't use magic to attack him actively, he still feels an indescribable pressure. This feeling is like his fate has already been decided, and his soul is locked in a fixed time, unable to escape. It reminds him of a young human woman he met recently on his journey. She was a powerful seer mage. At that time, just seeing her, he realized deeply that all his actions had already been seen through. Her glances and smiles seemed to be part of a plan, guiding his destiny. In her sight, he felt like he was no longer himself, just a puppet following a script that had already been played out. It was suffocating. Is he also like that? The demon's mind flashes with this thought, but he clenches his teeth. Even if Vanjinjua is truly that powerful, he cannot run away like last time. The mark of guilt is nearby. Even if his fate is already sealed to die today, he must at least let his fellow demons take the mark of guilt away. So, he suddenly turns and looks at Mu Qianqian. His summoned soldiers cannot resist high-level purification magic. He must stop Mu Qianqian's magic. Once he makes his decision, the demon's body flickers and turns into a small cloud of black mist rushing straight toward Mu Qianqian. Vanjinjua follows closely. Seeing the demon change his target to Mu Qianqian, he remains calm. He pulls out a plain white card with no drawings. When the black mist reaches the center of the cave, Vanjinjua shouts, "Rise." Huh. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind burst out from the black mist created by the demon race. It quickly blew apart his misted body and tried to lift him to the top of the cave. The demon was surprised and saw that the wind was caused by 4 magic cards below. When did this happen? Without much thought, the demon immediately formed a magic spell, redirecting most of the wind's power to the foot of Fanjinjua. A strong wind instantly blew Fanjinjua toward the top of the cave. "Passerby 1, Mu Qianqian shouted. Fanjinjua tightly held his card and said, "I'm fine." "Now, Nishuren, I see it." Nishuren responded to Passerby 1, then took out 2 high-level magic cards from her pocket. The demon had just transferred the wind's power, but some wind still held him in midair. He couldn't move now, but saw a blazing fire appear in front of Nishuren, followed by a burst of lightning, all rushing toward him in an instant. High-level magic. The demon felt something was wrong, and his eyes began to glow. At the same time, he saw that the purification magic spell in front of Mu Qianqian had been completed. 2 deadly high-level magic spells now locked onto him. They weren't on the same side, and behind him, someone was holding a card with an unknown rank. Although he was a demon, he knew a lot about card magic. Magic cards with the power of high-level magic would glow, but the card Fanjinjua held did not glow. As long as it wasn't a powerful high-level magic, taking a hit wouldn't matter. So, if he could withstand these 2 high-level magic attacks, he could summon minions and use his last breath to explode the magic that was trapping him. As long as the seal of sin can leave, that would be enough. Mu Qianqian, get ready and attack when I say, Fanjinjua shouted, patting his chest. Hearing this, Mu Qianqian immediately cast her long-prepared spell. A high-level purification magic called Boundless White Line. A glowing magic circle quickly gathered in front of Mu Qianqian and shot out in a straight line at high speed. The demon face was turned toward Nishuren, but at that moment, half of his face exploded. One eyeball remained intact, staring directly at Nishuren, while the other eyeball, along with the exploded face, floated in midair and turned toward Mu Qianqian. His magic had already been cast, so even with his eyeball gone, a barrier could still be formed. As long as I block these 2 spells, in the demon's mind, a desperate cry sounded. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed, Nishuren's magic disappeared midway through its approach. At this moment, the demon felt a surge of hope and quickly looked toward the other eyeball with his remaining peripheral vision. As soon as that white line disappeared, he would immediately use summoning magic and self-destruct. The white line flashed in front of Mu Qianqian and headed toward the demon. The eyeball, suspended in midair with blood, shone brightly as it stared ahead. It seemed like a decisive move was about to be made. The demon waited for his destined death to arrive, but he wanted to seize victory before dying. The white line approached the demon under the watchful eyes of the 4 people, but it did not disappear. What's going on? The demon wondered in confusion. The next moment, the white line suddenly sliced past him. Did she miss? The demon questioned, puzzled. At the same time, he heard a laugh behind him. In that instant, He felt as if his life was ending, though he didn't understand why. Haha. The laugh came from Fan Jinjue, who was clinging to the ceiling, tightly holding a card. When the white line headed toward him, he understood. Mu Qianqian had figured out his plan. His action of patting his chest was a signal to Mu Qianqian. It meant, cast your magic at me. The white line successfully struck Fan Jinjue. A powerful aura dispersed the strong wind. But Fan Jinjue was unharmed. He used his hand to block the white line with a card, which then vanished very quickly. Soon after, he began descending from the ceiling. Meanwhile, the white card in his hand emitted a faint white glow. In the game world of Divine Sin World, characters with special titles are all-powerful mages with strong magic. Whether they are witches or the magic card, wielder, disc, they all possess extraordinary magical abilities. However, as mentioned earlier, a great magician is not just someone skilled in advanced magic. Every great magician has their own unique magic. For example, Count Ancillor's dream magic, or Count Lenmiai's strange sword that cannot be understood. These magics are unique to them. Even if some are not deadly, they can still influence the outcome of battles. Among these strange and mysterious magics, card magic spells are special because they store other magic and can release it quickly. If such magic faces a powerful witch, even with many spells stored, how much chance of winning is there? The answer from the Vanish True technique game is almost none. For those powerful beings, the number of spells doesn't decide the battle. But Disc, the great magician known as Magic Card, has strength and status equal to that of a witch. His magic is definitely more than just this. This is the true secret of card magic spells. It is the real reason Disc stands out among countless dark magicians. The advanced magic spell, Thief Magic Space. It's not about weaving a spell and storing it in a card beforehand, but about setting up a space in the card that can hold other magic. When magic attacks come, he copies the spell into the card instantly and then turns it into his own magic to use. The capacity depends on the creator of the card. This card was made early by Nishurin, using the Vanish True technique. It's not very powerful, but just absorbing the high-level magic that Mu Qianqian is releasing is enough. Behind the scenes, unseen by demons, Vanish True technique holds this card, which has absorbed Mu Qianqian's magic. As he descends, he releases it again, and a white line appears in his hand. In an instant, the white line flashes straight through the heart of the demon, then quickly shifts, tearing the demon's body in half. Under the fading light, the demon gazes at the red glow reflected in the mirror, whispering softly, "Master, forgive me." Who? A gentle breeze blows, and Van Jinjue uses a magic card to summon a wind to cushion his fall. He looks at the body he has cut in half. There's no need to finish it off anymore. How terrifying. Nishurin covers her eyes and avoids the corpse on the ground, approaching the passerby. At the same time, Mu Qianqian also walks over. Is he dead? Van Jinjue nods. Is he a trembling gold person? Mu Qianqian asks, looking at the broken hair on the ground. It's the body of a trembling gold person, but not the person himself, Van Jinjue replies, then walks toward the crystal mirror. Mu Qianqian follows behind. And the trembling gold person? He's dead, Van Jinjue responds, stopping in front of the crystal mirror. Their teamwork is smooth. Focusing only on fighting the demon tribe. Once is enough. No need for more fuss. Mu Qianqian silently looks at the body over there. The news that the trembling gold person is dead should be quite shocking to her. But now, hearing this, she feels nothing. People she once thought were powerful are now casually declared dead with just a simple sentence. She feels Mu Qianqian follows behind. And the trembling gold person? He's dead, Van Jinjue responds, stopping in front. Next, I will lift the binding magic, Mu Qianqian. Van Jinjue turns to look at Mu Qianqian. Hearing this, Mu Qianqian regains her senses and nods at the passerby. Thus, Van Jinjue quickly lifts the magic. The red light pillar is no longer bound and instantly rushes out from underground. Mu Qianqian moves quickly. According to what the passerby told her, the moment the binding magic is lifted, she approaches the mirror. The red flow climbs along her arm and onto her body. A feeling of resentment seems to pull at her heart, bringing back many bad memories from the past. Mu Qianqian restrains her magic, not pushing it away. The flowing red quickly leaves a mark on her, like sharp needles stabbing her heart, causing her pain. She can't help but kneel on the ground, clutching her chest. Van Jinjue watches Mu Qianqian like this, silently averting his gaze, his eyes slightly lowered. Neshu Ran saw the stranger's gaze and immediately smirked slightly. She took a few quick steps to the stranger's side. Feeling worried, Neshu Ran whispered with a sly smile. Fan Jinjue turned his head without saying anything. If you're worried, just give her a hug, Neshu Ran teased. Say less. Fan Jinjue pushed her away. Oomph. After being pushed back, Neshu Ran didn't get closer again. She looked over at Mu Qianqian. Within half a minute, the red glow on the mirror had disappeared. The mark of sin was now engraved on Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian could feel the sharp pain from earlier slowly fading. She quickly stood up, catching her breath, and walked toward the two. Since Neshu Ran was nearby and saw Mu Qianqian was okay, she reached out to support her and led her to the stranger. Mu Qianqian. Fan Jinjue looked at Mu Qianqian, who raised her hand but quickly retracted it. Seeing his action, she asked, "What do you want to do?" Fan Jinjue was silent for a moment. Nothing. Then he took out 2 cards and threw them at the crystal mirror. With a loud bang, the mirror shattered by magic. Time was urgent. This was a secret passage out of Count Ansi Li's territory. He handed a map to Neshu Ran. After saying that, he was about to turn and leave. Mu Qianqian hurriedly grabbed his sleeve. "Where are you going?" Fan Jinjue didn't look back. "There's one more problem I need to handle. Don't worry. Wait for me outside on the mountain path." Hearing this, Mu Qianqian finally let go. "Be careful." Then, Mu Qianqian watched as the stranger ran out of her sight. "Anyway, he said so it should be fine. Shall we go?" Neshu Ran, who was supporting her, said at this moment. Mu Qianqian suddenly realized Neshu Ran had been supporting her all along. She nodded quickly. "Yes, and I can walk by myself now." Hearing this, Neshu Ran let go. "Since that's the case, I won't support you anymore. Let's go." Mu Qianqian nodded, and the two of them started running outward. Soon, Fan Jinjue stood on the roof, watching Nishuren and Mu Qianqian leave through the secret passage. A few minutes later, he saw Earl Ansi Lu and Earl Lingmei arrive. "What happened here?" Earl Lingmei asked. Fan Jinjue did not answer. He just silently looked at the two of them. Based on his experience of rewinding time, he knew he had to block these 2 earls from investigating further. So, he quickly thought about how to stop them. Right now, he was acting as a passerby. "Who are you?" Earl Ansi Lu looked at a passerby with some suspicion. He felt like he had seen him somewhere before. "I am a passerby," Fan Jinjue introduced himself. Earl Ansi Lu suddenly remembered. "What are you doing here?" Fan Jinjue looked at the 2 earls with cold eyes and calmly said, "Not much. Just a few things to remind the earls." Hearing Fan Jinjue's calm tone and attitude, Earl Ansi Lu immediately looked serious. "What is it?" Fan Jinjue looked toward the secret passage. "Earlier, a demon tried to cause trouble here. I think you saw what happened." "The demon? Is he still here?" Earl Ansi Lu asked. "He is dead," Fan Jinjue replied. "Dead? What happened?" "That's what I want to remind you about. I killed him for you. You can probably guess what happened below, but I don't want to say much more. You can investigate further if you want, but for now, please refrain from doing anything else." Hearing this, Earl Ansi Lu frowned and signaled Earl Lingmei to go check the secret passage. At the same time, Earl Ansi Lu looked back at Fan Jinjue and said, "You caused such a big scene here, and you expect me not to ask questions? Do you think I will agree?" Fan Jinjue looked at Earl Ansi Lu for a moment, then smiled. After several rewinds, Earl Ansi Lu never agreed. Fan Jinjue knew that well, but now, he really didn't have the energy to play hide-and-seek with the earls anymore. So, with a nearly crazy smile on his face, he pulled out his last card, Disc's final card. A faint red glow from the clown's nose spread around the card. In an instant, Count Ancillor widened his eyes. "I don't have time to cause trouble anymore, Count. Now I give you 2 choices. Either agree with me or fight me. Of course, I can't win against you, but I will use this card on your territory. You can defend yourself, but what about your people? I think the learned Count can see what kind of magic this is." Count Ancillor listened carefully and asked, "Are you threatening me?" "Don't get it wrong, Count. I am giving you a choice," Fan Jinjue said coldly, holding the card and looking at Count Ancillor. "What's going on?" Ancillor wondered, frowning slightly. At the same time, Vanjinjue, feeling dizzy, snorted coldly. Don't be surprised, Count. This is my respect for you. Also, we have no room for negotiation. Suddenly, Ancillor fell silent because she understood why her dream magic hadn't pulled the passerby into her dream. She looked at the blood flowing from the edge of the passerby's sleeve. That was the answer. Did she leave a wound on herself in advance? Count Ancillor murmured. Now, answer me, Vanjinjue asked again, trembling slightly as he held the card. Ancillor was silent for a few seconds. She stared at the passerby's unreadable eyes, thought for a moment, then said, You can go. Hearing this, Vanjinjue sighed in relief. Good move, Count. As a farewell gift, I'll give you one more reminder. Prepare more now, because chaos is coming soon. After speaking, Vanjinjue stepped back onto the roof and disappeared from Count Ancillor's sight. Not long after, Lord Ming appeared from the secret passage. How is it downstairs? Ancillor asked. Lord Ming smiled slightly. There's a dead person and a mirror. The dead person was indeed possessed by a demon, and now he's truly dead. And the mirror? Ancillor continued to ask. Broken, Lord Ming replied. And the passerby? Did you let him go? It seems you're not surprised that I let him go. Ancillor looked at Lord Ming, puzzled by his calm attitude. Lord Ming nodded with a faint smile. Of course. After all, he's one of the few I consider truly perfect. Strange skill of recognizing people. Count Ancillor softly closed his eyes. Anyway, you should hurry back to your territory. That passerby is not simple. I shouldn't have been lazy and ignored him earlier. But now that things have come to this, if he was just trying to warn us kindly, then big trouble might be coming. By the way, do you remember Dusk? Dusk? I know a little. What's wrong? It's nothing. Recently, there's been a mysterious person in black in our territory who hasn't been identified yet. Fell asleep. Mu Qianqian looked down at the passerby one. She could clearly feel his steady breathing and heartbeat. It seemed he was truly asleep. She gently placed one hand on his head and the other around his body, holding him close. A slight smile appeared on her lips. Good job. Good night, passerby one. Nishuren watched silently from the side because she suddenly remembered something passerby one had mentioned to her before. Passerby one would never be with Mu Qianqian. Considering the current scene, she felt very helpless. So sad. Should I tell Mu Qianqian about this? I don't understand why boss would leave me to handle such trouble. I want to cry. Hey, while lost in thoughts about boss, Nishuren suddenly remembered someone else related to passerby one and Mu Qianqian. She quickly asked Mu Qianqian, Mu Qianqian, we're out now. What about Xinchi Su? According to passerby one, the kingdom might not be peaceful lately. Why didn't we bring her along? She's an orphan. If we call her, she'll probably come. Huh? Mu Qianqian was surprised. She suddenly remembered Xinchi Su and quickly looked down at passerby one. What should we do? Should we wake him up? But he just fell asleep. Meanwhile, in a small corner of Count Ansi Li's manor, a ray of morning light shone through the window. Xinchi Su had just woken up and saw the strange red light pillar that made her feel uncomfortable. At the same time, she found an envelope and a piece of paper on the table by the window, which she hadn't seen before last night before sleeping. The note was simple, explaining that recently there would be a disaster in the kingdom. The sender, passerby one, asked her to open the envelope and take the letter inside to a nun named Vian at the Faith City of Celestial Kingdom. Vian is a good person. Give her the letter. She will protect you until we come back. Don't panic. Wait for Mu Qianqian there, the note said. Xinchi Su finished reading the letter and stood there in confusion. After a while, she finally reacted. Xinchi Su frowned. What is this person talking about? What a disaster, thought Cece Su as she puzzled over the situation. She picked up the nearby letter and opened it. Let's not talk about that first. Does he know how far Celestial Holy Nation is from here? And who is Vian? While thinking about the red light pillar just now, Cece Su nervously opened the envelope. Inside, there were two things, a letter with writing on it, and a card glowing with green light. Suddenly, Cece Su froze. She recognized the card as a magic card, but she had never seen one with its own glow before. Curious, she picked up the card and used it. The card slowly floated away from her hand and hovered at a certain height. Then, its glow became even brighter, so bright that Cece Su had trouble opening her eyes. She covered her eyes with her arm. When the light faded, she lowered her arm and saw that everything around her had changed completely. All the things in her home were gone. Instead, there were many unfamiliar objects. However, the letter she was holding looked familiar. "Who are you?" she asked. Before she could think more, a woman's voice came from nearby. Cece Su looked toward the sound and saw a woman dressed like a nun from a storybook. She was confused and asked, "Excuse me, where am I?" The woman dressed as a nun quickly explained, "This is the city of faith in the celestial holy nation." Cece Su was stunned. "What?" she repeated. "This is the city of faith in the celestial holy nation." "Really?" Cece Su rushed to the window and looked outside. The town was completely unfamiliar, but she immediately recognized the iconic building of the City of Faith from the book. "How did I get here?" she shouted in disbelief. The nun explained, If I'm not mistaken, you use teleportation magic, and it's a very high-level one." Cece Su quickly reacted, and her mind filled with many questions. But at the moment, she couldn't find answers. She immediately adjusted her attitude and asked the nun in front of her, Excuse me, who are you?" The nun politely greeted Cece Su in return. "I am a nun from the City of Faith's bishopric. It's an honor to meet you. Please call me Vian Servina." High-level teleportation magic, called world transfer, allows the caster to instantly reach any corner of the world, if no barriers block the way. This magic is stored on a special magic card, one of 3 cards left by Diskrel to Fanjinjua. In a dark hall, 10 candles burn brightly. Suddenly, one flickered and went out. "The light of life has gone out," an old man whispered, staring at the candles. Nearby, a man waiting in the shadows heard this and asked, "Does it matter?" The old man looked at the extinguished candle and thought for a moment before shaking his head. "It's not a big problem. Losing 1 mark isn't serious. We just need to follow the plan, as long as nothing unexpected happens in the royal city." "The royal city? I think she's been there for over 10 years. It should be fine," the man said from the shadows. The old man turned and left the hall. "Let's hope so. You should prepare as well. Soon, the day of arrival will come. I've already sent a message to remind her in the royal city." On a mountain town, a castle stands out clearly at the peak. As the road descends from the castle, the town's layout is very distinctive and has remained unchanged for hundreds of years. This represents the glory and history of the Mu Qianqian kingdom, as well as someone's disappointment and regret. "Goodbye, Your Highness the Princess. Thank you for today." Outside a flower shop in the town, a boy happily smiled and said to the woman who had been with him all day delivering flowers. The woman wore luxurious, eye-catching clothes, clearly showing her noble status. She smiled gratefully at the boy's innocence and waved goodbye. After thanking her, the boy quickly pushed open the flower shop door and went back inside. At this moment, the woman also stopped her gentle smile and polite wave. Her heterochromatic eyes, one yellow and one purple, suddenly dimmed. She lowered her hand, quietly turned, and looked toward the sunset. "What's wrong?" "Mo," the woman asked. But no one responded. She just silently gazed at the sunset for a while before closing her eyes and walking toward the castle. "It's nothing. I just find today's sunset particularly annoying." In a blurry, hazy world, a familiar scene reappeared before her eyes. The princess with heterochromatic eyes failed. She couldn't fulfill her wish. The Demon King's power ruthlessly shattered her magic, and the entire city fell into chaos and screams. A feeling of despair gathered around the Demon King. The princess's heart was as cold as death. She stopped and silently watched the Demon King, who was still recovering his strength after breaking the seal. Her magic had failed, but she still had to pay the price. Her soul was no longer allowed to stay here. However, she still took the hand of a white-haired woman, smiling as she said, "It's a pity. There's no more chance. Let me use my last magic to send you away. At least, leave your hatred behind. I curse you, Mu Qianqian." Ugh! The blurry world suddenly disappeared. Fanjinjua, clutching his dizzy head, opened his eyes. What he saw was the blue sky through gaps in the trees. Someone nearby seemed to hear his movement. Soon, a black cat blocked his view of the sky and asked with a smile, "You're awake?" Fanjinjua, feeling somewhat speechless, ignored Nishurin and suddenly stood up, knocking his head heavily against her. The black cat yelped in pain and sat on the ground, clutching its head. Fan Jinjue looked around and saw Mu Qianqian nearby, looking at him with a puzzled expression. He quickly thought about the situation. That scene just now was probably a dream, just game content. And now, where am I? He remembered that he had fainted after leaving Earl Ansi Lieb's territory, and then, nothing. How long have I slept? Fan Jinjue asked. About a day. Mu Qianqian pointed at the sun in the sky, which was now noon. Fan Jinjue was silent for a moment, thinking briefly. Forget it, it's already over anyway. Although the experience wasn't perfect, it was still pretty good, with no major problems. Since it's in the past, dwelling on it won't help. He decided to focus on the future instead. So, Fan Jinjue planned to stand up. But as he tried to get up, he suddenly felt dizzy again. Ugh! Fan Jinjue immediately covered his head. Are you okay? Mu Qianqian asked as she moved closer. Nothing serious, just a slight headache. It will pass, Fan Jinjue replied. Even with a headache, you hit me on the head. Ni Shuren will remember this and tell the boss. Ni Shuren shouted unhappily from the ground. Both Fan Jinjue and Mu Qianqian looked silently at Ni Shuren. After a moment, Fan Jinjue finally spoke. Actually, I don't have that much of a headache. Suddenly, Ni Shuren was speechless. Well, where are we now? Fan Jinjue quickly changed the subject. We're hiding in the woods outside the Count's territory. You didn't wander off while you were unconscious, Mu Qianqian said. Fan Jinjue nodded lightly and began to think about their next move. In the original story, Mu Qianqian ran non-stop to a certain place, was noticed by a merchant's son, and since she was still a slave, he took her to the royal city. There was nothing special on the way. Now, he definitely wouldn't let that merchant's son take Mu Qianqian away, since that person was of no use. At the moment, he looked at Mu Qianqian's shoulder. Since he had deduced that the slave mark had a special feature to hide the crime mark, he planned to make one for her. After all, there were demons in the royal city, and being caught would be tricky. So, his current plan was to create a slave magic, then hitch a ride to the royal city. He had already revealed himself in front of Count Ansi Lu, so Count Ansi Lu probably wouldn't tell the royal family about this, since he had no clues and couldn't find out anything. There shouldn't be any accidents on the way. Next, he needed to think about how to give Mu Qianqian a slave magic. But that's easy to handle. In the towns they pass through, there are always a few black merchants. Then let's plan the route to the royal city, thought Fan Jinjue. Excuse me, passerby one, suddenly interrupted Mu Qianqian, breaking his train of thought. Is something uncomfortable? Fan Jinjue asked. Mu Qianqian shook her head. No, it's just that. What about Qianqian Su? Are we not going to look for her? Ah, her. Fan Jinjue thought for a moment. He kept the best card for escaping in the hands of Qianqian Su. Without a doubt, Qianqian Su should be fine. I told her to go somewhere and wait for us. As long as she doesn't cause trouble, she'll be safe. Where is that? Mu Qianqian asked. Huh. Fan Jinjue smiled faintly. The future. Hey. Everyone stay still. Raise your hands. No, I mean, all of you lie on the ground. Otherwise, I'll turn you all into charcoal. Bu. In an underground auction house, a black cat suddenly jumped in. It carried a magic card that faintly emitted a red glow, and with a mischievous smile, it threatened everyone present. About 30 people in the room didn't react at first. Then, after an explosion at the back, 2 more people appeared. Only then did everyone realize what was happening and start to panic. All right, don't scare the guests, Fan Jinjue said with a gentle smile. He and Mu Qianqian walked out of the explosion. As soon as he spoke, the room immediately quieted down, and everyone looked toward him. Who are you guys? Shouted a woman locked in a cage at the front of the auction table. Next to her, an older man dressed quite gentlemanly looked upset. He was the organizer of this shady auction. Who are we? Fan Jinjue approached the table, showing a disturbing smile. Unfortunately, in my plans, you are not qualified to know about this. Wow, that woman. A guest attending the auction, wearing a mask that hid his face, looked at Mu Qianqian with shining eyes and made a sound. Fan Jinjue's smile froze for a moment after hearing this. In just 2 seconds, his expression turned cold as he looked in the direction of the voice. The visitor who just made a sound immediately felt a cold shiver run through his body. The moment he noticed that Fan Jinjue was looking at him, a slightly red glowing card flew right in front of his eyes. Then, scorching flames suddenly engulfed him. The flames burned straight through the man. He didn't even have time to shout before he disappeared on the spot, leaving only a pile of ashes slowly falling to the ground. But the flames didn't stop. They kept moving forward until they hit the wall of the venue, causing a much stronger explosion of fire. The temperature inside the room rose sharply. Before anyone could react with a pale face, Fan Jinjue put on his uncomfortable smile again and clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Now, anyone who makes noise without my permission will face the same fate as this person. Understand? If you do, lie on the ground. As soon as Fan Jinjue finished speaking, everyone else turned pale and knelt down on the ground, except for a few people on the stage. Seeing how obedient everyone was, Fan Jinjue happily clapped his hands and said, "Oh, thank you. Thank you. Haha. The organizer saw that the visitor was so aggressive and strange, but didn't back down. Instead, he shouted at Fan Jinjue, "Who dares cause trouble here? Do you think I'm easy to scare? I have powerful magicians guarding this place. Today, I will show you what it means to have someone more powerful than you." He then angrily looked at a middle-aged man wearing a mask beside the stage. "Take action." Oh, a great magician. Fan Jinjue didn't take the organizer's words seriously. He even looked at the middle-aged man with a teasing smile. "Sir, are you going to fight us?" The middle-aged man jumped onto the stage at the sound of his voice. Then, under everyone's expectant gaze, he burst into loud laughter. Ha! After laughing, he immediately cast a magic circle at his feet. Seeing this, Nishuren was about to play her card, but Fan Jinjue stopped her. After a moment, the middle-aged man's magic circle was complete. He looked at Fan Jinjue with a slight smile and confidently said, "Just joking. What great magician. I only know a little high-level magic. I'm broke and just making up some stories to look important. Don't take me seriously, young sir. I'll be leaving now." The organizer looked at the middle-aged man with confusion, then asked in disbelief, "What did you say?" The middle-aged man nodded in response. The organizer immediately shouted, "It's just 3 young kids. I paid you so much money. At least cast a couple of magic spells, right?" The middle-aged man was unhappy and said from inside the circle, "They're holding magic cards. The magic just used was a high-level spell. Do you know what high-level magic is? So what? You can do it too?" The organizer asked eagerly. "Exactly. That's the point. You guys don't understand magic and are just fools. Think about it. Have you ever seen magic cards that can cast high-level spells?" The middle-aged man looked at the organizer with a tired expression. The organizer was silent. He had never seen such magic before. The middle-aged man coughed twice and continued. "In history, only one person used high-level magic cards, Grand Mage Dusk. I don't want to get involved with powerful witches just for some money and risk my life. I'll pay you the penalty if you break the agreement. Of course, only if you survive here. Bye." As soon as he finished speaking, the man turned and disappeared along with the magic circle beneath his feet. The scene fell into complete silence. After a moment, there was a loud thud from the stage. The organizer finally reacted, his face turning pale with fear as he collapsed to the ground. D, he stammered in shock. Fan Zhenju watched this scene. "He looks like Dusk is some big villain," he thought casually. The magic user was quite capable. At first, they fought and wasted time without any gain, so it was good that he scared him away. Fortunately, these people didn't know whether Dusk was dead or alive, which he could use to his advantage. He quickly sighed and walked onto the stage. "Anyway, the troublemakers are taken care of. Let's talk." Fan Zhenju smiled and said to the organizer, "Why you want to talk about what?" The organizer asked in fear. Hey, you told me not to scare them, but you're the scariest of all, aren't you?" Nishuren took 2 steps onto the stage and explained to the passerby. Then she turned to the group, trying to escape. "Don't even think about running away." The group, hearing this, immediately lay down on the ground obediently. Fan Jinjue smiled softly, then stood up and looked back at Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian was standing on the steps, smiling and nodding at him. Fan Jinjue nodded in return, then bypassed the organizer and approached the cage where the woman was kept. Even though the woman in the cage saw the commotion, she didn't react much. But Fan Jinjue's approach made her lift her dull eyes. He looked into her eyes for a long moment, then silently turned to the organizer. His calm voice suddenly became firm and commanding. "Tell me, where is the slave merchant for this woman?" After leaving Countess Ansi Lu, Fan Jinjue, Mu Qianqian, and Nishuren were on their way to the royal city. They heard about the location of a certain slave merchant. Using some tricks, Fan Jinjue found the merchant and forced him to cast slave magic on Mu Qianqian. After carving the slave magic mark on her, Fan Jinjue quickly led the two away from there. Before leaving, he also sold information about the black market dealer to the local lord, making a small profit. Later, the three of them were walking along the road, waiting for a ride to the royal city. Meanwhile, Mu Qianqian was curious about the two marks on her body. She knew the mark of sin was a demon clan symbol that could restore the demon king's power. But the slave mark, although a passerby told her it was used to suppress the sin mark and prevent others from noticing, she also knew a bit about slave magic. This magic is a type of contract. Usually, there are three situations: a contract with the contracted or mutual contracts. In slave magic, there is no mutual contract. It's simply one side enslaving the other. And she, with the mark on her body, was undoubtedly the one being contracted. But she had no contracted partner. She knew that passers-by didn't want her to be bound, even if it might happen. However, for a slave without a contract, as soon as the mark on their body is infused with a person's magic, the slave mark recognizes that person as their master, which can force the slave to do certain things. She thought this was a bit risky. Although pink-haired Fan AI had taught her a special magic that could repel other magic, if she already had a contract holder, she wouldn't need to worry about these things, and it would be easier. Moreover, she trusted the passerby why. So, since no one was speaking at the moment, she decided to mention this to him. Passerby why, maybe you should inject your magic into this mark. Huh? Fan Jinjue turned to look at Mu Qianqian, then slightly smiled and teased. Why do you always bring this up? Mu Qianqian, do you really want to have a master? Mu Qianqian immediately blushed, took smaller steps, shyly pursed her lips, and shook her head gently. No, I just think, compared to being accidentally controlled by someone else, you'd be better. Fan Jinjue was silent for a moment. Even if you say that, I can't do anything about it. I still don't understand how my magic works. It's okay. Even if someone tries to take advantage of you by accident, they can't really control you. If you don't believe it, try gathering your magic on the sin mark under the slave mark, Fan Jinjue said. Hearing this, Mu Qianqian stopped and closed her eyes to try. Before long, she discovered that when she gathered her magic on the sin mark, she could actually remove the slave mark on her own. Just a little, Fan Jinjue quickly raised his hand to touch Mu Qianqian's face, waking her from her focused state. Don't mess this up. Finding another black market dealer is quite troublesome. Feeling the slightly cool hand on her face, Mu Qianqian's face, which was still flushed, turned even redder. Fan Jinjue felt like he had touched a fully charged warm device and immediately let go, saying, It's just touching your face. Why are you so shy? Thud. It seemed a wave of heat rose above Mu Qianqian's head. Blushing like a tomato, she shyly turned her face away and nodded. After witnessing this scene, Nishuren initially felt hungry after walking all day and not eating much, but now she suddenly didn't feel hungry anymore. Wouldn't it be better if Nishuren disappeared into the nearby grass for a moment? She asked, forcing a smile to catch the attention of the others. You're talking nonsense again, Fan Jinjue said helplessly. He understood what Nishuren meant, and Mu Qianqian did too. However, she was thinking more seriously than an ordinary person. Now, she covered her face and turned away, looking like she was about to faint. Seeing this, Fan Jinjue glanced at the black cat. The black cat immediately understood and quickly ran over to Mu Qianqian, trying to change the subject. Just joking. By the way, Qianqian, were you worried about being tricked by someone earlier? Mu Qianqian nodded in response. Nishuren suddenly chuckled. In that case, maybe I should try. I'm one of you, after all. I also want to see what it feels like to be in charge. Mu Qianqian silently looked at the other person. Seeing this, Fan Jinjue sighed and casually said, Do as you like. If something goes wrong, I can just reload. Hearing this, Mu Qianqian looked at Nishuren, who seemed very eager, like a big black cat asking for a pet. She gently nodded and said, All right, let's try. Meow. Nishuren won't hold back now. Nishuren excitedly raised her paw and quickly pressed it against Mu Qianqian's chest. Please, be gentle with me. Not here, Mu Qianqian shouted shyly, covering her eyes. Fan Jinjue watched silently from the side. These two, he couldn't bear to watch. Soon, Nishuran infused her magic into Mu Qianqian's slave mark, making her temporarily her master. Then, Nishuran cleared her throat and gave commands to Mu Qianqian. Crouch. At first, Mu Qianqian didn't feel anything, but soon, it seemed the mark detected that she wasn't meeting Nishuran's expectations. Her body started to glow faintly, and then she felt her body move involuntarily. She crouched down. Wow, that's amazing, Mu Qianqian said as she crouched down. Nishuran didn't seem to feel anything, but she could see the power of the slave magic's control. Stand up, Nishuran continued. Then Mu Qianqian stood up on her own this time, without feeling forced. She looked normal. It doesn't seem to be a big deal, Nishuran said, a little disappointed. That's because you're not twisted enough. Try asking her to take off her clothes, Fan Jinjue suddenly suggested. Suddenly, the three of them fell silent. Nishuran and Mu Qianqian exchanged knowing looks at the passerby. After a moment, suddenly, Mu Qianqian's face turned bright red like a tomato. Nishuran looked disappointed and muttered, "Pervert." Huh. Fan Jinjue suddenly frowned. After Fan Jinjue said that, "Usually, you look serious, but you still think about pretty girls' bodies," Nishuran said, seizing the moment to tease the passerby. Fan Jinjue sighed helplessly. "I'm just giving an example. Just an example," Nishuran said sarcastically, squinting at the passerby. Then she quickly moved to Mu Qianqian's side, smiling and teasing. Look, does Qianqian believe what he says?" Mu Qianqian blushed and nodded silently by the empty roadside. Seeing this, Nishuran immediately continued to stir trouble. This isn't good. Fake serious men often deceive girls like this. They say nice things now, but when you let your guard down, they might try to take advantage. That last thing he said might have been his honest feelings by mistake. Qianqian, be careful. What are you saying about me? Fan Jinjue looked at Nishuran, annoyed. He had never been called fake serious back home. But it was okay. He could just pretend to be serious. After all, I'm fine, Mu Qianqian suddenly muttered just as Fan Jinjue was about to change the subject. Huh. Both Fan Jinjue and Nishuran looked at her in confusion. Mu Qianqian heard the sound and didn't dare look at the two people. She blushed and, as if she didn't know what she was saying, quietly repeated, "I'm fine." Fan Jinjue silently looked at her. "What do you mean? I'm fine." Nishuran opened her mouth in surprise. She looked at Mu Qianqian, then at the passerby, and immediately asked about Fan Jinjue's thoughts. "What's wrong with you?" Just taking off clothes." Mu Qianqian's face turned redder as she spoke softly. "It's nothing. Are you saying it's okay for him to see you without clothes?" Nishuran asked, seeming very surprised. Mu Qianqian didn't reply, but also didn't shake her head. Seeing this, Nishuran gave up thinking and said straightforwardly, "Then Mu Qianqian, just take them off now. Actually, not just him. I also want to see." "Hey." Fan Jinjue suddenly appeared behind Nishuran and grabbed her head. "What are you talking about? When did I say I wanted to see? And you?" Fan Jinjue looked at Mu Qianqian. "What did you just say? Such things shouldn't be okay, right?" Puffed. Seeing Nishuran's actions, Mu Qianqian couldn't help but laugh. The blush on her cheeks faded a lot. She quickly covered her mouth and said to the passerby, "I was joking." Fan Jinjue paused, looking at Mu Qianqian covering her mouth and giggling. He had nothing to say. Nishuran, however, looked regretful, murmuring to herself while staring at Mu Qianqian's chest. "So it was just a joke?" Nishuran really wanted to see. Huh. Mu Qianqian was surprised. Fan Jinjue sighed, raised his fist, and tapped Nishuran's head. "Hey, be serious." Ouch. Nishuran covered her head and cried out. A small episode passed like this. Under Fan Jinjue's intervention, Nishuran removed her magic from Mu Qianqian's slave mark. In the end, Mu Qianqian did not take off her clothes. By the way, I didn't know there was such a way to undo the slave mark. Nishuran mentioned this topic not long after. It is normal that Fan Jinjue didn't know about this, since it was only mentioned later in the game. After Mu Qianqian escaped the kingdom and became a bit stronger, she discovered that the Mark of Sin could help remove slave magic. If I had to give a reasonable explanation, I would say that the Mark of Sin is a noble, high-ranking symbol, while the slave mark is a common, small calumny mark. Both are magical imprints, but the mark of sin naturally suppresses the slave mark. That's roughly how it is. The original story doesn't explain the details, so Van Jinjue is just guessing. Anyway, the problem with the slave mark has been solved for now. But after traveling for a long time, they haven't found a carriage heading straight to the royal city. We should find a town and ask, Van Jinjue thought. Suddenly, Ni Shuren, who was leading, turned back and called out, "There's a small village ahead. Should we ask if there are any groups heading toward the royal city?" Hearing this, Van Jinjue quickly nodded. The three of them arrived at the small village. The villagers said there were quite a few people, but not too many. Everything seemed just right, with no strange atmosphere. It looked normal, but the game had some features. When certain people saw Mu Qianqian, they couldn't look away. Van Jinjue knew Mu Qianqian was used to those gazes, but he also knew she didn't like them. So he quickly told the others, "Let's ask quickly and then leave." Ni Shuren nodded and soon asked a friendly-looking person if there was a carriage heading toward the royal city. The friendly villager didn't guard the cute black cat and shared everything she knew. With the information, Ni Shuren pointed in a direction. That person said, "After walking a bit further, you'll reach a count's territory. There should be a carriage going directly to the royal city there." Van Jinjue nodded. "Then let's go quickly." Suddenly, just as he finished speaking, behind them, a strange sound appeared. It sounded like someone holding an umbrella, with clothes brushing against a small skirt. In this small village, based on others' outfits, this sound was out of place. The Van Jinjue sensed something was wrong after hearing the sound, and quickly looked back. Mu Qianqian and Nie Shuren were not far behind the pedestrians. Although they didn't suspect anything from the noise they heard, they became alert when they sensed a faint, twisted magical force and turned around. The three of them looked back and saw a tall woman in the distance, holding a beautifully decorated umbrella in a striking maid outfit. Under the umbrella, there was a slightly younger girl, about 2 heads shorter than the maid, wearing a pretty dress and a mysterious smile on her face, with her eyes closed. Their steps were slow and steady, but for some reason, what initially seemed like a distance of dozens of steps shrank quickly. In just a few breaths, they were only 10 steps away from the three people. Then, both of them stopped. The girl kept her eyes closed and didn't move immediately, while the umbrella-wielding maid looked expressionless, staring at the three in front of her with emotionless eyes. "Great mage." Nie Shuren cautiously placed her hand behind her back. She looked at the woman with the umbrella. From a distance, she couldn't tell much, but now that she was closer, she could confirm that this woman's magic was very powerful. Mu Qianqian also felt the same. She glanced at the first pedestrian and saw that he was calmly watching the girl under the umbrella, without any attention to the maid beside her. "Is it okay?" Mu Qianqian wondered silently, seeing that the first pedestrian was not panicking. However, there was a problem with Van Jinjue. More than a problem, he was surprised. She's here at this time? An unexpected encounter? Or did she come here on purpose? Van Jinjue pondered silently, showing no obvious expression. He remembered the girl under the umbrella clearly. When she appeared in the story, even as a powerful witch in the late stages of her development, she was still difficult to deal with. In the world of the game, World of Divine Sin, she is mentioned as the only and the youngest, most powerful seer mage in history. The witch at the peak of fate, Xing Sui, the Lock of Destiny Tower. The girl with her eyes closed gently lifted her skirt and bent her knees to bow to the three people in front of her. "Nice to meet you all." Her maid, standing beside her, also slightly bowed her head in greeting, then quickly opened her eyes as the girl stood up. Neshu ran and Mu Qianqian did not respond. They were both waiting for the actions of the passerby. Meanwhile, Fan Jinjue was thinking. According to the timeline, even at this point, the girl in front of him is someone with the power of a witch. But her identity as a witch isn't the most important thing. What matters is her magic. As a master of foresight magic, as the prefix describes, this girl has a strange ability in the original story. She can see the thread of fate in her line of sight. In simple terms, she sees the future and pins down countless possibilities for a person's next moment to a single point she expects. In her eyes, the future has no possibilities. Fan Jinjue was unsure whether this girl's appearance here and now was part of her vision of the future or just an unexpected coincidence. If it was an accident, it's easier to handle. He could rewind time and avoid any events that might go wrong. But if it wasn't an accident, it would be much more complicated. Who are you? Fan Jinjue asked cautiously. Hearing this, Xing Sui's lips curved into a gentle, pleasant smile as she said, Oh, you don't recognize me? Fan Jinjue frowned slightly and looked at her. Could she really be here on purpose? What exactly did she see? Why did she come here? He thought quickly. From time to time, Xing Sui raised her hand to signal to her maid. Seeing this, the maid threw something toward Fan Jinjue. The object flew very fast. Fan Jinjue instinctively caught it. He took a quick glance and recognized that it was a coin with beautiful patterns engraved on it. He remembered this item. In the game Divine Sin world, this was the most valuable currency he had. With this coin, he could buy several villas or large houses in any country. Quite a big move, Fan Jinjue thought to himself. He then asked Xing Sui, what does this mean? Seeing the gold coins at this price, Fan Jinjue was not surprised. Xing Sui smiled slightly, as if she had confirmed something. I don't believe you don't know me, but never mind. I really don't know you either, so let's not fuss about it. After all, it's vacation time, he thought. It seemed she had unexpectedly appeared here. Based on his understanding of her, Fan Jinjue realized this. He looked at the coin in his hand and wondered, what does this mean for me? Before he could think further, Xing Sui raised her finger and pointed at Mu Qianqian beside Fan Jinjue. This person, sell her to me. Huh? Mu Qianqian instinctively took a step back, looking confused. Fan Jinjue heard Xing Sui clearly. After understanding the situation, he let out a soft sigh. Reason? He asked deliberately. The beautiful woman with white hair and red eyes, right? Xing Sui turned to ask her maid. The maid nodded and replied, Yes, that's right, miss. Then, Xing Sui quickly turned to Fan Jinjue again. Exactly. I'm interested, so I want to take her. What do you say? Of course, Fan Jinjue couldn't sell Mu Qianqian. But since he was sure her appearance here was accidental, he had no major worries. He turned to Mu Qianqian and said, You need to ask her directly. Mu Qianqian heard this and quietly grabbed the corner of a passerby's clothes with her left hand, seeming unwilling to go with anyone. Miss, she doesn't want to, the maid observed and said. Is that so? Xing Sui's smile suddenly turned flat. If she doesn't want to, then forget it. With that, Xing Sui started to walk forward. She took her first step and came beside Fan Jinjue, then quietly said, Goodbye. It was a simple farewell, but Fan Jinjue could clearly feel that her voice seemed to appear right beside his ear. Very clear, mysterious, giving a sense of hope to meet again. She just likes to do these things, Fan Jinjue thought. He understood her well enough to know that Xing Sui didn't really mean to take her away. She simply enjoyed creating a mysterious atmosphere. It looked like she was about to leave now. Unexpectedly, he encountered this young witch who appeared later, and surprisingly, there was nothing particularly dangerous about her. This made Fan Jinjue breathe a little easier, saving him the trouble of figuring out how to deal with her. However, since they had already met and there was no danger, he had a special thing he wanted to check. Wait, just as Xing Sui was passing by him, he called out to her. She turned her head when she heard him. Fan Jinjue then returned the gold coin to the maid. Don't forget your things, he said with a smile. The maid easily caught the coin. Xing Sui didn't pay much attention to this action, but she casually said, You can keep it. Consider it a bet on our future reunion. What a pity. I have no intention of getting involved with you, Fan Jinjue thought to himself. He then said, You don't feel safe holding something that isn't yours. By the way, why don't you open your eyes and take a look? The witch Xing Sui was silent for a moment after hearing this. She closed her eyes and looked in the direction of Fan Jinjue. After a while, she hummed softly, seeming to be in a good mood, and answered his question. That's interesting, Xing Sui. The witch could see the future, and she could only see the future. Fan Jinjue had a guess, since he had the power to rewind time. Could this witch see his future too? If her inability to see him was because of his special body, that was one thing. But if she could see him, what kind of future would she see? What could she see? How much could she see? This was what Fan Jinjue wanted to know. After saying this, Xing Sui just smiled at him, without opening her eyes, and turned to walk away. Anyway, although I'm curious about you, this is precious vacation time, so let's forget it. Maybe we can meet again in the future. Phew. After saying this, the girl with her eyes closed seemed to pass through an invisible wall and disappeared from their view. Suddenly, The surrounding wind brushed past them, and the villagers' voices quietly returned to their ears. Nishuren and Mu Qianqian only then realized they had been pulled into another space. In that twisted, strange magic, they had been caught off guard and didn't react immediately. Fan Jinzhue could see that both of them were surprised and full of questions. But he didn't explain right away. Instead, he chose to be cautious, leading the two of them away from the village to a safer distance. Although I couldn't confirm some of my doubts, it's okay. These are not things I must know. So as Xing Sui said, I will ask about it later if I get the chance. Then, he explained to the two about the situation of the two people just now. The strange magic you felt is cast by that maid. In the space of that magic, the girl who is about the same height as Nishuren can share what she sees with the maid. Fan Jinzhue explained based on some details from the original story. Sharing what she sees with her eyes, Nishuren and Mu Qianqian recalled. They had indeed seen a girl who looked like that girl, always with her eyes closed. From their feelings, they could clearly sense that the maid was a powerful magic user, at a level of a grand magician. Very strong. That was their first impression of the maid. But this made them even more curious. A magician of this level, dressed as a maid, serving a girl. Who could that girl be? Mu Qianqian thought about the girl's impression on her. She looked mysterious and very beautiful. As for her magic, Mu Qianqian couldn't sense anything because the magic around the maid was too obvious, and she couldn't detect anything else. But combining what Lu Rin told her now, she guessed that maybe the girl was blind? Fan Jinzhue smiled softly. At moments like this, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction, as if he had completed a task. Thinking carefully, it indeed seemed to be the case. Using information from the future in the game, then sharing it with Mu Qianqian now, so she could understand things step by step that she would normally have to figure out in the future. That girl is not simple. She is a witch, Fan Jinzhue calmly told the two. Nishuren and Mu Qianqian froze in place after hearing this. A witch? Nishuren seemed a bit unable to accept what Lu Rin told her. Fan Jinzhue didn't mind whether Nishuren accepted it or not. He just continued, yes, she is the only prophecy-type grand magician in the world today, the only absolute ruler of the Lock Fortune Tower, the witch at the top of the Tower of Fate, Xing Sui of the Lock Fortune Tower. With this explanation, you should know who she is, right? Nishuren and Mu Qianqian stared blankly. The passerby's words were so obvious that they naturally knew who it was. However, directly naming her seemed even more surprising. Although it was impressive that a great magician could serve someone like that, calling her a witch now felt more normal. But, just now, they had encountered a witch? And not just any witch, but the legendary one from the Tower of Fate? Star Grain, Tower of Fate? Nishuren exclaimed in shock. Meeting a witch was a big deal, her first time ever, and it was that very special witch. Is she really the witch at the top of the Tower of Fate? Nishuren was very excited. She knew a lot about the top witch of the Tower of Fate. She hadn't seen her in person, but she had always followed rumors about her. The youngest witch now has the ability to see the future and has never lost a prophecy. Every day, people who want her to do a lucky prediction can queue from Mu Fei Yuang City to the City of Faith. Now, one of her predictions is so expensive that money can't buy it. Such a powerful person was just in front of them. Is it really her? Nishuren asked the passerby closely. Is that person her idol? Fan Jinzhue looked at Nishuren's excited state with a bit of helplessness, then nodded. It's genuine. Wow. Nishuren immediately rolled on the ground happily. I actually met the top witch of the Tower of Fate. Does this mean I'm very important in her predicted future? Just thinking about it makes me so happy. Nishuren is getting better. That's not quite right. It was just a coincidence that she met her. A little tip. If this witch faces something serious, she will keep her eyes open the whole time. Just now, she kept her eyes closed. She was really on vacation, not wanting to ruin her mood by accidentally peeking into the future. And wasn't she coming for Mu Qianqian? Fan Jinzhue coldly poured cold water on the happy Nishuren, who froze in place upon hearing this. Hearing this, Mu Qianqian stepped closer to the passerby. Coming for me? Why? Fan Jinzhue chuckled softly. Didn't I ask her for the reason? White hair, red eyes, and looking beautiful. That's why she's interested in you. Is that really the reason? Mu Qianqian was a bit doubtful. She knew some things about the witch at the top of the Destiny Tower. It said that when she was very young, she killed everyone in the Lock Fortune Tower who had ill intentions toward her, then became the boss herself. Her methods and schemes are beyond what most can imagine. Many people think of her as someone whose true thoughts are hidden, and her words seem to be just for her desired future, not honest truths. Regarding this, Fan Jinjue has something to say. People's opinions of her are a bit exaggerated. After all, she is the youngest witch. She doesn't have the scheming of those old monsters. The reason she likes you is really because you're handsome, but there's also a deeper reason. What is that deeper reason? Mu Qianqian asked. Fan Jinjue suddenly fell silent. After a moment, he said, "You'll find out later." Mu Qianqian noticed the reluctance of the passers-by and quickly stopped asking, just nodding in response. In the original story, Xing Sui also liked to buy beautiful women and put them into her lock fortune tower. She did this not because she liked women, although her place was full of pretty girls, which was quite eye-catching. The main reason was because of fate. Beautiful women, the wonderful moments in their fate lines, are not something ordinary people can compare to. It's unfair, but it's the truth. Xing Sui herself is a beautiful woman, and as a witch, she doesn't need to be a mere ornament. What she needs are the many possible futures these women might have. The witch at the top of the Destiny Tower treats them like storybooks to relieve her boredom and dullness. In exchange, Xing Sui not only takes care of them, but also helps choose a relatively good future for each. Fan Jinjue quietly looked at Mu Qianqian. If, in the original story, Xing Sui had discovered Mu Qianqian early on, everything might have been different. But unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in the world. Even the witch at the top of the Destiny Tower can't care about everyone's fate and future. Suddenly, Nishurin jumped up from the ground and stood in front of the passers-by. Let's not talk about all that. Passerby 1. How do you know the witch at the top of the Destiny Tower? And it seems she knows her even better than Nishuran. Of course she does. After all, she's a witch, as mentioned many times in the original story, Fan Jinjue thought to himself. Then he slightly smiled and casually said, "Guess. Why would Nishuran ask if she could guess?" Nishuran replied. Fan Jinjue felt a bit like teasing a cat. He spread his hands and pretended to be helpless, shaking his head. "If you can't guess, forget it. When you finally guess, I'll tell you." Seeing how the passerby acted, Nishuran knew she wouldn't tell her. At this point, she no longer doubted what the passerby had just said. Her excited heart calmed down, and suddenly she felt that the passerby might be more extraordinary than she thought. When fighting the demon tribe before, she had already sensed something strange about the passerby's strange movements. The passerby hid very well and hadn't shown any magic until now. The magic she used was almost all stolen from her magic cards. "Hey, passerby," Nishuran spoke calmly. "Could you also be a witch?" "Interesting. Why do you think that?" Fan Jinjue asked with a smile. "Because you know so much about witches. It doesn't seem like just hearsay. It feels more like you really know. And from the attitude of the witch at the top of the Tower of Fate towards you, you must be quite capable," Nishuran said confidently. "So, Nishuran believes you are definitely a person of witch level. Besides, your goal is to help Qianqian obtain the divine crime magic, right? That kind of legendary magic can only be dreamed of by witches," Fan Jinjue nodded. Nishuran's guess was reasonable, but he was not a witch and didn't have the overwhelming strength of one. "That's a good point, but what if I say I'm not?" Fan Jinjue asked. Nishuran snorted and smiled. "I don't believe it." "Then there's nothing more to say," Fan Jinjue said with a faint smile, then walked ahead, leaving space beside Nishuran. From time to time, Mu Qianqian would stand next to Nishuran. Regarding the witch at the top of the Tower of Fate, Mu Qianqian still had some feelings and thoughts. She thought that the witch she just saw, although quite intimidating, was surprisingly easy to talk to. This made her think of Fan AI classmate. According to a passerby, Fan AI is a descendant of a witch, and becoming a witch is only a matter of time. The two people connected to witches didn't seem as scary as described in the books. Instead, they looked quite kind. "I wonder what the relationships between witches are like." Mu Qianqian suddenly became curious. If you think that way, Nishuran might be the second strongest in the world." Suddenly, Nishuran giggled foolishly beside her. Mu Qianqian immediately showed a confused look. Nishuran quickly explained to her. "Qianqian, if passerby 1 is also a witch, then the boss of Nishuran, who doesn't even know about him, is obviously stronger than a witch. Being stronger than a witch means being the strongest person in the world, right?" He, thinking this way, Nishuran, as the boss's subordinate, must be the second strongest in the world. Mu Qianqian looked at Nishuran with a slightly stunned expression, then thought for a moment and smiled gently. I don't know about that, but if the world ranked by cuteness, Miss Nishuran could be number one. Hearing this, Nishuran became even happier, giggling and saying, Thank you. Nishuran is indeed very cute. Mu Qianqian looked at the lively Nishuran like a clever cat, feeling happy. She loved teasing little cats and listening to their joyful sounds. Jianju, who had walked quite far ahead, looked back at the two who were much slower. After a moment of helpless silence, he called out, Hey, hurry up. We need to reach there before nightfall. Got it, got it. Nishuran responded quickly. Then she and Mu Qianqian ran toward the direction where passerby one was. In another, more distant direction, outside an old town on a high mountain, in a shadowy corner of a higher hill, two people stood under an umbrella. Miss, do you want to open your eyes and look at that person? I can't sense anything about him. The maid mentioned again about the previous encounter with Jianju. Xing Sui looked toward the castle. Didn't I say? It's vacation time now. I understand. But do you really not want to take a look? I feel like he is not an ordinary person. The maid nodded. Xing Sui showed no particular emotion and calmly replied, If it were normal times, I wouldn't mind. But now it's vacation, and I don't want to use my eyes to see everything that happens or who I meet. That makes the story more interesting. Plus, with you here, I know there won't be any surprises I can't handle, right? Xing Sui smiled softly, showing she trusted the maid beside her. The maid didn't seem happy about Xing Sui's trust. She sighed slightly and looked toward the castle. But, Miss, aren't you just looking at that castle now? Xing Sui, the locked tower girl, fell silent. Her smile faded from her face. In her eyes, full of a starry purple sky, she had stayed a long time in Mu Feiyu, but she still couldn't see the princess in the castle or the future fate line. There's nothing she could do. She had played with her when they were young. Xing Sui closed her eyes in disappointment and sighed helplessly. Forget it. If that's what she wants, I won't interfere. Let's go back to the tower. The maid glanced at Xing Sui with no particular emotion or thought in her eyes, but still made a suggestion. Right now, no one in this city can stop me. Miss, if you're regretful, I can break into the castle and take her away. Hearing this, Xing Sui let out a bitter laugh. Huh, Zhu, we've been together so long, you still don't know me? If I wanted that, I would have let you do it long ago. But, she quietly closed her eyes and looked toward a corner of the mountain town, where a noble woman with a unique aura was visible. I just don't want her to dislike me. Strange magic appeared nearby. When the princess on the street sensed this magic, she turned her head toward its source. From afar, she could vaguely see an umbrella. Seeing this, the princess smiled slightly. Xing Sui snorted softly and turned her head. Silly princess. 3 days later, the group from Fanjinju traveled by a shared carriage to a small village near the royal city. In less than half a day, they would arrive at the city. It's not easy. Nishuran is living such a big life for the first time and walking so far. The black cat mumbled while lying on the soft ground. We're almost there. Next to him, Fanjinju muttered, Haven't you been in a car these past few days? But I didn't rest well, Nishuran replied. Once we get to the city, you can rest properly, Fanjinju said as he picked up the cat from the ground and casually tossed it into the carriage beside Mu Qianqian. Then he also got into the car. Soon, the carriage started moving toward the royal city. However, after traveling for a short while, suddenly a woman's voice came from the nearby woods. Wait, please wait. The carriage was stopped. Immediately, a simple-dressed woman with a purple eye and an eye patch ran over carrying a basket. She stood in front of the carriage and asked, Excuse me, are you going to the royal city? The old driver nodded. Yes, we're heading to the royal city. The woman quickly smiled kindly and said, I'm also going to the royal city. Can I join you? I don't mind, but my carriage is already full. There are a few seats left, so you should ask the other passengers first. Hearing this, the woman looked back. Before she could say more, a voice from inside the carriage spoke. No problem, come on in. The woman outside was a bit surprised. She looked up and quickly recognized the voice as that of the young man on the carriage. Besides him, there were 2 other girls with striking appearances. Then, she turned to look at the 2 girls. Mu Qianqian and Ni Shuren saw this and quickly said, "It's fine." The woman smiled and nodded, then got into the carriage and sat beside Fan Jinjue. "Thank you very much," she said politely after entering. Fan Jinjue silently nodded without speaking. Mu Qianqian and Ni Shuren also remained silent. After a while, the atmosphere inside the carriage became a bit awkward. The woman broke the silence and started a conversation. "I haven't seen you all in the royal city. Are you here for sightseeing?" "No. I heard that the environment in Wancheng is quite good, so I came to stay here for a while," quickly answered Fan Jinjue. The woman who was talking suddenly paused, and her smile faded a little. Next to them, Mu Qianqian and Nie Shuran looked surprised when they heard this. In their impression, passers-by usually don't bother to talk to strangers, yet this person responded so quickly. That seemed strange. So, Mu Qianqian and Nie Shuran both thought at the same time that this woman must be unusual. Suddenly, the two girls stared at her with strange looks. The woman felt more awkward and awkwardly smiled, asking, did I say something wrong?" "No," Nie Shuran replied. She looked at the woman and didn't find her particularly special. Although her face was clean, her clothes were ordinary, fitting the image of a good girl from a decent family. It's unlikely that a passerby would be so friendly just because her face was clean, especially since Mu Qianqian was nearby. If there was anything a bit unusual, it might be that she was wearing an eye patch covering one eye. Nie Shuran couldn't see anything particularly noteworthy about this woman that would make passers-by act so friendly. Her reply seemed to give the woman a chance, and she quickly continued the conversation. "I was overthinking. By the way, you two are very beautiful." "Thank you. You're not bad either," Nie Shuran said. The woman smiled slightly and extended her hand, saying, "Since the three of you are staying for a while, let's get to know each other. My name is Momo. I come from an ordinary family here in the city." Nie Shuran and Mu Qianqian looked at passerby one, who was just gazing out the window and didn't pay much attention to them. The two of them then shook hands politely with the woman and introduced themselves. After that, the woman seemed quite satisfied and nodded, then reached out her hand toward passerby one. But the young man looking out the window didn't respond. She waited for about half a minute, but seeing that passerby one didn't want to shake hands, she awkwardly withdrew her hand quietly. "Passerby one," Fan Jinjue said at this moment. "Oh." Momo paused when she heard this, then responded softly with an hum inside the car. Momo enthusiastically told them some information and stories about Wancheng, quickly becoming familiar with Mu Qianqian and Nie Shuran. "By the way, since Momo is from the royal city, how did she just come out of the woods?" Nie Shuran asked. Momo explained, "Because I was bored, I went to help out in a nearby village near the royal city. When I was returning, I missed the bus and met you guys along the way." She also pointed to the basket on her leg. "This was given to me by the villagers." "Oh, Momo is very kind. You even went so far to help out. Isn't that dangerous?" "Especially since you're alone," Nie Shuran said. Momo shook her head. "It's not dangerous." Nie Shuran was silent for a moment. She didn't hear any falsehood in Momo's words. Then she quietly looked at Momo's eye patch. She was very curious about it now. But Momo didn't seem like a bad person, so she didn't ask more about the eye patch. After all, if it was related to some sad past, that wouldn't be good to bring up. Now, they were almost at the royal city. The journey had been quite safe. Just as Momo said, no real danger. Suddenly, the carriage hit a bump, and it tilted to one side. "Ah!" Momo shouted, and fell onto a passerby. "Ugh!" Although the carriage jolted, Mu Qianqian sat steadily and suddenly shivered. Sorry. I didn't sit properly. Sorry for the trouble." After stabilizing a bit, Momo quickly got up from the passerby. This person looked a bit speechless and twitched his mouth, saying, "That was really careless." Before anyone else could say anything, the driver quickly stopped the carriage and asked, "Are you all okay?" Fan Jinjue looked around inside the carriage and replied to the driver, "We're fine." Then, Fan Jinjue got out of the carriage to check the situation with the driver. It was true, the carriage had hit a bump. The driver touched the back of his head, looking a bit confused. When did there become a bump in this road? Fan Jinjue crouched down and touched the soil next to the bump. It was still warm, and he understood. "Someone probably used magic to blow this up," he said casually as he stood up. "Magic?" The driver looked surprised and felt something was wrong. The Van Jinju didn't mean to delay much. He continued, We're almost in the city now. Let's talk about anything important once we arrive. Yes, let's go into the city first. The old master nodded, and they quickly resumed their journey. Inside the carriage, Mu Qianqian heard a passerby say something and asked, "Is it okay?" Van Jinju nodded in response. Seeing this, Mu Qianqian didn't ask further and quietly looked at Mo beside him. "When we get to the city, I and the old master will handle this matter. If the hole is caused by magic, we need to inform the city guards. These small issues shouldn't bother the guests who just arrived," Mo said. The three of them didn't show much opinion, mainly waiting for Passerby One's view. Passerby One had no objections. After arriving at the royal city, near the city gate, everyone parted ways. This town is perched on a mountain peak. Finally, we're at the royal city. Nie Shuran happily ran through the streets. Now she could finally rest properly. Meanwhile, Mu Qianqian looked at the cityscape with shining eyes, especially the huge castle on the mountaintop. "How is it?" Van Jinju asked her. Mu Qianqian snapped out of her thoughts, smiled quietly, and turned to Passerby One. "When I read books before, I imagined what the royal city would look like. I never thought I'd really come here. It feels so amazing and impressive." Van Jinju nodded gently, then smiled slightly and drew a card, aiming it at the castle on the mountaintop. "Well, the third challenge begins now.